A single punch to shatter an entire planet. It sounds insane, but that is the exact power held by Chu Mo. This young man harbors a secret that makes the very universe tremble. The God-level sign-in system. Day 1. Acquire the cultivation of a 10,000-year-old demonic beast. Day 2. Inherit the combat experience of a legendary martial god. After surviving just 30 days of signing in, he will possess enough strength to punch a celestial body out of existence. However, absolute power always comes with a price of blood, as cosmic monsters threaten Earth. The arrogant elite from billionaire corporations to high-class sects choose the most cowardly path, betraying humanity and turning his little sister into a dehumanized lab rat. From a complete nobody, Chu Mo transforms into a lonely tyrant in the eyes of the world, single-handedly crushing tens of thousands of bounty hunters, exposing the conspiracies of ancient gods and facing off against entities that devour the universe, all to protect his only remaining family. Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recap. Today, join us as we follow the most powerful anti-hero in history on this brutal and solitary journey. Let's dive right in. A cold electronic voice sounded. All 1,000 saviors have arrived. The trial begins. At that moment, Chu Mo's eyes were filled with confusion as he took in his surroundings. Back then, I didn't yet understand the gravity of the situation. Before him stood cultivators of extraordinary power, individuals who possessed abilities beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Apart from me, a mere mortal, the other 999 saviors were all cultivators. And what we were about to face, not only that, but this place was also teeming with all sorts of bizarre monsters. The mechanical electronic voice spoke again. 365 days remain until the descent of the otherworld's gods. Chu Mo looked at the electronic screen and couldn't help but curse. Reality is such a load of crap. Just then, a line of text appeared on the system screen. Login system has been activated. Day 1 login. Reward is the power of a millennium-old demonic beast. Day 2 login. Reward is the combat experience of a legendary martial god. Ever since the system notified him that the combat experience of a legendary martial god had been rewarded to him, Chu Mo's body transformed from that of an ordinary person into an extremely powerful cultivator. It would be no exaggeration to call him the strongest in the world. This power gave him absolute confidence. Log in for 30 days, and I can shatter a planet with one punch. Next, welcome everyone to log in for 30 days and shatter a planet with one punch. General Hospital. Chu Mo's deep voice sounded. I've already resigned. I have nothing to do with you people anymore. So even when facing a group of men pointing guns at him, he showed no fear. He spread his arms wide, shielding the deeply comatose Chu Yun behind him. His eyes burned with fury as he growled, "Get out, this is my sister's hospital room." Seeing him dare to speak to his boss like that, one of President Shu's men berated him. "Chu Mo, how dare you talk to President Shu that way? Looks like you need to be taught a lesson." He was about to step forward and teach Chu Mo a lesson, but was stopped by President Shu. He raised a hand, signaling his subordinate, "All right, put the guns down. We run a legitimate company. Don't point guns at people. Let's talk things over properly." Hearing this, the subordinate obediently complied. "Yes, President Shu." He looked at Chu Yun on the hospital bed and asked Chu Mo with feigned concern, "Chu Mo, is this your sister? I heard your parents passed away early, and she raised you all by herself. It's a shame she fell seriously ill before she could enjoy life." As he spoke, his tone had already taken on a threatening edge. "The company fronted the money for her treatment, which is the only reason her life was saved. But you show me no respect, not even calling me President Shu." But Chu Mo would not be successfully threatened by him. Even if the company paid for his sister's medical bills, he would never bow his head. His voice was firm. "I will pay back the treatment fees the company advanced. But if you want me to be the scapegoat for the massive debt from the amusement park project, my only choice is to resign." Seeing how stubborn Chu Mo was, President Shu didn't get angry. Instead, he grinned. "Don't forget, it was you who came to me in desperation. And only then did I promote you to be the accounting team leader for the amusement park project. I understand, of course, that you fought for this opportunity to pay for your sister's treatment." As he spoke, he walked toward Chu Yun's hospital bed. "You know, I'm a man who believes in karma. You took on this matter for your sister's sake, and now you're suddenly resigning and shirking your responsibility." After all that talk, he was still using Chu Yun's life to threaten Chu Mo, trying to force him to submit. "Aren't you worried that some accident might happen to your sister?" Chu Mo caught the threat in his words and gritted his teeth in anger. "Bastard, are you threatening me?" Just as Chu Mo was about to rush forward and punch him, he was blocked by two subordinates. At this point, he could no longer maintain his initial composure. Rage twisted his face into a fearsome scowl. "What are you planning to do to my sister? I will never let you get away with this." Seeing his agitation, the two subordinates shouted, "Back off, don't get near President Shu." By now, President Shu was no longer smiling. His face darkened as he spoke, half threatening, half persuading. "Chu Mo, I'm not some monster. I wouldn't want to see something unfortunate happen to this poor girl. It's just that the amusement park project used government money. Someone has to step up and take responsibility for the project's massive losses. Atone with your death. Have you thought it through? If we both go down, who will take care of your sister? But if you protect the company's reputation, the company will protect you in return. I can advance the next 10 years of your sister's treatment fees for you." After President Shu finished speaking, Chu Mo gradually fell silent. He lowered his head, not saying a word, as if weighing the proposal. Seeing that Chu Mo was no longer agitated, President Shu felt that his words had gotten through. He gave him a final deadline. "Think it over carefully today. Once you've made up your mind, come see me at the company tomorrow." The next day, Chu Mo arrived at the company dressed in a clean shirt and trousers. Xia Xiaoming saw him from a distance, looking somewhat surprised. "Team leader." When Chu Mo saw her, he walked over to greet her. "Xia Xiaoming. Long time no see." She looked at him, hesitating before speaking. "Team leader, there's something I want to tell you. Can you come with me for a moment?" Chu Mo followed her to the company rooftop. Thinking about his own dire situation, a sense of pity stirred within him. Xia Xiaoming turned slightly, adopting the pose of a lovesick young maiden, and confessed to Chu Mo with a blush, "I don't care. I know the timing is a bit off, but if I miss this chance I might never get another one." "Team leader, no brother Mo, the truth is I've always liked you a lot. I want to know if you feel the same way about me." Faced with this sudden confession, he was stunned into a surprised silence. Then he quickly rejected her confession. "Sorry, I'm not in the mood to think about that right now." After being rejected, Xia Xiaoming lowered her eyes sadly. "Is that so? I understand." She suddenly suggested, "Brother Mo, can you close your eyes? I want to give you a parting gift." Though puzzled, Chu Mo didn't overthink it and immediately agreed. "All right." She leaned in close and whispered in Chu Mo's ear, revealing that she knew he was about to be made a scapegoat. "I heard that if you leave the company alive, team leader, they'll make you the scapegoat for the amusement park project." And with that, her expression changed faster than flipping a page. The shy look instantly transformed into a gloating, malicious grin, like that of a wicked stepmother. She reached out and shoved Chu Mo forcefully. "For my sake, won't you please just go and die?" Chu Mo never expected that she would trick him to the edge of the rooftop and push him off. In that moment, everything in his vision seemed to play back in slow motion. He stared at her, stunned with disbelief. In the spirit of "if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me." Chu Mo gripped Xia Xiaoming's wrist tightly. Losing her balance, she fell down along with him. She screamed wildly while cursing, "Are you insane? You've offended President Shu, so can't you just die obediently? If you don't want to die with me, pull me up, let go. I can't hold on much longer." At that moment, Xia Xiaoming's face was a mask of sheer terror. She shrieked at the top of her lungs. However, the scene below made her gasp in astonishment. "I'm falling. Wait, what is that?" Before her eyes, a giant stone gate opened and a massive hand caught Chu Mo's body. A portal appeared on the ground and pulled him in. Seeing this, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. "There's still a chance. If I can get through that gate, I can live too." But after catching Chu Mo, the hand retracted and the stone gate closed behind it. She watched in disbelief. "The gate is closing." No, however, all hope was lost. Her body hit the ground with a sickening thud. Passers-by who witnessed the scene screamed in terror. "Hey, what happened? It's a girl's body. Call the police, quick." A girl jumped from the building, but in the other world there was no fallen body in front of the company building, no horrified screams from the surrounding crowd. There was only silence. Chu Mo now sat on the ground completely unharmed, bewildered by the fact that he was still alive. "I fell from the rooftop to the ground and I'm still alive?" After confirming he was alive, he scanned his surroundings and realized there wasn't a single person in sight. "Strange. This is clearly the company building and the streets I used to know, but there's no one on the road. What on earth happened?" As he was pondering, the mechanical voice echoed in his ear. "All 10,000 saviors have arrived. The trial begins." Hearing the system's announcement, Chu Mo jumped. Where's that voice coming from? Saviors? A trial? What the hell is all this? Suddenly, a girl ran over, shouting a warning at him. "Get out of the way." It was Yutong. She wielded a longsword and, to Chu Mo's astonishment, dashed past him. A strange light began to emanate from her blade. Yutong executed her technique, Phantom Blade Arts, slashing at the demonic beast before her. The sword's energy flared brilliantly in the dim surroundings. Chu Mo stared dumbfounded at the scene before him, which completely upended his understanding of reality. Is that something a human can do? After dealing with the demonic beast, Yutong turned lightly to look at him. She noticed he was just an ordinary person with no spiritual energy. Strange. This is a secret realm where chosen cultivators undergo the Savior's trial. She looked at Chu Mo, puzzled. "How did an ordinary person like you with no spiritual energy get in here? The demonic beast was right beside you just now. You were almost killed." Knowing she had saved him, he said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me. I don't know why I'm here either. Can you tell me how to leave this place?" Yutong felt it was too dangerous for him to stay, but she had no way of sending him out. "Once the Savior's trial begins, no one can enter or leave freely. You must wait until the trial's missions are completed to get out. But this place is crawling with demonic beasts. It's too dangerous for you." So she proposed, "For now, you should stick with me." Chen Fan approached from a distance. Hearing her plan to protect Chu Mo in the secret realm, he reminded her coldly. "Junior sister Yutong, the secret realm is no place for charity." He looked at her with cold eyes, threatening. "Even for us cultivators, this place is an extremely dangerous death trap. If you insist on bringing this dead weight along, then I'll have to ask you to leave my team." Hearing this, Yutong wavered slightly, but she couldn't bear the thought of abandoning an ordinary person in the secret realm. "Should I just leave him behind?" Seeing his firm attitude, the compassionate Yutong wanted to plead, "Senior brother Chen." Knowing he didn't want him in the team, Chu Mo tactfully spoke up to stop Yutong. "Don't worry about me. I'm already grateful that you saved me just now. You should think about yourself first. Even if I'm alone, I will find a way to get back alive, no matter what it takes." He thought of Chu Yun still in the hospital, and said with determination in his eyes, "Because I have a reason I must go back. My sister is still waiting for me." Hearing this, Chen Fan thought he was just bragging. His icy eyes were filled with contempt. "A mere mortal dares to speak so boldly. I'm very curious to see what kind of pathetic expression you'll make when you face true despair." Chu Mo watched as the group walked away without a single look back. It was unbelievable. He never thought people could be so cold-hearted. They really left. It turned out his speech just now had just been an attempt to move them. He looked downcast at the sword Yutong had left for him. "After all I said, I really thought that cultivator named Yudong would stay. She left me a spare sword. But I don't know how to use it. Oh well, it was just a long shot anyway. In a crisis you can really only rely on yourself. Only the weak pin their hopes on outside help." As if to cure his despondency, the system's notification tone sounded. Login system activated. Before him, black text materialized displaying the contents of the login system. "Checking in within the secret realm will yield great rewards. Click to claim today's reward." Chu Mo stared at the golden screen in front of him, completely baffled. He raised an eyebrow, looking at it with curiosity. A strange screen of light and a voice that appeared out of nowhere. Although confused, Chu Mo did as the system instructed and raised his hand to click the request to claim the reward. Click to claim today's reward. The moment he pressed the claim request, the system immediately transferred the power of a millennium-old demonic beast into his body. Day 1 login. Reward is the power of a millennium-old demonic beast. Reward has been distributed. Please check. Host Chu Mo felt the immense power coursing through his body. He pursed his lips and raised an eyebrow as he looked at his palm, unable to help but marvel at the incredible scene. Power surged forth and the fatigue from staying up all night yesterday was swept away. It was amazing. At the same time, in the real world, a system notification sounded, detecting an invasion from another world. A secret realm was about to be activated amidst the towering skyscrapers of the city. The gloomy sky made the system's notification sound even more eerie. A total of 10,000 cultivators have been granted the status of saviors. Enter the secret realm to battle the demonic beasts invading from another world. The secret realm will be broadcast live globally, and it is bound to the fate of all humanity. If the saviors fail their trial, in 365 days, the gods of the other world will descend and human civilization will be destroyed. Pedestrians on the street all heard this announcement at the same time. They asked the people around them in confusion, "Where's that voice coming from? Did you hear it?" "I heard it too." Someone looking at their phone discovered a strange app being installed. "Weird, my phone automatically downloaded an app called Secret Realm Live." Hearing this, others quickly checked their phones. "Mine too, damn it. Could what that voice said be true? It would be great if it were true. If cultivators really exist in this world, I want to be one too." Some pessimistic people who saw this scene started cursing. "Idiots, maybe we'll all be dead in a year. What's the point of cultivating then? Those saviors will fight the demonic beasts. If anyone's going to die, they'll be the first. What's there to be afraid of?" Some people, far from being scared, found the whole thing interesting. Secret Realm Live is installed. Let me take a look. Welcome to the Secret Realm Live channel. The Secret Realm is an intermediate area that exists between the real world and the other world. The cultivators of ancient times built the Secret Realm as a defensive outpost on Earth. To resist the invasion from other worlds, the saviors must achieve victory in the Secret Realm. At that time, Earth's spiritual energy will be restored, ushering in an era of cultivation for all, where everyone will have the chance to obtain a long life and powerful abilities. After the introduction and explanation about the world of cultivation, Li Shang appeared before everyone with an adorable image. "Hello everyone, I'm the super popular virtual streamer Li Shang. I'm honored to be invited to host the Secret Realm Live program. I hope everyone will support me in the time to come." Then she pointed to Ji Xing and Yi Chong sitting behind her and introduced them. "The two guests beside me are 1. The 6th elder of the Tai Fire Mansion, one of the 4 major cultivation sects, Ji Xing, and the other is the world's most famous beauty idol, Yi Chong." As an experienced host, she quickly tossed out a question, drawing everyone's attention to the two. "Elder Ji, Sister Yi Chong, before the program officially begins, is there anything the two of you would like to share with the audience?" Ji Xing answered her question with a calm expression. "Facing the invasion from another world, our cultivation sects are already prepared. Although the demonic beasts are fierce, we cultivators are ready to fight at any time." Yi Chong beside him gently added. Elder Ji's words are truly reassuring. After praising him, she began to introduce and explain Destiny coins in detail. "I need to remind everyone of one thing. The Secret Realm Live app has a special function, which is audience tipping. Each viewer's Secret Realm Live account will generate a different amount of Destiny coins every day, which can be used to tip your favorite savior. Tipped Destiny coins can help the saviors in the Secret Realm increase their strength." After the two finished explaining some key points, Li Shang held up a Destiny coin and said, "In future broadcasts, I will also introduce saviors who are worth looking forward to." "Thank you both for your words. Our live stream will randomly broadcast footage of the saviors fighting in the Secret Realm. Viewers can also choose to watch the exclusive live streams of different saviors. Everyone can use the bullet comments to interact. Now let's open the live stream of our first lucky savior." and the first live stream everyone saw was Chen Fan's. At this moment, he had none of his previous arrogance and disdain. Instead, he looked utterly wretched. On the screen he could be seen crying and begging a monster to let him go. "Please let me go." The audience began to feel disappointed with Chen Fan's first live stream. Comments expressing frustration kept popping up on the screen. After hearing the host's opening introduction, I was full of hope for the future. But the moment the live stream starts, this is what I get. In Chen Fan's live stream, all three hosts were embarrassed. A savior dies on the spot right after entering the secret realm. This is a cultivator, isn't this just feeding the demonic beasts? Li Shang didn't expect the very first live stream to be such a slap in the face. She didn't know what to do, so she had to switch to the next room. Let's look at the next live stream, but the next room was another slap to the face. Long Yu's live stream. Long Yu was entangled by a monster, screaming in terror, "Help me, I don't want to die yet." At this point, the sweat on the three hosts' faces was increasing. The little girl took out a towel, wiped the sweat from her face, and awkwardly switched to the next live stream. Next. But the next few live streams were still disappointing. The little girl's shouts to switch live streams echoed continuously. Next again. Yi Zhang felt very sorry for the audience who had spent time watching their broadcast. "I must apologize to my fans. It's my fault that this program wasn't done well." Ji Xing was also very disappointed to see that not a single cultivator could defeat the monsters. This was supposed to be a live broadcast of intense battles. How did it turn into a horror escape broadcast? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. But as he watched the live stream closely, he noticed something was off. Something's not right. The difficulty of the first secret realm trial shouldn't be this high. Just then, the system popped up an urgent notification for everyone. Urgent reminder. The other world's gods have intensified their invasion of the secret realm, and the difficulty has been upgraded. The difficulty of the first secret realm trial has reached the limit, F rank. A 500-year-old demonic beast is about to appear. Li Shang was very surprised to see the new notification. It's a new notice from the secret realm. When she heard there was a 500-year-old demonic beast, she screamed in terror. There's actually a 500-year-old demonic beast, Elder Ji. Yi Zhang didn't seem to know much about this. She asked Ji Xing curiously, "Is a 500-year-old demonic beast very strong?" Hearing about the 500-year-old demonic beast, Ji Xing's expression also became incredibly grave. The longer a demonic beast has lived, the stronger it is. Due to the depletion of Earth's spiritual energy, the strongest cultivators at present only have combat power equivalent to a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. Moreover, these young cultivators chosen for the secret realm were relatively weak. They would be in for a tough fight even against a 3-year-old demonic beast. Li Shang looked at the screen and said sweetly to the audience, "Dear viewers, I believe everyone has heard Elder Ji's clear explanation." She took out a destiny coin again, encouraging everyone to tip the cultivators. For the future of Earth, the saviors are fighting an arduous battle against extremely dangerous demonic beasts. Please use the destiny coins in your hands to support them. These saviors should not be mocked. I hope everyone can watch the next live stream with respect and gratitude. Meanwhile, in the secret realm world, Chu Mo was currently sitting on the ground, slurping down instant noodles. Around him were various empty snack wrappers. Cutting to Chu Mo's live stream, the audience saw him engrossed in eating his noodles and began to feel disappointed again. Got my hopes up for nothing. What was the host saying just now? Arduous battle. Some people found his live stream to be a highlight, making the battles more interesting. The atmosphere was getting a bit tragic, but suddenly it's all cheerful. This guy is something else. Instant noodles, chips and coke. Is he here for a picnic? What a change of pace. All the other live streams are life or death struggles, and he's the only one eating. The three hosts didn't expect to see a cultivator sitting and eating while things were so dire outside. To break the awkward atmosphere, Yi Zhang could only force a couple of laughs and offer a comment. This cultivator eating instant noodles must be very strong to be so calm. Ji Xing looked Chu Mo over and was surprised to find that he was not a cultivator. A cultivator, HMPH, he doesn't have a single bit of spiritual energy, he's just a mortal. How could the secret realm choose him as a savior? After finishing his instant noodles, Chu Mo placed the container on the ground, and the screen immediately gave it a close-up. The audience also heard what Ji Xing had just said. "I'm panicking. Did you guys hear what the host said? This savior named Chu Mo is actually an ordinary person." In Chu Mo's live stream, they saw him looking for more food and couldn't help but mock the cultivators. The cultivators are embarrassing themselves online. They're worse at navigating the secret realm than an ordinary person. Hilarious. He's just been really lucky. If he ran into a demonic beast, he'd have been toast long ago. Why don't we make a bet on how long he can keep this up? The number of viewers in the live stream suddenly skyrocketed. Is anyone going to tip Chu Mo? Someone saw this question and snorted in disdain, replying, "Who would tip him? Wasting destiny coins on an ordinary person is better spent on other cultivators. I just want to see how he dies." But just then the camera moved to the doorway behind Chu Mo, where a wisp of demonic energy was trying to seep into the room. And it succeeded. The demonic beast gradually took shape, its powerful demonic energy filling the room, adding a sinister and eerie atmosphere. Seeing this scene, the bullet comments became active. "Hey, it looks like there's a demonic beast in the corner of the live stream heading towards Chu Mo. Go for it, little bro who can't cultivate." Chu Mo, however, looked at the demonic beast before him with a normal expression, not a hint of fear on his face. Some people pessimistically believed that Chu Mo was most likely going to meet his maker this time. He's dead for sure. After learning that he was just an ordinary person with no spiritual energy, Yi Chang was terrified. What kind of idiot is this secret realm, summoning an ordinary person to be a savior? Elder Ji, can we get Chu Mo out of the secret realm? Ji Xing also thought Chu Mo was a goner this time. He couldn't bear to watch the tragic scene and closed his eyes in pain. The secret realm was created by ancient cultivators. We can't control it. Besides, it's too late. In front of a 100-year-old demonic beast, this mortal won't survive for 3 seconds. Back in the secret realm, Chu Mo and the 100-year-old demonic beast were staring at each other. Neither made a move, as if they were in a staring contest. Unlike everyone's fear and worry, he was currently stroking his chin leisurely, sizing up the demonic beast before him. Oh, I didn't expect this monster to have 6 eyes, and its body is much larger than the previous one. Is this a super-enhanced version? Although I've obtained the power of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast through the login system, it still feels a bit scary. The monsters in typical manga and novels are usually thousands to tens of thousands of years old. As he was thinking, the demonic beast immediately took action, reaching out its hand to grab him. Chu Mo lightly leapt up, dodging the attack. He couldn't help but comment in his mind. But its speed is too slow. I can dodge it with a simple move. Could it be that it's really weak? The demonic beast looked at its empty hand, very surprised. It's gone, but even though he felt the demonic beast's speed was a bit too slow, Chu Mo didn't let his guard down in the slightest. He frowned and reminded himself, I can't be careless. This demonic beast might be slow, but its defense is high, so it's deliberately using this method to lure me into attacking it, to counter-damage me with my own attack, thereby causing a fatal wound. To verify if its ability was indeed so, Chu Mo decided to test it. He reached out and picked up the sword Yu Tong had given him. Well then, let's test my theory. That cultivator named Yu Dong left a spare sword. I'll try attacking the demonic beast with this. Then he swung the sword and slashed at the demonic beast's body. Seeing that he had landed the blow, he thought to himself, it hit. The demonic beast also felt that it had just been struck. It was sweating profusely, looking at him in terror. But when it found itself unharmed, it happily raised its hands in excitement, completely unscathed. Sure enough, just as Chu Mo had expected, the demonic beast's ability was indeed counter-damage. He looked at the broken sword without a hint of surprise. Just as I thought, Chu Mo looked at the broken sword, glad that he had been cautious enough. This demonic beast is exactly as I guessed, luring me to attack and then reflecting the damage. Luckily I used the sword, otherwise I would have been the one injured. When the audience saw that not only did he not die as Ji Xing had predicted, but he also managed to strike the demonic beast, they all burst out laughing. How many times has Elder Ji been proven wrong? He even said he wouldn't last 3 seconds. Chu Mo is amazing. The demonic beast can't even touch the corner of his clothes. That's some master-level dodging. Others felt that just dodging was useless. The comments were full of disdain. Someone commented in Chu Mo's live stream, "What's the use of being fast at dodging? Didn't you see his attack just now? Even the sword broke. Was he just trying to tickle the demonic beast?" Someone immediately retorted, "Are you an expert or something? Chu Mo is just an ordinary person. For him to do this well is already amazing." In Li Zhang's live stream, she rested her chin on her hand, her tone filled with surprise at Chu Mo. "I really didn't expect Chu Mo to be able to dodge all of the demonic beast's attacks." Yi Zhang was also shocked by his skill. She asked for Ji Xing's opinion. "I was also taken aback by Chu Mo's performance. Maybe he can even turn the tables and kill the demonic beast. Elder Ji, what do you think?" He shamelessly admitted that he had misjudged. "I have to admit I was wrong. Judging from Chu Mo's combat performance just now, he must be a trained martial artist and a highly skilled one at that." But he also added that to destroy a demonic beast one must use spiritual energy. Only attacks infused with spiritual energy can harm them. Only cultivators can defeat demonic beasts. Although he can use his martial arts experience to dodge the beast's attacks, his counterattacks won't do any damage to it. He watched the screen showing Chu Mo dodging the beast's attacks, his tone full of regret for such a talent. What a pity. For a mortal like him, this will be a hopeless battle. Even if Chu Mo can dodge countless attacks, if he gets hit just once, he'll be killed instantly. Back in the secret realm, Chu Mo landed lightly. After dodging the demonic beast's attack, he found himself cornered, which was a bit troublesome. This is trouble. I wasn't paying attention to the terrain while dodging and got cornered by the beast. Looking at the menacing demonic beast before him, intent on killing him, he thought with a headache that there was nowhere left to run. At this point, Chu Mo knew dodging was no longer the best option. He decided to counterattack, to take a gamble with a feigned attack. He clenched his fist, thinking, I'll just give the beast a light push. As long as it hesitates for a moment out of fear, I can use that chance to escape this corner. While the beast wasn't paying attention, Chu Mo reached out and gave it a push, but it seemed his strength was too great. A confused expression crossed his face. Didn't I just give it a light push? Just like that, with a single push, the 100-year-old demonic beast was sent to meet its maker. Chu Mo hadn't yet realized he had become unimaginably strong. He even looked down on the beast. This demonic beast is way too weak. The audience saw this and mocked Ji Xing. What was Elder Ji saying just now? Only cultivators can defeat demonic beasts. The bullet comments in Chu Mo's live stream exploded. God Mo is too amazing. I want to have your babies. Fake savior gets chased away by a demonic beast. Real savior. I just gave it a light push and the demonic beast is gone." At this point everyone started tipping him like crazy. "I'm rich, don't anyone stop me. I have to tip Chu Mo." The system notified Chu Mo of the viewer's tips. "Respected Savior Chu Mo, you have received over 5,000 destiny coins from viewers, increasing your combat power by 50 points. Chu Mo looked down at his hands, finding these notifications a bit strange. It's that tipping notification from the secret realm again. Destiny coins, is this a new feature? He didn't feel any change in his body and wondered, "But even though it says it has increased my combat power, why don't I feel anything at all?" The system seemed to sense his confusion, and Chu Mo's combat power was displayed on the screen. Login system notification. Host combat power increase detected. Current combat power 1000. Meanwhile at Chu Mo's former company, a subordinate saw that he wasn't dead and was even live streaming. He ran in panic to report to President Shu. "President Shu, something big has happened. Chu Mo, that kid Chu Mo is live streaming again." Thinking his subordinate was overreacting, he said casually while holding a wine glass, "What's there to be so alarmed about over such a small matter? Panicking like this, have you no composure?" Seeing how casual he was, the subordinate was frantic and quickly explained, "No, President Shu, please listen to me. It's not a normal live stream, it's the Secret Realm Live. That kid Chu Mo was chosen as a savior and he even killed a demonic beast in the Secret Realm. What if he comes back to get revenge on us?" But he remained expressionless and ordered, shifting all the blame to the deceased Sha Xiaoming. "All right, I'm aware of the situation. The employee who jumped from the building this morning, Sha Xiaoming. Pin all the responsibility for the project's financial losses on her." Her face appeared in President Shu's mind. He paused for a moment, then gave his subordinate the next instruction. "Waive all of Chu Mo's sister's treatment fees and at the same time reconcile with Chu Mo." The subordinate didn't leave immediately. Instead he asked with a serious expression, "President Shu, have you considered that Chu Mo might not agree to reconcile with us?" But a worldly man like President Shu wasn't afraid of Chu Mo at all. He believed Chu Mo just knew some shoddy martial arts and was no threat to him. "You don't actually think I'm agreeing to reconcile because I'm afraid of him, do you? He's just an ordinary martial artist who got lucky and killed a 100-year-old demonic beast. So what if he's a cultivator?" A confident smirk appeared on his lips. "For the upper echelons of society, the existence of cultivators has never been a secret. I can hire a few cultivators to corner Chu Mo anytime. If Chu Mo doesn't want to reconcile, then I'll have no choice but to send him to his grave." Back in Li Zhang's live stream, because of Chu Mo's breakthrough, she had regained her initial confidence. She also thanked Ji Xing for his detailed commentary, which made the program more exciting. "It's been over an hour since the secret realm opened, and the situation is starting to change. The cultivators are continuously defeating powerful demonic beasts. We hope the audience will continue to tip destiny coins to our heroic saviors. Oh, and I must also thank Elder Ji for his very professional commentary and explanations, which allow even us ordinary people to understand the battles." Beside her, Yi Chang's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled and commented jokingly, "But I think the show is most entertaining when Elder Ji is commentating on little brother Chu Mo. It almost makes me want to invite Elder Ji to a game show with me." He crossed his arms staring at the screen and said to Yi Zhang, "Give me a break. I'm in no mood for jokes right now. The current situation isn't as optimistic as you think." Ever since the 100-year-old demonic beast appeared in the secret realm, the grave expression on his face hadn't faded. From beasts that were decades old to the 100-year-old beast that appeared at the start, and now to a 200-year-old beast. The difficulty of the secret realm increases with time. According to the realm's evaluation standards, a 100-year-old beast has a combat power of 100, a 200-year-old beast 300, a 300-year-old beast 500, a 400-year-old beast 1000, and a 500-year-old beast will have a combat power of 2000. When the 500-year-old beast appears, the cultivators will face their greatest challenge. Faced with his pessimistic attitude, Li Shang calmly expressed her own view. "On this point I have a different opinion from Elder Ji. The saviors are fighting for their lives, so we should have faith in them." She used Chu Mo as an example. "Just like before, who would have thought Chu Mo could easily kill a 100-year-old demonic beast? Speaking of which, why don't we go back to Chu Mo's live stream? Maybe he can create another miracle." Back in the secret realm, after eating his fill and killing the 100-year-old demonic beast, Chu Mo did something no one expected. He went to sleep. While everyone else was fighting life-and-death battles with demonic beasts, our protagonist was sleeping soundly. The audience went crazy with laughter when they saw this. Li Zhang's prediction backfired too. "Don't come to this live stream, you'll become unlucky." The miracle he created was sleeping soundly for half an hour in the dangerous secret realm. Some viewers in Chu Mo's live stream felt utterly helpless. "I even tipped him earlier, and now he's just sleeping. You brain-dead savior, get the hell up. Feeding my destiny coins to a pig would be better than giving them to you." People who disliked him started making sarcastic remarks. "If you don't know how to be a savior, then don't be one. You might as well go get a factory job. So many saviors are trying their best, but you're so unreliable, you're not worth supporting at all. We might as well watch Bai Mengjun in the other live stream." "I'm watching Bai Mengjun's stream too. Just now he defeated a stronger enemy, killing two 200-year-old demonic beasts, and it looks like he's challenging an even stronger one now. He's so cool. Having her words thrown back in her face so quickly, Li Shang was furious. She glared at Chu Mo on the screen with a murderous look in her eyes. Speaking of which, Chu Mo wasn't a cultivator to begin with, so we can't be too harsh on him. Bullet comments, please be rational. Ji Xing heard this and agreed with her. I agree with Li Shang, after all he's just a mortal. Chu Mo's one-hit kill on the demonic beast earlier wasn't as easy as he made it look. He had to buy time by constantly dodging the beast's attacks to deliver that all-out blow. Yi Zhang was also a bit disappointed to see him just sleeping. She suggested switching to another live stream. Chu Mo's current state is indeed a bit disappointing. Since the bullet comments mentioned Bai Mengjun, let's go check out his live stream. The comment section exploded. Brother Mengjun is so handsome. Go Brother Mengjun, I tipped you. Bai Mengjun's live stream. Someone saw Bai Mengjun and commented, just came from Chu Mo's stream. This guy looks like a reliable savior. At this moment, a demonic beast with its mouth wide open was in front of him, preparing to charge up an attack. It shot demonic energy at him, and the powerful beam of energy lit up the entire area. Someone who couldn't see the result of the battle commented impatiently, why is the screen full of smoke? Who won? This demonic beast's destructive power is immense. The screen in Bai Mengjun's live stream was still showing the scene of the beast firing its energy beam. Someone, confident in his strength, commented, there's a saying, no harm if there's smoke. Brother Mengjun must be fine. Tipped, everyone hurry up and tip Brother Mengjun. Ji Xing recognized with a single glance that Bai Mengjun was facing a 300-year-old demonic beast. He thought the guy was insane to challenge such a strong beast. That's a 300-year-old demonic beast. He's overestimating himself. Daring to challenge a 300-year-old beast. Is this kid trying to get himself killed? Hearing this, Li Shang was confused. Elder Ji, haven't a few saviors already defeated 300-year-old demonic beasts? He had Bai Mengjun's file and immediately explained why he said that. It's different. The ones who successfully killed 300-year-old beasts before were all core disciples of the 4 major sects, with top-tier talent and abilities, all on a similar level. But Bai Mengjun, according to his file, is just a rogue cultivator with no sect affiliation and mediocre aptitude. Logically, it's already a miracle that he could kill a 200-year-old beast. Challenging a 300-year-old beast is suicide. In the secret realm, the thick smoke was gradually blown away by the wind. Bai Mengjun walked forward slowly. He stood against the wind, his tone tinged with disappointment. Is this all the strength a 300-year-old demonic beast has? How disappointing. When will I ever meet an opponent that I can fight with all my strength? As soon as he finished speaking, he had already walked up to the 300-year-old demonic beast. The beast opened its maw full of sharp teeth, staring at him intently. Seeing him completely unscathed, his fans commented happily, that's great, Brother Mengjun is okay. How did Elder Ji's prediction backfire again? And Chu Mo isn't even here this time. Bai Mengjun's live stream. The screen was showing the scene of him facing off against the 300-year-old beast when someone noticed and shouted, look, someone's walking out of the ruins over there. Well, I'll be. A viewer immediately recognized the person walking out. Isn't that Chu Mo? Who said Chu Mo wasn't here? On the screen of Bai Mengjun's live stream, Chu Mo appeared, looking dazed as if he had just woken up. Bai Mengjun sensed him too and turned his head. Seeing him walk out, the audience felt that fate was a mysterious thing. Elder Ji, I've found the reason your prediction backfired. This is hilarious. I just came from Chu Mo's live stream, and now I see him in this one too. What kind of fate is this? Chu Mo, worried that he couldn't handle the 300-year-old beast, kindly walked out to offer help. I wake up from a nap and the house has collapsed. This secret realm really is dangerous. Bro, need a hand? That demonic beast looks tough to deal with, but he very confidently refused his help. Stay right where you are and don't move. Don't come over. I can handle this demonic beast by myself. Bai Mengjun's sword emitted a blue light. He shouted the name of his technique, then slashed at the beast. Peak of sword arts, roaring tide. A flash of light nearly blinded everyone. The audience was stunned. Some even spamming 4 question marks to express their shock. So strong, he cut off the 300-year-old demonic beast's head in one strike. In Bai Mengjun's live stream, his fans became even more frenzied upon seeing this. Brother Mengjun is so amazing, that's my man. They thought the demonic beast was finished, but it wasn't. It seemed this beast had powerful regenerative abilities. It was still alive after his last attack. The audience grew worried when they saw this. Strange, the beast's head grew back. Brother Mengjun, watch your back, it's still alive. Is it a high-speed regeneration type? Bai Mengjun noticed this as well. He frowned, watching it warily. Its almost destroyed head was now fully restored. Everyone watched with great concern as the demonic beast opened its mouth to counterattack, its spiritual energy reacting even more strongly than before. This is trouble. But Bai Mengjun would not give up. He leaped into the air and brought his sword down. Peak of sword arts, mountain splitter. The beast roared in agony. The powerful sword energy spread to the surrounding area. The rumbling was deafening. Chu Mo found a safe spot away from the battle, sat down and started eating chips. As he ate, he couldn't help but marvel. Incredible. Even more intense than movie special effects. Every time he put a chip in his mouth, he could hear Bai Mengjun shouting the names of his techniques. Peak of sword arts. See Severe, Zhengjin Sword Art Moonfall. Our protagonist seemed to be in a movie theater rather than a secret realm, eating chips and drinking soda while watching others fight. The audience was amazed that the 300-year-old demonic beast still wasn't dead. Is this beast on cheat mode? It's been critically wounded over 10 times and it's still alive. This is ridiculous. Bai Mengjun is in for a tough time. It's unkillable. If it were me, my morale would have collapsed long ago. Bai Mengjun's live stream. Some were about to post comments mocking Bai Mengjun, but they stopped when they saw Chumo's leisurely state. I was about to flame Bai Mengjun for being so weak, fighting for so long, and the beast is still fine. But then I glanced at Chumo and chose to stay silent. It's all about the comparison. Chumo's battle record, 1 bag of chips. What a spectacular fight. The comparison really hurts. Li Zhang's live stream. The little girl was also observing Bai Mengjun's fight. Seeing that the demonic beast was seemingly unkillable, she frowned and asked Ji Xing, "Elder Ji, is this demonic beast truly immortal?" He glanced at her and explained, "High-speed regeneration demonic beasts are the most troublesome type. If you can't inflict a fatal blow in an instant, you can't kill it at all. It usually takes several cultivators of the same level attacking simultaneously to have a chance of truly killing this type of beast. Bai Mengjun is a genius, a rogue cultivator with mediocre aptitude, yet he can display combat power on par with the core disciples of the 4 major sects. If he were in the ancient era when spiritual energy was abundant, his achievements would be limitless. What a pity he is going to die here." And his current situation was indeed not optimistic. After a long battle, he stood motionless, feeling his spiritual energy nearly depleted. A sense of unwillingness flooded his heart. Spiritual energy is almost gone, and my stamina is at its limit. Am I going to die here? I won't accept it. In this era of declining magic and depleted spiritual energy, I still chased the footsteps of ancient myths, gave up my family fortune, and went through countless hardships to finally find a cultivation sect, only to be told insufficient aptitude, not fated. My path was cut off. So I had to walk alone with my sword, fighting for my destiny, seizing opportunities and snatching precious herbs. He thought of everything he had done to get to this point, securing the position of a savior, and arranging things before the battle to attract viewers from other live streams to tip him, feeling no shame or remorse. The path to immortality is a struggle. Being 1 step behind means being a lifetime behind. Only by seizing opportunities can one reach the top. It took so much to gain this cultivation level in swordsmanship. How can I die so easily here? I learned an ancient secret art by chance. The risk of death is extremely high, but now is the time to go all out. After deciding to use the secret art, Bai Mengjun didn't hesitate to use it against the 300-year-old demonic beast. The tip of his sword, imbued with powerful sword energy, met the equally powerful demonic energy. Chumo, eating chips in a safe corner, watched the intensifying battle and couldn't help but marvel. These special effects are too exaggerated. Is this his true power? But after the light faded, he heard no movement for a long time, and an inexplicable worry arose in his heart. Why is it so quiet? Could he be injured? Could he die? He stood up and strode towards him. I should go check. Arriving there, he looked down and asked with concern, "Bro, are you okay?" After using the secret art, Bai Mengjun's body became weak and he couldn't stand steadily. He used his sword to support himself, preventing a fall, and replied, "I'm fine, it's over. I finally defeated this demonic beast." But the beast wasn't dead. As the white smoke cleared, it revealed the unharmed beast, its sharp teeth bared, staring at him intently. Bai Mengjun looked at it in disbelief. How is that possible? The demonic beast isn't dead. Seeing it about to attack, he yelled at Chumo in panic, "Watch out, get away!" Chumo walked forward fearlessly and waved his hand, dispelling its attack. A golden light flashed, somewhat blinding. He felt like Bai Mengjun had said something, but he hadn't heard clearly. So he turned his head and asked calmly, "Sorry, what did you just say? I didn't hear you." After witnessing Chumo's astonishing power, Bai Mengjun felt extremely ashamed of his previous attitude. "I want to apologize for looking down on you earlier." He looked at the demonic beast whose body was half destroyed and suggested they travel together. "Your combat power is no less than mine. This 5th secret realm has only gathered disciples from minor sects and rogue cultivators. It's my fortune to meet someone like you. If we team up, we can definitely defeat this demonic beast." Chumo was a bit confused. He looked at the beast he had just blasted half to bits and asked, "But isn't this demonic beast already dead?" "Don't be careless. This is a rare high-speed regeneration type of demonic beast. It won't die so easily." After saying that, he approached the beast. Normally it would take at least 4 cultivators of the same level to deal with this kind of beast, but if we team up, we might be able to destroy it completely. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes. "The only problem is my body is reaching its limit. We have to decide the outcome in the next attack or we'll both become its prey." Chumo didn't expect this demonic beast to be so formidable. He rubbed his chin, feeling he had been too careless. "I understand. Compared to you, I'm still not cautious enough. I agree to your proposal." Seeing that he had agreed to his request, he looked at him and said, "All right, you will coordinate with my attack." He infused his spiritual energy into his sword, then shouted out the technique's name. We must attack the moment the beast regenerates to deal a fatal blow. We have about 5 seconds to prepare. Myriad Phenomena Reversion. Bai Mengjun gripped his sword and took a stance, waiting for the beast to revive. Chu Mo, like a sponge, began eagerly soaking up knowledge. Seeing Bai Mengjun's impressive stance, he wanted to imitate it but felt it was too embarrassing. What do we need to prepare for? Strike a cool pose. That's too embarrassing. I'd rather fight normally. 5 seconds passed, 20 seconds passed, a minute passed. After waiting for a long time, the demonic beast was still lying there, showing no signs of reviving. A silence fell between the two. Chu Mo felt the wait was too long and turned to ask Bai Mengjun, "The beast hasn't revived yet. Should we keep waiting?" But when he turned, he saw him start to vomit blood and shouted in alarm, "Hey, are you alright? You're spitting up blood." He held on and reassured Chu Mo, "It's nothing, just the burden on my body from maintaining this explosive state. I'll be fine in a moment." Only then did he realize that Chu Mo's one attack had already sent the demonic beast to its maker. This guy really one-shotted the beast. He's been eating the whole time. How did he get more rewards to increase his combat power than me? Oh, or was his strength already far beyond mine before entering the secret realm? He was lost in thought, forgetting he was still channeling his technique. This pushed his body to its limit. Damn it, I shouldn't have let my mind wander. He didn't notice the veins on his hand beginning to bulge. This is a side effect of maintaining myriad phenomena reversion for too long. Finally, as his body could no longer bear it, blood began to seep from his 7 orifices. He screamed in pain, "My spiritual energy is out of control." His body arched backward at an angle impossible for an ordinary person. A dazzling light burst from his dantian as Bai Mengjun shouted unwillingly, "I don't want to die." Boom, it was the sound of Bai Mengjun's dantian exploding. A plume of green smoke rose. Chu Mo sensed the danger and immediately leapt away. Chu Mo was completely bewildered. He was startled by the explosion. What happened? We were just talking. How did this brother suddenly self-destruct, not even leaving any ashes behind? He naively thought this explosion was the work of that cunning demonic beast. Was that an attack from the demonic beast? How terrifying. I didn't even sense its attack method. We underestimated it. I have to get out of here while it's still playing dead on the ground. Truly the most tragic demonic beast in the world, being wrongly accused even after death. The more he thought, the more it made sense. A look of vigilance appeared in his eyes as he stared fixedly ahead. The audience, having witnessed the entire process, was utterly shocked. This is ridiculous. The demonic beast didn't even revive and Bai Mengjun just self-destructed. Where are all the brain-dead fans who were flaming Godmo earlier? Come out and argue. Why are you all silent now? Chu Mo's live stream. His fans were very excited to see this. Godmo is the real deal, finishing off the beast in one move, but some who disliked him started to find fault. Stop bragging. Chu Mo clearly waited until both the beast and Bai Mengjun were injured before swooping in to steal the kill. Have some shame, will you? LMAO, the person above must be a die-hard Bai Mengjun fan, right? The man himself is dead. Who are you still defending? Li Zhang's live stream. Yi Chang rested her chin on her hand watching the screen and asked Ji Xing, "What an unexpected outcome." Chu Mo, whom Elder Ji called immortal, burst out with such incredible power, while the genius Bai Mengjun suddenly self-destructed. "Elder Ji, what are your thoughts now?" Receiving such a sharp question, he squinted and glanced at her. He cleared his throat and answered Yi Chang's question. "I deeply regret Bai Mengjun's death. He died because he overused a technique beyond his limits, causing his body to explode. It's truly a helpless situation. As for Chu Mo, his combat performance reminds me of a long-lost cultivation school, the Body Refinement School. The Body Refinement School emerged by imitating a certain ancient demonic beast. Mainstream cultivation sects pursue a state of unity between heaven and man. During combat, they use their own spiritual energy as a guide or a bridge to channel the spiritual energy existing between heaven and earth, thus unleashing power far beyond their own. This is the mainstream cultivation sect. The Body Refinement School. The Body Refinement School, on the other hand, imitates the cultivation method of a certain demonic beast, using the body to directly refine spiritual energy and convert it into pure physical strength. In battle, they can only use the power of their physical body, and the human body has its limits. Although their initial growth speed far exceeds that of orthodox cultivators, the strongest body refiners could only reach the combat power of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. Therefore, the Body Refinement School eventually declined. After explaining the Body Refinement School, he offered his opinion on Chu Mo's power. Fighting with pure power and without emitting any spiritual energy, I suspect Chu Mo has obtained the legacy of the ancient Body Refinement School. Plus, he received a large number of rewards for his outstanding performance at the beginning of the live stream. Therefore, he can display combat power that is far beyond ordinary. In the real world, at Chu Mo's former company, President Xu was also watching Li Zhang's live stream. When he heard Ji Xing's evaluation of Chu Mo, his face changed dramatically in shock. Body Refinement School killed a 300-year-old demonic beast. Is Chu Mo that strong? Seeing him so panicked, the subordinate asked, puzzled, "President Xu, didn't you say before that you could hire a few cultivators to corner Chu Mo? And isn't the Body Refinement School considered to have little potential? Is it necessary to be this worried?" Upon hearing this, he immediately cursed, "You idiot, have you forgotten what Elder Ji said? From his eyes one could see just how panicked he was now that a person he thought he could crush as easily as an ant possessed such transcendent power. He turned to his subordinate and said next, Earth's spiritual energy is now depleted, and the strongest cultivators only have the combat power of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. The Chu Mo of today is a monster who can kill a 300-year-old demonic beast. The ordinary cultivators I can hire are no match for him at all. Seeing him so pessimistic, the subordinate quickly said, President Shu, please calm down. No matter how difficult the problem, you've always been able to solve it. This time will be no exception. Encouraged by his subordinate, President Shu gradually emerged from his pessimism. He let out a long sigh of relief. You're right, things haven't reached a dead end. That large-scale amusement park project was led by Li Hanling, the third son of the Li Consortium. With this kind of accident, he can't stay out of it either. No matter what, we have to drag Li Hanling into this and get his help. Before that, we must do our best to stall for time. You will now take on the most important task. Go to the hospital and kidnap Chu Mo's sister. She is an important hostage. Seeing that he had regained his spirit and issued an order, the subordinate immediately straightened his back and replied loudly, Yes, President Shu, I will not betray your trust. After a pause, he said softly to his subordinate, Also, tell the guys to leave the company today. Give them the day off. At such a critical moment, the subordinate was shocked to hear him say to give all the security guards a day off. What? He looked at him cautiously and said, President Shu, I was just about to say that the company's security is too weak and I wanted to call a few more people over. President Shu knew what he was worried about and reassured him. Don't worry, I'm not giving up on myself. I just don't want them to die in vain against the power of a cultivator. From a street punk to where I am today, every step I've taken has been through a pool of blood. My sins, I'm afraid, can only be washed away by going to hell. Looking at the city scenery below, his tone was filled with a firm refusal to bow to fate. So I will never give up my life so easily. At this moment, his face became ferocious. Before I go to hell, I want to see the view from a higher place. Back in the secret realm, Yutong's teammate was covered in wounds. He turned his head and urged her loudly, Run. Yutong, run! A demonic beast tentacle appeared in the air. Just as the teammate was about to say more, the beast slammed its tentacle down heavily. Yutong managed to escape thanks to the sacrifice of her teammates. She leaned against a wall, gasping for breath. At this moment, pessimism and despair enveloped her. They're dead. All my teammates are dead. The idea that you can easily grind levels by killing monsters and save the world is a complete lie. I never should have believed that nonsense propaganda and become a savior. The exhaustion of her stamina and the feeling of helplessness against the power of the demonic beasts left her weary. I'm really sick of this. When will this nightmare-like experience ever end? Realizing she was sinking into despair, Yudong comforted herself, telling herself to just keep running until the secret realm's mission was over. Just staying alive was enough. Suddenly Chu Mo appeared from nowhere and called out to her. Yutong. Hearing the call, she looked up. Yutong looked back at Chu Mo, completely surprised that he was still alive. You're that ordinary person who appeared when the secret realm first opened. You coward, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Realizing her words were a bit rash, as if she were cursing him, she hurriedly waved her hands in apology. Sorry, I wasn't scolding you. I hope you're not angry. It's really hard to imagine you surviving until now in a secret realm swarming with demonic beasts. It must have been tough. Chu Mo didn't mind. He replied humbly, It's just my good luck that I've survived this long. I still have to thank you for the sword you gave me, though it's broken now. By the way, where are your teammates? At the mention of her teammates, her mood immediately sank and sadness filled her eyes. They're all dead. For cultivators from a small declining sect like us chasing dreams of becoming a protagonist and saving the world, we never should have had such extravagant hopes, no matter how hard we try. We can't compare to the core disciples of the major sects. In the face of powerful demonic beasts, we're not even supporting characters, just pure cannon fodder. At this, Chu Mo remembered his short-lived teammate, Bai Mengjun. Indeed, the power of demonic beasts is truly bizarre and terrifying. Not long ago, a cultivator self-destructed right in front of me, not even leaving any ashes behind. To this day, he still thought it was the demonic beast doing, not that the guy was foolish enough to blow himself up. I didn't even feel when the demonic beast started to attack. If it weren't for his sacrifice, I might have been the one who died. Seeing that he had no teammates either, just like her, Yutong suggested, Why don't you come with me now? We can find a place to hide and wait for the top players to take down the final boss. Then we can return to reality. If we run into danger, I'll do my best to protect you. The audience nearly died laughing when they heard her. What's this girl saying? She's going to protect God Mo? What is she thinking? The master is right beside you. Chu Mo's live stream. The other viewers burst out laughing when they saw he still didn't know Bai Mengjun had foolishly died by his own hand. God Mo is so clueless and cute, he actually doesn't know Bai Mengjun self-destructed. What nonsense are you talking about? God Mo is clearly being cautious and giving Bai Mengjun some face, not wanting to insult the dead further. The sky in the secret realm was now turning gloomy. To protect Chu Mo, whom she believed to be an unarmed ordinary person, Yutong walked ahead to scout the path. Stay close, based on my experience. This area is quite safe. The moment she finished speaking, he faintly heard a sound, he said with confusion. But I think I hear something nearby. Yutong turned back, puzzled, and asked him, A sound, but as soon as she turned, she came face to face with the demonic beast that had killed all her teammates in the secret realm. Yudong turned and ran towards Chumo. She urged him loudly, "Run, don't look back, run towards that tall building." Hearing her say to run into the tall building, he asked doubtfully, "Are you serious? If we go into that tall building, we'll have nowhere to run," Yutong explained as she ran. "I've encountered this type of demonic beast before and I successfully escaped." As she was explaining, the demonic beast had already charged over at top speed, letting out a series of terrifying roars. Noticing his slow pace, she swept him up into a princess carry. "Anyway, just trust me. You just said this place was safe and a second later we run into a demonic beast. You're not trustworthy at all," Chumo, being carried princess style, shrieked. "Hey, what are you doing?" Feeling that she had a firm hold on him, Yutong replied, "No time to explain." With that, she leapt up, carrying him as she ran. "Anyway, just trust me." After entering the tall building, a long corridor came into view. Chumo carefully peeked outside and seeing that the demonic beast hadn't followed, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "The demonic beast really didn't follow us. We finally shook it off. Sorry, I misunderstood you earlier." After all that running, Yutong was also exhausted. She tried to catch her breath, then added an explanation. "That type of demonic beast has very keen eyesight, but it has no hearing and a dull sense of touch. Entering a building with a complex structure actually makes it easier to shake off its pursuit. We're safe for now, but we can't let our guard down yet. Let's go to a higher floor and wait another 10 minutes before leaving." Knowing she was experienced, Chumo didn't say much and followed her plan. "All right, I'll listen to you." He remembered the floor plan he saw when entering the building. "When we came in, I saw the floor plan. The stairs should be on the left," but Yutong calmly refuted his suggestion of taking the stairs. "No, we're taking the elevator." Chumo was puzzled and looked at her hesitantly. "The elevator?" Seeing his confusion, Yutong tidied her hair and said, "Don't you know, the scenes in the secret realm are modeled after the city we're in reality, including the power system, so the elevators work fine." Chumo of course knew this, but what puzzled him was why they weren't taking the safer stairs. "No. I mean, isn't taking the stairs safer than the elevator?" Yutong of course knew it was safer, but her stamina had reached its limit. She pouted and complained, "True, from a safety perspective, taking the stairs is more reasonable, but think about it, I've been running for my life ever since I entered the secret realm, and I just carried you for so long. Do you have any idea how heavy you are? I'm completely exhausted. I don't want to take another step." Seeing her constant complaints, Chumo finally understood. He looked at her helplessly. "Oh, so cultivators have such poor stamina?" Hearing this, she replied irritably, "Do you think our daily cultivation practice is building muscles in a gym?" Yutong reassured him, thinking that those demonic beasts were just strong but not very smart, so taking the elevator would be fine. "Isn't it nice to use a tool of modern civilization once in a while? The demonic beasts we've seen so far weren't smart enough to use an elevator." After speaking, the two walked to the elevator doors. Yutong gently pressed the up button, and they both stared at the elevator doors, waiting for them to open. Finally, when the doors opened, what appeared before them were the corpses of several cultivators, who had the same idea as Yutong, that the demonic beasts weren't smart enough to take the elevator. Chumo looked at the unfortunate people in the elevator with a calm expression. He told Yutong to go up and check the wounds to see if it was the work of the demonic beast that had been chasing them. "It seems a demonic beast has already learned how to use an elevator. Yutong, can you tell if the wounds on their bodies were caused by the same demonic beast that was tracking us earlier?" Yutong stepped forward to examine the wounds and found that this was not the work of the beast that had been chasing them. Her eyes widened in surprise. "This was done by another demonic beast. This building is another demonic beast's territory. No, things might be worse than we thought. It was just a bait, deliberately driving us into this building with the purpose of cooperating with the beast in here to kill us together." She looked towards the glass doors of the building, knowing that staying here was no longer the best option. "We don't have much time to hide." She thought for a moment and suggested going to a more spacious place. "If we let them form a pincer attack, we're dead for sure. We need to find a place that's spacious enough and has places to hide." After shaking off one demonic beast and escaping the building, Chumo, with his extraordinary memory, had already memorized the entire building's layout. He immediately knew where Yutong was talking about. "I know, the map shows a huge office upstairs." He immediately ran forward to lead the way. "Follow me." Eventually, they reached the largest office in the building. A tentacle appeared. It was the same demonic beast that had chased them for 8 blocks. Chumo sensed it looking around for them and asked Yutong fearfully, "Is it really okay to hide here?" Yutong covered her mouth, trying to calm her racing heart. She whispered carefully, "It can't hear us speak, and no matter how good its vision is, it can't see our hiding spot, so it should be fine." The watching audience, who knew about Chumo's heaven-defying strength, started posting teasing bullet comments. "Run, demonic beast. If you don't run, God Mo is going to kill you." God Mo looks panicked on the surface, but he's actually as steady as an old dog. In Chumo's live stream, some people thought he was just acting earlier to add tension to the broadcast. "Stop pretending, God Mo. It's time to slaughter that demonic beast to liven things up." The demonic beast was still looking around, searching for the two of them. It was even cautious enough to extend its third eye to search every corner. Yutong saw this from her hiding spot and reminded Chumo, "Be careful, don't let the eye on its tentacle see you. It was the first time Chu Mo had seen such a thing, and he found it quite amazing. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Its tentacle is so flexible, the bodies of demonic beasts are truly wondrous." Yutong immediately thought of the worst-case scenario. "If we get discovered, I'll do my best to hold off the demonic beast. You take the chance to run." Chu Mo was a man, and upon hearing this he certainly wouldn't let her stay behind to face it alone. Besides, she was so kind he couldn't do that. "I can help too. I've taken down a very weak demonic beast before. If we have to fight, I won't hold you back." Yutong thought he was just being stubborn. "Don't try to be a hero. It's the responsibility of us cultivators to protect ordinary people." Fearing he might overthink it, she deliberately spoke in a light-hearted tone. "Holding off this demonic beast for a bit and then escaping is a piece of cake for me. Just trust me." Just then Chu Mo heard another sound. He felt something approaching. "You're the one who should be putting on a brave face. Wait, don't talk for a moment. I think I hear another sound approaching us." Hearing that another demonic beast was coming, she was startled. "Oh no, could it be another one?" Yudong listened carefully, but she heard nothing. "But your hearing is really amazing." "I didn't hear a thing. You and that sharp-eyed demonic beast could form a team called Clairvoyance and Clairaudience and make your debut." "All right." Chu Mo heard the teasing in her voice and said helplessly, "Is this the time for jokes? Its footsteps are very light. I only just heard them now. It should be very close to us." Seeing the serious expression on his face, Yudong shrugged indifferently and replied, "What can we do now but leave it to fate and crack a few jokes?" He covered his face in frustration, feeling that she had a point. A very good point. As they talked, a demonic beast with thick lips walked into the office. Feeling the oppressive aura from the thick-lipped demonic beast, Yutong cursed inwardly. "We're dead. This oppressive aura, it's definitely a 300-year-old demonic beast." The 300-year-old demonic beast placed its hand on the desk Yudong was hiding under. She immediately covered her mouth and nose, afraid that the slightest sound would give her away. How could we possibly hide from it? The thick-lipped demonic beast stared fixedly ahead. It and the tentacled beast seemed to be communicating with their eyes. The audience was also terrified by the grim and tense scene in the live stream. Someone joked, "Isn't this just like a horror movie? Are you serious?" For the demonic beast, the real horror movie would be discovering that master hiding under the desk. "I can't help but laugh seeing God Mo hiding under the desk with a straight face." Chu Mo's live stream. Everyone started eagerly placing bets on whether he could kill it with one punch. "Place your bets, place your bets. How many punches will it take God Mo to obliterate them? Here we go, here we go. This is what I want to see. I get to see God Mo act dumb again." The tentacled beast's eye had already moved to where Chu Mo was hiding. Sensing the presence of a living being, it let out a cry, saying in the demonic beast language, "Found you." Just as it was about to look under the desk, a 300-year-old demonic beast raised its hand. The tentacled beast had its head pressed down by the 300-year-old demonic beast's hand and cursed furiously. In demonic beast language, "Bro, do you have to do this? You always put your foot on my head out of nowhere. This is too much." The 300-year-old demonic beast roared back impatiently in demonic beast language, "You think I like doing this? If you weren't deaf, I wouldn't bother talking to you this way." It already knew Chu Mo was under that desk. To prevent the tentacled beast from getting itself killed, it told it about how Chu Mo had killed a demonic beast in one hit when he was with Bai Mengjun. In demonic beast language, "That kid is a monster. He took out all of Cavity Tooth's boys with one punch. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything and leave." The tentacled beast was shocked. It naively asked the thick-lipped beast in demonic beast language, "Really? Then why are they hiding?" The thick-lipped demonic beast was stunned by its question. It didn't know why either, but its instincts told it to do so. In demonic beast language, "How should I know? For old time's sake, I'm warning you. If you want to die, I'm out of here." Seeing the thick-lipped demonic beast about to flee on its own, the tentacled beast scrambled to follow it. In demonic beast language, "Bro, I was wrong. Wait for me. I'm leaving too." After the two demonic beasts left, the office fell into silence. Hearing no more movement, Yutong cautiously asked him, "Chu Mo, are those demonic beasts really gone?" Chu Mo walked out from his hiding spot. He looked in the direction they had fled and replied, "Their sounds have completely disappeared. They must have gone somewhere else." After getting this confirmation, Yutong breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great, we're so lucky. I thought we wouldn't make it out this time." The audience, however, was greatly disappointed for not seeing Chu Mo teach the two demonic beasts a lesson. "When those two demonic beasts appeared, I thought I'd finally get to see God Mo in action. But nothing happened. I've never seen such cowardly demonic beasts. They wouldn't even fight a 2-on-2. Chu Mo's live stream. Someone couldn't help but find the two cowardly demonic beasts amusing. LMAO. First time seeing demonic beasts run away on their own. The survival rate of demonic beasts, the reason behind it is heartwarming. Suddenly the system's notification tone sounded, breaking the harmonious and peaceful atmosphere. Secret Realm notification. The final boss for this mission is about to appear. Difficulty, 500-year-old demonic beast. Mission location, 5th Secret Realm, Shuangyun District. Both of them heard the notification. Chu Mo didn't expect to be fighting the final boss so soon. Another notification from the Secret Realm. Are we fighting the final boss already? Yutong, on the other hand, made it clear she wouldn't get involved. It's none of my business anyway. The difficulty of this Secret Realm is ridiculously high. I can't believe the final boss is a 500-year-old demonic beast. That's just too much. Is that something I can beat? Her current strategy was to hide in a safe place until someone killed the 500-year-old demonic beast. Anyway, let's find a place to hide first. After the top players complete the mission, we can just leave the secret realm with them. Suddenly she froze. She remembered she was currently in Shuangyun district, the very place where the 500-year-old demonic beast was supposed to appear. We seem to be in Shuangyun district right now. Yutong was terrified. She screamed in panic, "What are you waiting for? Run!" But it seemed too late. A beam of light appeared in the center of Shuangyun district. Chu Mo looked towards the source of the light. The secret realm was filled with skyscrapers. At this moment, the serene scene made it impossible to imagine that demonic beasts were rampaging here. After running with Chu Mo until she was out of breath, Yutong stopped to gasp for air. "We should be safe here. I just took one look from a distance and I could tell that final boss is terrifying." Chu Mo agreed with her. He felt like he had been tricked. Yeah, ordinary demonic beasts are already so strange and scary, yet the final boss is only a 500-year-old demonic beast. It's ridiculous. The secret realm isn't feeding us false information, is it? Yutong thought about it, and also felt that the current secret realm was full of traps. Worry appeared in her eyes. Judging by the secret realm's past behavior, it's definitely possible. Anyway, as long as we hide far enough away, it's not our problem. Just then, a young man walked over and called out to them. "You two, please wait." Yan Xingjin quickly introduced himself to them. "I am Yan Xingjin, a disciple of the Taishuan sect. I invite you two to join us in eliminating the final boss." Yutong was not foolish enough to agree to this proposal. She immediately refused. "Sorry. Go find someone else. We're very weak. We've exhausted all our energy just trying to escape." Seeing her refusal, Yan Xingjin tried hard to persuade her. "You can't clear the trial by avoiding battle." He didn't hide anything and directly explained their current situation. The other saviors in the secret realm are either cultivators from the 4 major sects or the few powerhouses who can kill a 500-year-old demonic beast, but this is the 5th secret realm, which is full of cannon fodder. The so-called cultivators here are very weak. If we all choose to avoid battle, we'll just be picked off one by the final boss. His eyes flickered with a determined light and the desire to survive. "There's only one way to live." He raised his hand and pointed to the building where the cultivators were standing. Yan Xingjin, fearing they still wouldn't agree, mentioned that their sect had a magical artifact capable of killing a 500-year-old demonic beast. "Our Taishuan sect has a magical artifact that can kill a 500-year-old demonic beast. The Thunder Taming Vase. It's just that it takes time to activate. Before the Thunder Taming Vase is activated, we have to find a way to hold off the demonic beast, so we need more people. Although we've gathered quite a few cultivators, it's still not enough. The more people we have, the greater our chances of success. For the final victory, please join us." At that moment, Luo Tianqing walked out of the building. He looked at him with a blank expression. "Yan Xingjin, you're back much faster than I expected." He walked over to him and reported on the recruitment situation. "Young sect master, the recruitment is mostly complete. Besides the disciples of our Taishuan sect, we've found a total of 164 cultivators." Luo Tianqing was a little disappointed that so few people had participated. 164 people, is that all? The number of people who entered the 5th secret realm was 2,500. He frowned and said in a bitter tone, "No one expected the difficulty of the secret realm to increase so quickly. The number of cultivator casualties is far beyond expectations." Thinking about the current situation, he cautiously asked him, "Young sect master, should this number be enough to hold off the demonic beast and give you time to activate the Thunder Taming Vase?" Luo Tianqing looked at the Thunder Taming Vase in his hand and answered softly, "Yes, it's enough." Deep in his mind, his memory returned to that day. The Thunder Taming Vase was placed carefully on the table. His father's cold voice sounded, "In our Taishuan sect, the Thunder Taming Vase is one of the most precious magical artifacts and it can only be used once. I'm giving you the Thunder Taming Vase not to see you act so weak." Although he knew his father wanted to help him, he couldn't do what he expected. "Father, I'm sorry. I can't do it." He was angry, but he held it in and analyzed the pros and cons for him. "Is it that difficult? Gather all the cultivators in the 5th secret realm. Tell them the Thunder Taming Vase needs time to prepare and have them wear down the demonic beast. When the final boss is weakened, you use the Thunder Taming Vase to finish it." With his kind heart, Luo Tianqing couldn't bring himself to do such an inhuman act, but that will cause a lot of unnecessary casualties. And isn't the Thunder Taming Vase a magical artifact that can be used at any time? It doesn't need preparation time at all. Seeing his reluctance, his father's face darkened and he looked at him fiercely. "Have you forgotten the ways to become stronger in the secret realm? Besides relying on tips from the audience, killing the final boss of the secret realm also grants a large amount of destiny coins. You must get that reward." Luo Tianqing, of course, would not agree to such a cold-blooded method. He immediately refused, even without such despicable means. "I can still kill the final boss. There's no need to dirty my hands for that little reward. Father, don't you believe in my strength?" His father didn't care about his words or his refusal. In his eyes, the 5th secret realm was the path for their sect to shine. have you forgotten our dream? To make the Taishuan sect a cultivation sect that can stand on equal footing with the 4 major sects. He placed a hand on his shoulder and said in an earnest tone, in the past if I mentioned this idea, people would just laugh at me. I've worked hard for 30 years to make the Taishuan sect the strongest cultivation sect outside the 4 major ones. This is the peak we can reach. Seeing him remain silent, he brought up the time he was humiliated by an ordinary disciple of the 4 major sects to provoke him. Do you remember the time you were humiliated by an ordinary disciple from the 4 major sects? In the eyes of all cultivators, there are only 2 types of cultivation sects in the world, the 4 major sects and other trash. This is reality. As he spoke, his face darkened, and hatred and killing intent appeared in his eyes. No one puts us on the same level as the 4 major sects, but now the secret realm has appeared, and this is the greatest opportunity for cultivators. So we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. To stand on equal footing with the 4 major sects, not only do we need sufficient strength, but we also need to win people's hearts. Holding the thunder-taming vase, he taught Luo Tianqing how to win people's hearts. We also need to make the cultivators of the 5th secret realm feel fear and despair. Then appear as a hero to solve the demonic beast, uniting the cultivators of the 5th secret realm under your command. Only in this way can we have the strength to contend with the 4 major sects in the future, then surpass them and become the #1 sect in the world. Finally, after his father's speech, Luo Tianqing wavered. Despite the immense struggle in his heart, he eventually compromised. I know what to do. Back in reality, Luo Tianqing couldn't suppress the guilt in his heart. But having been brainwashed by his father, he could only apologize to those who were about to be sacrificed. For the Taishuan sect, for my father, I'm sorry. Looking at the cultivators before him, including Chu Mo and Yu Tong, he muttered in anguish, your sacrifice is unavoidable. The cultivators participating in the plan to buy time for the thunder-taming vase all looked towards the source of the light. Some began to doubt Luo Tianqing's plan. Can the thunder-taming vase really destroy the final boss? Is buying time just an excuse to use us as cannon fodder? I heard Luo Tianqing, the young sect master of the Taishuan sect, is a man of great character. He wouldn't lie, would he? Despite their doubts, they had no choice but to obey. Besides, what other options do we have, other than trusting him or waiting to die in the secret realm? The brown-haired young man thought for a moment and agreed. You're right, I've made up my mind. It's better to take a gamble than to just sit here and wait to die. If we get lucky and kill the final boss, we'll get a huge reward of destiny coins. Hearing this, his companion frowned, thinking he was being too optimistic. It would be a blessing just to survive, yet he's already thinking about the reward. Among over 200 people, only the one who kills the boss gets the destiny coin reward. Do you really think you're the chosen one? Back with Chu Mo, Yu Tong, fearing for his life, kept urging him to escape, but he wouldn't listen, saying firmly, don't try to persuade me, I won't run away alone. Seeing how stubborn he was, Yu Tong felt helpless. She felt he was just trying to act tough. Hey, you're not really planning to fight the final boss with us, are you? It's very dangerous. Why would an ordinary person like you get involved in this mess? Chu Mo tried to explain that he wasn't weak and that he was capable of fighting alongside them. I've received destiny coin reward, so I have some combat power. Everyone here is preparing to fight the demonic beast with their lives on the line. I can't just stand by with a clear conscience. Yu Tong was very surprised to hear him mention destiny coins. You can actually use destiny coins to increase your combat power. No wonder you were qualified to enter the secret realm. Chu Mo tilted his head slightly to look at her. He didn't hide anything and told her about receiving rewards right after he entered. Shortly after I entered the secret realm, I was lucky enough to receive a destiny coin reward, which increased my combat power once. But when I received rewards later, my combat power didn't increase again. Yu Tong wasn't surprised by this. She just assumed his body had reached its limit for absorbing destiny coins. Fearing he wouldn't understand, she explained in detail, isn't that normal? If combat power could be increased infinitely. At this point, Yu Tong stroked her chin, a playful glint in her eye. She looked at him and said jokingly, what's even stranger is that you can use destiny coins but you don't have a single trace of spiritual energy. You're not some max-level pro hiding your identity to come back and smash newbies, are you? Chu Mo knew she was joking and played along, replying with a line he had read in a manga. I'll be frank. Hearing this line, Yu Tong immediately recognized it as a quote from a story she liked. Isn't that the classic line from Regarding the Matter of Me Working Out Alone in a Secret Realm to Become Superman? Oh, but being overly cautious. I didn't expect you to like manga too. He was very surprised that she knew the series. Chu Mo never thought this group of cultivators would also read manga. I'm surprised too. You cultivators also read novels and manga. Seeing him say this, Yu Tong explained with a hint of helplessness. Of course. Do you think modern cultivators are all primitives living as hermits in the mountains, where we can't even get food delivery or packages? Yu Tong lowered her eyes slightly and explained the current state of the cultivation world. Because Earth's spiritual energy is depleted, it's difficult to make progress no matter how hard one cultivates. In this situation, only a few top talented cultivators are still training diligently. Most cultivators have actively integrated into modern society, and many are even greedy for power and money. In the real world at Chu Mo's former company, the 3 cultivators President Shu had hired were overjoyed after receiving the hefty down payment for Chu Mo's assassination. "President Shu, we've received your sincere offer. You are truly generous." Seeing their satisfaction and wanting to ensure they gave it their all, he added, "This is just the down payment. There's an additional bonus once the job is done." The leader, hearing there was an extra bonus, became even more dedicated to the task. He said seriously, "We take money to solve problems for others, so of course we'll do our best. It's just to deal with a mere kid, you want the 3 of us to act together. You're giving him too much credit." President Shu didn't say much about this. He looked at the 3 men before him with a blank expression and said, "Fellow Taoists, I've already sent you Chu Mo's file. In the secret realm, he destroyed a 300-year-old demonic beast with a single punch. His strength is extraordinary." The leader heard this but was unfazed. He said to him with great confidence, "President Shu, don't worry. We've never failed. It's true that the matter of Chu Mo killing a monster in the secret realm is causing quite a stir right now, but based on his performance in the live stream, even if he's a body refiner, it's just brute force. He has no advanced martial techniques, nor does he have any experience fighting demonic beasts or cultivators." As he spoke, a murderous and cruel glint flashed in his eyes. "Moreover, Earth's spiritual energy is depleted. The combat power cultivators gain from destiny coins in the secret realm cannot be fully brought back to Earth. So the current Chu Mo, any one of us could kill him easily." Seeing his confident tone, President Shu felt much more at ease. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. "So that's how it is. It seems I was overthinking things. Look, the secret realm's difficulty has increased again. The final boss is actually a 500-year-old demonic beast. It looks like Chu Mo and his group are preparing to besiege it." One of the 3 heard this and found it amusing. "Perhaps Chu Mo will be killed by the demonic beast before we even get a chance to act. Wouldn't that mean we came for nothing?" President Shu was truly willing to spend a fortune to kill Chu Mo. Besides, if he could establish a connection with this group of cultivators, it wouldn't be a loss for him. He said magnanimously to the 3 men, "If Chu Mo dies in the secret realm, I will still pay the 3 of you in full." The cultivator was even more delighted to hear this. "President Shu, you're too generous. With your word I can rest assured." Just then an aura seeped into the office. The aura was so dense it was visible to the naked eye. The cultivator felt the pressure from this aura and cried out to his leader in terror, "Big brother, the door." The leader also felt this immense pressure. He frowned deeply, looking towards the door in fear. This heavy and terrifying spiritual energy reaction. "What's going on?" President Shu, however, showed no signs of worry or surprise. He seemed pleased that the person he was waiting for had arrived. "You're here. I didn't expect you to be so fast." He reassured the 3 cultivators. "Fellow Taoists, don't worry. That is my honored guest. To deal with Chu Mo, I've specifically invited an expert." He looked at the man exuding a powerful aura and introduced him to the other 3. "A senior advisor from the Li Consortium. I hear he is a bounty hunter known as the Cultivator Killer." At that moment the 500-year-old demonic beast had appeared before the cultivators in the secret realm. A gloomy voice sounded. "The rules of the secret realm have been broken by the otherworld god 8055. Its strength far exceeds that of a 500-year-old. The demonic beast possessing terrifying power appeared behind Yutong. Its eyes glowed with a purple light as it stared at her like a predator. Just then, Chu Mo appeared to its right. A cold electronic voice sounded, "Finish this quickly." A brilliant flash of light erupted. Luo Tianqing stood on the rooftop, gazing at the gate opening in the distance, and asked Yan Xingjin in a deep voice, "Is everything arranged?" He immediately reported, "Yes, young sect master. The cultivators have been deployed in scattered positions around the final boss's area, according to the plan. Once the demonic beast leaves the Pillar of Light, the cultivators will take turns in multiple groups to carry out luring attacks, keeping the beast within the range of the Thunder Taming Vase. Before the preparation time for the Thunder Taming Vase is over, they will do their utmost to help you stall the beast." Seeing that everything was arranged, he turned his head to the side to look at Yan Xingjin. "I understand. I will use the Thunder Taming Vase as quickly as possible to reduce unnecessary casualties." The Thunder Taming Vase was currently floating in the air, a power within it seemingly on the verge of bursting out. From the outside it looked as if living sparks of electricity were coiling around it. After learning that not everyone would be rushing the boss at once, Chu Mo asked in surprise, "So we're not all just ganging up on the final boss together?" After hearing the plan, Yutong helplessly rubbed her aching temples. "Do you think this is a raid boss in a game? If we fought it head-on, we'd be wiped out in less than 2 minutes. By splitting into 50 groups, hitting and running and taking turns to draw the beast's attention, we can buy enough time to use the Thunder Taming Vase." Chu Mo felt this method was still not very sound. But in that case, the groups acting as bait for the demonic beast will be in great danger. Although Yutong was well aware of this, she didn't have a better solution herself. Having lived in the cultivation world for many years, she understood one principle. Sometimes you have to accept sacrificing the few to protect the many. There's no other way. This is the Taishuan sect's plan. Sacrifice the few to save the many. If you're unlucky enough to be killed by the demonic beast, you can only blame your own bad luck. However, I'm quite confident in my ability to escape. I'm not going to die before I see the ending of to pay off my debt. I killed the demon lord in the beginner's village to keep the atmosphere from getting too heavy. She joked about her favorite manga. That super popular, nationally beloved manga that's been running for over 100 years. The joke also stopped Chumo from dwelling on the matter. The fact that she shared a hobby with him made him feel a sense of closeness. I'm a loyal reader of that manga too. I ran into some trouble once and happened to reread it. It gave me strength and a love for life. Seeing how much he liked the manga, Yudong said very enthusiastically. Is that so? Once we leave the secret realm, I'll introduce you to the mangaka. Hearing this, Chumo's whole face lit up. He asked her excitedly, wait, are you serious? He never expected her to know the mangaka. Master Tsuchida Shokujun never participates in any events. He's known as the mysterious mangaka. I've always wanted to get his autograph. It was then that Yudong revealed to him. Master Tsuchida Shokujun is also a cultivator. He's in the same circles as us, but his purpose for cultivating is just to stay healthy so he can draw manga better. Chumo felt that this indomitable professional spirit was truly worthy of praise. The thought of being able to meet him made him even more excited. Cultivating for the sake of publishing a new manga. He's a true model of the industry. I hope you'll really let me meet him. Seeing his expression become so lively and energetic, Yutong felt happy for him too. You once said your sister is still waiting for you. Now you have one more reason to live. We both have to try our best to survive. Her words made Chumo pause for a moment. He smiled slightly and said in a firm tone, we will definitely get out of the secret realm safely. The gate summoning the 500-year-old demonic beast had gradually turned purple. A cacophony of noise erupted. As the sound heralded the demonic beast's appearance, one of its feet touched the ground. He stepped out of the gate and surveyed the secret realm before him. So this is the secret realm. To come here I even specially requested the God Lord to lower my combat power to the level of a 500-year-old demonic beast. The thought of the cultivator screaming in terror at the sight of him made the blood in his veins boil with excitement. He said, I'm so looking forward to this. The taste of cultivator's flesh and blood, a pleasant hunting time. Looking at the cultivators before him, he lowered his body as if gathering power for an attack. Seeing him, the cultivators immediately braced themselves, drew their weapons and prepared. That demonic beast has noticed us. The brown-haired young man frowned, staring at it warily. According to the plan, hit and run. But to the fifth boss, these few cultivators were nothing more than ants to be toyed with. He killed 2 of them at the speed of light before they even felt the pain. When the brown-haired young man's face was gripped tightly in his hand, he still didn't know what had happened. Damn it, what is this speed? A plume of white smoke rose, obscuring the scene below. When the white smoke cleared, he was holding the brown-haired young man up with one hand, shouting excitedly, come on, scream louder. If you can help me lure out the rest of the cultivators, I'll give you a quick death. Although he was in the beast's grasp, the brown-haired young man refused to submit. He coughed violently, then mocked it. A beast whose brain isn't even fully developed can actually speak human words. Truly a miracle of nature. Being mocked like this, the fifth boss was furious. He tightened his grip, crushing the brown-haired young man's head. I love guys with guts, especially when I'm crushing them. After dealing with the cultivators here, his nose immediately caught the scent of humans nearby. He glanced to his right. All right, where's the next prey? The closest scent is to the right. Unfortunately, Yutong was the cultivator closest to him at that moment. She still had no idea she was about to become his next target and was still wandering around. The fifth boss sniffed the spiritual energy in the air. From the scent, he could tell roughly how many people were hiding in each location. I can smell the spiritual energy. Although you're hiding separately, there are at least 2 people in each spot. When he saw Yutong alone, he was very puzzled and curious. But you're the only one here. I'm curious. What's the reason? Facing the fifth boss, she showed no fear or panic but instead had a calm expression. Not only that, she was even in the mood to joke. Are you serious? You can't even figure this out? To deal with a rookie like you, I'm more than enough. Provoked by her words, he let out an oh, then said loudly, interesting woman, let me see what you've got. Yutong immediately did as he said, unleashing her strongest move. A beam of purplish-red spiritual energy shot straight at him. As you wish, the spiritual energy scattered, instantly illuminating the entire scene. After taking a hit from Yutong, he didn't even have a single wound on him. This made him extremely disappointed. How pathetic. Is that all you've got? You modern cultivators are so weak it makes me laugh. Just then, Chumo appeared out of nowhere to his right. He concentrated power in his fist, raised it high, and prepared to deliver a thunderous punch. After charging up, he slammed his fist into the ground, and the spiritual energy, as if it had a life of its own, shot straight towards the fifth boss. He sensed danger and immediately dodged with agility. His body's instinct made him dodge, which even surprised himself. It actually made me dodge subconsciously. Knowing there was an opponent who could make him dodge by instinct at his level of strength, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he became even more excited. Interesting, very interesting. To think there's such a strong cultivator. Come, let's have a good fight. But when he came to his senses, Chumo was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Did he run away in Li Zhang's live stream? The little girl who had been focused on the battle also heard the system's notification. She was confused about the fifth boss being a variant. The final boss of the fifth secret realm is a variant. What does variant mean? Yi Chang, who had read a lot of materials, immediately cleared up her confusion. According to the information provided by the program team, the more powerful a demonic beast is, the closer its appearance is to a human. The final boss in the 5th secret realm has already begun to transform into a humanoid form, under normal circumstances. Only demonic beasts over 800 years old will show this characteristic. When Li Shang heard that this was a characteristic of an 800-year-old demonic beast, she screamed in surprise, "Isn't this cheating?" They said the final boss was a 500-year-old demonic beast, and now an 800-year-old one appears, and in the 5th secret realm, which has the weakest average strength. Jixing wasn't like the little girl. He was experienced and not too worried. He knew the opponent's strength was suppressed to the 500-year-old level. It would just be a tougher fight. The secret realm's notifications are never wrong. It's just that among 500-year-old demonic beasts, the difficulty of the final boss in the 5th secret realm far exceeds that of other secret realms. At this moment, Yi Zhang suddenly posed a tricky question. But such a powerful demonic beast dodged Chu Mo's attack. What are your thoughts on this, Elder Ji? This question indeed stumped Jixing. He hurriedly took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his face and remained silent. After thinking for a long time without an answer, he could only chuckle and say he would answer later. On this point, I'll reserve my opinion for now. Let's switch the camera back to the 1st secret realm. The final boss in the 1st secret realm is entering its final moments. Back in the secret realm, Yu Tong, relying on Chu Mo to draw the beast's attention, successfully escaped. She was now standing in a fairly safe corner. That last encounter almost sent her to her maker. Thinking of this, Yu Tong felt her heart was about to stop. She sighed and said, "I almost died. Acting tough in front of the final boss is way too intense. I almost had a heart attack." According to the plan, I attack first to distract the demonic beast. Chu Mo would then take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, provoking the beast in a safe way. Thinking of his strength just now, she grew angrier. That bastard Chu Mo, he's clearly stronger than me, yet he pretended to be scared in front of me, making me worry about him for so long. In the end, even the final boss was scared away by his sneak attack. At this point, Yu Tong paused, realizing she didn't know if the demonic beast had followed them. Wait, the final boss. The final boss didn't follow us. Could that demonic beast have been so scared it lost track of us? If it runs out of the thunder-taming vase's attack range, that would be a problem. But unfortunately, the 5th boss had found Yu Tong's hiding place by scent. He stood behind her and said in a deep voice, "What a shame." A grim smile stretched across his face, reaching his ears as he continued. "My original target was your companion, but unfortunately I can't keep up with his spiritual energy." Then I suddenly thought, if I kill you, maybe I can lure him out? Yu Tong was now frozen in place by his oppressive aura, her body stiff, and she was in absolute panic. "What's happening? I can't move at all. My body feels like it's frozen. This is bad. I'm going to die." The 5th boss then reached his claw towards her, but luckily Chu Mo arrived just in time to block the blow. Seeing him appear, the 5th boss smiled with satisfaction. "Good human powerhouse, you've finally shown yourself. Let's continue our fight from earlier." The audience watching the live stream was incredibly excited to see this. The bullet comments flew across the screen, cheering for Chu Mo. "Fight, fight, God Mo is finally making his move. Can you quiet down? I don't think the situation is optimistic. Didn't Elder Ji say earlier that this final boss's strength far exceeds a 500-year-old demonic beast?" Chu Mo's live stream. Some believed in his strength, but others didn't. They felt Chu Mo wasn't that strong either. Didn't God Mo run away earlier too? I don't think God Mo is confident himself, LMAO. Don't you know God Mo's strength and caution are directly proportional? I want to see the thunder-taming vase already. Suddenly a purple light erupted, illuminating the entire area. A few cultivators hiding nearby saw this, and along with the continuous sounds of battle they were stunned. "Are you kidding me? The sounds of battle haven't stopped. Someone is fighting the final boss head-on." The man with the dark skin stared intently in the direction of the fighting sounds. He saw this as his chance to win and get the reward. "This is my chance." His companion, hearing this, thought he was crazy. "Chance? Are you insane? You're not thinking of sneak attacking the final boss, are you?" Greed had blinded his eyes, and he said with immense confidence, "What's there to be afraid of? It's a gamble for a huge payoff. Don't you want the reward for killing the boss? If we both go, we'll split the reward if we get it." Hearing this, his companion also began to waver, and finally decided to take the risk with him. "All right, it's a deal. Although the risk is huge, I don't want to miss this opportunity either. We'll split the reward. Don't you dare go back on your word." Seeing his companion agree, he smiled smugly. "How many times have we worked together? You still don't trust me. Besides, there's an unknown expert keeping that demonic beast busy. There's nothing to be afraid of." The 5th boss swung his sharp claws at Chu Mo, his deep voice sounding, "This is more like it." Fortunately, before his claws could hit Chu Mo, he leaned back and dodged. The speed of his attack surprised Chu Mo. This momentary lapse gave the 5th boss an opportunity. He punched Chu Mo in the stomach. "Where are you looking?" The punch was not light. Chu Mo was sent flying backward, his body crashing heavily into a building. The 5th boss was very pleased to see that he still had the strength to fight after taking a direct punch. "You can still fight." My feeling was right. After just a few exchanges, he realized that Chu Mo didn't know how to use the power within his body. "You have a huge power hidden within you, but you don't know how to use it." "What a waste." Chu Mo's haters, seeing him take a punch from the 5th boss, commented with schadenfreude. Who was bragging about Chu Mo before, calling him God Mo, but in the end he's just a punching bag who's unreliable when it matters. Someone got annoyed and immediately retorted. You do it then, go fight the demonic beast. The hater, seeing the comment, started typing on his keyboard. LMAO. To judge if a restaurant's food is good, do I have to know how to cook? I'm not a savior. Why should I go fight demonic beasts? Chu Mo's live stream. Some neutral people also started to speak up, asking everyone to tip him. Stop with this useless bickering. Seriously, viewers with money are already supporting God Mo with their money. Just talking is useless. Look at God Mo looking so dejected. Might as well wait for the thunder. Back in the secret realm, the fifth boss began to frantically attack Chu Mo. His attack speed was almost at the speed of light. He looked at Chu Mo, who was barely blocking his attacks, and kindly advised him to give up so he could finish him off. No matter how you resist, with these injuries constantly accumulating, your body will eventually collapse. Let me end your suffering. After a series of combos he stopped, his whole body tense, gathering power for a final blow. Suddenly, a rope tightly wound around his ankle. It was Yu Tong. She shouted the name of the technique in her mind and controlled the whip to wrap tightly around the fifth boss's body. Glimmering rope, only then did he realize his entire body was bound by a rope. He tried to break free but couldn't move. The fifth boss finally started to panic. What kind of technique is this? I can't move. This is bad. Chu Mo also took this opportunity to counterattack. His thunderous punch landed squarely on the fifth boss's face. The punch sent him flying, crashing heavily into a skyscraper. After using the whip, Yu Tong coughed a few times. She cradled her numb arm and wailed. What kind of trash magical artifact is this? It drained all my spiritual energy and only trapped that demonic beast for less than a second. And it even caused backlash damage to me. It hurt so much. Is my right arm broken? She looked at Chu Mo and said softly, this is all I can do to help. Chu Mo, don't you die on me. At this moment, Chu Mo still held his punching stance, looking at the fifth boss lying on the ground. Chu Mo also knew that his punch just now was not enough to seriously injure the demonic beast. Not only that, he also felt his body starting to ache. Although I took the opportunity to attack the demonic beast just now, it didn't cause much damage. What's worse is that although I'm not injured, my body is starting to go numb. That demonic beast said I have hidden power. How can I bring it out? While he was thinking, he heard footsteps approaching. Someone's coming. It was those two from before. They saw the fifth boss fall from a distance, thought the time was right, and ran over to steal the kill. Great, we've come at the perfect time. The boss is seriously injured on the ground. Let's go together. His companion heard this and quickly agreed. Yes, big brother. Seeing them about to charge over, Chu Mo kindly shouted a warning to them. Hey, you two, don't come over yet. This demonic beast is still very dangerous. But the man with the dark skin not only didn't appreciate it, he even thought he was being tricked. You think I'll believe you? You finally took down the boss and now the reward is about to be snatched by someone else. You must be unwilling, right? It's useless. The reward is ours. But before he could finish his sentence, the words got stuck in his throat. The reason was that his companion had betrayed him, stabbing him through the body with a sword. Blood started to flow out, and the man's voice was sinister. No, the reward is mine. Blood flowed from his mouth. He couldn't believe his companion would betray him at this moment. You bastard, didn't you agree to split the reward? The companion felt no guilt, instead turning to accuse him. What right do you have to accuse me? Even if I didn't make a move with your personality, you would have definitely killed me to take the reward for yourself. I just struck first. What's wrong with that? I never thought I'd be the one to kill the final boss. At that moment, the fifth boss woke up. He opened his eyes and looked at the man. He had just woken up and the man's words reached his ears, annoying him. He reached out his claw towards the man. You said, who do you want to kill? You damn little bug, don't interrupt my fight. The man was frozen in place by his oppressive aura, unable to move. Only then did he feel regret. Are you kidding me? Isn't this demonic beast supposed to be on the verge of death? I wouldn't have come if I had known. High above, Luo Tianqing and Yan Xingjin stood on a rooftop, taking in the entire scene. Luo Tianqing looked down and said softly, I never thought the final boss would be a humanoid demonic beast. This is probably beyond the difficulty of a 500-year-old demonic beast, isn't it? Fearing he was worried, Yan Xingjin spoke to comfort him. Young sect master, the thunder-taming vase is the most precious magical artifact of our Taishuan sect. It's more than enough to kill even a 700-year-old demonic beast. You don't need to worry. He continued to stare down below. It wasn't the thunder-taming vase he was worried about, but Chu Mo's safety. I'm not worried about whether the thunder-taming vase can kill the demonic beast, but about the young man who is fighting it. In Luo Tianqing's eyes, Chu Mo's body was currently exuding an extremely powerful aura. He thought of his own aptitude and revealed a bitter smile. To think there's such a genius outside of the four major sects. No, even the core disciples of the four major sects can't compare to him. What an enviable talent. Yan Xingjin had also noticed this, but he still felt that Chu Mo couldn't defeat the fifth boss. Indeed, with the combat power that demonic beast has displayed, ordinary cultivators can't even get involved in their fight. But given the current situation, no matter how strong that man is, he won't last long against a demonic beast that's beyond his level. Feeling that time was running out, he quickly asked him about the thunder-taming vase. Young sect master, how much longer until the thunder-taming vase can be used? If we can coordinate our attack with his, we can definitely kill that demonic beast. Luo Tianqing immediately replied, "You don't have to tell me. I'm already trying my best to speed up the activation of the thunder-taming vase. To avoid losing a genius like Chu Mo, he was already doing everything he could to accelerate the activation. For such a genius to die tragically at the hands of a demonic beast would be a loss for all of us cultivators. No, a loss for the entire world. For the sake of the cultivation world, he absolutely could not let Chu Mo die. No matter how difficult it is, I will do my best to save him from the demonic beast." At this point, the fifth boss had dealt with the person he considered a nuisance. Then he turned his head, intending to finish off Yutong as well. "You little bug who interrupted my fight, now you're the only one left." Seeing him turn his target to her, Chu Mo frowned and said loudly, "Bastard, your opponent is me. Don't get the wrong target." The fifth boss heard this and stopped. He glanced back at Chu Mo and said, "I've always hated using magical arts for support in battle. A strong person only needs pure violence to solve everything." As he spoke, a strange light flashed in his eyes. "But human, today I'm willing to make an exception for you. Darkness prison." Suddenly a black aura appeared at Chu Mo's feet. Looking at the black aura surrounding him, his eyes widened in surprise as he shouted in his mind, "What?" The fifth boss, seeing that his darkness prison had completely enveloped Chu Mo, said with satisfaction, "This is my innate magical art. It's enough to trap you for a moment." He reached out to Yutong, who had fallen unconscious due to his ability. "With your strength you'll need about 2 seconds to break free from this prison. With that much time, it's enough for me to kill your companion 10 times over. If you want to save your companion, then try to break through your limits. Otherwise you will only see a shattered corpse." In the darkness prison, Chu Mo listened in silence. He frantically pounded on the barrier of the darkness prison, constantly cursing the fifth boss. "Bastard, is this despicable trick all you've got?" Seeing that he had successfully enraged Chu Mo, the fifth boss grinned and said with extreme malice, "I was just kidding. I won't wait for you. I'll kill her right now." But just then, Chu Mo had already broken the prison he had created. He roared, "Is that so? You've already lost your chance." The fifth boss didn't expect him to break free so quickly. "How is that possible? You actually got out." He never thought his darkness prison would instead help him understand how to use his power. Chu Mo's eyes had now turned a golden copper color. He curled his lip and looked at him with a cold smile. "Perhaps I should thank you. Thanks to your prison, I think I've figured out how to use my power." Even though Chu Mo had broken free from the darkness prison he created, the fifth boss, though surprised, wasn't too worried. This only made him more interested. "Interesting. You've truly surprised me. As a reward, I'll return your companion to you." After speaking, he released his control over her. Yutong, who was unconscious, immediately fell backward. Seeing this, Chu Mo was very worried. He ran over and shook her. "Yutong, wake up, can you hear me?" The fifth boss saw how worried he was and kindly reminded him, "Don't worry, she's still alive, just temporarily unconscious. This way you won't be able to escape so easily." His actions had completely enraged him. His golden pupils stared coldly at him. "Escape before I take you down, I'm not leaving this place." The fifth boss seemed to have had his tail stepped on. Suddenly straightening his body, he roared in anger, "Don't get cocky, you just got lucky and broke my weakest spell. Try this." After speaking, he infused demonic energy into his palm, then shouted the name of the technique. Dark Torrent. He thought this powerful move would injure him, but Chu Mo broke it with a light wave of his hand. The fact that a mere wave of his hand could break his spell disappointed him a little. Chu Mo looked at him coldly and said, "Is that all? Is this your second weakest spell? Do you have anything stronger?" Seeing him break his move, he frowned, and his eyes grew fierce. "This power, I've really underestimated you, human powerhouse. I won't insult you with weak spells I'm not good at anymore. I will devour your flesh and blood and keep your skull as a trophy." But as he was spouting nonsense, Chu Mo had already teleported in front of him. He placed a finger on his abdomen and said impatiently, "That's enough, you talk too much." His almost heaven-defying speed caused an inexplicable fear to rise in his heart. How is that possible? This guy closed the distance in an instant, a mere insignificant human. Before he could react, Chu Mo had already infused spiritual energy and struck him with his palm. A golden light flashed, followed by the fifth boss's painful scream. As if to explain his use of spiritual energy, Chu Mo used his own words against him. "Didn't you say you wouldn't use spells to fight me anymore? Then what do you call this deceptive trick of swapping places with a shadow?" The fifth boss was blasted apart by his attack. At this moment, only a small fragment remained on the ground, sizzling. With his super regenerative ability, his body gradually reformed from just that small fragment. He clutched his face, beginning to question his life for the first time. "Human? No, are you really human? To cultivate your physical body to this level, you're more like a demonic beast than I am." But with the pride of a powerhouse, he wouldn't allow himself to tremble before Chu Mo. He stubbornly insisted he would pay the price. "You did indeed kill me once, but you will regret it. To enter this secret realm, my power was weakened. Unfortunately for you, that death has unlocked the limits on my power. Pray now that under the rules of the secret realm you can still live for a few seconds when I attack with my full strength." On the tall building, Yan Xingjin turned to Luo Tianqing with a look of surprise and asked, "Young Sectmaster, did you see that? I can't believe it. That cultivator actually gained the upper hand in the fight against the demonic beast." Hearing this, he just gave a faint, Seeing him looking only at the thunder-taming vase, Yan Xingjin asked hesitantly, "Young Sectmaster, what do you mean?" It turned out that while Chu Mo and the fifth boss were fighting below, Luo Tianqing took the opportunity to speed up the activation process of the thunder-taming vase. The vase was now ready to be used. He continuously infused spiritual energy into it, saying, "The thunder-taming vase is ready. It's time to end this secret realm mission." Hearing that the thunder-taming vase had finished activating, he cried out happily, "Great, young Sectmaster, then let's go help." But a burst of light erupted, causing him to panic. Wait, that demonic beast! Unexpectedly, after the burst of light, the demonic beast's power seal was released. Seeing this scene, Yan Xingjin was scared out of his wits. My god, that demonic beast has become even stronger. Its spiritual energy is terrifying. An 800-year-old, a 900-year-old demonic beast, maybe even stronger. For a demonic beast like this to appear in the secret realm for the first time, are they trying to get us all killed here? Luo Tianqing's previously confident expression now froze. The demonic beast's move was no different from a slap in his face. He didn't notice his expression and hurriedly stepped forward to ask, young Sectmaster, are we still going to help? Who would dare to go up at a time like this?" Luo Tianqing's face was ashen, and he replied very naturally, "Oh, I've realized I was wrong about something just now." To save face and his life, he spouted nonsense. "The preparation time for the thunder-taming vase actually isn't over yet. I miscalculated." He could fool him, but the audience watching all saw through his lie. The bullet comments started flying. He got scared the moment he saw the demonic beast get stronger. "Your expression changes so fast, I knew it all along. At the critical moment, we still have to rely on God Mo." In Luo Tianqing's live stream, someone couldn't help but joke, "So you were just preparing to steal the kill. Great awareness and mechanics. Don't team up next time." A purple light flashed and then spread throughout the entire area. At this moment, the fifth boss, after unsealing his power, had returned to his human form. His demonic energy was now even stronger than before. Not only that, but an extremely ferocious wolf head had appeared on his hand. "I finally returned to my original form." Looking at his current human form, Chu Mo felt that this guy was truly a hypocrite. "You're so fake. You looked down on humans from the very beginning. Yet in the end you turned into a human. I think you were cuter in your puppy form." Being told this, he roared back in anger, "Shut up, I'm not the same as you races." Through the wolf head on his hand he accumulated demonic energy, then looked at him with great confidence and said, "You are merely food. Only we demonic beasts represent the endpoint of biological evolution." After he finished speaking, the wolf head immediately charged forward. It opened its massive mouth, wanting to devour him. An excited voice came from Li Zhang's live stream. "The final bosses of the 1st through 4th secret realms have all been defeated. It was so thrilling. I'm all fired up." Yi Zhang was also fired up by the battle scenes. She looked at the screen and expressed her gratitude to all the cultivators and the audience. "I believe everyone is as moved as I am. We once again thank all the cultivators who fought with their lives on the line." Ji Xing also immediately added, so that everyone wouldn't forget him, "The power of the other world's gods is not to be underestimated. They even directly influence the secret realm, forcefully increasing the difficulty of the missions. To have achieved such results, I am both surprised and delighted." Li Shang at this point became the guide of the program. Seeing that the two had finished commenting on the previous secret realm live streams, she suggested looking at the 5th secret realm, saying only, "I really underestimated the miraculous secret realms created by the seniors, and I also underestimated the hard-working junior cultivators. Since the 1st to 4th secret realms have been successfully cleared, let's turn the camera back to the worrying 5th secret realm." Chu Mo's live stream. It could be seen in this live stream that the 5th boss's appearance was on the screen. The little girl was startled to see his human form and cried out, What is this? The final boss has a second phase." Ji Xing also didn't expect the 5th boss to be a humanoid demonic beast. Worry could be seen in his eyes. "Humanoid. The final boss is actually a humanoid demonic beast. Only demonic beasts that have lived for over 1,000 years can evolve into a human form." Hearing it was a 1,000-year-old demonic beast, Yi Zhang was also shocked. She looked at Ji Xing with concern. "A millennium-old demonic beast? This is a serious violation of the rules." Ji Xing began his analysis, estimating Chu Mo's current combat power based on his own senses. A 500-year-old demonic beast has a combat power of around 2,000, while a millennium-old one is about 10,000. That's the level of the most elite cultivators on Earth. As he said this, his voice could no longer maintain its original calm. This meant that Chu Mo, who was currently fighting that demonic beast, was the strongest person on the planet. In the secret realm, Chu Mo and the 5th boss were already in the midst of a fierce exchange. Both possessed heaven-defying speed, and every blow landed with a crisp sound even against a powerful enemy. Chu Mo did not fall behind in the slightest. He infused spiritual energy into his palm and struck him. The blow knocked him out of the air. His body slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that obscured his figure. Feeling that the beast was still weaker than him, Chu Mo glanced at it, expressing his disappointment. "Puppy, is this all you've got?" "Honestly, I'm a little disappointed." The 5th boss stood up, his face dark as he gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think you've won?" When he looked up, a ferocious grin spread across his face as he explained why he hadn't used his full strength. "Dream on. To stall for time and avoid being detected by the Secret Realm's cameras, I only used 30 of my power just now. Hearing he had only used 30 of his strength, Chumo's disappointment was replaced by a sense of ease. Now that you say that, I'm relieved. I only used 20 of my power just now. As if to compete, he suddenly changed his tune. I misremembered, I only used 10 of my power before. Knowing that he wanted to compete, the beast sneered. Is that so? Your math is terrible. After speaking, the two charged at each other again, continuing their battle. The heavy sounds of their fight echoed continuously in the live stream room. Viewers who had come from the First Secret Realms live stream were very excited to see this. Just came from the First Secret Realms live stream, the magic special effects are really cool. Then I saw Chumo, and damn, this is how a real man fights, Chumo's live stream. Other viewers who saw how strong he was and had bet on him felt incredibly lucky to have saved their money. Great, all my money is on Chumo, brothers, follow my lead. Forget it, I think Chumo is already so strong, we'd be better off giving the rewards to other cultivators to boost their combat power. At this time, the leader sitting in President Shu's office was also watching Chumo's live stream. He frowned at the frantically scrolling bullet comments and said with displeasure, strange. I just posted a comment, why are so many people targeting me? His companion saw him still watching the live stream and felt it was a bit pointless. Big brother, are you still watching Chumo's live stream? It's pointless to try and persuade the audience not to tip Chumo now. But he felt his actions were necessary. Hearing his companion's words, he immediately retorted, what do you know, if Chumo's strength is a little weaker now, he's more likely to be killed by the demonic beast. Isn't it great to make money while doing nothing? By the way, where's the third one? Why is he taking so long in the bathroom? At the mention of the third man, the companion looked a bit evasive, not daring to meet his eyes, but he still stammered out the reason. He just sent a message saying he suddenly remembered he forgot to prepare food for his cat, so he went home. Hearing this reason, the leader immediately understood that the third man was scared and had run away. He shot up from his seat and cursed, that bastard, he chickened out so quickly. Isn't Chumo so strong in the Secret Realm just because of the audience's tips? Once he leaves the Secret Realm and loses his power, there's nothing to be afraid of. But he stopped mid-sentence, hesitation appearing in his eyes. Is there really nothing to be afraid of? The leader's face froze, as if weighing whether to be a coward or to face the challenge head-on. But the more he thought, the darker his expression became. Then he immediately walked over to President Shu and with an embarrassed look made up an excuse about scooping cat litter to slip away home. President Shu, I'm so sorry, I suddenly remembered I forgot to scoop the cat's litter. I'm just going home for a bit. I'll be right back. The battle between the two had now alarmed the system. After receiving the information that the fifth boss was a high-level demonic beast, it immediately issued a notification to everyone. Secret Realm notification. The final boss's combat power has been detected to exceed the F-rank mission limit, reaching the level of a millennium-old demonic beast. The clearing program will be automatically initiated in 1 minute. The fifth boss also heard this notification. He clicked his tongue with regret. They found out so quickly. I was hoping to settle the score with you before being discovered by the Secret Realm. Sorry. Human powerhouse. But how could Chumo let him get away? He wanted to fight him to the end. As he spoke, he infused spiritual energy into his fist. What are you talking about? Isn't there still a minute left? Don't worry, I'll finish you off before then. I won't let you have any regrets. The fifth boss didn't expect him to be so full of fighting spirit, which he found very interesting. He decided to use the remaining minute to continue fighting him. Are you also starting to understand the joy of battle, human, before time runs out? Let's revel together. As the two charged at each other, the system had already begun the countdown. 50 seconds remaining. In the real world, at Chumo's former company in President Shu's office, he was no longer sitting in his office chair, and the entire room had fallen silent. He tilted his head and told Advisor Joe about the 3 cowardly cultivators who had already fled. The 3 cultivators I hired have already deserted. Are you really confident in dealing with Chumo? Seeing his disbelief, he retorted. What? Are you scared? Most modern cultivators lack combat experience and only bully the weak and fear the strong. Don't worry about those 3 useless deserters. I never expected them to be of any help in the first place. Although he knew this, President Shu still couldn't shake off his worries. He suggested asking the higher-ups to send more people. But the strength Chumo has shown in the Secret Realm far exceeds expectations. To achieve our goal, why don't we contact young Master Li and ask him to send more people or contact other high-level executives in the group? The Li Consortium. But Advisor Joe wouldn't do that. If he did, wouldn't it be the same as admitting he was incompetent? Are you trying to show my boss that I'm incompetent, or do you want to blow up the amusement park project's deficit and make young Master Li Hanling lose face in front of his family? Relying on his own abilities, he confidently reassured the terrified President Shu. Don't worry, without the bonus from tips his combat power should be about the same as mine, but a real life or death battle isn't just about ability or combat power. Although his potential is extraordinary, he lacks combat experience, and that will be the reason for his failure. As the two spoke, Chumo and the fifth boss in the Secret Realm had already exchanged hundreds of blows. The heavy sounds of flesh hitting flesh rang out, and their fighting speed was so fast it was almost invisible. The system's countdown sounded. 20 seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. A tricky punch was dodged by the fifth boss. 5 seconds remaining. The two raced against time, both wanting to see who would be the loser. At this point, only a few seconds remained. 3 seconds remaining. Chu Mo didn't care and threw an even heavier punch at him. Fortunately, in the final second, he killed the fifth boss with a single punch. The system received the information and immediately notified all the cultivators in the secret realm. Secret realm notification. The final boss of the fifth secret realm has been killed by Savior Chu Mo. As the final boss's combat power exceeded the mission's initial difficulty limit, Savior Chu Mo will be rewarded with 2 million destiny coins. After eliminating the fifth boss, Chu Mo calmly looked at his corpse on the ground. The audience watching the live stream still found it hard to believe. They felt that the one who was cheating here should be Chu Mo. It's clearly the demonic beast that's cheating in a beginner's mission. But why do I feel like God Mo is the one who's cheating? God Mo was the first to receive a large reward, so it's reasonable for him to be this strong. Chu Mo's live stream. Everyone also heard the notification that he had received a 2 million reward. They mourned for the future demonic beasts for a second. Now the secret realm has rewarded God Mo with another 2 million. He'll surely be able to deal with opponents quickly in future missions. I feel sorry for the demonic beasts for a second. Someone saw the serious expression on his face and asked, puzzled, has anyone noticed that Chu Mo's expression is a bit serious? He clearly won and got so many rewards. Someone who had watched from the beginning immediately explained to the person upstairs, you must be a new fan in the live stream, right? God Mo is always like this. The better the situation, the more cautious God Mo's attitude becomes. In Chu Mo's live stream, they felt that his caution was what allowed him to survive until now. Perhaps this attitude is the reason God Mo has become so strong. This was the Secret Realm's exclusive control panel, only visible to God Mo. The system's cold mechanical electronic voice sounded. Secret Realm notification. 400,000 destiny coins from the mission reward have been deposited into the Savior's account. All new functions of destiny coins are now available. In addition to increasing combat power, destiny coins can also be used to exchange for pills, equipment, and other supplies in the Secret Realm shop. Chu Mo frowned at the notification panel, surprised by the remaining balance. Then where did the other 1.6 million destiny coins go? Platform fees, channel fees, marketing losses? No way. Have cultivators kept up with the times to this extent? Besides, using destiny coins to increase combat power maxes out at 50 points, it should be useful in the Secret Realm shop too. Yutong had also woken up by now. She walked over to Chu Mo in great surprise and asked, you really scared me. Did you really kill that wolf-headed boss? Seeing her suddenly stand up, he was very worried. Yutong, why are you up? Lie down quickly. Moving around with your injuries could cause a fracture. You'll need hospital treatment when you get back. Yutong found out he didn't know that wounds would heal after the Secret Realm ended, and immediately explained, after the Secret Realm mission ends, the Savior's wounds in the Secret Realm will be automatically healed. My injuries have already completely recovered. Hearing that her wounds had recovered, Chu Mo also breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. It seems the Secret Realm is helpful once in a while. Thinking he might be injured, she asked with concern. Haven't your injuries recovered yet? He answered honestly. No, I'm not injured. Hearing he wasn't injured, Yutong was even more surprised. She looked as if in disbelief. Oh, you killed that boss by yourself without getting injured. Is this the world of masters? Are you really a secret disciple of a secluded sect or a once-in-a-millennium cultivation genius? Chu Mo listened and replied helplessly. What strange assumptions. I'm really just an ordinary person. Suddenly, a crackling sound was heard, and the Secret Realm began to blur. Seeing this, Chu Mo asked, puzzled, what is this? Then he realized the Secret Realm was collapsing. Yutong was already used to this. She thought of the bathtub at home. The Secret Realm mission is complete. Of course we're going back to our own world. The first thing I'm going to do when I get back is take a hot bath and have a comfortable sleep. Hearing that he could go back, Chu Mo was very happy. Is that so? We're finally going back. So much has happened, even though it's only been half a day. It feels like a month. It's great to be able to return to reality safely. Hearing this, she shot him an annoyed glare. Shut up. You, a master, came to the Secret Realm for a picnic. Don't act like nothing happened, blending in with us newbies. Seeing her pouting, he asked, puzzled, why do you look unhappy? Are you looking at your destiny coin balance? At that moment, the system once again sent a notification to Chu Mo. System has detected that the host has completed the Secret Realm's beginner mission. With outstanding performance, a special reward is given. Passive skill, spiritual energy solidification field. Unaffected by the spiritual energy environment, the host's combat power will remain unchanged, allowing the host to unleash full combat power even on Earth where spiritual energy is scarce. One pet expected to be delivered in 2 days. Please be ready to receive it, host. Back in the real world, there wasn't a single pedestrian on the road. When the blue light dissipated, the voices of passers-by who saw Chu Mo began to sound out. Hey everyone, look, it's God Mo. Everyone flocked to him, wanting to take a photo with him to post online. God Mo, can you give me an autograph? God Mo, can we take a photo? I want to make a TikTok. After satisfying all their requests such as taking photos and making TikToks, the fans liked him even more. I didn't expect God Mo to be so patient. He's so handsome. Goodbye, God Mo, I'm so happy. I got a photo with God Mo, I'm posting it on my moments right now. Seeing the crowd disperse, Chu Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He covered his face wearily and said, "They're finally gone, what was all that about?" Yutong walked over and explained why he was so popular. Everything that happened in the secret realm was broadcast live globally. I don't know about the other saviors, but I'm sure your fame now surpasses all A-list celebrities. Brands will probably be contacting you for endorsements soon. Chu Mo never expected such a good thing to happen. He felt that his sister's medical bills could finally be covered. Is it that crazy? It would be great if that's true, then I wouldn't have to worry about money. Hearing this, Yutong asked him curiously, "Are you short on money?" Chu Mo didn't hide anything and honestly explained his situation. "Yeah, I'm already deep in debt trying to pay for my sister's treatment, but that hospital can't cure her illness. If I really had money, maybe I could find a better hospital." Yutong didn't expect this to be the case. Being very kind, she offered to help him. "Why didn't you say so sooner? I can help you contact good doctors and some cultivators who are skilled in medicine. I have some money too. You don't have to worry about the medical and treatment fees." Chu Mo was a practical man. If someone offered help, he certainly wouldn't refuse. He took her hand and said gratefully, "Then I'll have to trouble you. It would be great if we could find a suitable hospital. I'll pay you back for the medical and treatment fees later." Yutong smiled and said, "Don't be a stranger. You saved my life, what's a little medical fee compared to that?" After settling the matter of Chu Mo's sister, she was so hungry she could feel her stomach touching her back. Yutong said weakly, "Let's find a place to eat first. I've been starving for half a day. We can go check on your sister afterward." He immediately agreed. "All right." She took out her phone ready to call a ride-sharing service to pick them up. "I'll call for a car then." But before she could call, a white car pulled up in front of them. She looked at the car and said, puzzled, "Strange, I haven't even placed an order. How did a car get here? Are apps this smart now with human-level intelligence and abilities?" Chu Mo could tell at a glance that this was not a ride-sharing car. He frowned and said to her, "I'm afraid trouble has found us." Yutong was confused. "Trouble?" The driver got out of the car, very politely apologized for his abruptness, and then stated his purpose for being there. "Excuse me, you two are. President Shu would like to invite Mr. Chu to the company. He hopes to resolve some of the small misunderstandings from before." Chu Mo found this laughable. He refused today's meeting. "A small misunderstanding? You've got away with words. How can he so shamelessly call forcing me to take the fall and commit suicide a small misunderstanding? Even if you hadn't come looking for me, I would have come looking for you to clear this up, but I have things to do today. Let's talk tomorrow." The driver was stunned by the refusal. After that long speech, he also felt helpless. "Mr. Chu, I'm just relaying a message from President Shu. What I'm about to say might not be pleasant. I hope you won't be angry." Knowing he was just a messenger, he said, "Go on, what message did he ask you to relay?" At the mention of this, the driver's face suddenly turned pale. He stammered, unable to form a complete sentence for a long time. "President Shu, this is what he said. President Shu has already invited Mr. Chu's sister over. If Mr. Chu doesn't go," seeing them use Chu Yun to threaten him again, the atmosphere immediately changed, and a murderous aura emanated from him. "I've really underestimated how low you'll sink." With his current strength, Chu Mo was no longer afraid of anything. Messing with Chu Yun was like touching a dragon's reverse scale. "It seems you've also overestimated my patience." Seeing his fury, the driver broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly explained, Mr. Chu, I'm just a regular working guy. This is all President Shu's order. I have a family to support and a mortgage to pay. I have no choice." Hearing that he had a family and was forced into this, he immediately controlled his emotions. "Sorry, I seem to have lost control a bit. Lead the way, complete your task." After that, Chu Mo and Yutong got into the car and had the driver take them to their destination. The driver dropped the two off at the company headquarters and said, "President Shu is waiting for you upstairs. I won't be going up. Please go ahead." "Oh right." Looking at Yutong, he pleaded, "Miss, please, I beg you, don't tell President Shu I brought you here too." Of course she wouldn't tell on him. She gave him a firm nod to reassure him. "You've got some strong survival instincts. Don't worry, I won't say a thing." Hearing this, the driver was very grateful. "Thank you. I'm over 30. It's not easy to find another job at this age." Seeing his sincerity, Yutong also felt a bit bad for him. All right, you should get out of here. It might get dangerous here soon." The driver left quickly. "Okay, I'll be on my way then." Chu Mo didn't want to get her involved in his affairs, so he said to her, "Yutong, I can handle this. You wait for me downstairs." Of course, she would not agree to this request. "What are you talking about? I'm not the type to abandon a friend. That unscrupulous boss saw your performance in the secret realm and still dares to threaten you. He must have an ace up his sleeve." She was also worried that since this was no longer the secret realm, he might get hurt. "Although your strength increased in the secret realm, the power from destiny coins can't be brought back to reality. Even you could be in danger." Chu Mo wanted to tell her the truth that this was not the case for him. "Actually, but his words were cut off by Yutong. She raised her phone and said playfully, "That's why in the car just now I already contacted a few cultivator friends nearby and asked them to come over together. This way we'll be fine." At this time in President Shu's office, Advisor Joe noticed his intense emotions and said in a cool tone, "You're starting to lose your composure." He didn't deny it, but said frankly, "I'm in a life or death situation. Am I not even allowed to be scared?" Hearing this, he began to lecture President Shu pretentiously. Sun Tzu's The Art of War says, victorious warriors win first and then go to war. This means the outcome of a war is decided before the fighting even begins. President Shu, however, was not as confident as him. He looked at him and said in a sarcastic tone, "Do you think you've already secured victory? I really envy your optimism. Anyway, I'm just an ordinary person, I can't get involved in your fight. Why should you care about my feelings?" Seeing his snarky tone, Advisor Zhou frowned and said, "That's not it. You have contributed a lot to my battle." President Shu didn't understand what he had contributed and asked back. "Contributed?" He explained to him. "Cultivators may seem powerful, but they have weaknesses. The effectiveness of their spiritual energy depends on their mental state. A mentally unstable cultivator cannot unleash their full power in battle. A mind free of distractions, unaffected by the outside world, such a cultivator is the most troublesome. Fortunately, few cultivators can achieve such a state of mind. You mentioned before that Chu Mo cares a lot about his sister. You've kidnapped his sister and hidden her away. This is enough to disturb Chu Mo's state of mind. Even if he's a somewhat unusual body refiner, his strength will be greatly diminished." It turned out President Shu had already sent people to capture Chu Yun. At this moment she was sitting in a wheelchair with someone watching her every move. He even came up with a better idea. "It would be better if you had the workers stay here and work as usual." Considering the safety of his colleagues whom he sees every day, Chu Mo would also be held back in a fight. No matter how ruthless President Shu was, he couldn't sacrifice hundreds of lives. He was worried that if Chu Mo went crazy he would kill everyone. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He accused Advisor Zhou. "Do we have to go that far? That's hundreds of lives. Don't you have any compassion at all? If there are major casualties, my company will be finished." Accused of being inhumane, he paused for a moment and looked at him. Seeing that he was angry, he could only explain gently. He also hoped President Shu could face Chu Mo with confidence. "It's a habit of mine. When facing the strong, the first thing is to use every possible means to eliminate them. Since you've rejected my suggestion, I hope you can at least project some confidence, especially in front of Chu Mo. I don't want him to suddenly gain morale from your fear." After hearing his gentle explanation, President Shu's emotions gradually calmed down. He just had to try his best to control his emotions and act unconcerned. "I hope these little details you're so particular about will actually work, Mr. Perfectionist." In the company lobby, Yudong looked around and found that there was no one there. She said softly to Chu Mo, "There's no one in this building. It seems that President Shu is ready for a fight." Fearing danger, she asked him again, "Are you sure you don't want to wait? My friends are almost here." Chu Mo gave a soft, his tone firm. "I've made up my mind. My sister's life is on the line. I can't just wait here peacefully." Seeing his determination, Yutong didn't try to persuade him further and agreed to go in with him. "All right, I'll go with you then." But Chu Mo wouldn't let her go up. He found a reason for her to accept staying below. "You can help me more by staying here. If there's an emergency, you and your friends can support me from the outside." Yutong didn't insist anymore. She told him to be careful. "Then be careful. Try to stall for time. As soon as my friends arrive, we'll back you up immediately." Chu Mo replied softly, "Yeah, I know." He went upstairs and pushed open the door to President Shu's office. He walked slowly into the room. The first thing he saw was President Shu sitting at his desk and Advisor Zhou sitting on the sofa by the coffee table. President Shu, with a calm expression, greeted him politely. "Chu Mo, we meet again. Did you have fun in the secret realm?" Chu Mo didn't want to listen to his nonsense and interrupted him. "Cut the pleasantries. Where's my sister?" Seeing his somewhat firm attitude, he tried to remain calm and said, "Calm down. I invited your sister over as a guest to show my goodwill. As long as you can forget the misunderstandings between us, I won't hold you responsible for the losses of the amusement park project and will even give you a large sum in compensation." Chu Mo didn't want to hear this. He wanted to see his sister. "Hand over my sister first. Then we'll talk about other things." President Shu wasn't stupid either. He needed to know he would become an ally before he could hand over Chu Yun. "I can't do that. I need you to prove that I can trust you, or that you're one of us. Until then, your sister remains an important hostage," Chu Mo asked coldly. "And if I don't agree?" President Shu put on a completely unconcerned expression and said, "In that case, I'll have to ask Advisor Zhou from the Li Consortium to persuade you." At the same time, Advisor Zhou also got up from the sofa and walked towards his desk. Hearing this, Chu Mo no longer suppressed his killing intent but released it. His dangerous gaze fell on him. Advisor Zhou, at this moment, he was frozen by his powerful aura. "This kid, what's with him?" The killing intent from Chu Mo seemed to materialize, filling the space. Feeling his body stiffen, an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. Cold sweat poured down Advisor Zhou's face like rain. "I can't move. The moment I even think about attacking him, I can't even lift a finger." The sixth sense he had gained from countless crises was constantly warning him. He screamed frantically in his mind, "Strategy cannot bridge the gap in combat power. I'll die. If I fight him, I'll definitely die." At this moment, Chu Mo stared at him like a wild beast. His deep hoarse voice was like that of a demon from hell as he asked him, "Advisor Zhou, are you in on my sister's kidnapping?" Advisor Joe's survival instinct made him change his tune faster than flipping a book. He raised his hands and forced a stiff smile, showing his goodwill. He also pushed all the blame onto President Shu. Mr. Chu, you've misunderstood. I'm a senior advisor for the Lee Consortium. Just call me Little Joe. I came here this time because I heard you were being treated unjustly, so I came to seek justice for you. At this moment, President Shu was also stunned by this sudden turn of events. He looked at him in disbelief. Hey, Advisor Joe whispered to Chu Mo, having scum like President Shu among the Lee Consortium's partners is our dereliction of duty. Mr. Chu, your sister will be returned safely at once. To show our apology, we will do our best to meet any of your requests. This level of professionalism truly impressed Chu Mo, but he still wanted to get things clear. Oh really? And what if I want to hold President Shu accountable? Hearing this, he remained very calm and replied, of course, no problem. Even if Mr. Chu didn't mention it, we would still give you a satisfactory explanation. As soon as he finished speaking, Advisor Joe had already made up his mind about the person before him. My secret treasure greatly enhances my awareness of danger, so my intuition can't be wrong. It's unbelievable. Could it be that Chu Mo already possessed world-class combat power before entering the secret realm? Or did Chu Mo master some method to use destiny coins in reality? If I can get his secret, I'm no match for him alone, so I can only stall for time and wait for reinforcements from the Lee Consortium. President Shu couldn't take it anymore and questioned him sharply. Advisor Joe, what do you mean by this? How could the Lee Consortium be afraid of a brat named Chu Mo? Faced with this question, Advisor Joe calmly explained, President Shu, our Lee Consortium values fairness and justice. You've done wrong, and if Mr. Chu wants to kill you to vent his anger, we'll let him. Upon hearing this, President Shu's face instantly grew even darker, clearly very dissatisfied with this answer. It seems the Lee Consortium wants to treat me as a disposable pawn. Aren't you afraid I'll drag you down with me? Hearing this, Advisor Joe didn't hesitate to switch to mockery mode, retorting sharply, drag me down with you? Are you threatening me? You're just a thug who rose from the bottom of society. Do you really think you're some big shot? Faced with these words, President Shu didn't deny it in the slightest. Instead, he readily admitted it. You're right. No matter how hard I try, my power and capital are nothing in front of the Lee Consortium. I don't have your kind of extraordinary power either. But so what? Even a rat in the gutter will struggle desperately when facing death. Chu Mo, do you know what's under that amusement park? Just as he finished speaking, Advisor Joe cut him off sharply. With a lightning-fast move, he held a knife to President Shu's throat and threatened, shut up, say one more word and I'll kill you. However, this time it seemed Chu Mo had saved his life. He walked forward and said to Advisor Joe in a low voice, letting him continue, President Shu, please speak. With Chu Mo's permission, President Shu showed a thoughtful expression and began to speak at length. Underneath the amusement park is a secret base secretly built by this consortium. The amusement park is just a front to deceive everyone. As far as I know, there's more than one secret base like this. Certain consortiums have long known about the impending demonic beast invasion, and have even made contact with them. The reason the amusement park project ran into a deficit is because that famously useless young master of the Lee Consortium, Lee Hanling, wanted to take the opportunity to make some pocket money, and sought my cooperation. The fairness and justice of the Lee Consortium? Don't make me laugh. The fallen consortiums are the biggest enemies of you cultivators. As soon as President Shu finished speaking, Chu Mo said softly, I don't care. His abnormally calm state greatly surprised President Shu. Huh? Seeing President Shu's stunned expression, Chu Mo also explained the reason. The Lee Consortium, the underground base, none of this has anything to do with me. I only want to hold you and you alone responsible. President Shu, you've secretly investigated quite a lot. Before he could finish, Advisor Joe had already made his judgment on President Shu. The secret base does exist, but if you want to frame the consortium for colluding with demonic beasts, you'll need to provide more substantial evidence. Besides framing Mr. Chu and kidnapping his sister, these were all your ideas. You've cut off your own path of retreat. Listening to their back and forth, President Shu suddenly pulled a mysterious item from his pocket, his voice turning heavy. It seems there's nothing left to discuss. If I have to go to hell, I won't go alone. Playtime is over. Advisor Joe, you should recognize what's in my hand, right? Sensing the tense sword-drawn situation, his brows furrowed slightly, revealing clear displeasure. A spiritual energy suppression cube from the continental ruins, capable of weakening the strength of us cultivators and hunters. Although it's a one-time use item, it's quite valuable. I didn't expect you to get your hands on one. To pull such a little trick right under my nose, I really underestimated you. At this moment, President Shu's eyes were fixed on the cube in his hand. Recalling the past, he said to him word by word, because from the very beginning you never took ordinary people like us seriously. When you first gained your abilities, you also killed cultivators. Why are you looking down on ordinary people now? Advisor Joe's pupils suddenly contracted as he asked in a low voice. Little tricks are meaningless. Even if my combat power is weakened, what can an ordinary person like you do? President Shu, who had been standing so majestically just a moment ago, was now the complete opposite. He plopped down on the floor and calmly revealed a shocking piece of news. In this building and throughout the entire amusement park I've already planted explosives. As long as I press this remote," before he could finish, a sharp blade plunged into his back and blood splattered out. Without a doubt this blow was bestowed upon him by Advisor Joe. While forcefully pushing the knife deeper, he began to confess to Chu Mo, "Mr. Chu, my apologies. To prevent casualties from an explosion at the amusement park, I could only stop him this way." At death's door, President Shu still wore a grin and said, "What you're worried about is the secret base hidden under the amusement park, right? You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." In the next second, Advisor Joe's face instantly darkened, his voice as sharp as a samurai sword. "A dog's bark for 3 years doesn't make it a wolf, but 3 words from a man can make him a dog. Does that matter? You can't press the remote now." President Shu, who believed in the creed of better a true villain than a false gentleman, heard Advisor Joe's words and found his impulsive actions all the more interesting. "Fool, the remote is in my heart." A dazzling yellow light flashed in an instant, illuminating Advisor Joe's face, frozen in shock. Only then did he react. "Damn it, I can't dodge in time." The thought had just formed when the sound of an explosion boomed. The massive explosion President Shu had gifted to the two was incredibly powerful, sweeping through the entire area with an earth-shattering roar that shook the entire internet. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, filled with strange doubt. "I'm not injured. How is that possible? With my spiritual energy suppressed, I should be seriously injured." After an earth-shattering explosion that was powerful enough to blow the roof off, Advisor Joe for some reason had survived unscathed. He slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. It should have been impossible for him to escape safely. Chu Mo, though ridiculously strong, was currently carrying him on his shoulder. Advisor Joe quickly calmed down and realized it was Chu Mo. That he had been saved by Chu Mo. How is that possible? Under the restriction of the spiritual energy suppression cube, he was actually able to carry me and leave before the explosion. His strength couldn't be fake, being carried by him. Advisor Joe glanced at the person who had saved his life and thought to himself, "But this is also the best opportunity. Right now, Chu Mo is completely off guard, and with his spiritual energy suppressed, he's in his weakest state. If I can heavily injure him now, I can have the secret to his strength all to myself." Chu Mo turned his head and calmly assessed the situation. What kind of explosive was that? The entire building was blown away so ruthless. He began to look down on Advisor Joe. "Advisor Joe, did you faint from fright? Your mental fortitude is too weak." At this moment, Advisor Joe was lying on the ground under Chu Mo's watch. Chu Mo seemed to remember something and muttered to himself in confusion. "Right, where's Yutong? She should be fine, right?" While Chu Mo was distracted, he squinted one eye and thought, "Things are going even more smoothly than expected. Chu Mo's attention has shifted. He's looking for someone. Now is the best time for a sneak attack. But this damn sense of fear, I can't even move a finger." He was now holding a small bead in his hand, psyching himself up in his mind. "I can't wait for the Lee Consortium's support. Only I can obtain Chu Mo's secret to strength, overcome the fear, surpass the limits. When facing an opponent stronger than yourself, even if it seems hopeless, you must fight to the death. For the past 10 years as a bounty hunter, this is something I've experienced every day." Advisor Joe pleaded with his body, "Please, body, move just this once. Even if it's only for today. I want to go back to being the bounty hunter I used to be, not the Lee Consortium's Advisor Joe. I don't want to be the Consortium's lapdog anymore." As soon as Advisor Joe's monologue ended, the bead in his hand emitted a flash of light. It was a high-grade secret treasure, fire feather serpent venom. Extremely potent, with a stealthy attack method, it could easily destroy the nervous system of transcendent beings while also enhancing the holder's sixth sense. Hundreds of cultivators had lost their lives to this secret treasure. This high-grade secret treasure, obtained from the depths of the continental ruins, was known as the Cultivator Killer, and with it, a powerful force was unleashed. It did not disappoint its master. The beam of light shot straight at Chu Mo's back, launching a ferocious attack. However, surprisingly, the power backfired on its master, turning back to attack Advisor Joe, leaving him to stare in stunned silence. How is that possible? This was truly bizarre. After the backlash, Advisor Joe's pupils gradually turned gray, but his thoughts were still racing. Chu Mo must have been weakened by the spiritual energy suppression cube, yet the secret treasure's attack couldn't even break his defense, and the secret treasure's attack was reflected back onto me. Is the gap between us really that big? This is ridiculous. Am I going to be killed by myself? Meanwhile, Chu Mo seemed oblivious to what had just happened, only feeling a bit of discomfort in his shoulder. "What's going on?" My shoulder suddenly felt a bit sore. He began to move his arm, then slowly speculated. Could it be a side effect from working so much overtime before? Looks like I need to find time for a massage. Just then, Advisor Joe prayed in his heart. "There's still hope. I don't want to die here. Chu Mo is a cultivator. He must have spiritual medicine for healing." He called out in a weak voice, "Chu Mo, Mr. Chu." As soon as he spoke, Chu Mo immediately noticed him. "Advisor Joe, why are you spitting up blood? Strange, I clearly got you out before the explosion. You're seriously injured. Do you need me to call an ambulance for you?" At this critical moment, Advisor Joe threw his shame to the wind and pleaded vaguely. "An ambulance won't make it in time. Spiritual medicine, Mr. Chu, I'm begging you, give me some healing spiritual medicine. Save me." I'll definitely repay you. Chu Mo's blank expression was his response. Spiritual medicine, what's that? This is the first I've heard of it. This response shocked Advisor Joe. Are you messing with me? How could a cultivator not know about spiritual medicine? Suddenly Chu Mo's face darkened, his eyes turning bloodshot. So that's how it is, I understand now. Only then did he realize his words had gone too far. Damn it. Chu Mo was just testing me earlier, suspecting I might have been the one who attacked him. But then I mentioned spiritual medicine, which is mainly used to treat transcendent injuries. At this moment, Advisor Joe could only wail in his heart. Oh God, I'm finished. I underestimated him. I thought he was just a brute. I never expected his true nature to be so sinister and ruthless. But my death is for me to decide. The fire feather serpent venom will ultimately remain in my heart. No one moved him, no one touched him. Contrary to his unrighteous intentions, Chu Mo acted with great integrity. Advisor Joe, wait a moment, the companion who came with me is a cultivator. She should have spiritual medicine. Once I find her, Advisor Joe. Why are you spitting up even more blood? He fainted again. Before long his soul scattered, and he died on the spot. Advisor Joe fell in battle due to foolishness. The scene switched to a quiet space. A girl with hair as red as a firebird looked in another direction, whispering with a hint of regret and curiosity. He was killed in the explosion in that building. Hearing this, Yudong said, full of remorse. Yeah, it's my fault. If only I had gone up with him then. After speaking, she turned to leave. Seeing this, her two friends immediately spoke to comfort her. Yutong, don't worry, let's look for him some more. The person beside them also chimed in. That's Chu Mo, the #1 in the secret realm. He must be fine. Chu Mo was so famous, but in reality this is all he amounts to. At this, the friend in the red hat made a seemingly profound speculation. They used explosives, which means the enemy was just an ordinary person. If it were me, I could have easily subdued the opponent and prevented the explosion. These words were grating to the girl with hair as red as a firebird, and she felt very annoyed. Shut up, if you don't know what to say, then say less. Is bragging at a time like this something to be proud of? The brown-haired young man on the other side spoke up again. You guys stop fighting. I think I see Chu Mo to the east. He's running towards us and it looks like he's carrying someone. When they saw Chu Mo walking towards them, carrying Advisor Joe, a voice immediately screamed, unable to believe its eyes. What the hell? The person he was carrying was the legendary Cultivator Killer. It was unbelievable that he had taken down the Cultivator Killer in such a short time, and without a single scratch on himself. Advisor Joe's body was once again tossed to the ground like a bag of trash on the roadside. He was already unconscious, collapsed on the pavement. Chu Mo looked at the people before him and immediately understood the situation. So that's how it is. They're all Yutong's friends. He sincerely thanked them, truly grateful that they had taken the time to come and help. Hearing this, the girl with hair as red as a firebird also spoke. Mr. Chu, you're too kind. You are a hero who saved the world. If you encounter any difficulties, we will definitely not stand by and watch. The friend in the red hat, sweating profusely, added, and we didn't really help with anything. Faced with their gratitude, Chu Mo said in a low voice, don't say that. I'm already very grateful that you all could come. He then recounted what had happened. I assume you've already heard from Yutong. President Shu and I had some conflicts. He kidnapped my sister. The mastermind, President Shu, is now dead, but my sister's whereabouts are still unknown. This Advisor Joe was also present. After a friendly exchange, he chose to help me seek justice and uphold righteousness. Unfortunately, he is now seriously injured. This was followed by a shot of him collapsed on the ground. Chu Mo's calm voice continued, Advisor Joe might know where my sister is, but he needs spiritual medicine for treatment. At this moment, in the eyes of Yutong's teammates, Chu Mo's image, combined with the meaning of his previous words, transformed into a bloodshot, murderous Chu Mo, speaking with a tone that was 3 parts threat and 7 parts certainty. The mastermind has been dealt with by me. That Cultivator Killer, after an intimate exchange with my fists, has been knocked out, but I need to squeeze every bit of information he has out of him. Bring out the spiritual medicine to save him. Then a voice sounded, Mr. Chu, leave it to me. I'm good at healing. It was none other than the friend in the red hat. He hurried to Advisor Joe's side, carefully examined his body and made a judgment. Different injuries require different spiritual medicines for treatment. Hearing this, he remained unfazed and said in a trusting tone, Then I'll leave it to you. It would be a real problem if Advisor Joe just died like this. Suddenly, the man froze on the spot as if petrified. He stammered, calling out for Mr. Chu. Then with a pale face he whispered, He seems to be already dead. Learning that he had passed away, Chu Mo's expression didn't change from beginning to end. He remained indifferent and very calm about the news. Is that so? Then there's nothing to be done. To find my sister, I'll have to resort to some extreme measures. Hearing every cold word uttered by Chu Mo, the man was so scared he stood frozen in place. I must be crazy to try and curry favor with such a tyrant. I tried to look cool but ended up sucking up to the wrong person. He's not going to kill me to vent his anger, is he? At this moment, the voices of others also sounded. Mr. Chu, I know a lot of people in this city. Maybe I can help you find your sister. The girl with hair as red as a firebird also added, increasing her credibility. That's right, Mr. Chu, please don't get agitated. We will help too. The young man beside them continued, You don't need to handle such a small matter yourself. Don't worry, we'll definitely help you find your sister. The scene switched to a towering skyscraper. Inside were brown and yellow mailboxes. Then an employee who had been arranged to wait for Chumo stood in front of the cabinets and slowly revealed, "Mr. Chu, your sister has been found safely. She's right here. President Chu's subordinate has also been brought under our control." This was followed by a shot of him being held by two men in blue. "If you need any more help, please feel free to contact our Dongyun group. Mr. Chu will be taking our leave." As soon as the employee left, an employee with a Charlie Chaplin-style mustache clicked his tongue. "As expected, a Dongyun group beat us to it." That steady voice sounded. Almost the entire Donghai city was mobilized to find Chumo's sister. Their power is truly terrifying, as expected of the Dongyun group. But what's even more terrifying is Chumo. After speaking, he also fell silent, listening to the senior female employee speak loudly. "You know how powerful the Dongyun group is. Both the 4 major cultivation sects and the bounty hunter organizations hold them in high regard," he then continued in a low voice. "But such a large group has lowered itself to befriend Chumo. Because he's the #1 savior in the secret realm. Even setting aside his strength, the influence of a savior on the public is very important to large corporations. For an ordinary company like ours, we wouldn't even get a foot in the door to curry favor with Chumo." After listening to his long speech, the female employee crossed her arms, a thoughtful look on her face. "Cultivators, secret realms, otherworldly invasions. I really don't know what will become of this world." At this moment, the elevator doors closed, and the place suddenly became exceptionally quiet. A familiar voice sounded, but deep down it was filled with appreciation. "Yutong, your friends are just like you, warm and friendly." Chumo stared at Yutong full of praise. "Thank you. Thanks to them, I was able to find my sister so quickly. I was planning to treat them to a meal, but I didn't expect them to leave so fast." Hearing these words, Yutong paused for a moment before speaking. "Warm and friendly? Treating them to a meal? They were probably afraid you'd think they were clean and hygienic and were planning to eat them. But in reality, no one did anything, not even a touch." Although he knew this, when he heard Yudong say that phrase, he was still stunned. What did clean and hygienic mean then? She reminded him of his initial main purpose. "Stop thinking about it. Go check on your sister first. I feel like something's a bit strange." Hearing this, Chumo also took the opportunity to talk about this issue. "You feel it too? I thought it was just my imagination." The questions in his own heart began to spill from his mouth. "Why does my sister have the aura of a demonic beast on her? Although it's very faint, there's absolutely no mistake." As Chumo expected, at the same time, a black mist appeared around Chuyun. "It's the same as the demonic beasts we encountered in the secret realm. With a strange and mixed aura a few months ago, my sister suddenly fell into a coma. It seems it wasn't just a simple illness." Worry gradually appeared in his eyes. "The invasion of the otherworldly demonic beasts, did it really start today?" That night, in a large house surrounded by trees, Chumo placed his hands on the handles of the wheelchair and asked with some hesitation, "My sister and I have caused trouble. Is it really okay for us to stay at your place temporarily?" But Yudong quickly dismissed this. "It's fine, you can stay as long as you want." Then she added, "That corporation that might be colluding with otherworldly demonic beasts has long infiltrated Earth. Your sister's coma might be part of a conspiracy. Don't panic, it's not a big deal. If the big corporations are really colluding with demonic beasts, the 4 major sects won't just stand by and watch." Then he appeared in front of Yutong and went on a long rant. "But there might be some shady business with the secret realms and the 4 major sects too. After defeating the final boss, the secret realm notified me that I was rewarded with 2 million destiny coins, but I only received 400,000. The destiny coin leaderboard doesn't show specific values, only rankings. It's not just me. The destiny coins of other saviors might have been skimmed off as well. In the worst case scenario, even the cultivators of the 4 major sects have already allied with the demonic beasts." After hearing these words from Chumo, Yudong suddenly stammered a guess. "CA, calm down. If the 4 major sects all betrayed Earth, the secret realms would have collapsed long ago. The loss of destiny coins could also be due to a bug in the old secret realms. The worst case scenario is just a small number of cultivators defecting to the demonic beasts." At the same time, a thought flashed through her mind, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. "If you think about it that way, the problem is indeed quite serious." Hearing these words, Chumo spoke. "I understand, I'll find another safe place to stay." He instantly realized he had spoken too quickly. Yutong hurriedly waved her hands in denial, emphasizing loudly, "That's not what I meant." Not daring to let Chumo misunderstand any further, Yutong's voice gradually lowered as she calmly analyzed. "Although your sister's constitution is very good, if it were an ordinary person, they would have died long ago after being eroded by the demonic beast's aura for so long. To recover her health, she must be treated with spiritual energy techniques. It's more convenient for you to stay here with me. If other cultivators outside find out your sister has the aura of a demonic beast, it could also bring you trouble." It seemed Yutong's worries were unnecessary. Without much thought, he opened the system panel and tapped on something, directly engaging in a psychological battle. "Then take these destiny coins as rent." What more could she say when he put it like that? She could only concede to him. "All right, I give up. If I don't accept this rent, I'm afraid you won't feel at ease staying here. In that case, 200 to 300,000 should be enough. Your account has received a transfer from Savior Chumo." 600,000 destiny coins. Seeing the number before her, Yutong was stunned. 600,000. Faced with her attitude, Chu Mo said very calmly, destiny coins can no longer increase my combat power, magical artifacts, and the equipment in the secret realm shop can be exchanged for with destiny coins, but I can't use them. Instead of letting these destiny coins rot in my hands, it's better to give them to someone who can use them. His words surprised her a little, and she hurriedly explained, do you know how much these destiny coins are worth? Even if you can't use them, you can exchange them for cash with other saviors. Chu Mo continued to push Chu Yun, who was unconscious in her wheelchair, and slowly revealed, I needed money before because of my sister. Now that you can cure my sister, what do I need so much money for? Just consider this my investment. If you become stronger in the future, you can also protect me. Vaguely seeing the joy on his face, Yudong couldn't help but smile slightly. Of course I definitely will. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of thoughts appeared in her mind. I heard the highest combat power limit for body refinement cultivators is only equivalent to a 1,000-year-old demonic beast, but there will be even stronger demonic beasts in the future, plus the shady business of the corporations and the secret realms. Although you can't tell from his appearance, Chu Mo must be under a lot of pressure. I have to work harder. At the same time, Chu Mo's firm voice repeated once more, I definitely will. Then he fell into his own thoughts. I can't put all my hopes on the login system. After completing this secret realm mission, the login system rewarded me with a pet which will arrive tomorrow. Maybe the next login will reward me with a steak? The scene switched to the clean interior of a house, followed by a high-pitched voice. Hey, where's my spiritual-grade steak? Isn't it ready yet? Does your restaurant not want to stay in business? The butler immediately bowed 90 degrees in apology. Sorry, young Master Li, just 2 more minutes, just 2 minutes. It'll be ready right away. Then, negative comments about Li Hanling appeared. Hey, isn't that Li Hanling, the prodigal son of the Li Consortium? At a time like this, he still dares to come to a restaurant to eat. Li Hanling, you don't know what he's done this time. He messed with Chu Mo, the #1 savior in the secret realm. As a result, his amusement park was blown up, and that subordinate of his, the so-called bounty hunter and cultivator killer, was also killed by Chu Mo. Several unfriendly gazes quickly swept towards the right where he was sitting. What's more exaggerated is that the shelter being built by the Li and Chen consortiums under the amusement park was also exposed. Half an hour ago, public opinion online exploded with all sorts of conspiracy theories, saying the corporations only want to save themselves, that they've already defected to the demonic beasts and so on. The man, while staring at his phone, spoke, Is that so? Strange, why can't I find any related news? Hearing this, another person answered, Of course the rumors have been debunked, the hashtags have been banned, and the trending topics have been taken down to avoid being used by ill-intentioned people to stir up conflict. After all, this concerns the reputation of the Li Consortium. Before he could finish, the voice hurriedly interrupted, Hey, stop talking, Li Shu is here. Sure enough, a foot slowly walked over at that moment. Li Hanling turned and saw Li Shu and quickly said, Brother, what are you doing here? Long time no see, I really missed you. He didn't even glance at his redundant younger brother and immediately gave a cold command, Take him away. Upon receiving the order, the men in black quickly grabbed Li Hanling's hand. Yes, boss. In this situation, he was still thinking about food. Wait, my Wellington steak hasn't been served yet. The scene changed and Li Hanling was kicked 2 meters away. He collapsed on the ground, coughing painfully a few times. Li Shu stood with his arms crossed, looking down to question this hopeless wreck. I beat you to teach you a lesson. Do you know where you went wrong this time? Li Hanling coughed twice, then spoke with difficulty. I shouldn't have gone after Chu Mo, which led to the shelter being exposed. Hearing this answer, his face darkened, and he immediately denied it. Wrong, your mistake was failing to kill Chu Mo. You're just like that subordinate of yours who called himself a bounty hunter and the cultivator killer. Both of you are useless, but to humiliate you is to humiliate the Li Consortium. Anyone who humiliates the Li Consortium must die. Chu Mo must die. Li Shu stood before Li Hanling, speaking caustically. Does it hurt? It should. I had important things to do, but instead I have to clean up the mess for a good-for-nothing like you. I'm in more pain than you are. Li Hanling looked up at him in pain and coughed a few more times. Before leaving, he added a few more words. Besides, beating you was Dad's idea. I'm not getting personal. Don't blame me. Just stay here and reflect on what you've done. Everything around him gradually blurred, leaving only the brightly lit house. Li Hanling glanced away, avoiding the newcomer's gaze. What, haven't you had enough? Want to beat me again? The person stood with his arms crossed, tilting his head slightly, seemingly not intending to hit Li Hanling but to inform him of something. Your brother, Li Shu, he left 10 minutes ago. Hearing this, Li Hanling asked curiously, Sha Zhou, how long have you been watching? Sha Zhou revealed without hesitation, Since the moment you were dragged into this alley, you got beaten pretty badly. Seeing no reaction, he continued, Are you angry? You didn't expect me to save you, did you? How could I? You're an important chess piece. I can't bear to have you exposed right now. Li Hanling's face was covered in grime as he said softly, I should have been the one in the spotlight in the secret realm today, not Chu Mo. I was willing to give up my status as a savior for you. How could I be angry with you? Before he could feel touched for long, Sha Zhou delivered a cutting reply. Don't say such disgusting things. I gave up my status as a savior to investigate the conspiracy of the corporations and cultivators. To be honest, I don't fully trust you yet. Li Hanling lay listlessly on a trash bag, his tone flat. But do you have any other choice? Someone powerless like you can't do anything. Besides assassinations, your investigation is meaningless. He frowned, his expression unpleasant, and directly voiced his confusion. Sacrificing your companions for information, are you proud of that? How did you feel when the companions who trusted you died in agony? What were you doing when Cao Ming died? Cao Ming was your friend too, wasn't he? At the mention of this painful memory, Li Hanling's face fell instantly, each word seeming to catch in his throat. Shi Bai, Zhang-un, Shu Yijun, I remember every single one of them. Then he spoke in a low, slow voice. Old Cao was almost 70, instead of being home with his grandson. He came out to risk his life with us. The image of Li Hanling playing with a dog in front of him surfaced. Then the voice continued. At the Baisong base he volunteered to be a decoy to cover for us. That day was his grandson's birthday. He said that as long as he was alive it wouldn't be the younger kids' turn to sacrifice themselves. Zhangnan was 16. Even though he was a cultivator, he was still in school and had a girl he liked. At that moment the young man turned his head, his guard raised. To investigate the biological anomaly, he infiltrated the Chen Consortium shelter. He never came out again. Some of them were from the 4 major sects, some were disciples of minor sects, and some were rogue cultivators. As he spoke, a shadow fell over Li Hanling's eyes. And there were many ordinary people with no special abilities. In the face of the corporations and those cultivators colluding with demonic beasts, we are truly too weak. If I weren't short-handed, I wouldn't have recruited that cultivator killer. That bunch of bounty hunters only care about profit. After hearing Li Hanling out, Sha Zhou also spoke up. And he ended up dead too. I remember you hadn't even hired him for a month, right? Li Hanling quickly admitted without hesitation. That's right, he was a madman. I sent him over originally to reconcile with Chu Mo, who knew they would get into a conflict. Chu Mo being so strong in the real world was also beyond my expectations. The shelter under the amusement park, I had other plans for it, but now they've all gone down the drain. That's why I had to come to you. 2 stray dogs teaming up is better than fighting alone. Seeing Li Hanling in front of him, Sha Zhou asked directly, and then add my life to the list, yet you say so righteously. Who knows, maybe the next one to die will be you. Then Li Hanling grinned, revealing a brilliant and confident smile. I will not apologize for the sacrifice of my friends, nor will I regret anything I have done. If necessary, I will offer my own life as well. Hearing this, Sha Zhou calmly put his hands in his pockets and revealed in a deep voice, I will cooperate with you for now, but I'll be watching you. If one day you waver, or if I find out you're a traitor to humanity and deliberately killed those people. Li Hanling's expression was very confident, as if he feared nothing, affirming, then you can finish me off with your own hands. I won't have any complaints. Then he stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. All right, it's time to start our first mission. This is also why I was in a hurry to contact you. The commander of the otherworldly demonic beast vanguard is coming to Earth tomorrow. This shocked Sha Zhou, who couldn't believe what he had just heard. How is that possible? With the secret realms as a barrier, the demonic beasts have already started invading Earth? Li Hanling, however, spoke very calmly. According to the intelligence I've obtained, a certain corporation possesses a transboundary stone that can connect to the other world, and they can transport demonic beasts to Earth in small batches. An image of the stone then appeared in the room. The demonic beast commander who is about to appear can maintain a strength equivalent to a 2,000-year-old demonic beast on Earth at the very least. His tone grew more and more serious. We must confirm the target before those demonic beasts appear. If we can't thwart their conspiracy in time, our world will be in danger. Faced with the information Li Hanling provided, Sha Zhou crossed his arms, still somewhat skeptical. But we don't even know where the demonic beasts will appear. Hearing this, Li Hanling immediately said, in Donghai City, the one welcoming the demonic beast commander tomorrow is my brother, Li Shu. He probably wants to use the demonic beast's power to eliminate Chu Mo, and we will follow him and give him a surprise. At Yutong's house in the dead of night, the system suddenly appeared in Chu Mo's room while he slept. Login system reminder, your pet will be delivered in 8 hours. Please wait patiently, host. In a certain mansion the hall was plated in gold, shimmering brightly. A man with a leaf on his head was roaring, expressing his dissatisfaction. On what grounds? Did the Godlord have to choose Ire as the vanguard commander? On what grounds? But the person next to him calmly explained in a low voice, what? Are you questioning the Godlord's decision? General Ire may come from a low and weak demonic beast race, but her strength and battle records are there for all to see. But this guy was still unwilling to accept it, showing no signs of calming down. Don't be ridiculous. That weak Martin demonic beast is only fit to be a pet, wagging its tail and begging for scraps. She just got lucky climbing to her current position by flattering her superiors. The glory of the battlefield should belong to powerful demonic beast races like us. He felt helpless in the face of his arrogant attitude. You're quite resentful, aren't you? The assistant your father arranged for you had already infiltrated Earth, and all the work was laid out for you, but in the end Ire snatched the opportunity to claim the credit. Hearing this, his anger flared, and he grabbed the person by the collar. Bastard, if you don't know how to talk, then shut up. Say one more word and I'll kill you. Seeing the situation turn sour, he immediately said, I'm sorry, you know I always just tell the truth. A crystal shone with a dazzling light like a star. Aang observed from a distance and immediately reported, "Lady Aiur, the transboundary stone is about to activate. You can go to Earth now, Lady Aiur, it's already time, and you're still practicing your combat skills." Aiur appeared, clenching her fists and said full of hope, "Aang, ordinary demonic beast races like ours are born weak, so we can't afford to waste any time, otherwise we'll be bullied by the high-level demonic beasts." Hearing this, his voice lowered and he said, "I am sorry, Lady Aiur. Lady Aiur works so hard to protect us, I shouldn't have said that." Hearing this, she also revealed softly, "Aang, for this mission to Earth, I'm actually most worried about you all. If I'm not here, you might face unfair treatment again. I haven't done enough, if only I could be a little stronger." Aang was suddenly overcome with emotion, his eyes welling with tears. His dark skin flushed as if someone had fiercely applied blush to it. "That's not true, Lady Aiur, you've already done more than enough. You improved the cultivation techniques of the cultivators, allowing weak demonic beasts like us to become stronger, and you even infiltrated Earth ahead of time for us to carry out a dangerous secret mission. Lady Aiur, this was never a responsibility you should have had to bear." Then Aiur slowly told him, "I have to go. Only by completing the God Lord's mission can I prove the value of our weak race. It's time. I should get going." As he cheered her on, he also reminded her, "You must be careful. Demonic beasts infiltrating Earth can at most maintain the strength of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast, but those high-level demonic beasts don't like you anyway. If you get surrounded, they will definitely stand by and do nothing." She spoke in a resonant voice. "Don't mind those dregs. The God Lord chose me as commander because even if I'm alone, I can complete the mission." After speaking, she walked towards the thing that was emitting a dazzling light. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind him, "Aang, before I return, protect yourself." The jade stone began to activate. Aang couldn't face reality and shut his eyes tightly, thinking, "Lady Aiur." Soon after, the dazzling light gradually faded. "You must return safely." Halfway through the journey, the light began to weaken. Aiur seemed to sense this too. "My power is dissipating. Am I almost at Earth? I didn't expect to still be able to maintain the strength of a nearly 3,000-year-old demonic beast on the current Earth. I am already the strongest. It seems this mission will go more smoothly than I imagined." The beam of light landed downstairs from Yutong's house in the middle of the night. "Login system reminder, your pet has been delivered. Your pet has been detected to have a certain level of danger and has been rendered harmless." Chumo woke with a start. "This is crazy, delivering a package in the middle of the night. I wonder where the system left the pet. Don't tell me I have to go downstairs to get it." Then a faint light appeared before his eyes. Air's figure immediately appeared from within, rushing out in a panic. "What's going on? This isn't where I was supposed to land, is it?" Air was stunned, unable to accept her current body. "Wait, something is more important. My body has shrunk. Where's my demonic power? My 3,000 years of demonic power, is it gone? Not a single drop left?" Chumo sat up and said soothingly in a deep voice, "Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Whose child are you? How did you end up here?" But in his mind he thought, "Oh great, don't tell me the pet the system sent is this little girl. This is so illegal." Air's sharp retort was his answer, "Shut up, I'm annoyed right now, don't talk to me." Then she thought, "This is trouble. I thought this was just an ordinary human's residence, but I didn't expect to sense a cultivator's aura here." The room was currently dark with the air conditioner on, under Air's sharp gaze. She began to calculate. "But I've lost my demonic power now. It'll be troublesome if a cultivator discovers my identity. I'll pretend to be an ordinary child. No, my sudden appearance here is too suspicious. There's only one way." Then she looked at the person before her and prepared her move. "Since this weak human is with a cultivator, they must be close. As long as I threaten this weak human and take him hostage, I can leave safely. The combat skills I've cultivated over the years won't betray me, even though my body is that of a child. Besides, even if I've lost all my power, my combat skills are no match for an ordinary person." Air began to make her move on Chumo. She thought to herself, "I'm sorry, but you'll be my hostage." Air continued to charge forward but suddenly realized something was wrong. Chumo was holding her by her clothes, restraining her. "Little girl, if you keep moving around like that, you'll easily get hurt." Air couldn't stand it and started to struggle. "I'm dead. This guy isn't a weak human at all." The door to the room, which had been closed, was suddenly opened by Yutong without her knocking first. "Chumo, what's wrong? I heard a noise in your room just now." When she saw Air being held by him, her eyes immediately turned deadpan. "What's going on? Why are you holding a little girl?" Just then, in the middle of the night, the lights in the house suddenly turned on. Air said with an innocent look, "I really don't know anything. I just woke up and was here, and then I found myself here." Then she turned and accused Chumo, "And this big brother was trying to do something weird to me." The system immediately displayed the pet's information. Pet name Air. Pet breed Marten Demon, the weakest demonic beast race in the otherworld. Fur length short. Food anything easy to raise. The pet can switch between its Marten Demon form and human form at the owner's will. Chumo answered very calmly, "I wasn't trying to do anything weird, Yutong. This child is a demonic beast." His words made Yutong suspicious. "A demonic beast? Such a cute child is a demonic beast, but she doesn't have a trace of demonic power and she looks very weak." Hearing these words, Air's face instantly turned pale and her heart filled with ridicule. To think I'd be called weak by such a rookie cultivator, what a disgrace. But for now I can only play dumb. Ire put on a harmless expression again. Big brother, I don't understand what you're saying. Demonic beast, what's a demonic beast? Can you eat it? The pet can switch between its Martin demon form and human form at the owner's will. Seeing this, Chumo didn't hesitate and chose transform. Her head was still normal, and her eyes were looking at him. Suddenly, two mouse-like ears quickly grew on Ire's head. This made her panic. What's happening? My body is out of control, she questioned him loudly. What did you do to me? Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. Squeak! Ire immediately turned into a Martin demon that could walk on two legs. Only then did Yutong believe what he had said. I can't believe it's really a demonic beast. It's so soft and cute. Immediately after, Chumo warned her in a deep voice. Although it seems I can control this little demonic beast, you can't let your guard down. Unable to hide her joy, she asked bluntly, so can I keep it? But Ire shrieked fiercely. Squeak, squeak. He placed a hand on his chin and began to speak. It has a human form, so it might be a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. It's very dangerous. Just a second ago she was showing her affection for it, but now she proposed a bold idea. Thinking about it that way, it is indeed very dangerous. Why don't we just slaughter it? Maybe we can have Martin meat for dinner. Hearing this, he also said, that's too cruel. I'll go look up some recipes. Ire's fur stood on end. These two are trying to threaten me. Fine, I'll play along. She immediately turned back into her human form and explained, Squeak, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied. I'm just a weak Martin demon. Because I can take human form, I was chosen for the vanguard team as cannon fodder. Even though I didn't want to fight at all, I had no way to resist those powerful demonic beasts. If you can let me go, I'll do anything. Hearing this, he quickly asked for her help. Perfect, I have something I need you to help with. As for what to do with you, I'll consider that after it's done. At this moment in the space on the first floor, she's been in a coma for several months. Chumo turned to look at Ire and asked directly, can you save her? A hint of sadness flashed in Ire's eyes. Save her, but the bodies of humans and demonic beasts are different, and I'm not skilled in medicine. His face immediately darkened as he exposed her lie. Stop pretending, you must be very familiar with the demonic beast aura on her, right? That's the reason she fell into a coma. You're a demonic beast, you must know how to save her. Immediately after, Ire hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I really don't know what to do. We demonic beasts don't kill people in such roundabout ways. This method, it might be. She thought of another idea. Right, I remember now. I've heard that before the secret realms appeared, human corporations had already made contact with us. They were secretly researching how to fuse human and demonic beast cells. Your sister's current condition might be related to their experiments. If we can find them, we might be able to find a way to save your sister, Chumo asked her blankly. Corporations? Which corporation? Ire froze on the spot. How would a cannon fodder like me know something so important? But maybe there's a way to find them. It's just very dangerous, he warned her in a deep voice. Listen, I will never let go of the people who hurt my sister. If you can help me, I will protect you. Hearing this, she said, Squeak, according to the plan, someone from a corporation on Earth was supposed to pick me up. As long as we can contact them, you can follow the trail to find the person who harmed your sister. But that also means you'll have to fight that terrifying person. Immediately after, Chumo gave an order, contact them. The sooner the better, Ire quickly obeyed. Squeak, I understand. But deep down, Ire was still reminding herself that she had an important mission to complete and couldn't waste time here. Using the corporation's power to eliminate these two ordinary cultivators was the best choice. The scene switched to the laboratory, where it was already 2 hours past the appointed time. The green stone was still in the test tube. The Institute's transboundary stone is still working normally. How could this be? Did the transport fail? Wait, the transport device is lighting up. Captain Jia quickly grasped the information. It's a message from Demonic Beast Commander Ire. Hearing this, Li Shu was secretly happy. Finally, some news. What's the situation now? He quickly replied. The Demonic Beast Commander has arrived in Donghai City, but the arrival point was off, so the transport device has designated a new meeting point. Li Shu tilted his head upon hearing this. A new meeting point, Captain Jia. You take your men to welcome our guest from the other world. Immediately after, Captain Jia said, a mission like this might not be appropriate for someone of my status. Besides, welcoming Lady Ire was an opportunity you fought hard to get. Suddenly, his expression changed. That's right, I paid a great price to get the opportunity to welcome the Demonic Beast Commander. But compared to the situation with the transboundary stone, this matter is nothing. I must find out the reason for the transport error and report it to the Alliance Corporation. Hearing this, he also revealed in a low voice, You are my most trusted assistant. I feel very confident in trusting the task of welcoming Lady Ire to you. The scene switched to another location where a gloomy bridge appeared. Captain Jia carefully instructed in a deep voice, Let me remind you one last time, the demonic beasts that appear on Earth are extremely dangerous and inhumane monsters. Although they look human, you must not treat them as ordinary people. Vicious and brutal is their true nature. There was a demonic beast before who, just because the raw meat for dinner wasn't bloody, unhesitatingly slaughtered over 100 people. To stay alive, you must maintain a respectful attitude at all times. Those people immediately obeyed respectfully. Don't worry, Captain Jia, we understand. Who would dare to offend a demonic beast? I want to live a few more years. What a sin to think we have to work for such a ferocious monster. Iyer slowly walked over, asking probingly, "Ferocious monster, what are you talking about?" Seeing her here, he was very confused. "Hey, didn't I tell you to evacuate? What's with this little girl? How do you do your jobs? A bunch of useless trash." Then Captain Jaw lowered his head and reminded her softly, "Little girl, it's dangerous to be out so late. Go home early." Iyer was not intimidated by his presence at all, and instead questioned them. You're from the Lee Consortium, right? Why aren't you welcoming me to Earth? Do you want me to go back?" Hearing this, Captain Jaw immediately guessed she was Lady Iyer. Immediately after, they knelt down and bowed their heads respectfully. "We are deeply sorry for not recognizing you." Iyer was a bit surprised by their attitude. "Don't be so nervous. I can feel a strange power from you, different from cultivators. You must be bounty hunters, right? Are there any other bounty hunters? Bring more," Captain Jaw quickly confirmed. "We are indeed bounty hunters, but the high-level hunters all have other important missions. For now, only a few of us could come." Instantly, a series of thoughts flashed through his mind again. What the hell does this demonic beast like to eat people? It even wants different kinds of bounty hunters. But Iyer just replied casually, "Then the current number should be enough." She then thought to herself, "Killing those two ordinary cultivators, Chu Mo and Zhang Yutong, shouldn't be a problem." Suddenly, Captain Jia's face turned pale. "The number is enough? She's not planning to have us as an appetizer, is she? Right, I have a reason for her not to kill us." Then he had a flash of inspiration and said, "Lady Iyer, we actually have another important mission in Donghai City." Then Captain Jaw went on a long rant. "There's a cultivator who gained combat power equivalent to a 1,000-year-old demonic beast in the secret realm. If we let him continue to develop, he will likely complete all the secret realm missions and ruin our plan to merge the two worlds. He's also very strong in the real world. To be honest, it's hard for us to kill him alone, but we can lead the way for you. If you make a move, you can surely deal with him easily." Hearing this, Iyer said in a decisive tone, "Indeed, if we let such a talented cultivator live, it will cause trouble for the fusion of our two worlds. Don't worry, I will deal with him personally later." She secretly calculated, "My power has been restricted. It must be related to that cultivator named Chu Mo. Once these bounty hunters get rid of Chu Mo and I recover my strength, the cultivators on Earth will be nothing." Captain Jaw said very politely, "Lady Iyer, on behalf of the Lee Consortium, I thank you for your help." Iyer quickly said, "Don't thank me, I'm just completing the God Lord's mission. Tell me everything about that cultivator." He looked at the tablet and read, "His name is Chu Mo, his personal information is on this tablet." Hearing this name, she couldn't help but freeze. "Chu Mo," then she pointed in that direction and asked softly, "What does this Chu Mo you're talking about look like?" Coincidentally, Chu Mo was also walking in this direction. He never expected it to be such a coincidence. To think Chu Mo would deliver himself to their doorstep. Iyer rushed towards him at an astonishing speed, surprising him. Lady Iyer is truly a demonic beast, Commander. Facing such a strong cultivator, she's not afraid at all and is charging right at him. As soon as she reached Chu Mo, her attitude did a 180-degree turn. "Master, those people are the corporation's lackeys. I've already lured them over. This is the place." A notification suddenly popped up from the system. Login system reminder, Iyer's favorability towards the host has increased by 5, unlocking the pet favorability function and granting a reward. Reward 1. Damage sharing. When the host is attacked, normal damage will be transferred to your pet. Reward 2. Pet bond. The host can sense the pet's attitude and emotional changes, helping the host increase the pet's favorability. Continue to increase pet favorability to unlock more functions. Please look forward to it. Seeing this, Chu Mo thought to himself, why did her favorability suddenly increase? And there are 2 rewards. Is 5 favorability points a lot? The system then displayed the pet status bar. Iyer race, Martin Demon, favorability, 5,100. If you get hit and killed by a truck, it will dance happily at your grave. A voice suddenly sounded, "Master, I've confirmed it. These hunters are all rookies. I'm sure you can deal with them easily. I'll always believe in you, Master." Iyer gave him a thumbs up, a brilliant smile on her face, but in her heart she cursed, "This is so annoying. Why is he so strong? It seems I can't get rid of Chu Mo this time. I can't give up. I'll get you next time." Chu Mo quickly walked to her side, thinking to himself, that voice is Iyer's thoughts. So this is the pet bond function. The damage sharing function is also very practical. If I increase Iyer's favorability, I might get even better rewards. He opened his mouth and said, "Seeing as you're so useful, I won't kill you for now." Hearing this, Iyer waved her hands in a panic. "Martins are so cute. Why would you kill a Martin?" On the other side, the young men cried out in terror. Did I hear that right? That arrogant demonic beast actually called Chu Mo Master. The person next to him also shouted, "Isn't Chu Mo a cultivator? Why is he involved with a demonic beast?" They continued to whisper. Such a powerful demonic beast is as humble as a dog in front of him. Could his real identity be a big shot from the other world? The killer's body trembled as he cried out in fear, "We're doomed. We even openly said we were going to kill him. We're insane. After offending a big shot from the other world, can we even make it back alive?" As Captain Jia's head was covered in sweat, the other killers hurriedly said, Lord Chumo, we are truly sorry. We didn't know your identity before. Our attempt to kill you was for the plan to merge the two worlds. It's all a misunderstanding. Lady Ayr, this Lord Chumo's identity is." Hearing this, Ayr immediately shouted, "Shut up, you lowly hunters have no right to know my master's identity. What's more hateful is that you had the audacity to instigate me to cooperate with you in assassinating my master. Your crime is unforgivable. Kneel down and beg for my master's forgiveness." Hearing this, the group immediately fell to their knees, bowing their heads and begging for mercy. Captain Jaw thought to himself, "Fighting back is suicide. Running away, it's a joke to try and escape from these two monsters. All we can do now is await judgment from this humanoid monster. Based on previous information, Chumo's attitude towards strangers is relatively friendly. As long as we show humility, he might spare our lives." I reached out to Chumo and said, "My esteemed master, these hunters are very sincere in their apology. Should we reduce their sentence? Indeed, I thought they would choose to fight me. Since they've apologized, let's forgive them." Captain Jaw pleaded fearfully. "Lord Chumo, thank you for your generosity," he thought happily to himself. "Great, our gamble paid off. We survived." Ayr slowly approached and snorted coldly. "You're all very lucky to have met such a kind master." But in her mind, she was calculating. These hunters know my identity as a commander. To keep it a secret, they must die. But what she said was, "According to our rules, offending a superior is punishable by 3 days and nights of being pierced by saltwater needles and finally being burned to death by a great fire. Since my master has forgiven you, you can choose an easier way to die. Do you want to commit suicide or be eaten?" Hearing this request, Captain Gia's eyes darted around as he thought. Compared to being eaten, suicide seems a little better," she urged. "What the hell, don't they all end in death? What am I supposed to choose?" Chumo walked over, picked her up and then commanded, "Ayr, I am giving you an order." He looked at them and instructed, "You don't need to be nervous. I'm just an ordinary person, not a demonic beast, and I certainly don't eat people. You were just doing your jobs, I understand. Just answer a few questions, and I'll let you leave safely. First question, who sent you to kill me?" Hearing this question, Captain Jaw thought to himself, "Is he asking such a simple question? I can just make up a name to get by without betraying young Master Li Shu." He calculated in his mind. "No, this is a trap. The demonic beast Commander Ayr knows we're from the Li Consortium. She definitely wouldn't hide that from Chumo. Chumo might even already know we're young Master Li Shu's subordinates. He's deliberately testing us, so he can have a legitimate reason to kill us." He looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. "If we say it's young Master Li Shu, we'll be disloyal and die. If we don't say it's young Master Li Shu, we'll be lying to him and die too. To make us lower our guard, he even deliberately said he was an ordinary person, worthy of a great figure from the other world. His combat power and cunning are both top tier. A terrifying person like Chumo is simply beyond our imagination." Seeing him remain silent, Chumo urged, "My patience is limited. Don't you want to answer my question?" Hearing this, he cried out in a panic, "Wait, I'll talk. I can only take a gamble. Our boss is—" Suddenly, Captain Jaw spat out a mouthful of blood. He coughed painfully a few times. The other members of the team simultaneously showed similar symptoms. They collapsed to the ground. This scene was quickly transmitted via a screen to another location, in a luxurious aristocratic-style room. Li Shu's panicked voice sounded, "What on earth is going on? Chumo is the master of the demonic beast commander. He appears to be a savior, but could he actually be a great figure from the other world? If he's a demonic beast, it would all make sense. Why he has no record with any cultivation sect yet possesses such great strength, tricking the secret realm to become #1. Could the demonic beasts have another conspiracy?" He gripped the controller tightly. Or worse, Chumo is a cultivator, but his strength far exceeds expectations. Not only did he interfere with the transboundary stone, he even made the demonic beast commander defect. No matter what his identity is, by offending Chumo, our Li Consortium is in danger of being destroyed. At that moment, Li Shu's face was filled with fear. Cold sweat dripped down as he trembled and said, "Thankfully, I detonated the poison hidden in those hunters in time to buy a little time. That bastard Li Hanling, doing nothing productive all day and still provoking this kind of monster." Just as he finished speaking, Hanling walked over from the side. He asked in a mocking tone, "Big brother, did you just call my name? How touching, I didn't think you still remembered me." Seeing him appear, Li Shu immediately shouted, "Li Hanling, where are my bodyguards at the door? How did you get in?" Hanling walked over and asked Li Shu, "What, feeling insecure without anyone to protect you? You leave all the dirty and dangerous work to your subordinates while you hide in a safe place watching surveillance videos. You even need your bodyguards to hit me for you. Worthy of the outstanding heir of the Li Consortium." Hearing him say this, Li Shu said coldly, "Are you lecturing me? I don't think you understand anything, my foolish little brother. If I wasn't busy handling the family's affairs, do you think you could be a useless young master in peace?" Seeing how pleased he was with himself, Hanling gave a contemptuous smile and replied, "Is that so, my amazing big brother? How are you planning to deal with the demonic beast commander? One wrong move and the Li Consortium will be destroyed by you. What a heavy responsibility." Hearing the information he had just revealed, he immediately cried out in a panic, How do you know about the demonic beast commander? This building is beyond your security clearance. How did you find me? Where are my bodyguards? What the hell do you want, you good for nothing? His hand fumbled across the table and a strange thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Seeing Li Shu's expression, Hanling's lips curved into a smug smile as he questioned, "Are you looking for this?" A short gun appeared in Hanling's hand. He said softly, "I saw such a dangerous thing on the table, so I put it away. You're not thinking of using a gun on your own brother, are you? That would be too heartbreaking." He then pointed the gun straight at him and commanded loudly, "I'll ask you, how many demonic beasts have infiltrated Earth? And what is their purpose?" Hearing these words, Li Shu angrily connected the dots and then roared, "It was you. You've been secretly sabotaging the plan to merge the two worlds. Everyone thought you were a useless piece of trash, but why are you doing this? You want to betray your own family. Betray your own class?" His eyes were filled with rage as he commanded sternly, "Li Hanling, are you insane? Do you know what you're doing? Stop messing around and put the gun down." Hanling calmly warned him, "Don't test my patience. No matter how long you stall, your bodyguards won't be able to come in and save you. Answer me, what is the purpose of the demonic beasts infiltrating Earth? Or die, your choice." Hearing these words, Li Shu fearfully tried to dissuade him. "Wait, I'm not the mastermind. I don't know much about the demonic beasts either. I'm just a pawn in the corporate alliance. I did these things only to bring greater benefits to our Li consortium, but I can tell you the location of the transboundary stone." Hearing this information, he revealed a happy smile and said, "Is that so? That means you're worthless now. As for the location of the transboundary stone, I already found it by following you today. After I get the stone, I'll have time to come and talk to you." Li Shu cried out in fear. "Wait, Li Hanling, we're family. Although we have different mothers, I'm still your older brother." Hearing this, Hanling retorted, "Family, so what? My companions sacrificed themselves to stop your wicked plan. They had families too, but their silent sacrifices didn't even receive a bit of respect or remembrance." His eyes were filled with rage. "But you are different. Your death will be the opportunity for an all-out war between the corporate alliance and Chu Mo. Happy, those old fools blinded by profit are about to be buried with you." After speaking, Li Hanling shot Li Shu through the head and he immediately fell to the side. Then, Hanling quickly contacted someone on his phone. When the other party answered, he said, "Sha Zhou, I've handled things on my end. Li Shu is dead. The plan has changed. Don't make contact with Chu Mo, just leave." Sha Zhou was very surprised to hear this news. He replied, "You killed Li Shu? Didn't you say he was more useful alive? What's the change in plans?" Hanling explained, "Yes, Li Shu is most valuable dead. Chu Mo's strength is far beyond imagination. He's called Master by the demonic beast commander. Regardless of whether he's a great figure from the other world or an incredibly strong cultivator, it's too dangerous for us to approach him now." Li Shu came to Donghai City not only to welcome the demonic beast commander but also to assassinate Chu Mo. Now that the transboundary stone is gone and Li Shu is dead, all the hatred will be focused on Chu Mo. No matter what Chu Mo's identity is, provoking a conflict between the corporations and Chu Mo is the most advantageous choice for us. Hearing this information, Sha Zhou's heart filled with anger as he said, "What a despicable method. I'm going to confirm if Chu Mo subdued the demonic beast commander to protect our world. If he really is a great figure from the other world, I'll kill both him and the demonic beast commander right here." Hearing this, Hanling said in a panic, "What? Are you serious? You think you can beat Chu Mo and the demonic beast? Hey, damn it, don't hang up." By the river, the water flowed rapidly in the night. Ayr asked him, "Master, these hunters are all dead. Do you need me to search them for anything useful?" Hearing this, Chu Mo warned her, "Don't bother, Ayr, someone's coming." As he predicted just then, Sha Zhou walked over from a distance. He introduced himself. "Chu Mo, nice to meet you. I'm Sha Zhou. It's hard to imagine there's someone as strong as you among the younger generation of cultivators. At such a close distance I can feel that your combat power in the real world is no different from in the secret realm." Hearing this, he replied cautiously, "You're not weak either, but you don't seem that strong." Ayr was now standing right next to him. Chu Mo said with some wariness, "What's strange is that the sense of threat you give me is even stronger than in the secret realm. Are you one of the people the corporation sent to kill me?" Hearing this, Sha Zhou immediately denied it. Quite the opposite. I'm a cultivator. The corporations and demonic beasts are my enemies. If you are my enemy, I will kill you. The little girl next to you is a demonic beast commander from the other world. Why does it call you master? Chu Mo, who are you? Why are you with a demonic beast?" Chu Mo said impatiently. "You mean Ayr. She fell into my room today and became my pet. As for me, I'm just an ordinary person. But if you want to kill me, I will defend myself," Sha Zhou said. "A demonic beast commander infiltrates Earth, falls into your room for no reason and becomes your pet. Do you really think I'd believe such nonsense?" he thought to himself. "I can't feel any power from the demonic beast and Chu Mo's level is only equivalent to a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. Perhaps they've just arrived on Earth and are still very weak. This is the best chance to eliminate them." Chu Mo quickly replied with caution, "Aren't you suspicious yourself? The moment I was interrogating them, these hunters suddenly died and then you appeared. It's hard for me not to suspect you're the mastermind behind this. Since you don't believe me, there's nothing more for me to say. If you want to fight, I'll indulge you. Otherwise, I'm going home." Hearing his words, Sha Zhou admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry, you have a very good point. I lost control for a moment just now. The survival of the world is at stake, so let's temporarily set aside our suspicions and communicate frankly. The demonic beasts infiltrating Earth and joining forces with the corporations is a huge threat. Since you've already subdued the demonic beast commander, you must know their purpose for infiltrating Earth, right? Chumo glanced at Ire behind him, then answered, I understand. He turned and asked Ire, what is your purpose for coming to Earth? Hearing his question, she was silent for a moment, then replied softly, Master, I don't know the answer to that question. Hearing this, Shao stepped forward and questioned him. Are you kidding me? Chumo, hand this demonic beast over to me, and I'll make it tell the truth. Seeing his disbelief, Chumo said with certainty, she's telling the truth, although it sounds a bit strange. I have a way to confirm if my pet is lying. Shao-Zhou's face showed some displeasure, and he frowned as he said, you want to protect this demonic beast? Demonic beasts are our enemies. Do you really believe a demonic beast commander doesn't know what her subordinates are doing? Hearing these words, Ire frowned in anger and shouted loudly, don't look down on me. I'm still a demonic beast commander. If I don't know, I don't know. I came to Earth because a powerful demonic beast was needed as a representative to negotiate with the corporations. As for the missions of other demonic beasts, I couldn't be bothered with what those small fries are doing. The reality was that because Ire came from a lower-class race, she was ostracized by the high-level demonic beasts, so information was withheld from her. Ire's pride would not allow her to show weakness in front of a cultivator. He stood to the side, expressing his agreement. I believe you, so, Chumo then said. Then we have nothing more to talk about. Then Shao-Zhou used his power from a distance and charged at him. Shao-Zhou punched the ground. Chumo swiftly dodged the attack. He retreated, grabbing Ire like a doll, a hint of alarm in his eyes as he said, a sneak attack, how dishonorable. How can you still call yourself a cultivator after doing that? Hearing this question, Shao-Zhou's expression didn't change as he replied coldly, my only target is that demonic beast. There's no need for honor when dealing with demonic beasts. Since it knows nothing, I'll just kill it. Letting a demonic beast live will only cause trouble in the future. Seeing his threatening and unyielding stance, he quickly retorted, I refuse. I promised Ire that if she helped me I would protect her. Even if she's a demonic beast, I will keep my promise. Ire stood behind him, a look of joy on her face, and she said softly, Master Chumo, I never thought there would be such a kind-hearted human. The system's notification sounded. Login system reminder, Ire's favorability towards the host has increased by 5, pet status panel, Ire race, Martin Demon favorability 10,100. If you get hit and killed by a truck, it will dance happily at your grave and place a small steamed bun on your grave. Seeing this information, Chumo celebrated inwardly. Her favorability increased again, but you still want to dance on my grave. And Ire isn't helping at all, just jumping around at the side. Master is the best. He was so annoyed watching her that he thought, should I just kill it? Shao-Zhou stood opposite him, exuding an endless killing intent. He began to warn, since you choose to protect a demonic beast, then I won't hold back. After speaking, Shao-Zhou clenched his fists and two masses of red and blue flames quickly collided. Shao-Zhou swiftly unleashed a move which shot straight towards him. Seeing this, Chumo quickly raised a shield to block it. He said coldly, an interesting move, 2 powers of different attributes cleverly combined. You're very skilled as well. Hearing the praise, Shao-Zhou replied, as expected, ordinary moves can't even hurt you. Try this. A series of white patterns appeared on his face. Shao-Zhou's voice sounded, summoning the technique, 5-element reversal, flame subdues golden lotus. Shao-Zhou thought to himself. 5-element reversal is classified as a forbidden secret art. Each attack causes the user's internal power to spiral out of control, eventually leading to death by explosion. In the face of internal destruction, it doesn't matter how strong you are, Shao-Zhou then announced. Chumo, the real battle begins now. Hearing this, Chumo just let out an "oh" in surprise. After speaking, the two charged at each other and began to fight. The two red and yellow forces collided, creating a violet shockwave. Ire cheered excitedly from the side. They're fighting, they're fighting. Finally, a cultivator who can be Chumo's opponent has appeared. Once they're both injured, no, it would be best if they took each other out. Then I can escape without any worries. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. System reminder. Host has been detected to be under attack by an unknown power. Damage transfer function activated. Joy turns to sorrow. Just as she was thinking of running away, the villagers came knocking. Ire suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She was somewhat panicked. What's going on? She quickly caught the blood with her hands. Those two humans are the ones fighting. Why am I the one spitting up blood? Shao-Zhou's voice sounded. You should give up now. Hearing this, he lowered his head and said angrily, is this the extent of your attack? Are you trying to tickle me? What? Hearing these insulting words, Shao-Zhou charged down from above, his hands glowing red, and shouted loudly, shut up. After speaking, he immediately rushed towards Chumo and threw a punch at him. Chumo was no pushover either, and quickly blocked the attack with his shield. The two fought back and forth, turning the world upside down, even carving a streak of light into the ground. At this moment, Chumo's eyes were filled with rage, and a chill enveloped his body. He said in a cold tone, no matter how many times I try, I still find it amazing. I clearly blocked your attack, but I still got hit. What kind of fist technique is this? Very interesting. At the same time, Shao-Zhou had no intention of holding back and continued to go all out, throwing a powerful punch straight ahead. Then Shao-Zhou landed a heavy punch on his left arm. Seeing this, he thought in surprise, Chu Mo didn't dodge this time, but in the next second a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He deliberately took my attack in return for his punch. Chu Mo had already raised his right fist, forming a yellow energy. He said triumphantly, "Now it's my turn." After speaking, Chu Mo swiftly punched Xiaozhou. He couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the blow. Xiaozhou was sent flying, his body crashing heavily into a wall. The wall instantly shattered, and a coughing sound was heard as a mouthful of blood hit the ground. Xiaozhou calculated worriedly in his mind, "Luckily the 5-element reversal state increased my defense, or that punch would have killed me. But this punch was worth it." He clutched his chest tightly with his right hand, still carefully calculating in his mind. "I've hit Chu Mo 8 times, enough to make his internal power spiral out of control. This is my victory." Seeing Xiaozhou stand up, Chu Mo praised him. "Hey, you're still alive? I really underestimated you. Although your strength isn't much, your fist technique is quite impressive." But in contrast, Xiaozhou showed a panicked expression. "How is this possible?" The scene before him made him shout in astonishment, "You're not dead yet. Could it be that I didn't hit you enough times?" As the two were locked in a fierce battle, Ire suddenly spoke from a distance, trying to break up the fight. "Wait, you two bastards, stop fighting." She coughed as she spoke, spitting blood from her mouth. "If you keep fighting, I'm going to die." Seeing this scene, Xiaozhou also began to calculate in his mind. Damn it, can Chu Mo transfer his injuries to his pet? What a despicable method. Although his fighting techniques are novel, his offense and defense are also freakishly strong. If he hits me a few more times, I'll be dead. Trading injuries for injuries, even if I kill the demonic beast commander, I definitely can't kill Chu Mo. Then he froze, his foot stomping heavily on the ground. It seems it's finally time to use that move. Thinking of this, Xiaozhou used his technique. He moved swiftly, fleeing as if he'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Seeing him flee with his tail between his legs like a dog, Chu Mo had a speechless expression. Just a moment ago he looked like he was going to fight to the death, but in the end he ran away. Those few punches really hurt. He rubbed his other shoulder and thought to himself, "Forget it, there's no need to fight that weirdo to the death. If we keep fighting, Ire will really die. She's still useful to me right now. And if we continue, I might be in danger too. My whole body is sore now, and I think I've pulled a muscle in my lower back. Even the puppy in the secret realm didn't hurt me this badly." The scene switched to an apartment that was still lit. Hanling was currently helping the defeated Xiaozhou back, who couldn't even walk steadily. Seeing how badly beaten the guy was, he began to scold him. "Are you crazy? You just had to fight Chu Mo. If you had died, what would I do? Where would I find such a useful opponent like you?" Hearing this, Xiaozhou replied, "I was too confident. Chu Mo's strength is more terrifying than I imagined. Even setting aside the fact that he can transfer injuries to the demonic beast, his physical toughness far exceeds that of an ordinary 1,000-year-old demonic beast. The inside of the body is a very fragile area and difficult to train, yet he was able to resist the effects of the 5-element reversal." Hearing his answer, Hanling began to encourage him. "Don't be so down. I'm already surprised you managed to survive against Chu Mo. A monster should be left for another monster to deal with. You don't have to worry about Chu Mo anymore." At this, Xiaozhou turned his head curiously. "Oh, did your plan succeed?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hanling held up his phone and said smugly, "This is a message from the family. My older brother Li Shu's body has been discovered. The Li Consortium will stop at nothing to eliminate the #1 suspect in the murder of the group's heir, Chu Mo, in a spacious villa." President Li and 2 bodyguards behind him slowly walked towards a young man who was standing. Seeing them, the young man said, President Li, I'm just a nobody. Please don't make things difficult for me. This is the residence of the demon lords. Even with your status, you shouldn't come uninvited. You should go back." Hearing this, President Li shouted loudly, "Get out of the way. I will not leave until I see Lord Jieli." As soon as he finished speaking, a gloomy voice immediately sounded. "Come in." As the door opened, a black mist slowly spread out. The elderly President Li, hunched over and leaning on a cane, quickly walked in with his men. As they walked, one of the subordinates suddenly turned his head and said contemptuously, "Just a watchdog. Who are you pretending to be? How dare you block the way?" After speaking, a black mist quickly enveloped his body. At the same time, Jieli appeared, and with a single move he sent President Li's 2 subordinates flying. Seeing this, he questioned, "Lord Jieli, what is the meaning of this? Since you invited us in, why did you kill my men?" Hearing him say this, Jieli replied with contempt, "Invited? I don't remember inviting your men. I simply killed those who trespassed on my territory. All right, now it's your turn. Old man, I'll give you one more chance. If you can make me laugh, I'll let you live." A large hand gripped his body tightly. President Li quickly said in fear, "My son Li Shu went to Donghai City to welcome the demonic beast commander, but the commander's mission failed. His whereabouts are unknown. My son was brutally murdered, and the transboundary stone belonging to the Alliance Corporation was stolen by the killer. Lord Jieli, I implore your help to avenge my son." Hearing these words, he sneered and shouted loudly, "The demonic beast commander missing. Ire, you have a day like this too. Serves you right. Old man, tell me who the killer is and I can help you get revenge. But before that, the transboundary stone belonging to the corporation must be mine. Savior Chu Mo." Hearing him mention this name, President Li quickly stated, "Chu Mo killed a senior advisor of our group and also exposed the underground shelter. My son Li Shu went to Donghai City to eliminate Chu Mo as well. Although all video footage has been deleted and there's no concrete evidence, I am certain that Chumo is the biggest suspect in the theft of the transboundary stone and the disappearance of the demonic beast commander. After learning the current situation, Jieli said, "Chumo, huh? Then forget it. I don't want to do business that brings no profit. You can go back." The old man was bluntly rejected by Jieli. He immediately showed a panicked expression and blurted out, "Wait, Lord Jieli, Chumo is just a body refinement cultivator. His maximum combat power is only at the 1,000-year level. His potential is already exhausted, and he occasionally shows a foolish kindness. Lord Jieli, killing him would be as easy as flipping your hand." At this point, Jieli immediately retorted with contempt, "Foolish kindness, you almost made me laugh again. Those words shouldn't be used to describe Chumo as the most eye-catching underworld emperor in the secret realm." After the first secret realm ended, we thoroughly investigated all information about Chumo. Under his kind exterior is a disguise of indifference, cruelty, and self-discipline. From birth until now, Chumo has never shown any abnormal behavior or physical traits. There are absolutely no signs that he is a cultivator. Do you know what that means? His figure immediately appeared in Jiali's mind. If Chumo was a cultivator before, then he has been hiding his powerful strength all along, living in this information age, yet no one ever noticed anything unusual. Even when his sister was seriously ill, he didn't reveal his identity. If Chumo only comprehended cultivation after entering the secret realm, that's even more terrifying. He recalled the scene of Chumo realizing his power. This means that in just one day he has transformed from a mortal into the strongest cultivator on Earth. The potential of body refinement cultivators is indeed limited, but this basic common sense absolutely does not apply to a monster like Chumo. After understanding the rules of the secret realm, he tried every means to gain more public attention and traffic. While he was sleeping, when Chumo was playing hide-and-seek with the demonic beast, and when he was eating, even live-streaming while eating, in Jiali's memory, the moment Chumo touched the portal, Jiali immediately realized that he used all sorts of foolish acts to attract attention. A stark contrast to his performance of quickly defeating the demonic beast, thereby also gaining a large amount of destiny coins as a reward to enhance his combat power. After speaking, he raised a question. Do you really think he's kind and foolish? To enhance the entertainment value and obtain more destiny coins, Chumo completely disregarded the lives of other cultivators. Despite being very strong, he only chose to save people selectively, showing forbearance and caution, keeping his trump cards hidden, and playing with the audience's psychology. Recalling his battles, despite being very strong, he only chose to save people selectively, showing forbearance and caution, keeping his trump cards hidden, and playing with the audience's psychology. In a sense, Chumo is even more like a demonic beast than we are. Chumo is too dangerous. Going to war with him now would be a huge loss for us. After hearing Jiali's words, President Li immediately stated his intention. Lord Jiali, since Chumo is so dangerous, we shouldn't let him live any longer. He will become the biggest threat to our plan of merging the two worlds. After a moment he replied, "All right, since you're so worried about the plan to merge the two worlds, why don't you go kill Chumo? Anyway, your group will stop at nothing dealing with a cultivator with only 1,000-year-old combat power. You can surely eliminate him." Leaning on his cane, President Li stammered in reply, "Well," seeing his state, Jiali questioned coldly, "What cat got your tongue? Facing the murderer of your son, you still ultimately consider the pros and cons of your interests." "Old man, we will definitely kill Chumo, but there are more important plans right now. However, you can make some preparations first, so it'll be easier for us when we kill Chumo." Hearing this, he replied, "Lord Jiali, please give your orders." The scene switched to a magnificent room. At this moment, Jiali revealed his intentions. "The old man from the Li Consortium is gone. Knight, you can come out now. You still can't get rid of your habit of eavesdropping." Knight flickered in and out of sight, his voice carrying a hint of suggestion. "Just because my talent is invisibility, why do you all assume I'm a peeping Tom? I'm here to report on my work. The trap for the second secret realm has been set." Hearing this, Jiali praised him gratefully. "Knight, well done. This way we won't have to share the credit with Ire. Speaking of which, we should thank Chumo. If it weren't for a lowlife like Ire being eliminated by Chumo." Hearing this, Knight replied, "I wish that were the case, but when Ire arrived on Earth she could at least maintain the combat power of a 1,000-year-old beast. She should still be able to escape if she wanted to." On his end at Yutong's house, Chumo held the plump Martin demon Ire and asked her, "Yutong, this ferret seems depressed. Should we roast it?" At Yutong's house, light streamed in, illuminating the entire room. Yutong looked at Ire and said, "The corporation's hunters and that strange cultivator sound very dangerous. If only I were a little stronger I could help you instead of being a burden." Hearing her say this, Chumo immediately said, "Don't say that. If you weren't protecting my sister, I wouldn't be able to go out with peace of mind." She pointed to the bag containing Ire and explained, "Speaking of which, I just set up a concealment array around the house. Only people with permission can enter and exit freely. The corporation's people won't be able to find this place, so we can be at ease even when we enter the secret realm." The doorbell rang. A delivery man walked over and asked him, "Sir, is this your order?" Seeing this, he replied, "Ah, thank you." Yutong immediately shouted, "Wait, how did you find this place? Were you following me?" Hearing this, the delivery guy proudly raised a finger and replied, "This place is indeed hard to find. Luckily, our company recently switched to a new positioning system. Even if you're in a tree, I can deliver to your doorstep. Long live high-tech." Hearing these words, Yudong cursed silently in her mind. Damn, high-tech looks like the array needs some improvement. In the world of demonic beasts, ranks are clearly defined. Martin Demon Ire, born of humble origins, gained power and status through her own unremitting efforts. She was a master strategist on the battlefield. A Valkyrie who had never known defeat in 100 battles, she was the idol that low-level demonic beasts aspired to and respected. A symbol of majesty and beauty, the room suddenly fell silent. Now she had lost all her demonic power and become a cultivator's pet. A meat shield to share damage. Ire sat wearily on a chair and sighed. "I don't want to do this anymore. I want to go home so badly." She clutched her head, her thoughts in turmoil. "No, what am I thinking? Even if the high-level demonic beasts on Earth are all my enemies, even if the corporation is full of useless fools who only care about short-term gains, I have to find a way to survive and complete the Godlord's mission," Ire thought to herself. "If I give up, my companions will once again become food and toys for the high-level demonic beasts." Chumo walked into the room and said, "Ire, are your injuries any better? I bought you something to eat." Hearing this, Ire shouted, "Demon, don't come near me. What evil plans do you have now?" Hearing this, Chumo hurriedly explained, "Are you still angry? I'm sorry for letting you get hurt. I really didn't mean it. Besides, you also hid your identity as a demonic beast commander, didn't you? Let's just call it even. You must be hungry after all this time. I really just brought you something to eat." Sensing the hidden meaning in Chumo's words, Ire shouted angrily, "I'm not some wild animal. Don't look down on me. Damn human, do you think you can win me over with food?" Delicious food was quickly placed in front of her. Ire's eyes lit up like car headlights. Her mouth watered. Fried chicken wings and a vegetable salad were placed on the table. Ire picked up a piece of chicken, took a bite and sighed in bliss. "So delicious." Seeing this, he asked, "It seems you really like fried chicken." Ire happily enjoyed the food. Suddenly her thoughts stopped. Wait, what just happened? She had suddenly lost consciousness, and when she came to, half the food on the table was gone. No way did I eat all this fried chicken. Ire was stunned, 1,000 thoughts flashing through her mind. As a demonic beast commander, to be defeated by a biological instinct, it's impossible. You must have put something strange in the food. Hearing her say this, he immediately explained, "I wouldn't stoop to such things. Since you don't believe me, I'll just take the rest of the fried chicken." Bang! Ire slammed the table hard, her eyes fixed on the delicious food on the table as if hypnotized. "This is so strange. It's clearly the meat of a weak animal. It has no demonic power at all, so why does it give off such an alluring aroma? The crispy skin of the fried chicken wrapped around the tender chicken meat and those strangely colored seasonings are simply irresistible. This is my memory right now. Truly the food of demons." Seeing this action, Chumo questioned, "Ire, didn't you say you didn't want to eat? Why won't you let me take the fried chicken away?" Ire immediately shouted, "Shut up, I won't be swayed by food. I just want to prove that even if you poison the food, it has no effect on me. See, even if I eat a lot, I won't be poisoned." After speaking, she quickly devoured the food on the table. Seeing this, he sighed, "All right, as long as you're happy." At this moment, a notification sounded. Login System Reminder. Ire's favorability towards the host has increased by 1. Login System Reminder. Ire's favorability towards the host has increased by 1, he then thought. It seems the information about Ire on the system is correct. She'll eat anything, very easy to raise. But just a little fried chicken and pizza can increase her favorability. Chumo looked at the system panel, a thoughtful expression on his face. "The death of those hunters means I've completely fallen out with the Lee Consortium. Their next move will probably be the real danger for me and my sister. I must increase Ire's favorability as soon as possible to unlock new functions." Suddenly, Yutong rushed into the room and shouted, "Chumo, this is bad. The Lee Consortium is making a move against you." Hearing this news, he was a bit surprised and said, "So soon? What happened?" She swiped her phone with her hand and said to him, "They've made you a trending topic." Hearing this, Chumo calmly replied, "Is that all?" In the morning, at a company, a group of people were chattering. "The Magic Secret Realms Cultivator introductory class is holding an enrollment seminar today. Can you come with me to become a disciple?" Hearing this, the friend next to him immediately replied, "Did you watch the live stream? This course sounds unreliable from the start. It's just a scam to get money. Cultivators, demonic beasts, these things are too far from our lives. I just want to live a peaceful and stable life." That person said in a panic, "I really hope the Savior Chumo can end the danger of the otherworldly invasion soon." His friend immediately replied, "Ha, Chumo, that kid is not reliable at all. His background was exposed this morning, his public image has collapsed, and he's even a trending topic," that friend said in surprise. "Ha, that's impossible." They swiped their phones and the trending topics immediately showed up from the top headline to the bottom, all about him. He then said, "If you don't believe me, look at the trending topics yourself. The scandalous videos and information have all been exposed. Just yesterday, before the secret realm opened, Chumo and his colleague Sha Xiaoming went to their company's rooftop together. A picture of Chumo and Sha Xiaoming immediately appeared. That friend explained the situation in detail. A few minutes later, Xia Xiaoming fell to her death. Although there was no surveillance on the rooftop, it's basically confirmed that Chu Mo murdered her. Xiaoming's body fell straight down from the height. Other employees at their company also made shocking accusations, saying Chu Mo embezzled public funds, causing huge losses for the amusement park project. So he pushed his innocent subordinate Xia Xiaoming off the building to create the illusion that she committed suicide out of guilt. Hearing these words, the black-haired young man was a bit skeptical and said doubtfully, "To say Chu Mo is a murderer based on just this video is a bit of a stretch, isn't it?" Hearing this, the friend next to him said, "Don't be so quick to judge, there are other videos." That friend then told the story to his friend. The image of their conversation immediately appeared in his mind. After the secret realm ended, Chu Mo returned to the company and used his status as a savior to threaten and extort his boss. A huge explosion occurred shortly after. After being rejected, Chu Mo killed his boss and blew up the company, destroying the evidence related to the embezzlement and murder. He added that these short videos were all posted with great anger by a blogger known for incitement precisely to expose Chu Mo's true face. The black-haired young man was speechless at this nonsense and said with a helpless look in his eyes, "Incitement? Great anger? That blogger who always speaks up for the disadvantaged and is full of positive energy," he added. "But isn't Chu Mo a cultivator? He wouldn't be that greedy, would he?" Hearing this, the gray-haired friend immediately showed a thoughtful expression. "Who knows, maybe Chu Mo is a psychopath." Other insiders said Chu Mo's sister was seriously ill before, and the boss helped pay her medical bills, but Chu Mo even embezzled the medical fees. His sister's condition is still critical. He thought of his sister's appearance. That guy laughed smugly. "This is hilarious. He calls himself a savior, but he doesn't even care if his own sister lives or dies. He even killed the boss who kindly helped him. Do you still think Chu Mo is the hope for saving the world?" Hearing this, the friend replied, "I never thought Chu Mo was this kind of person. I was wrong about him. I even gave him tips before." In the company, female employees gathered together, whispering about him. So disgusting. Chu Mo was already a cultivator before entering the secret realm, and he pretended to be an ordinary person to gain sympathy, using people's kindness to trick them into giving more tips. Hearing this, the brown-haired female colleague immediately replied, Right. Many analysis videos say that Chu Mo deliberately caused the deaths of many cultivators to enhance the show's entertainment value. The cultivators in the fifth secret realm were so pitiful, they were all played for fools by Chu Mo. He scammed so many tips. How many destiny coins could the other cultivators get? On the other side, the male host was broadcasting live on television. "This is a live interview about public opinion on the savior Chu Mo. I have nothing to say about this kind of scumbag. Chu Mo has won the title of Best Actor of the Year. Chu Mo is too twisted, pretending to be a pitiful ordinary person. Living off of sympathy, he's too good at acting. It's all an act. You can tell he's just putting on a show." In various mutual aid associations and chat groups, news about him was everywhere, and they discussed it heatedly. "I just sent a private message to Chu Mo's social media account telling him to die. I'm a little scared he won't get blacklisted. I'm his anti-fan. This is hilarious. Let's see who gives him tips in the future. Just wait for death. Chu Mo, that piece of trash." In President Li's luxurious mansion, a subordinate walked forward, handed him a piece of paper, and then said, "Master, it has been made public. The internet is now filled with negative news about Chu Mo. His reputation is completely ruined." He then asked, "But Master, is this enough? He's the one who murdered young Master Li Shu. The demonic beast that crossed over to Earth also refused the request to assassinate Chu Mo. Just smearing him online won't avenge young Master Li Shu." Hearing this, President Li sneered smugly, "This is enough. Although those demonic beasts rejected my request on the surface, they are still secretly gathering spiritual energy to control an army. They think they can hide it from our group's eyes and ears. If I'm not mistaken, they're about to make a big move. They're withholding information only because they don't trust the Alliance Corporation." He looked at his own palm. Spreading negative information about Chu Mo was actually their request too. When a cultivator's spirit is broken, their strength weakens, which also means they've already prepared a plan to kill Chu Mo. At Yu Tong's house, light streamed in from the crack in the door. Yu Tong shouted angrily, "This is infuriating. Do these netizens have no brains? All they do is blindly follow the crowd. You risk your life to save the world and you still get cursed out. Is there any justice?" Hearing this, he immediately explained, "Saving the world was never important. I just want to save my sister. I've never thought about a grand goal like saving the world." Seeing Chu Mo say this, Yu Tong walked forward and asked, "Aren't you angry? Those people don't know anything yet they can say such harsh things to a stranger without any hesitation." He immediately replied, "I don't care at all." Chu Mo showed a displeased expression. "Besides, seeing you trust me so much and getting angry on my behalf because I was misunderstood already makes me very happy. Why should I care about what strangers think of me?" Sensing Chu Mo's anger, Yu Tong avoided his gaze and then said, "It would be more convincing if you hadn't crushed your phone. You are angry, aren't you?" Chu Mo then said, "The rumors about me this time were definitely manipulated by the Alliance Corporation. My anger towards them has reached its peak. I can't get any angrier. They will pay the price for using my sister as a test subject. I've already made up my mind, starting with the biggest problem, the Lee Consortium. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification rang out continuously. Urgent reminder, the second secret realm will open in 10 minutes. All saviors, please prepare. He and Yutong were both very surprised by this situation. Chumo then said, "Damn it, what kind of insidious and vicious secret realm is this? Didn't we just enter a secret realm yesterday? Shouldn't the saviors be given a few more days to rest?" Hearing this, Yudong said with confusion, "It's only been a day since the first secret realm." She turned her face and said, "I thought a long time had passed. Thinking about it, a lot really did happen yesterday. Entering the secret realm, rescuing your sister from your boss, the demonic beast Ire suddenly descending to Earth, and the battle with the hunter group. It's been a long day." Chumo stood before the portal, turned his head and said confidently, "Since it's a mission from the secret realm, it can't be helped. Consider the Lee Consortium lucky. They get to live one more day." After arranging everything, Yutong said, "Everything is ready." Then she tilted her head and glanced at Chumo. "I've upgraded the new concealment array, and it works very well. I just ordered takeout and the delivery guy couldn't find this place." Hearing this, Chumo was also relieved and explained his own arrangements. "I've already taken care of Ire. Let's go." Meanwhile, in the iron cage, Ire cried to heaven and earth to no avail. The gate of the secret realm slowly closed, and the last ray of light gradually faded, as if announcing that it had gathered enough people. At this moment, an extremely impatient voice sounded, "Why is the secret realm being live-streamed today too? Didn't you say it would be different from before? Suddenly changing the plan affects my schedule. I had an important brand ambassador event today. You'll have to pay more for this." "What did you say? The live stream has started." Yichang smiled and gently persuaded, "Welcome to the Lixiong Secret Realm live stream channel. Don't be angry. How can a brand ambassador event be as important as live streaming the secret realm?" Hearing her say this, Lixiong pretended to be clueless and asked, "Sister Yichang, I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm a virtual streamer. I can do a live stream and a brand ambassador event at the same time." Hearing this, she found the little one even cuter and praised, "Is that so? Lixiong is so amazing." Seeing the two being too relaxed, Jixing changed the subject. "Let's first take a look at the cultivators entering the second secret realm." In Ma Yuyu's live stream, the audience was very excited by his bold actions. "Holy cow, am I seeing things? This cultivator is actually making hot pot in the secret realm. Oh my god, he put demonic beast meat into the hot pot again. Isn't he afraid it's poisonous? Isn't the streamer trying too hard? The tips and likes are already at the top. Eating demonic beast hot pot is nothing. Go check out Lee Haoyu's live stream next door. That's a real mukbang master." On another channel, netizens were stunned by a strange round object. "What the hell is this? Are there eggs this big?" Lee Haoyu was demonstrating with great confidence. "This is a 50-kilogram demonic beast egg I just dug up. The streamer is not joking. Today I'm going to live stream eating it raw." An informed person commented, "This is a giant demonic beast egg the streamer found while fishing for seafood in the secret realm. The streamer says he's going to eat it raw." Hearing this, the bullet comments erupted in an uproar. "Eating it raw, that's really intense." Seeing the scene before her, Lixiong just wanted to be petrified on the spot. "I don't get this. Isn't this a secret realm live stream? Why has it turned into a food channel?" But to Yichang this was quite normal. "What's not to get?" she explained. "They're all learning from Chumo, imitating his mukbangs in the secret realm to get more attention and tips." Elder Lee, have cultivators become so trendy? In Jixing's view, this was a smart approach. These people are all rogue cultivators from the 5th secret realm. They're weak and can only rely on mukbangs to get destiny coins and increase their combat power. Although this behavior is not to be encouraged, they are also fighting hard to protect humanity. Of course, I believe the cultivators from the 4 major sects would never do something like this to attract attention. Let's take a look at the first secret realm. Switching to Jin Mingji's live stream, this guy was even eating something no one dared to try. "Everyone, look, this is the most common demonic beast in the secret realm. The weird-eyed tentacle dung ball. It's said to have great health benefits. Today I'll experience it for myself." Seeing this scene, Jixing's face darkened as if it were about to explode. He gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words full of anger. "Change the channel." The screen flashed and immediately switched to another scene. In Shi Zhencheng's live stream, he was chatting excitedly with the audience. "Everyone, guess what I just found? It's Chumo, Mr. Chumo. I think everyone must be curious about the impact of this morning's trending topics on Chumo. I'm going to interview Chumo now. Everyone follow me." After speaking, he waved happily at Chumo to greet him and then said, "Chumo, sorry to bother you." Hearing this, he stopped, tilted his head and asked curiously, What can I do for you?" Zhencheng seriously requested an interview. "Chumo, before becoming a cultivator, I was a media professional. Regarding the rumors this morning about you murdering your colleague and boss, I was wondering if you would be willing to accept my interview." Chumo didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Those rumors were orchestrated by the Lee Consortium. It's because I discovered their conspiracy. It might not be just the Lee Consortium, other corporations might be involved as well. They are cooperating with demonic beasts from the other world, and some demonic beasts have already secretly infiltrated Earth with the corporation's help. Their purpose is unknown. I hope everyone will be on high alert." Hearing this unexpected news, he covered his mouth and smiled, not believing it. Demonic beasts have infiltrated Earth. That's really shocking news, he continued to press about the deaths of Xia Xiaoming and President Xu. And what's your explanation for the video footage from that time? However, he showed no anger at all and answered calmly, the surveillance video only captured a small segment. Actually, President Xu wanted me to take the fall for the project's deficit, so he instructed Xia Xiaoming to kill me. After listening, Zhen Cheng also felt indignant for Chu Mo. That's outrageous, just two ordinary people, how could they have the audacity to try and kill a cultivator? But what Chu Mo said next was like a slap in Zhen Cheng's face. Before entering the secret realm, I was just an ordinary person too. Hearing this, he was very surprised. Ah, did you become this strong in just one day, Chu Mo? It really puts us cultivators to shame. The netizens, however, didn't believe it at all and even mocked him. What nonsense. Demonic beasts have infiltrated Earth. He'll say anything to clear his name. No way does anyone actually believe this. Becoming the strongest cultivator after one day in the secret realm, some people thought, if it's really as Chu Mo says and demonic beasts have infiltrated Earth in advance, that would pose a huge threat to our world. After the scene ended, the camera immediately cut back to the commentary room. At this point, Yizhang turned to the side, a serious expression on her face as she asked, if it's really as Chu Mo says and demonic beasts have infiltrated Earth in advance, that would pose a huge threat to our world. Elder Li, what are your thoughts? After a moment of thought, Jixing stroked his chin and shared his opinion. I will notify the various sects to investigate the Li Consortium, but there's no need to worry too much. If demonic beasts had really infiltrated Earth, it's impossible for our 4 major sects to be completely unaware. Hearing these plans, she frowned slightly. Hearing you say that actually makes me really start to worry. The scene switched to the street where Chu Mo and Yutong were walking. Yutong glanced at Zhen Cheng's departing back and complained, "You're way too nice. That cultivator who just interviewed you was just trying to leech off your popularity. He didn't believe a word you said. If it were me, I would have taught him a lesson a long time ago," Chu Mo replied softly to her. "Yeah, I know. I wasn't saying those things for him anyway. In the real world, anything I say online would be deleted and blocked by the corporations. Only by live streaming in the secret realm is it difficult for them to impose restrictions. I just want to do my best to let more people watching the live stream know the truth. Being prepared increases the hope of survival." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, making them both unsteady and sway strangely. The secret realm is shaking. What's happening? Then the system suddenly appeared. Secret realm notification. Due to the intervention of otherworldly gods, the 5 secret realms will merge into one. A string of data appeared before Chu Mo's eyes. Second secret realm login system activated. Due to a sudden incident, login rewards are doubled. Login Day 2 reward, battle experience of a legendary war god. Reward has been distributed. Please check. Host. After a tremor, everything returned to normal. Yutong spoke. It stopped shaking. The secret realm fusion is complete. It doesn't seem any different from before, but Chu Mo only needed a glance to notice something was off. Be careful, there's a monster over there. It's strange, it might be from another secret realm. Suddenly, a small pink monster appeared in the middle of the road, calling out, "Bomi?" Seeing the fluffy, smiling monster, Yutong's eyes lit up and she completely let down her guard. "So cute, what does Bomi mean? Are you talking to me?" The monster rubbed its head, acting cute in front of them, constantly making the sound "Bomi." Then it opened its 8-foot-wide mouth, wanting to swallow them both in one bite, but this attempt was immediately thwarted by Chu Mo. He swatted it away with a wave of his hand, reducing it to dust. His body had acted automatically before his mind could think. This was the legendary war god's battle experience from the login reward. He looked at his hand, a thought flashing through his mind. When he attacked, I could also feel the power in my body resonating, boiling and rampaging. In an instant, many muscular pink monsters charged towards them, constantly shouting, "Bomi." Seeing this, Yudong was very worried. "Be careful, more Bomi are coming and they're supersized." Seeing the mysterious power erupting from his body and his strange appearance, she asked in a panic, "Are you okay? You don't look right," he said softly. "What's wrong?" At this moment his body seemed to be frozen. "But I've never felt so good." Chu Mo tried to find words to describe his current state. Happy, excited, joyful. He suddenly realized that all the words he had just thought of were not enough to express his feelings. "Right, I understand now." Then he moved his body to express his ecstatic emotions. The ecstasy of being intoxicated by power. Blood sprayed out with his powerful moves. With just a few basic moves, the Bomi were sliced in half one by one. A sweeping slash drew a long straight line in the air. Chu Mo seemed to lose control as he rushed towards the remaining Bomi, thinking, and anger too. He glared at them with sharp eyes, gritting his teeth, so angry he wanted to destroy this disgusting world. Chu Mo clenched his fists, his movements clean and crisp. A loud bang was heard, and at the same time a dazzling light enveloped the surroundings. Just then the data panel suddenly appeared. System reminder. System has detected a backlash from the War God's will, initiating reboot. War God's legendary battle experience rebooting, current progress 5. Host, please avoid combat as much as possible before the reboot is complete, otherwise the berserk power will cause damage to your body, and there is a certain chance of losing your sanity. Finally seeing him stop, Yutong softly called Chu Mo's name. He suddenly asked back, "Is it over?" Seeing this, she quickly replied, "The Bomi are all dead, Chu Mo. You were a little scary just now." Chu Mo stood up, swaying as he held his forehead. "Sorry, I got a little too excited just now." He suddenly realized how out of control he had been. Why didn't the system remind me sooner? If I hadn't come to my senses in time, Yutong might be dead. Strange, the system said the berserk power would damage my body, but I'm just sore. The data panel appeared again. System reminder detected that the host is suffering from the backlash of the war god's experience activating the damage transfer function. In a certain corner, Ire could only swallow her anger. Chumo, you tricked me again. I'm getting really angry, just you wait. Only then did Chumo remember the one locked in the cage. Did she almost get beaten to death too, she must be thinking. It seems I must avoid fighting as much as possible before the reboot is complete. At this time on Yi Chang's side, after watching Chumo's battle, Yi Chang turned to Elder Ji Xing in confusion and asked, Chumo's strange state just now. What was that about? He judged. It might be due to the influence of public opinion online. Chumo's mind became unstable, so his power started to spiral out of control, and he lost his sanity in battle. In this state, not only will he accidentally hurt others, but his own body and mind will also continuously collapse. Moreover, I have personally seen a cultivator I deeply respect fight to the death in a state of berserk. The truth about Chumo killing people still needs to be confirmed, but hiding in a safe place and insulting and slandering a savior who is fighting for humanity is wrong. At this moment on the street, Chumo and Yutong had just walked past. Two young men stopped, panting heavily. We should be safe here, right? The other one complained while catching his breath. What's gotten into that Chumo kid? He blew up a whole street just to fight a demonic beast. If we hadn't run fast, we might have died, the other person agreed. You're telling me my fragile heart is shattered? Some strongest savior. He can't even take a few insults. His mental fortitude is too weak. Hearing his friends rambling, the young man raised an eyebrow and said doubtfully, Strongest? Didn't he get his strength by cheating for destiny coins? With that many destiny coins, even a pig could become the strongest. He doesn't even think about how many people he'll get killed by snatching the destiny coins that other saviors should have gotten. The blue-haired young man, hearing this, nodded as if convinced. That makes sense. What does he need so many destiny coins for anyway? Body refinement cultivators have their limits. Giving them to him is a complete waste. In another 2 secret realms, when destiny coins increase, our strength might surpass Chumo's. Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded from behind them, giving the blue-haired youth goosebumps. Chumo, you were talking about Chumo. I didn't mishear, did I? His body stiffened and sweat poured down. This terrifying aura could it be? But when the two turned around and saw a cute little ghost, they both breathed a sigh of relief. To think they were scared by something like this. It looks cute, but its voice is so weird. Let's get rid of it. Hearing this, the man quickly stopped him and explained, Don't be rash. That's the pet of Tian Yan, the genius girl and core disciple of the Danhua Heavenly Sect. We can't afford to mess with her. The little ghost didn't understand what they were saying and asked, What are you two whispering about? Tell me where that bastard Chumo is. My master is angry, so angry she wants to blow Chumo up. A rogue cultivator from the 5th secret realm dares to be the strongest savior. On the other side, in President Li's office, a subordinate held a stack of documents and read the information he had investigated. Master, your strategy was a great success. Chumo's mind has collapsed and his power is starting to spiral out of control. When he leaves the secret realm, he'll be a cripple, unless someone helps him. President Li curled his lips into a cold smile. No one will help him. President Li analyzed all possible scenarios. If Chumo were still that high and mighty powerhouse, people would respect and fear him. But if Chumo falls from his pedestal, he'll be ridiculed. They will only feel contempt, jealousy, anger, and unwillingness to be a side character. If someone really wants to help Chumo, you know what to do. After understanding the mission, he quickly replied, Yes, Master, the paid commenters I hired are on standby. Anyone who tries to help Chumo will be smeared and insulted in the live stream room, President Li said smugly as if he knew it all. Helping Chumo will only tarnish your own name. You won't get any destiny coin rewards, and you even risk being killed by a berserk Chumo, even the one whose life Chumo saved. That cultivator named Yutong will eventually leave Chumo. This is human nature. The comments in the live stream room immediately exploded, everyone typing with hostility. To think a cultivator would team up with a scumbag like Chumo, they must be two of a kind. Everyone stopped tipping her. She might get killed by Chumo at any time. It's all a waste. In Yutong's live stream room, the screen was dead silent with only the bare ceiling visible. The netizens wouldn't give up and kept spamming the screen. Help, I just watched the replay. This streamer is also a team-wiping engine. All her teammates in the 1st secret realm died. She was the only one who survived. What can she do besides leeching off others? I suggest locking this woman and Chumo together so they don't harm anyone else. Sister Yutong, leave Chumo quickly. He almost hurt you when he went berserk just now. Yutong, seemingly lost in thought, sighed softly. Seeing her contemplative look, Chumo asked with concern, What's wrong? She just coldly turned her face away and replied, I was thinking you made such a big commotion just now. It might attract other demonic beasts. Let's leave this place first. On the surface, he listened intently to her every word. But a sliver of doubt rose in his heart. Yutong hasn't been herself since just now, always spacing out. She must have been scared by my power going berserk right now. I'm like a ticking time bomb. I could hurt the people around me at any moment. Seeing her somewhat tired look, he felt even more guilty. But Yutong probably considered my feelings and didn't feel comfortable suggesting we go our separate ways. I guess I'll have to be the one to bring it up since it's my responsibility. The two walked in silence, neither of them speaking. Chumo just thought silently, if only there was a suitable opportunity. The moment he saw the Minotaur monster, he secretly sighed in relief. The perfect opportunity has arrived. Chumo didn't notice Yutong's strange expression and just urged her. Yutong, you go first. I'll hold this demonic beast off. Wait, what are you trying to do? Yutong walked forward with a strange expression. I'm so sorry I didn't notice how you were feeling sooner. She lowered her head, a trace of indescribable sorrow flashing in her eyes. Although I've been pretending nothing happened on the surface, being constantly insulted and accused by thousands of people, how much pressure have you been under? Even now I can't fully understand it, which is why your power erupted out of control. Seeing her like this, he comforted her. It's not that serious, but the power outburst is real, so it will be dangerous for you to stay here while I fight. Hearing this, Yutong suddenly became serious. Then let me fight. This sentence stunned Chumo, a look of surprise on his face. Ha! She walked forward, a pink light enveloping her body. In the air, a shining sword condensed. Yutong gripped the hilt and her clothes changed into a new set of battle robes that exuded a sharp aura. This time it's my turn to protect you. Seeing two living people before it, the Minotaur monster roared fiercely and charged over. Yutong gripped her sword and met it without hesitation. She unleashed a series of slashes, the cold sword light cutting through space. Memories of the past flooded back. In a quiet room, the leaves outside the window swayed in the wind. Yutong was holding a sword that emitted a pink spiritual aura. She said seriously to the person in front of her. This should count as completing the test, right? But the answer was not what she expected. Your power and skills are sufficient to pass the assessment standards, but I don't want to take you as my disciple. Hearing this, she was stunned, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. But my father already paid. But he frankly asked a series of questions. Yutong, you were once a disciple of the Donghua Heavenly Sect with good strength and talent. Besides me, you could have chosen any master from the White Elephant Sect as your teacher, and I believe no one would have refused. If you want me to take you as my disciple, unless Yutong thought very simply and asked back. More money. This made him sigh and facepalm. Unless you tell me the reason you left the Donghua Heavenly Sect, and your reason for choosing me as your master, based on your answer, I will consider whether to take you as my disciple. Hearing this, she explained. The reason I became a disciple of the Donghua Heavenly Sect was because I once thought the ultimate goal of cultivators was to become an immortal. But do you really believe anyone can become an immortal? This question intrigued him. An interesting question. Since ancient times there has been no evidence to prove the actual existence of immortals. Yutong lowered her eyes slightly, a trace of confusion flashing through her mind. Then what is an immortal? Is it eternal life, the power to control the laws of the world or even create worlds? Or is it pure wisdom, beautiful virtues unaffected by the secular world, free and at ease? Seeing that she still hadn't figured it out, he began to seriously explain his own views. Heaven and earth were born alongside me, and all things are one with me. You're right, the descriptions and speculations about immortals are generally like that, and I once thought so too. It wasn't until I came into contact with real cultivators that I discovered everything was completely different from what I had imagined. Powerful cultivators collude with high-ranking officials and dignitaries, seeking wealth and profit. Yutong closed her eyes slightly and smiled faintly. She spoke of all the things that had once disgusted her. Disciples and apprentices compete to flatter and fawn over their masters to obtain more cultivation resources, gain greater power and more powerful spells. To consolidate their positions, they bully their peers, even resorting to thievery and debauchery. They rely on mysterious spells to deceive ordinary people. Because I couldn't condone it, I ran away on my own and got scolded by my father. My father wholeheartedly supported me in becoming a cultivator, hoping I could help his business develop and build more connections. As she walked with him, she muttered to herself, to maintain my status as a cultivator, after I couldn't stay at the Donghua Heavenly Sect, he sent me here. It's ridiculous. In an era where spiritual energy is depleted, do we really still have a chance to become immortals, people like us? Are we worthy of becoming immortals? He lowered his head and analyzed softly. Most cultivators are content with being stronger than ordinary people, and even tacitly accept that becoming an immortal is just a fantasy. But in any era, whether called a madman or a fool, there will always be people who don't forget their original intention of becoming a cultivator and constantly explore new paths. Yu Tianren, have you heard of this name? Hearing him mention this strange name, Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief and she asked again, Yu Tianren, I am a heavenly being. I am for all living beings. I am for heaven and earth. With such a cringy name, isn't he afraid of being beaten to death? He ignored her reaction and continued to explain calmly. There were once a total of 8 powerful cultivation sects with long histories. 4 of them provoked Yu Tianren, so now only 4 major sects remain. Yutong felt as if her worldview had been expanded. There were so many things she had never heard of. Wow, is there really someone that powerful? How come I've never heard of him? He began to recount the past. Much of the history and records concerning Yu Tianren have been erased. The following is my personal opinion. Yu Tianren has already become an immortal, or at least has approached that legendary realm. but because the past records have been erased, finding Yu Tianren's secret has become extremely difficult. I can only constantly study the people and things related to Yu Tianren in history, using these clues to reconstruct his path of cultivation. If you're willing, you can become my disciple and we can research it together. Hearing this, Yudong naively asked again, "Have you agreed to take me as your disciple?" He nodded in confirmation but then asked curiously, "By the way, you still haven't said why you chose me as your master." Yudong said bluntly without any reservation, "Because I heard from others that you're very weak, so it would be easier to get by staying with you. I shouldn't have been so honest just now, right? In the end I still successfully became his disciple and usually just helped my master with some useless research." The two walked and talked like this. Yudong continued, "Although my master was still poor after establishing his own sect, he could only rent a house in the suburbs as his cultivation abode. Although my master was still weak, his character and research spirit were very pure, constantly attracting new followers. Many people came to become his disciples. Perhaps there was another reason. This place was different from others, casual and free, yet the atmosphere for cultivation was very serious. And I was also very popular with my junior brothers. Eldest senior sister, I brought you a Coke. Eldest senior sister, this is the new manga," Yudong realized. "As the first disciple to join, I also earned a lot of respect. But that was until the day my master's abode was destroyed. The once grand house was now just a pile of rubble. My master's master, the sect master of the White Elephant sect, along with many sect masters and their disciples, surrounded us. Everyone looked at her with greedy eyes. Those sharp and harsh accusations were constantly thrown at him. They said Yu Tianren's cultivation method is a scam. They said the master used lies to gather hundreds of cultivators, plotting for fame, fortune and ill intentions. They said, many cultivators have been deluded by my master's wicked ways, delaying the work of their sects and causing huge losses. The sect's performance indicators for this quarter have dropped by 40. They said they wanted the master to admit his mistake and punish him severely. Other disciples and followers would be forgiven as long as they admitted their mistake. Yutong had also seriously confronted them, telling them her master was not a liar. But all she got in response was mockery. They laughed. She was asked questions she didn't even know the answers to. "Kids are so easy to fool. Look, who else besides you supports your master?" The master's disciples and followers all left, leaving only Yutong. She began to feel scared. "My master told me to admit my mistake and I did. But my master refused to admit any fault to them," the master said. "This world needs people who refuse to admit they are wrong." He stood out alone, tightly gripping his sword. To prove he was not wrong, he committed suicide. My master died. They let out piercing laughter beside my master's corpse. After that, many people insulted Yutong's master. He dares to claim he's researching Yu Tianren's cultivation method. Too weak. Yeah, truly shameless. He dares to say it, and someone actually dared to believe it. Even if Yu Tianren's method were truly recovered, it's not something these ordinary people could learn. It's one thing for him to mess around on his own, but he even dragged our sect's disciples along to waste time with him. What a harmful monster. While they laughed, Yudong just stood there dumbly watching, doing nothing. My father found another cultivation sect for me, and I just drifted along. Although I lived a carefree life, I was filled with regret and anger at this moment. Her eyes were full of sorrow, recalling that endless pain. However, I can now destroy monsters on my own, so this time I will not back down, and I will not admit I'm wrong again. Just then, a data panel suddenly appeared in midair. Secret Realm notification. Congratulations to Savior Yutong for killing Boss Ceci's clone. The second Secret Realm's Boss Ceci will appear in 30 minutes, difficulty level 500-year demonic beast. Seeing this scene, a pleased smile appeared on Yichang's lips. Is this Boss Ceci appearing so early? And it's only a 500-year demonic beast. Looks like I can get off work early today. Yutong, I remember that seems to be the name of the cultivator with Chu Mo. Elder Li, is the difficulty of this secret realm lowered because she killed the boss's clone? Jixing frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, yes, this Boss Ceci should be a composite-type demonic beast. Assuming this Boss Ceci's combat power is 2,000 years. Exceeding the secret realm's limit would cause the secret realm's operating mechanism to be erased. But after the main body and the clone are separated, its combat power is only 500 years. Thus avoiding the secret realm's restrictions. Even if the fusion triggers the secret realm's notification, it can avoid being erased by splitting up in time. I guess the other world's participation in the fifth secret realm's fusion was to let this demonic beast wipe out all the cultivators. Fortunately, the demonic beast's clone was dealt with by Yutong in advance. Otherwise, the saviors might have had to face a 2,000-year demonic beast. Hearing this, Li Xiong also chimed in. Then we should thank Sister Yutong. The difficulty of the second secret realm has been greatly reduced. For the cultivators of the fifth secret realm, facing a 500-year demonic beast should be a piece of cake, right? Suddenly, a dazzling purple pillar of light rose in the center of the city. That purple light pillar stood in the middle of the road, heralding the gate to the secret realm. Upon seeing it, several people immediately started to stir. The pillar of light has appeared. The location where Boss Ceci will appear is too far from us. We have to hurry. another person said leisurely. What's the rush? Isn't there still 30 minutes? The person in the mask maintained their speed, explaining as they ran. After the secret realm fusion, the number of cultivators has increased. If we don't seize the initiative, we won't have an advantage. Maybe Boss Ceci will be killed before we even make a move, the other person finally agreed. A group of people, as if receiving a message at the same time, all flocked over. Oh my god, look over there, even the mukbanger and the sea fisher have come to join the fun. A girl saw a familiar face in the crowd and shouted, Hey, I remember you. Aren't you the guy who was digging for clams earlier? You're going to fight Boss Ceci too, the guy sighed and said helplessly. There are only 30 minutes left, what's the point of digging for clams, there's not even enough time to scavenge. Anyway, I already found a demonic beast egg, so it wasn't a total loss. Never mind me, aren't you done with your mukbangs? Hearing this, the girl was also a little dejected. Can't be helped, there's not enough time to cook a big meal, might as well go fight Boss Ceci. Even if I don't get anything out of it, it's still good to watch the show. By the way, can you sell me that demonic beast egg you found? I'll use it to make scrambled eggs with tomato. Seeing her mention that, the guy quickly replied, Oh, that demonic beast egg, I already ate it raw. This answer left everyone around speechless. Ate it raw? Are you serious? You're amazing, bro. You're the real food streamer, aren't you? That's intense. Did you get sick after eating it? Does it taste good raw? But the guy suddenly fell silent and didn't say another word. After a while he just shook his bucket and then changed the subject. Nothing happened. Of course it's edible. Let's head over first. Stop chatting or we'll miss Boss Ceci's appearance. In a distant corner, a dark figure quietly observed their every move. He was very satisfied with the actions of his subordinates. Everything was going according to plan. A twisted and contemptuous smile gradually spread across his face. A bunch of fools. Do you really think the lowered difficulty of the secret realm was a stroke of luck? Enjoy it, the grave I've chosen for you. At the location where the purple pillar of light rose, Yutong still stood in place, looking up at it with a hint of doubt on her face. She couldn't believe what she had just done. The one I just killed, was it really that Boss Ceci's clone? I didn't mishear, did I? Even Chumo acknowledged it. Even if the secret realm notification was wrong, this pillar of light wouldn't lie. Yutong, were you injured just now? Yutong replied to him. I'm fine, that demonic beast was super weak. It fell before I even used much force. Hearing this, he smiled faintly and said with certainty, That's because you've become stronger. With you protecting me, I feel very relieved, however. Yutong immediately tilted her head and retorted word by word, Is that so? Then who was that person with a skeptical look on his face when I said I would protect you earlier? Chumo denied it upon hearing this. You saw wrong. Just then, the little ghost popped out of nowhere and interjected. I saw it clearly. It circled around him and asked curiously, You're Chumo, right? He looked up at it and asked curiously, Who are you? Before the little ghost could introduce itself, its cheek was mercilessly pinched by a hand. I am. What are you doing? Although it was very angry, it was powerless and could only twist its body and struggle desperately. Let go of me. Seeing this, Yudong pushed her luck even further. Are all new breeds of demonic beasts this cute? The little ghost was on the verge of tears from anger. Stop pinching, let go, I'm not a demonic beast, master, hurry up and come. Chumo is here. Hearing its call, Yutong was stunned. Master, at that moment a figure approached from a distance, and a decisive voice was heard. Chumo, I've been looking for you for a long time. Seeing her, he was a bit dazed and at a loss. Before she could even say hello, she was eager to have a martial arts contest with him. Donghua Heavenly Sect, Yu Tianyan. Chumo, let's have a fight. Seeing Yu Tianyan's aggressive demeanor, Chumo frowned and said doubtfully, Looking for a fight with me, little girl, are you serious? Do we have a grudge against each other? But I don't even know you. Yu Tianyan remained expressionless and said bluntly, Quite the opposite, I respect you very much. During the first secret realm, the scene of you defeating a 1,000-year-old demonic beast with pure strength alone excited me. So Chumo, I want to challenge you. At this time, Yutong was still holding the little ghost tightly and interjected. Wait, Yu Tianyan, I know you, the strongest person in the second secret realm, a core disciple of the Donghua Heavenly Sect. In the secret realm, demonic beasts are our common enemy. Are you out of your mind starting an internal fight at a time like this? The little ghost felt like the most pitiful being in the world, tormented half to death by Yutong. Gently, my head is about to explode, it struggled weakly as if its soul was about to scatter. Let go of me, you monster. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Yudong finally reacted. Oops, sorry, I got too excited and used a bit too much force. Its soul left its body. Is the little ghost still alive? Is it okay? No, wait, you only become a ghost after you die. For a ghost soul to leave its body, that's a double soul departure. Tianyan looked nonchalant, remaining calm. It's fine, just stuff the soul back in. I'll answer your question first. There are two reasons I want to challenge you, Chumo. One, watching your battle with the demonic beast in the replay of the first secret realm ignited my fighting spirit. The desire to fight you is completely uncontrollable. Hearing these passionate words, Chumo was a little surprised. Really? But no matter how I look at it, your expression has nothing to do with a boiling fighting spirit. Tianyan's expression grew more serious as she continued with the second reason. A rogue cultivator with no sect is actually more prominent than the four major sects. Chumo, you've made us cultivators from the four major sects lose face. The old folks in my sect also feel very ashamed. Only by defeating you in front of a worldwide audience can we wash away this shame and prove that our Donghua heavenly sect is the strongest. Listening to this string of words from the young girl, Yutong felt something was off. Can you really say something like that out loud? You're so honest, the old folks in your sect are going to lose a lot of face. The young girl stubbornly replied, Is that so? I don't really understand. They originally wanted me to challenge you after I obtained more destiny coins, Chumo, but I think that would be unfair. Besides, I can't wait any longer, so I want to fight you now. Seeing her frankness, Chumo tried to persuade her. Thank you for your honesty, but I have to refuse for now. In a recent battle with a demonic beast, my power went out of control, and I even nearly lost my sanity. Fighting you now would be dangerous for both of us, the young girl nodded. Is it because of the influence of public opinion? I can understand. Knowing the situation, Chumo made a decision. You, Tianyan, I agree to accept your challenge, but it will have to be postponed until my power stabilizes. However, Tianyan didn't accept, but postponing the match would be unfair to you. This statement confused Chumo. Unfair? Why? The young girl began to explain with an extremely serious attitude. Chumo, you are a body refinement cultivator, right? The upper limit of a body refinement cultivator's power is equivalent to a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. I can use destiny coins to increase my strength, but you, Chumo, your power has already reached its limit. After listening for a while, Chumo had to admit that destiny coins could indeed no longer increase his combat power. Is the limit for body refinement cultivators really only 1,000 years? The little ghost jumped up aggressively like a troublemaker and shouted, That's right, rookie, I'll be able to beat you with one hand soon. Don't mind all the gossip. Tianyan continued, As far as I know, body refinement cultivators temper themselves by imitating the cultivation methods of certain demonic beasts, but the human body has its limits. The power of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast is precisely the upper limit of what a human can withstand. Another factor that limits body refinement cultivators is the Tao heart. To control immense power, one's mind and will must also be sufficiently pure. The young girl's tone did not relax in the slightest as she added, Even orthodox cultivation schools require constant tempering of the spirit and resonance with the outside world to break through the 1,000-year cultivation limit. Since ancient times, due to limitations in spiritual energy and finite resources, only a few talented individuals could become cultivators. The body refinement path is an exception. Tianyan remained highly focused, continuing her in-depth analysis. Theoretically, anyone can become a body refinement cultivator, but the cultivation process is too painful. One could even call it self-torture. The probability of an ordinary person succeeding through this cultivation is even lower than that of becoming an orthodox cultivator. The young girl added in a low voice, According to records, during the last otherworldly invasion, body refinement cultivators were only effective in the early stages of the invasion. As the intensity of the war increased, they were phased out. The little ghost, with its usual sarcastic tone, chimed in acerbically, High difficulty, low ceiling, and useless in the late game. Only someone with a sick mind would become a body refinement cultivator. I really can't understand how there are still body refinement cultivators in this day and age, seeing it start to belittle them at the top of its lungs. Yutong raised an eyebrow threateningly. Little ghost, do you want another out-of-body experience? Although it was scared enough to hide behind the young girl, it wouldn't back down verbally. I'm just speaking the truth. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Tianyan watched the two, then declared, For Chumo to become a body refinement cultivator in this era, and even reach his combat power limit in the first secret realm mission, is incredible. I have great respect for you. The young girl's tone suddenly became firm. Many cultivators only want to challenge you after they've gathered enough destiny coins, and then defeat you, Chumo, to prove their own strength. That's why you can only be defeated by me. I won't let those cowards humiliate you, Chumo. If any other cultivators come to challenge you, Chumo, I will defeat them all. Yudong stood to the side with an unfriendly expression, leaned in and asked coldly, Hey little sister, are you really that self-righteous? Do you think you're so noble? Tianyan asked curiously. For the honor of the 4 major sects, cultivators will always come to challenge Chumo. Do you have a better solution? Hearing this, Yutong's gaze became resolute. She frowned and stated with certainty, Of course, if you can't even defeat me, you have no right to fight Chumo. I will accept all challenges. Then she pointed her sword at Tianyan. Starting with you. Seeing this, the young girl was also eager to try. To confirm if you have the strength to protect Chumo, I will use my full power. The little ghost provoked Yutong with extreme arrogance. How dare you challenge my master? Watch me smash your dog head with my hammer. I will repay the humiliation you brought upon me tenfold. Yutong frowned and retorted, 2 against 1? The pet wants to join in too, I don't mind. Seeing Yutong look down on it, Tianyan defended her weapon, Eudora. It's a bit troublesome. A white pillar of waves immediately appeared before them. Tianyan issued a warning, but it's very dangerous. It's not too late to surrender now. Seeing this, Yutong sneered contemptuously. Aren't you being a little too friendly? We're enemies now. You should be more concerned about yourself. Tianyan attacked immediately. Then I won't hold back. The two instantly clashed. Tianyan was on the offense while Yutong defended. A loud bang echoed, and the tremor attracted the attention of many. Several people outside saw the scene and began to discuss it. I just got here, what's going on? They're already fighting, isn't there still half an hour left? Did Boss Ceci appear early? Another person heard this and immediately refuted him. No way, this is way more interesting than fighting Boss Ceci. I heard it from someone else too. It seems Yu Tianyun from the Donghua Heavenly Sect and Yu Tong are fighting over a man. Outrageous. Someone actually dares to fight over a man with the genius of the Donghua Heavenly Sect. The young man with glasses heard the name and immediately recognized it. Wait, isn't Yu Tong the cultivator mentioned in the Secret Realm notification who killed Boss Ceci's clone? She's also a core disciple of the 4 major sects. How come I've never heard of her before? Another young man immediately explained. You wouldn't know. She's a cultivator from the 5th Secret Realm. The cultivators from the 4 major sects have always looked down on us disciples from small sects and rogue cultivators. And now they can't even compare to our 5th Secret Realm. The young man with glasses sighed to himself. I didn't expect our 5th Secret Realm to produce another expert besides Chu Mo. The Secret Realm really is fair. Ordinary cultivators like us can also make a name for ourselves if we find the right opportunity. And this guy continued, thinking quite naively, well, you still have to be brave enough to fight. Look at the Taishuan sect. Oh no, the 2 cowardly sects master. During the first Secret Realm mission he hypocritically gathered everyone to fight Boss Ceci. But when Chu Mo was fighting the demonic beast he just shut down and chickened out. I almost died laughing when I watched the replay later. Seeing the two chatting enthusiastically, the group of people quickly spoke up. Hey, what are you two whispering about? The young man with glasses saw them and adopted a humble attitude. Ah, it's Taishuan Yan, we were just chatting, not saying anything. Xingjin was so angry steam was practically coming out of his ears. Not talking now, if you have the guts, try saying what you just said again. Tianqing heard this, patted his shoulder and said, Xingjin, forget it, don't bother with them. But young master, Tianqing lowered his head and admitted what had happened. They're right, my performance before was indeed pathetic, even my father was disappointed in me. When I went back yesterday it was the first time I'd ever seen him so angry. Xingjin immediately comforted him. Young master, your father just has very high expectations of you, besides he didn't sleep at all last night. He was using precious materials to reinforce the thunder-controlling vase, all for you. Tianqing was very surprised to hear this. So that's why he took the thunder-controlling vase back yesterday. Seeing his change in attitude, Xingjin added, yes, your father still cares about you very much, he's just not good at expressing it. Tianqing was a little happy. Is that so? A shadowy figure was secretly observing their every move. He watched them with sharp eyes as if they were toys. Back to the girls' fight, Tianyan spoke up. You're stronger than I imagined. Can't you just surrender obediently? Tianyan brandished the long spear in her hand. If we keep fighting, I'll be the one who wins in the end anyway. If I use Eudora's true power and accidentally kill you, Chu Mo will be sad. Yutong provoked the young girl even more. Is that so? The little ghost's true power, I'd like to see it. Don't just run your mouth like you do. The two began a new round of combat. Yutong's speed was extremely fast. Tianyan had trouble keeping up. Tianyan started to get confused. What's going on? Just then, the young girl suddenly realized something was wrong. Her weapon had been snatched away during the fight. Tianyan still couldn't accept this fact. How is that possible? Seeing things were getting a bit out of hand, Chu Mo stepped forward to stop them. Hey, you two, calm down. A friendly spar is fine. Don't fight to the death. The system appeared. System reminder. War God's legendary battle experience rebooting, current progress 50. Seeing Tianyan's gloomy face, Chu Mo asked with concern, You're not angry, are you? He quickly explained to the young girl. I only stopped the match out of concern for your safety. At this, however, Tianyan's attitude changed completely. Chu Mo, I was too shallow to snatch my weapon so easily during a battle without me even noticing. Your combat skills have reached the pinnacle. You were hiding your true strength during the first Secret Realm mission. All of us were deceived by you, to think I wanted to challenge you. I am still far from your level. Hearing this, Chu Mo smiled and said modestly, You're overpraising me. It was just a stroke of luck. Tianyan's admiration for him grew even more. Chu Mo, you're too humble. In a similar situation, even the 4 strongest truth seekers of the 4 major sects probably couldn't have stopped our fight as easily as you did. I was wondering if I could follow you for a while and learn from you. Seeing this, Yutong quickly questioned the young girl. You Tianyan, you're a core disciple of the Donghua Heavenly Sect. Is it really okay for you to say something like that? You're not scheming something again, are you? Of course not. I have great respect for Chu Mo. Besides, whether he agrees to let me be his teammate is Chu Mo's decision. It has nothing to do with a defeated foe like you. Hearing the young girl say this, Yutong immediately shot back. Defeated foe? I don't recall a winner being decided just now. Tianyan still stubbornly declared. If Chu Mo hadn't stopped the match, the winner would have definitely been me. If you don't believe me, you can ask Chu Mo. I completely trust Chu Mo's judgment. The two immediately pushed the question onto Chu Mo. So who would have won just now? This put him in a very awkward position. Ah well, the sound of footsteps approached them. You Tianyan, you need to change that competitive streak of yours. Jing Xian walked forward looking at Tianyan with a serious expression. Stop causing trouble for others all the time. Tianyan frowned at him. Oh, it's Jing Xian, you disciples from Dantai Bidung just love to set a bunch of rigid rules for yourselves. Are you trying to be a model student? Don't use your set of rules to control me. If you want to reason with me, let's fight first." The little ghost also joined in the heckling. "This great master hates hypocrites like you the most. If you're not happy, come and fight me." Jing Xian said seriously to Yutong, "I'm not interested in messing with her. Miss Yudong, your talent and potential are unparalleled. I would like to invite you to join the Dantai Bidong." This sentence left Yutong stunned, completely clueless as to what was happening. Then a group of people popped out of nowhere to recruit her. "Miss Yutong, join our Tai Huofu. We will definitely give you the best treatment. And me, you must join our sect." Tianyun whispered a reminder to Yutong from behind. "Don't bother with those small sects. The conditions from both Dantai Bidong and Tai Huofu can make you a core disciple with a chance to become a truth seeker in the future. However, in recent years, the overall strength of Tai Huofu has declined, and with 16 core disciples, it's not the best choice. But Dantai Bidong is different. There's only one core disciple. As long as you join Dantai Bidong, the next generation of truth seekers in Dantai Bidong, the position of supervisor of Jingshan will be yours." Jing Xian, having heard this, teased Tianyun. "You Tianyun, your whisper is a bit too loud. I heard everything. But you're right about one thing. Miss Yutong, if you join Dantai Bidong, the resources we provide you will absolutely be the best." Yutong, however, made the decision to refuse. "Thank you for your invitations. I've already decided I don't plan to join any sect for the time being. My talent and potential aren't actually that outstanding." Yutong seriously recalled everything. The reason she had such strong combat power now was only because Chu Mo had given her a lot of destiny coins. It was still unclear whether the 4 major sects were colluding with demonic beasts. Moreover, she was keeping the demonic beast commander Ayer locked up at home. And Chu Mo's sister also had the aura of a demonic beast on her. Joining one of the 4 major sects would only bring trouble to Chu Mo. Hearing this, Jing Xian frowned and then said, "You're being too modest. Even with a lot of destiny coins, it's impossible to convert them into combat power without talent and hard work. If you change your mind in the future, you can contact me at any time. Well, I won't disturb you any longer." Hearing this, the others also gave up. "Let's go, we're leaving too. I was hoping to recruit some talent for our sect. What are you thinking? Even the 4 major sects couldn't get her. What chance do small sects like ours have?" But then Chu Mo spoke up. "Wait a minute, please don't leave yet. Since everyone is here, I'd like to announce something." Seeing him speak, Jing Xian immediately turned back and asked, "The strongest savior of the 5th secret realm, Chu Mo, what do you want to say?" After a long speech, Chu Mo finally revealed his intention. The point he was trying to make was this: "I hope that capable cultivators can investigate the matter of the corporations colluding with demonic beasts." The audience watching the live stream all thought Chu Mo was at it again. "Do you really think anyone will believe your story? Anyway, it's always the demonic beast's fault. And you're just a pure, innocent little flower, right? Even if the corporations are colluding with demonic beasts, can you clear your own name? Show us the evidence that you didn't kill anyone first." But the audience was somewhat skeptical of this intention. Demonic beasts have already infiltrated Earth. How is that possible? The secret realms are an absolute line of defense established by ancient cultivators. Before the saviors fail, demonic beasts shouldn't appear on Earth. I don't believe it anyway. I don't believe it either. But there was only one person, Tianyun, who said to him, "Mr. Chu Mo, I believe you." This also surprised him. Jing Xian didn't immediately dismiss Chu Mo. An interesting point, although I think it's unlikely, it's still worth investigating. After this secret realm ends, I will report to the sect and investigate the corporations. Hearing this, Chu Mo said softly to Jing Xian, "Thank you." He smiled and said, "Don't mention it. Protecting the world and taking precautions against the danger of demonic beasts is our job. As for the issue with the corporations, let's talk about it after we defeat this secret realm's boss Ceci." A green light enveloped a wider area. The crowd, as if seeing a strange phenomenon, exclaimed, "What's going on?" Boss Ceci's pillar of light suddenly got wider. "Boss Ceci is about to appear." Another person thought to himself, "No, the pillar of light is still expanding." The city landscape was gradually enveloped by Boss Ceci's terrifying power. He was very confused. What on earth was happening? In a dark corner, someone was still secretly manipulating everything. Teleportation initiated. A violent green light bore down from the void, flickering and enveloping the entire space. Everyone who was caught in it immediately felt disoriented. "Where is this? That pillar of light just brought us here. But isn't that pillar of light where Boss Ceci is supposed to appear? But Boss Ceci hasn't appeared and there's no notification from the secret realm. It's so strange." Chu Mo scanned his surroundings seriously and then warned, "Be careful, there's something wrong here, it's very dangerous." Yutong looked at the strange phenomenon, also a little worried. "I know, the secret realm's mission won't be this smooth." The first secret realm mission also said it was a 500-year demonic beast, Boss Ceci. But in the end, a 1,000-year demonic beast appeared. What's going on this time? The green pillar of light stood in the center of the space like a shimmering but motionless waterfall, with each flicker seeming to imprison everyone. Suddenly the system sounded. "Secret realm notification, second mission. The final boss Ceci has appeared. Difficulty, 500-year demonic beast. Mission location." After the data panel disappeared, a vicious beast with a human body and a bull's head appeared. Someone in the team saw it and said, "Although I don't know what happened, killing this 500-year demonic beast should complete the mission, right? If you think about it that way, things are much simpler. There's only one thing we need to do. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately pointed his sword forward, then accelerated towards the Minotaur, launching a fierce attack at its shoulder. However, as that power pierced through the Minotaur's body, a thought flashed through his mind. Hey, are you kidding me? Unscathed? His face gradually turned pale with this strange situation. How could it be? It's just a 500-year demonic beast. Not only did I fail to kill it in one blow, I couldn't even scratch its skin. No, my attack is spiritual energy. Just as he was immersed in shock, the Minotaur swatted his head off with a single palm. This place, once colorful, was now only cold darkness. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding people all screamed in fear. Damn it, isn't that guy a core disciple of Tai Huofu? He was killed by the demonic beast with a single palm. Has the secret realm gone insane? You call this a 500-year demonic beast? Contrary to the panic of the crowd, Jing Xian remained calm and pointed out the key issue. It's not that the opponent is too strong, but that we've become weaker. Haven't you noticed? The spiritual energy here is extremely thin. Our attacks can't exert their proper power. At this moment, a seemingly harmless monster poked its head out and called out softly, "Bomi!" Not just it, but swarms of monsters followed suit. Tianyan tilted her head, looking at the chaotic scene, and asked in confusion. Not only the final boss Ceci, but even the ordinary demonic beasts in the secret realm have been teleported here. This is hopeless. Not only is our strength limited, we're also surrounded by demonic beasts. Does the secret realm want to kill all the saviors here? Meanwhile, in a cold room, a chilling voice sounded. Secret realm? This is no secret realm. Jieli stood there, arms outstretched as if hosting a grand banquet. Esteemed cultivators, esteemed saviors and friends watching the secret realm live stream, welcome to Earth. Jing Xian looked up at him with a hint of suspicion and questioned in a deep voice, "Who are you? You say this is Earth, but the spiritual energy on Earth hasn't been depleted to this extent." Faced with these consecutive questions, he immediately answered arrogantly, "Oh, this is Earth. To be precise, it's a resort hotel on a small island in the Pacific Ocean. A large number of spirit stones that can control the force field in this area are buried near the hotel. This is a trap specially prepared for you. As for my identity, didn't the esteemed savior Chu Mo already tell you? The demonic beasts have long since infiltrated Earth." In the live stream chat, the netizens' comments instantly exploded. Am I seeing things? What Chu Mo said was actually true. Where are those keyboard warriors who questioned Godmo before? Where have they run off to now? Come out and kowtow and apologize to Godmo. At this time on the screen of Chu Mo's live stream, he had already walked in front of that guy. Immediately, other comments vied to appear. Let's put the facts aside for now. Even if demonic beasts have really infiltrated Earth, Chu Mo's suspicion of murder hasn't been cleared, so stop arguing. The demonic beasts are about to wipe out all the saviors. What time is it to be talking about whether Chu Mo is right or wrong? Is there any point? Meanwhile, in Yizhang and the others' office, the atmosphere was chaotic. Li Xiang, what's the situation? Ji Xing asked anxiously. After investigating, he immediately replied, we just received news. The small island where the saviors are trapped has been found. Hearing this, she breathed a slight sigh of relief and urged, that's great, then hurry up and send people to rescue them. However, his next words silenced the entire room. A rescue team has already been sent over and they've arrived. According to them, the island has vanished into thin air. Right now, the satellite map shows nothing at that location. Jieli revealed a cunning smile, his tone full of mockery. There will be no support. There will be no hope. Then he looked at the camera with a provocative gaze. Esteemed cultivators, enjoy your final struggles. Let's use your favorite live stream to witness the demise of Earth's guardians. At this moment, Chu Mo stood in the middle of the road, his gaze locked on the Minotaur monster. A powerful energy gradually spread from his body, accompanied by a resolute whisper, if the rules of the secret realm are still in effect, getting rid of you should let me return to reality, right? Then let's give it a try. Meanwhile, in a corner of the luxurious apartment, a monster was hit by several shots and let out a piercing scream. The cultivator maintained his posture and taunted disdainfully, demonic beast, how do you like the taste of spiritual energy bullets? Then he looked smugly at the monster collapsed on the ground. I knew bringing an assault rifle was the right choice. Before entering the secret realm, Bin, you were still laughing at me. Just then, a huge bare foot suddenly stomped heavily on a person, accompanied by his desperate voice. Bin. In the next second, Bomi forcefully crushed the unfortunate victim under its foot. The cultivator was stunned when he saw the muscular monster cat with six-pack abs. He angrily raised his gun, ready to send it to hell. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. But before he could act, he was caught in Bomi's hand. He could only struggle and scream hoarsely, let me go, let me go. Looking at the terrifying mouth full of jagged teeth, the cultivator could only beg for mercy in despair. No, Bomi, over here. Jieli blocked Chu Mo's attack with one hand and even teased with great interest. Did you hear that? The tragic cries of those cultivators are so pleasant to the ear. You annoying brat, he kept saying those harsh words. Do you think I'd let you attack Niu Niu? You're the most dangerous savior. If I let you easily get rid of Niu Niu, this slaughter game I've arranged would be ruined. Then he leisurely ordered his demonic beast, hey Niu Niu, you go graze on the grass for a while. Kill some time. Chu Mo felt irritable at this moment. With this lunatic Jieli in the way, I can't eliminate the final boss Ceci. If I can't end this secret realm as soon as possible, not only will it cause huge casualties among the cultivators, but my own power might also spiral out of control again. Noticing his distraction, Jieli seized the opportunity to attack directly. Chumo, getting distracted during a fight is not a good habit. Just then, a delicate hand gently waved a paper fan, conjuring countless strange characters. I completely agree with your point. The dazzling light made that guy look back in some surprise, only to see Jing Xian had appeared at some point. With a single wave of his fan he created a violent ring of fire. Emperor of flames, raging blood, burning bones. The blazing flames swept through the entire space. Jieli struggled in the encirclement, but his mouth was still unforgiving. A flashy move. You think you can disturb my entertainment time? On the other side, Tianyan held her staff and swooped down from a high place. That's not for you to decide. A guy quickly blocked her surprise attack. This kind of painless attack is useless no matter how many you try. A long sword enveloped in purple spiritual power appeared silently. Yu Tong coldly raised her sword behind Jieli. It's not over yet. With one slash of the sword, white smoke instantly filled the air. Bare feet walked out from within, yet they were completely unscathed. After that earth-shattering attack he still had the energy to mock them. Haven't you figured it out yet? With your power you can't even hurt me. Only Chumo can. Where did Chumo go? Jing Xian stood proudly amidst the white smoke and replied, you should be able to guess right. He went to eliminate the final boss, Ceci. Hearing this, Jieli revealed a strange smile. I see, so that's your tactic? Even if you risk your lives, how long can you hold me off? But this threat didn't frighten Tianyan in the slightest. She was unconcerned, and Yutong also declared with unwavering determination, to save the hope of Earth we are prepared to make sacrifices. Jing Xian continued to wave his fan, the flames forming one circle after another. He calmly controlled the flames, his cold eyes fixed ahead. As the flames engulfed him, Jieli seemed to notice something. He looked up at the sky and saw Tianyan slowly descending with her massive staff. She decisively swung a blow at her opponent, and with Yutong's ruthless attack from the other side, the two of them tore Jiali's body to shreds, countless magical energies coiling into a circle with a strange point of light in the center. The battle happened so quickly that even Tianyan became suspicious. We won. It was too easy, wasn't it? That's not right. Based on the strength that demonic beast showed before, we're no match for it. How could we have eliminated it in less than 10 seconds? Jing Xian then offered his speculation. I'm afraid what we just defeated was only his clone. If I'm not mistaken, that demonic beast's only target from the very beginning was Chu Mo. Back at the high-end residential complex, the area was now enveloped in a purple barrier. Jieli walked in calmly. You must have already tried, right? This barrier surrounding the grassy area, even with your strength, you can't break it in a short time. But what met his eyes was Chu Mo holding Niu Niu's head in his hand. He had already figured out the other's scheme. You deliberately lured me here and had me eliminate the secret realm's boss, Ceci, all to trap me here. You really went to great lengths. Chu Mo's attitude did indeed amuse Jieli. As expected of the most dangerous savior, you can remain calm even after falling into a trap. Let me guess what you're thinking now. Why hasn't the secret realm disappeared even though you've already defeated its boss, Ceci? It's because this barrier has isolated it from the secret realm's observation and judgment, so even the secret realm can't determine that Niu Niu is dead. Chu Mo was getting a little tired of his roundabout speech. You've trapped me here and you're still spouting so much nonsense. What's your goal? It turned out Jieli wanted to recruit him into his camp, so he didn't hesitate to say some nice things. You, Chu Mo, are the most outstanding savior on Earth. You fight to save the world, yet you're misunderstood, insulted, and hated by those mediocre humans. How pitiful. Don't you think your efforts are worthless? Join us. You will be treated with the utmost fairness. Your talent, your value will never be buried. Oh, and don't worry, inside the barrier, the secret realm's live stream will be interrupted. No one on Earth can hear our conversation now. But he didn't know that the system's comment section was already in an uproar. Is this demonic beast an idiot? The secret realm's live stream is clearly working fine. You're the idiot. It's obvious the demonic beast is deliberately trying to trick Chu Mo, wanting him to betray humanity in front of the whole world. Their conversation is being broadcast live in Chu Mo's stream. Chu Mo hasn't said anything. Don't tell me he's wavering. Does he want to betray humanity? God Mo hasn't even spoken, and you're already making things up. If I were God Mo, I'd just join the demonic beasts. People like you aren't worth saving. Just then, another notification arrived. System reminder, loading legendary war gods battle experience, current progress 70. This made Chu Mo ponder. The loading isn't complete yet. I have to stall for time as much as possible. Jieli began to urge impatiently. Chu Mo, my patience is limited. Give me your answer. Believe me, if you agree to cooperate and submit to us, we will never treat you unfairly. If you wish to refuse my kindness, then I'll have to send you on your way here. Who was setting a trap for whom? Cooperation? Our cooperative relationship ended long ago. The spiritual energy control blocks from X continent's precious goods, you've collected a large number of them. Did you really think you could hide it from the corporate alliance, set up a trap to eliminate the saviors and not inform us beforehand? Do you still have the nerve to talk about trust? These words indeed made Jieli have no doubts, and he laughed out loud instead. You claim to be from the corporations? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard, Chumo continued to probe. And the missing demonic beast commander? Do you really think that was just a coincidence? He raised his head arrogantly. Human. What are you trying to say? Foolish. How could a role as important as the demonic beast commander go wrong due to a coincidence? His expression immediately turned dangerous. Haven't you figured it out yet? Truly a brainless demonic beast. Since you wanted to set up a trap behind our backs, we had no choice but to retaliate. The demonic beast commander is a precious experimental subject. By the way, we've been experimenting with demonic beast cells for a long time. Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Jieli could no longer hold back and flew into a rage. Despicable humans, it was your corporate alliance that came to us for cooperation in the first place. Is this your sincerity? But this only added fuel to the fire for Chumo. Do you think our corporations would be willing to be lapdogs for beasts like you? Our cooperation fell apart long ago, you idiot. It was his turn to smile smugly, because he thought he had fooled Chumo. I was lying just now when I said the barrier could interrupt the Secret Realm's live stream, Chumo. The ugly face of your corporate alliance has been exposed to the whole world. Now who's the idiot? An announcement immediately appeared. System reminder, updating Legendary War Gods battle experience, current progress 99.99. Chumo stood before it, pondering for a moment, while Jieli was still sneering at him with a grin. Chumo, say something. Where's that composed attitude you had just now? Are you dumbfounded? The great savior colluding with us demonic beast birds of a feather. Not only that, you even leaked the corporation's human experiments yourself. I was only guessing about that before. Betraying humanity, and then betraying the corporations. There's no place for you on Earth anymore. Faced with this nonsense, he still maintained a calm expression. What a pity. It seems you really didn't know about the human experiments, but thank you anyway. You just admitted to the relationship between the demonic beasts and the corporations with your own mouth. This way my name can be completely cleared. He suddenly stopped laughing, his eyes narrowing slightly as if he was thinking about something. What did you say? A few seconds later, he roared angrily. How is that possible? And Chumo just mocked the other party. It seems you've already figured it out. The one who exposed their own foolishness in front of the whole world is you. Only then did Jieli realize he had been thoroughly played just now. Stop trying to trick me. If you're not part of the corporations, how would you know so much information? You knew it was a live broadcast reveal, so you wanted to change your own image? Hearing this, Chumo showed a look of annoyance. Is investigating enemy intelligence so strange to you? Then he recalled the scene of himself collapsed on the ground while investigating, and the exhaustion of being a dad while taking care of Ire, even sacrificing myself to dress up as a woman. Seeing Jieli standing there as if struck by lightning, he casually revealed his plan. You want more proof? After this secret realm ends, the first thing I'm going to do is destroy the Lee Consortium, although you won't be around to see it by then. Just as Chumo finished speaking, he said in a deep voice, when did you start to guess that the barrier couldn't block the live stream? Since Jieli sincerely wanted to know. He didn't mind answering. I knew from the very beginning. You explained far too much about the barrier surrounding me. Your precious toy is hard to break, and it can also prevent the secret realm from confirming Boss Ceci's death. This was all to constantly deepen my impression that the barrier could isolate everything, and then you hinted that the barrier could interrupt the live stream. Your method of indirect insinuation is too clumsy. The audience finally had a sudden realization. I really don't know how to describe what just happened. It was too unexpected. I can only say Chumo is too amazing. I knew it. Chumo's silly image before was just an act. This is his true face. At the same time, Chumo's live stream room also exploded. The audience all expressed their admiration for him. God Mo, that title needs to be changed. Not only is he strong, but he's also meticulous. Let's respectfully call him Old Devil Chu. Although the saviors are all trapped in the demonic beast trap right now with Chumo here, I suddenly feel very relieved. Chumo looked at the electronic panel and thought again. System reminder, updating Legendary War Gods battle experience. Current progress 100, however, there was something that made him feel strange. Finally, the battle experience has updated to 100, just in time. Wait, why is the progress bar still increasing? At this moment, the notification panel appeared again. System reminder, updating Legendary War Gods battle experience, current progress 101.5. Chumo's expression immediately went blank. System, are you kidding me? Isn't the progress bar full at 100? What the hell is 101.5? The guy in front of me looks furious and seems like he's about to attack me, but the progress bar isn't full yet. Don't tell me I'm going to lose control again in the middle of the fight? As if hearing his thoughts, another notification popped up. System reminder, due to the host's increased adaptation to the war god, updating progress beyond 100 will grant the host a new skill. Fighting after the progress bar reaches 100 will not cause the host's power to go out of control. After understanding the whole situation, Jiali's spiritual power erupted instantly. Chumo, I underestimated your cunning and treachery. That was my oversight, but in the secret realm I created, He clenched his fists and charged madly at Chumo. The only thing that decides the fate of humanity and the outcome of this battle is power. Jiali threw a fierce punch, but he easily caught it. Chumo's overly relaxed attitude began to shake Jiali's resolve. My attack was blocked. No, I don't feel like I hit a solid object at all in that moment of distraction. Jiali's wrist was grabbed by Chumo. Get down. With just a light pull, he was thrown behind him. However, at this moment, Jiali seemed very disappointed, completely unable to understand his own attack method. Like a rag doll again about to be slammed to the ground, in just an instant he disappeared in midair, and the moment he landed, he was completely engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, in a room full of corpses, Yi Chang was in a state of extreme excitement. The ruthless Chumo really gets me. Crushing with IQ, crushing with combat power, playing the demonic beast in the palm of his hand, this is probably a god, right? Seeing this, Li Xiong also commented, Sister Yi Chang, control yourself. Chumo's title as the strongest savior is well deserved. At the same time, I want to say, many people in front of the screen owe Chumo an apology. Back in the secret realm, a wisp of white smoke drifted from the ground. Chumo couldn't help but marvel at Jiali's tenacious vitality like a cockroach. You're still alive after all that. You're really something. Open the barrier, make those demonic beasts stop attacking the cultivators. End this secret realm mission and I might spare your life, but he wouldn't give up so easily. Human, I already guessed that your strength might far exceed my expectations, though I've already made preparations in advance. In an instant, 2 of Jiali's clones appeared in midair, but he just sneered, calling 2 more pitch-black demonic beasts into the barrier to attack me together. Is this your plan? He regained his confidence and began to display his power. They are my batteries. They can pre-store power and transfer it to me, allowing me to be unrestricted by spiritual energy and temporarily regain my full combat power. From above, Jiali looked down with cold eyes at where Chumo stood. Your exquisite combat skills have earned my admiration. To show my respect for you, I will use my strongest power to destroy you. Yutong held her sword, striking the barrier forcefully but to no avail, and then sighed. Damn it, this barrier is really tough. But Tianyan didn't want to give up. If they kept attacking the barrier, they'd be able to rescue Chumo sooner or later. Hey Jing Xian, keep waving your fan, don't stop. Just as the two were focused on their actions, Jing Xian noticed something was wrong. Hasn't anyone noticed? That demonic beast spared no expense using the final boss Ceci as bait to trap Chumo. Why isn't it stopping us from attacking the barrier? I think there are 2 reasons. 1, the barrier itself is extremely strong. So strong that even Chumo would have a hard time breaking it, so our attacks are nothing to it. 2, those demonic beasts are busy with something more important right now. Not far away, a large magical bell was constantly turning. The cultivators below began to stir. The sound of a bell in the air, a huge bell floating in the sky. Stop looking, run, or the Bomi will catch up. Wait, when did that demonic beast appear? Knight casually spoke while ringing the bell. Time's up. Humans, saviors, cultivators. After 1,000 years, all you saviors have gathered here. The opportunity for the 2 worlds to merge has opened once again. It's now half-time. I extend my sincerest greetings to everyone from the other world. Several cultivators were frightened by its appearance. This is also a demonic beast. It's huge. It looks like it's on a completely different level from the others. During halftime, the surrounding demonic beasts all stopped moving. Are they trying to call a truce? But how could he let them keep guessing? He confidently announced the result. This war that will decide the fate of the world you have already lost. We have no intention of wiping you all out. Then he made a tempting offer. Give up your status as saviors, submit to us demonic beasts, and I will guarantee your safety. The same goes for all humans on Earth. As long as you submit and become our running dogs, you can continue to live in peace. These words utterly disgusted Tianqing. Stop joking. We will never submit to you monsters, you disgusting creatures. Don't believe it. A demonic beast's words can't be trusted. The cultivator next to him also responded sternly. The young master of the Taishuan sect is right. This demonic beast is just trying to divide us and shake our convictions. But Knight found their accusations laughable. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Esteemed cultivators, you can be our food or you can be our dear allies. Many cultivators have already sided with us. Thanks to the tokens they carried, we were able to bring you to this island smoothly. Then he continued to offer sweet words. Those who have a token, please come to me first. I have already prepared accommodations and food for you. Marked cultivators, after halftime is over I will protect you. Tianqing still stubbornly retorted. Stop lying. I'm not carrying any token of yours, so why am I marked too? You're lying. This time Knight turned his attack on him. I remember now, that thing you're carrying, the thunder-controlling vase, it's engraved with a teleportation mark. Your father gave it to you, didn't he? Although you didn't bring the token intentionally, he asked me to take good care of you. You should come over to my side too. Tianqing looked at the item in his hand, wavering. Impossible, how could this be? My father sided with the demonic beasts. Seizing the opportunity, Knight continued to attack his spirit. Because he is a smart man, your world has already been infiltrated by us once. Many people have already secretly joined our side. Face reality. Earth is already a playground for us demonic beasts and humanity is destined to be our servants. Meanwhile, the bars of the cage were broken, accompanied by someone's triumphant voice. Successfully escaped. Ire was very proud of her accomplishment. You didn't really think this flimsy cage could hold me, did you? I am the majestic demonic beast commander. At this moment she declared forcefully. Who wants to be your pet? Did you think I could really be bought with food? Demon Chu Mo, I will make you pay for your evil deeds. The next second she was holding a cookie in her hand. Even though I say that, my power hasn't recovered. I'm no match for that demon. At first, Ire resisted fiercely, but now she was sitting and eating with great relish. Can I only run away in despair with no strategy? My body may have shrunk, but my mind is still sharp. I can definitely think of something to threaten Chu Mo with. She immediately opened a door, ready to carry out the plan she had just devised. I know, as long as I capture Chu Mo's most precious sister, I can make that demon obey. This way, even without my power, I can complete the God Lord's mission and save the weaker demonic beast races. But when Ire saw Chu Yun lying motionless on the bed, she froze. Recalling scenes of herself being bullied, she was a little moved. Then she shook her head desperately. I'm not sympathizing with a human, I just hate the act of bullying the weak. If I did this, what would be the difference between me and those high-level demonic beasts and despicable humans? Ire quickly ran out of the room. For now, I'll make a tactical retreat. In short, I have to get out of the demon Chu Mo's territory first. A notification suddenly arrived. System reminder detected that the host is under attack, activating the damage transfer function. She was stunned by the shock for a few seconds, then fell headfirst to the ground, cursing incessantly. Chu Mo, you bastard! Back in the secret realm, a series of energy beams were aimed at Chu Mo. Jieli showed a triumphant smile while preparing to launch his next attack. How long are you going to hide? This is a fair one-on-one duel. No way is this the extent of your combat skills. As long as I keep my distance, there's nothing to be afraid of. Opposite him, he was rapidly dodging in all directions. Before long, Chu Mo got close and landed a heavy blow on that guy. Although the body was sent flying and began to dissipate, Jiali's true form was still shouting triumphantly, "Human, look up!" At this time, an energy ball was gradually accumulating above Chu Mo's head, and in just a few seconds a world-shaking explosion occurred. He slowly approached and expressed his sympathy. "Looks like you're badly hurt. This is the first time I've seen you spit blood." But he said something vaguely. "Likewise, you probably don't feel too good either." Jieli paid no mind to these words. "What are you talking about? I'm at full power right now. A small injury like this can be easily recovered, but you have no spiritual energy defense or healing. You'll just keep accumulating injuries until my power runs out. And then I'll tear you to shreds," Chu Mo suddenly sneered. "You still have the nerve to care about this so-called fair fight?" Just then, a notification arrived. System reminder, host is under attack, activating the damage transfer function. When he did this, he felt a little guilty. As long as I can win, as long as I can survive, so what if it's despicable? On the contrary, that guy was showing off with his hands spread. See this? These spots of light on my hand, do you know what they mean? This is the number of cultivators who have given up their status as saviors and submitted to us demonic beasts. Chu Mo, this is your last chance. Submit or die. Despite this, Chu Mo firmly stated, "Thank you for your kindness, but I refuse. I hate accepting handouts from others." Not far away, a gloomy green light enveloped the entire space. The cultivators were arguing fiercely. "I don't want to fight anymore, but if we go in and give up our status as saviors, that's betraying humanity, betraying Earth. Let's go in. Who cares? We'll die if we stay out here anyway. So what if we're not saviors? We've already done enough." Having waited for a long time, Knight started to get impatient. "Half-time is almost over. What are you still hesitating for? You're our guest of honor." Tianqing couldn't help but roar. "Shut up, I will never surrender to a demonic beast." Seeing that he couldn't persuade the other party with soft tactics, he turned to threats. "If you refuse, you will die here immediately. Not only that, your father will also be completely eliminated by his enemies." What an unfilial son. Seeing him pick up the glass bottle filled with liquid, Knight immediately struck with his words. "Your father worked hard to pave the way for you, yet you would destroy everything your Taishuan sect has. You should know what the right choice is." But Tianqing, acting out of a sense of justice, decisively threw it to the ground. "This is my answer." A burst of power was released, quickly confronting Knight, creating an extremely chaotic scene. He himself also received a portion of spiritual power, his entire body enveloped in an aura. Tianqing's face sank as he felt his hand hanging over his head. Wrong choice. The next second he was grabbed tightly by Knight, and the earth and stones where he stood were overturned. The others witnessed this scene and could only watch in a daze. To take such a heavy blow and be completely unharmed, can we really defeat that demonic beast? Knight had now become serious. Half-time is over. Esteemed cultivators, are you ready to become our food? Back in the area suppressed by Jiali's barrier, Chu Mo clutched his stomach and struggled to his feet. Just then, a notification arrived. System reminder, War Gods Battle Experience Update Progress 150, Synchronization Rate has reached its limit, Skill acquired, 3 times combat power in normal state. Actively using the skill can increase combat power to 10 times, duration 10 seconds. The story takes place in the 184th year of typing. A slave dynasty launched a rebellion, and with this as a catalyst, the corrupt dynasty began to fall apart, followed by a chaotic war between feudal lords, causing immense suffering. Cultivators ended the chaotic era and sealed all the evil ancient species. After that, the theocratic Deluo Heavenly Kingdom was born. The 8 major cultivation sects, led by Tai Huofu and Donghua Tianmen, helped rule Deluo Tian, bringing peace to the suffering common people. This is the history they wrote in their books. Someone reached out and took a small bag. This month's wages, 50 yuan, take it. The transport worker took this opportunity to make an important decision. Sir, I want to quit. The officer was a little disappointed to hear this. Are you serious? The pay is good and it's safe. Can you find a job like this anywhere else? He honestly shared his plan. I'm just a little tired. I've saved some money over the years and want to go home and open a small shop. Since the transport worker had made up his mind, the officer didn't try to keep him. All right, I understand, make one more trip and then you can go. The transport worker was a porter, a job he had held for 5 years. 5 years ago, the demonic beasts appeared. They were terrifying monsters from another world. To prepare for the war with the other world, Deluo Tian was building secret realms. The most heinous criminals would be imprisoned in Deluo Tian. They would become sacrifices for the secret realms. They were escorted in a long line, but this time the sacrifices were a bit strange. Men and women, young and old, dressed in rags, they all seemed to be ordinary people from a single village. There was even a one-eyed old man locked alone in a carriage. The person was curled up in a corner, their face obscured. By the campfire that dispelled the cold of the night, the one-eyed old man suddenly spoke up. Young man, aren't you curious about our story? The transport worker closed his eyes, his head leaning against the tree trunk behind him. You are criminals and sacrifices. According to the rules, transport workers are not allowed to speak with sacrifices. Although the other party expressed his disinterest, the old man slowly recounted everything. Our village is in a remote and barren mountainous area. We lived off the land, barely getting by. For decades we all survived, but then the demonic beasts appeared. Many people died that time, including my granddaughter and son. The survivors in the village wanted to seek the protection of cultivators to prevent the demonic beasts from attacking again, but we couldn't afford the taxes. But this didn't make him sympathetic. I don't want to know about this. Get some sleep, we have to travel tomorrow. The one-eyed old man wouldn't stop. To fight the demonic beasts we can only rely on ourselves. Ordinary weapons are useless against them, and we don't have the talent to become cultivators. Fortunately, I found the corpse of a demonic beast. I was a doctor. People without talent can't become cultivators, so I wanted to explore the secrets of demonic beasts. I dissected that demonic beast. The old man's voice sounded steadily. The villagers agreed with my idea and let me experiment on them, hoping to gain power by fusing with demonic beasts. Unfortunately, to this day, none of the survivors of the experiment have shown any change. The transport worker seemed to be drawn in by the other's story. Did you lose your eye during the experiment too? Soon he got a satisfactory answer. Because we were researching demonic beasts, everyone in our village was treated as a criminal. They called me a madman. I felt like everything was meaningless. You shouldn't have trusted me in the first place. A villager injured my eye, so I was separated from the others. The transport worker nodded, agreeing with him. Indeed, you're insane, a quack doctor from a remote area. Actually thinking your research could let ordinary people surpass cultivators and fight demonic beasts. But the one-eyed old man's emotions grew firmer. Who says it isn't? I know it's crazy, but we want to live. I want to give people without talent the power to protect themselves. The next morning, the line of sacrifices continued on its way. Despite being tightly bound, the gray-haired young man fiercely rammed into one of the escorts. Don't touch my sister. He sent the man flying, crashing heavily against a rock, startling everyone. Looking at his furious expression, they were utterly bewildered. What's going on? A bound child not only took out a transport worker, but also shattered a rock. As everyone stood in confusion, the one-eyed old man's laughter suddenly rang out. It worked, I succeeded. I'm begging you, please secretly free that child. He is the spark, the hope for the future. The long-haired man glanced back, his face filled with contempt. The old guy in the carriage has gone mad again. By the way, you have the signal device, right? I need to report the anomaly to the officer. But before he could act, he was stopped by the transport worker's blade. Hey, are you kidding me? Before long, only his tragic screams echoed through the mountain forest. You're a madman, it's not just the child. And the old man in the carriage, you even freed all the sacrifices. Do you know what will happen to you? No matter how the long-haired man tied to the tree yelled, he maintained a serious expression. Maybe I really am crazy, or maybe this world is crazy. To build the secret realms, sinners become sacrifices. I transported them in exchange for money. I've transported many sinners, some who deserved to die and some who didn't. Then, having an epiphany, he looked up at the sky. But these sacrifices are the ones who deserve to die the least, because maybe they can make this world less insane. 20 years later, in a humble mountain villa, a cultivator saw a man collapsed on the ground and couldn't help but worry. You fainted again? The gray-haired man coughed a few times. How much time do I have left? He didn't intend to beat around the bush. You previously fused with the flesh of a demonic beast and it's constantly eroding your body. I estimate you have 2 years left, but we're seen as heretics, constantly hunted and surrounded by danger. At this rate, it's hard to say if you'll even last half a year. He smiled after hearing this. That's enough. For a cultivator like you to be willing to help us and get dragged into danger, I feel truly sorry. The cultivator immediately bristled and retorted, Don't make it sound like I was willing. I was just tricked by you. Have some self-awareness, will you? He was unexpectedly exposed on the spot by the gray-haired man. It was your fault for getting roped into this. You were expelled from your sect because of your own curiosity. This time he finally accepted the fact. I guess I brought this on myself. Humans being able to master the power of demonic beasts, how could I suppress my curiosity after learning that? But don't you feel it's unfair? With the help of a genius like me, we finally developed a way to get stronger without demonic beast flesh, yet as the first person to master a demonic beast's power, you can only die in pain. He sat up straight. To be honest, it is very unfair. Didn't you say you were a genius? Then hurry up and find a way to keep me alive. I want to try the new cultivation method you researched too. But this excessive demand made the cultivator bristle. How could it be that easy? Because of the rejection reaction to the demonic beast flesh, your lifespan has been drastically reduced. Where am I supposed to find more life for you? If it weren't for a genius like me helping to regulate your body, you would have been finished long ago. The gray-haired man glanced at a young boy on the other side holding a rock in a horse stance. I still want to live a little longer, to see if the future generation of body refinement cultivators can be acknowledged by Deluotien and no longer be seen as heretics. I picked them all up, until these children grow up. It's my responsibility to protect them. He looked at the cultivator before him with a hopeful expression. The two suddenly began a staring contest in the strange atmosphere. In the end he was the first to give in. All right, I understand. I promise you, you picked up those orphans. After you die, I will take good care of them. Just then a gentle breeze blew by and a wind chime tinkled. The cultivator's eyes suddenly grew wary. Damn it, the warning artifact I set up has been triggered. It's cultivators from Deluotien, 3 squads, 60 people in total. Although the entire villa was in danger, the gray-haired man tried to calm him. Don't worry, didn't we fight 5 squads before? After that battle, all our supporters died and you started fainting frequently. Now it's just the 2 of us and those children. How are we supposed to fight? Because at this moment, a fire of vengeance was burning in his heart. After that battle, my body reached its limit. I discovered something. By letting the demonic beast flesh erode my body, when my mind enters a berserk state, I can gain even greater power for a short time. Leave these cultivators to me, you take the children and go first. But how can a cultivator accept this? You'll die. Despite this, the gray-haired man was unfazed. Maybe, if I die, remember your promise. In the end, he could only let him have his way. Wait, do you have any other wishes? The gray-haired man smiled gently. It's enough. The future generations of children no longer need to use the flesh of demonic beasts. Although the cultivation process is difficult, they can become strong safely. Unlike me, they can fight as pure humans, die as pure humans, no longer food for demonic beasts, no longer a burden to cultivators, no longer fuel for the secret realms. Ordinary people can have other choices. Actually, I am already very satisfied. Many years later, a similar scene played out again. This is your last chance, it's not too late to give up. Hearing this, the brown-haired man just sneered. The last chance? I thought Deluotien would just sentence me to death. Opposite him stood Minguang, who was now stating the terms. After all, you are now the strongest savior in the secret realm. Deluotien has considered your influence and is giving you one chance. As long as you publicly admit that the nonsense you said before was at someone else's instigation and not the truth, your charges can be dropped. If you refuse, you will have to duel a spirit official. The brown-haired man suddenly placed his fist on his chest. I see, a duel instead of a death sentence. Is that it? I understand, you can go. Seeing his stubbornness, he grew a little annoyed. Are you insane? As long as you admit you were wrong, everything can be forgiven. You've earned recognition for body refinement cultivators from Deluotien, and you've even become the strongest savior in the secret realm. But now you want to abandon your achievements and glory to become a sinner? But he also had his own ideals in life. I just want to do what's right. And what I said wasn't nonsense. According to my father, decades ago, spiritual energy began to deplete, shaking the very foundation of Deluotien's rule. They found the only solution. Merging the 2 worlds could promote spiritual energy. So Deluotien secretly traveled to the other world, summoned otherworldly demonic beasts to wreak havoc on villages, and used that as an excuse to capture sinners as sacrifices and build secret realms for the otherworldly war. But Minguang was determined to try persuading him again. Even if what you said is true, does it matter? Everything Deluotien has done was to protect the interests of us cultivators. You've worked your whole life to gain Deluotien's recognition, and in the end you became one of us. As the brown-haired man walked onto the field with his sword, his words still echoed in his mind. Now you want to abandon everything? You want to betray your life's work? But he had a firm answer. All the efforts of the body refinement cultivators were to protect those ordinary people who lack talent. Maybe I've betrayed myself, but I won't betray their efforts. The brown-haired man's figure now seemed incredibly resolute in his choice. Seeing his opponent already before him and fuming, his resolve grew even stronger. I don't need Deluotien's recognition. I don't need the status of a cultivator. From now on I will fight as a mortal, for the mortals of the world. Let the duel begin. Those discouraging words were spoken. You are strong, but your combat power has already reached the limit for body refinement cultivators. Against a spirit official, you have no chance of winning. But the brown-haired man ignored this, walking forward with his head held high. Maybe, even though his opponent kept nagging in his ear. "Foolish, you're just throwing your life away." But this only fueled his passion. "Even if I die here, my fight will inspire more people to resist. I want to entrust hope to the next generation, just like my predecessors did." With this vow, the souls of the brown-haired man and his predecessors flickered in and out of sight within the torrent of Chumo's power, and at this moment he just stood there quietly, letting that essence gradually seep into his very bones. Just watching from the side made Jieli break out in a cold sweat. How strange, this chillingly oppressive aura, is that really Chumo? After receiving the power-up, Chumo began to walk. "Haven't you noticed yet?" While he was feeling confused, a part of his face had already vanished. "Notice what?" Those fragments of magic power fell into his hands again. "You're already dead." Meanwhile, on the isolated, uninhabited island, despair spread due to the continuous explosions. Two cultivators hid behind a wall, their faces pale. "We should be temporarily safe hiding here." One of them deeply regretted his initial choice. "Those powerful cultivators were easily killed by the demonic beasts. You should understand by now, right? If we keep fighting, we'll just become meaningless corpses." Why didn't I choose to go through the hotel gate back then?" The man with the handlebar mustache sensed danger. "What are you trying to do? Stop, don't go out, we'll be exposed." Just as he was clinging to the last shred of hope. "Demonic beast, I want to surrender. We can be friends, right?" But he didn't notice the massive bloody maw behind him. A giant frog swiftly took a bite, taking him out of the game. "It's not the godlike opponent you fear, but the pig-like teammate." The handlebar mustached man was now surrounded. That idiot, he drew all the demonic beasts over. Seeing the frog leap towards him, he could only accept the reality in his heart. He was going to die because of him. But luckily, a beam of light came from nowhere, slashing across the frog's mouth. It turned out to be Yutong coming to the rescue and sending it to its grave. The man with the handlebar mustache had a close shave with death. "Killed the demonic beast in an instant, so strong I'm saved." "No, I can't relax yet. There's still a Bomi behind." The next threat was dealt with by Tianyan in a single move. He only felt a little relieved then. "Ah, great, the danger is gone. Is it because I suddenly relaxed? My body suddenly went limp, so that's how it is." But in the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of being killed off early. Jing Xian could only click his tongue with regret. "Still didn't make it in time." Knight seemed impressed by them. "You three are really different. Not only did you break through the siege, but you're also saving people everywhere. Talents like you shouldn't die so easily. How about I give you another chance? Surrender. Why waste your lives?" Hearing his words, Tianyan felt a headache coming on. "If you want to laugh, laugh now. Chumo will defeat you soon." As expected of the demonic beast's obsession, just hearing the name made Knight fly into a rage. "Chumo, you're still counting on Chumo? He hasn't been able to leave the barrier after all this time. Even if he's not dead, he has already defected." Meanwhile, in the building isolated from the battlefield, someone said with annoyance, "They're still fighting, it's so noisy. Those miserable screams are so irritating." Those who chose to defect were enjoying themselves in a luxurious room. "Just get eaten by the demonic beasts already. Such a waste of time, I just want to go home." The man in the red hat corrected him sternly. "Show them some respect. No matter what, they also chose to fight for humanity as saviors." Mai Shen immediately retorted, "In my opinion, they're just a bunch of fools. The strongest savior, Chumo, is imprisoned, his fate unknown even if they die fighting here. What's the point? Humanity has already lost. No one will thank them." On the other hand, the situation outside became chaotic as a strange bright light descended. Watching Jing Xian slowly get to his feet, Knight couldn't help but sigh. "Oh, you can still stand, but your two companions are on their last breath." In the distance, Yutong and Tianyan lay on the ground, beaten and barely conscious. He grinned, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. "Unrepentant, rejecting my kindness. Now I sentence you. A pity it's the death penalty for all." Just then, several rays of golden light suddenly shot out from the building surrounded by the barrier. Knight looked towards the source of the sound in astonishment. What was that sound? Although gravely injured, Jing Xian could still see what was happening on the other side. The barrier was broken. With the force of a thunderbolt, Chumo had destroyed the barrier meticulously set up by the demonic beast. Despite seeing it with his own eyes, Knight couldn't believe the truth. Impossible, how could this be? The barrier was broken. While he was still in a panic, Jieli had already been killed by Chumo. At this moment, Knight knew he was no match and quickly used his invisibility technique. A direct confrontation was hopeless. He had to become invisible before he got any closer. But Chumo saw through his plan. "Don't even think about escaping." He immediately unleashed a palm strike of immense power. In an instant, Knight was on the verge of having his soul scattered, yet his heart was filled with shock. A body refinement cultivator using a wide-range attack, that's completely against the rules. Knight's remaining demonic power gradually dissipated into the air. Jing Xian looked in that direction with an expression of relief. That demonic beast's aura has completely vanished. It was so easy. Chumo walked over to the motionless Yutong on the ground. "Do you know any healing spells?" he answered honestly. "I know a little, but I can only barely keep Yutong and Tianyan alive." Hearing this, Chumo left, reassured. "That's enough. Please heal them here for now. Once the secret realm mission is over, all the savior's injuries will automatically recover." He strode away decisively, not forgetting to add, "It will be over soon. I will eliminate all the remaining demonic beasts." Back in the separate villa area, where the cultivators who had chosen to side with the demonic beasts were, One person announced loudly, "The fighting outside has stopped." Mai Shen said sarcastically. What was the point of those stubborn fools making a fuss outside for so long? The outcome was decided long ago. Just as he was about to stand up, a wisp of black energy suddenly appeared on his shoulder. "It's over. We can go home now." It was Knight's remaining demonic power, lingering on Mai Shen's shoulder. Jieli was also killed by Chu Mo. The demonic beasts outside have probably all been wiped out. If even I die, this secret realm experiment will be a failure. Luckily, I prepared 8 identity tokens in advance. Oh wait, the young master of the Taishuan sect already crushed the thunder-controlling vase, so there are 7 left. Planning for a grand comeback, he racked his brains. As long as 1 token remains, I won't die, and the secret realm can't be cleared. Trapped on this island devoid of spiritual energy for a few months, even Chu Mo will run out of power and die. Before that, I can't let Chu Mo find me. Just then, a person channeled their spiritual energy and punched the door heavily, sending it flying instantly. White smoke filled the entire room. 2 cultivators jumped in fright. What was that noise? Don't tell me the demonic beasts went back on their word and want to kill us too. The situation was even worse. As they were panicking, Chu Mo walked in coldly. The moment he saw him, the man in the red hat's expression changed immediately. "Chu Mo, Mai Shen, you've cleared out all the demonic beasts outside." Mai Shen: "Thank you so much. You've saved all of us. Please forgive us. We were forced by the demonic beasts. We were just too weak. That's why we surrendered." Mai Shen was also sweating profusely at this point. "That's right, we were actually just pretending to surrender, planning to find a chance to take out the demonic beasts." But these words only made Chu Mo angrier. "Shut up. The demonic beasts outside are all dead, but the secret realm mission isn't over. There are people I must save. No matter what it takes, I must eliminate the remaining demonic beasts and complete this mission. I've searched the whole island, and only here is there a faint aura of a demonic beast. There are indeed 2 different powers in the room. As he said, the demonic beast is among you, but I can't tell who it is. Unfortunately, I'm left with only one option: to eliminate everyone suspicious here." Hearing these words was like being struck by lightning. "Eliminate all of us. Mai Shen, I'm innocent. Hey, which bastard is harboring a demonic beast? Come out now, or we're all dead." The brown-haired man suddenly took out a blue crystal. "Wait, I know. It's not a demonic beast. It's the token marked by the demonic beast. This is it. The demonic beast's aura must be on it. And you guys, quickly hand over the tokens the demonic beasts gave you before entering the secret realm to Mai Shen." This thought made him realize the man in the red hat's action was simply courting death. "You've got to be kidding me." For safety, I swallowed the token. As he scrambled to figure out a solution, demonic energy had already surrounded his feet. "I'll go to the bathroom and get the token out right now." The demonic beast began to crawl into the mouth of the man in the red hat. He immediately screamed for his life. "Help, help!" The crystal in the brown-haired man's hand also erupted with violent demonic energy. "Demonic beast, stay away!" In an instant, Knight's power enveloped the entire hall. The moment he returned, he provoked, "Chu Mo, you're ruthless. To find me, you were willing to kill your own kind without a second thought." Chu Mo then laid his cards on the table. "No matter what, they are also cultivators. They are saviors. They are my important companions." So this was part of his battle plan all along. Scaring them just now was just an act, deliberately provoking you to reveal yourself. I didn't expect you to be even easier to fool than that madman Jieli. You were forced out in the blink of an eye. A pity I didn't have time to save them. Knight cut him off sharply. "Cut the crap. Your killing intent just now was real." The moment he finished speaking, his face was mercilessly crushed by Chu Mo's bare hand. With just a little force, he could make Knight disappear, of course. "I must avenge the cultivators you killed." But Knight's remnants quickly escaped. He felt a bit fortunate at this moment. "The instant I escaped the hall, I destroyed 4 of my clones. 3 clones remain." Before he could feel smug for long, the clone next to him disappeared. Damn it, only 2 left. Knight was now in a very critical situation. "There's not enough time. I must complete one last thing." Unexpectedly, he ran into Chu Mo blocking his path. "I'm dead." He immediately switched to coward mode. "What the hell, did this guy just teleport here? I have to escape no matter what." He desperately tried to buy time, but before he could run, a single palm strike from him caused his entire body to dissipate into the air. Chu Mo maintained his cold expression and muttered to himself, "One left." Knight's last clone was desperately fleeing in a certain direction. He was sprinting at an extremely fast speed as if preparing for a final plan. Jing Xian witnessed this scene, standing rooted to the spot in a daze. His expression changed as a thought appeared in his mind. "That demonic beast, it's evading Chu Mo's pursuit. No, if it was just running away, it wouldn't need to come here. It's preparing to attack us." Right in front of Jing Xian, Knight split into 3 wisps of black smoke. It hid its true body, concealing its real target. "This is bad. To heal Yutong and Yu Tianyan, my power is almost completely depleted." At this moment, he struggled internally. "Even at full power, I can only protect one person for a short time. If I bet wrong, both myself and the other person might die." He glanced at Yutong lying cold on the ground nearby and immediately summoned a ring of fire to protect her from the attack. Immediately after, another force rushed forward rapidly, which he repelled with his paper fan and flames. By the time Jing Xian realized the opponent's intention, it was already too late. The target wasn't Yutong, and the attack on my side was also a feint. Seeing Tianyan controlled by Knight, he was in disbelief. "I guessed wrong. The hostage it chose was actually Yu Tianyan." The young girl stood motionless, her body gradually being eroded by the black energy. He was now very pleased with his achievement. I won the bet. Chu-Mo, you're too late. Despite this, Chu-Mo walked forward calmly. Is that so? It's not too late to eliminate you now. Faced with this threat, Knight was fearless and even taunted. Go ahead, I won't resist. I'm possessing this girl now. If you kill me, she will die too. He wasn't done. He looked at Yutong and said curiously, it's a very favorable situation no matter how you look at it, but there's one drawback. If you want to save your companion, you can't not make a move under the watchful eyes of the entire world. What will you choose? Jing Xian was filled with self-blame that things had come to this. Chu-Mo, this is my fault. Let me kill the demonic beast. But Chu-Mo immediately objected. No need, you can barely stand. Don't worry, no one will die. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to shake Tianyan's body vigorously as if she were a toy. But Knight didn't give up because of this. Are you doing something stupid? You don't actually think you can drive me out like this, do you? 1 second he was being tough. The next he switched to coward mode. Wait, I was just joking. It's my fault, stop shaking me. But unfortunately Chu-Mo ignored him. Alright, it's all cleaned up. With Tianyan safe, he decided to end everything with his fists. Now I'll shatter you. Its last clone was destroyed by Chu-Mo's power. It's over, it's really over. Knight's fading face still wore a smug smile. What are you so proud of? Look how many cultivators are left in the secret realm. Our mission is already complete. Your strength was indeed beyond our expectations, but that's only because you used techniques, or rather, you gave up fighting with pure violence and were forced to use techniques. As a body refinement cultivator, your combat power can no longer increase. The future victory will belong to us demonic beasts. Unexpectedly, the heavens did not grant his wish. Login System. Host has completed the second secret realm mission. A special reward has been issued. Perfect Dao Heart. Unlocking combat power limit. Combat power can be infinitely increased. The space around the apartment gradually changed after the notification. The sky had now returned to normal. The room was filled with a soft blue light. Li Xiong looked unhappy. The statistics are out. After the second secret realm ended, only 706 saviors survived. The price of victory was too heavy. Seeing Jixing stand up, Yizhong asked, Elder Li, are you leaving in such a hurry? He immediately explained, my apologies, there were traitors among us cultivators, which caused huge casualties. For example, the Taishuan sect. I must attend a meeting to deal with the traitors. After understanding the situation, she agreed with the idea. Alright, I won't keep you. Li Xiong and I will wrap up the live stream. Those traitors are indeed the most worrying issue right now. Jixing's expression suddenly turned serious. The most worrying issue right now, the most worrying issue is probably the impending conflict between Chu-Mo and the Li Consortium. Meanwhile, in the well-equipped office of the Li Consortium, the secretary was reporting with great anger, Boss, I've tried everything. All the cultivation sects that were close to us have refused to contact us. Those guys took so many benefits from us, and now they're running faster than rabbits. The person sitting opposite him didn't seem worried at all. I never expected much from them in the first place. It was just a relationship of mutual use. As they were discussing, an uninvited guest suddenly walked in. It was an envoy who at this moment praised the other's calmness. Not only did you offend Chu-Mo, you also exposed your relationship with the demonic beast, President Li. To remain so composed, you truly have my admiration. However, your home security system might need an upgrade. This sudden appearance caught the secretary off guard. Trespassing. What do you want, boss? Please step aside for a moment. I'll handle this weirdo. But President Li just calmly stroked his mustache. No need to make a fuss. This is an envoy from the corporate alliance here to help our Li Consortium through this crisis. The envoy revealed an arrogant smile, his deep eyes looking at him. President Li, you're quite confident. I'm here to inform you of the corporate alliance's final decision regarding you. As you know, quite a few corporation presidents want to see you finished. President Li wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he deduced clearly. I see, so everyone voted on whether to help the Li Consortium through this crisis? Let me guess, 20 votes in favor. 4 against and 1 abstention. Hearing this, the man had to admit, I'm impressed. The vote count is exactly as I guessed. Then his despicable laughter was heard again. More than getting rid of me, they can't tolerate Chu-Mo's existence. We're all in this together, cooperating with the demonic beasts. They're more worried Chu-Mo will blow this whole thing wide open. Tell me, what are they planning to do? The envoy began to speak at length. You will be sent to a safe place for a temporary vacation. In addition, it will be publicly announced that you've gone missing, and an official investigation into the Li Consortium will be launched. Of course, the corporate alliance will help you destroy any important and sensitive documents in a timely manner. As for the missing files and delayed progress, the investigation into the Li Consortium will continue for a long time. After hearing the detailed plan, President Li said somewhat jokingly, Let me be frank, I don't want to be locked up on some nameless island forever. The envoy assured him, Of course not. As long as the investigation is delayed for a few months, the public will naturally forget about the matters related to the Li Consortium. In a year, when the other world and Earth have fully merged, you can come out and live a comfortable and happy life. But he was concerned about another issue. You missed the most important question. How will Chu-Mo be dealt with? On this matter, the envoy confidently declared, the corporation's enemies have only one path, death. On the other side, in Chumo's apartment, though it was late, the lights were still on. He and Iyer stood by a table laden with food. "So this is all an apology. I'm sorry for letting you get hurt so many times before. Please don't hold back, eat as much as you like." But she didn't forgive him easily and angrily pointed at his face. "Do you think you can satisfy me with this cheap food? I almost died because of you. Is this the only apology you have? I want to eat lobster." Although he really wanted to satisfy her, Chumo's wallet wouldn't allow it. "I'm broke. If you want lobster, you'll have to wait until Yudong wakes up and ask her to treat you. She's been sleeping soundly since she got back from the secret realm, so you'll have to wait a little longer. This is the recording from the second secret realm. You can watch it to kill time if you're interested." Iyer reluctantly took the tablet from his hand. "A recording of the secret realm. Fine, I'll watch it to pass the time. It's a deal. You have to treat me to lobster later." Her expression and inner thoughts immediately flashed with various emotions. What the hell is this? The trap they set was easily broken by Chumo. Wait, they were all eliminated. The remaining 12 demonic beasts on Earth are all useless, and I've lost my power too. Doesn't that mean the spy plan is a complete failure? 12 demonic beasts. It turned out Chumo did this intentionally to ask for Iyer's help. "Can you help me find the remaining 12 demonic beasts?" Also, because of the system's pet binding function, all of Iyer's thoughts were exposed. Iyer's face was now pale with fright. How does Chumo know even this? This guy is terrifying. And I dared to be so arrogant in front of him. I must have a death wish. Seeing her pick up a chicken leg, he asked with concern, "Didn't you want to eat lobster?" She immediately put on a docile expression. "Oh, no need. Chicken legs are good enough. I really love chicken legs." Thus, Iyer's favorability towards the host increased by 1. System reminder: Iyer's favorability towards the host has increased by 1. Time passed, and the afterglow of dusk shone through the glass window into the cozy kitchen. Smelling the aroma of food from downstairs, Yutong immediately came down. "Is it dinner time?" Hearing her voice, Chumo turned his head and asked, "Yutong, why don't you rest a little longer?" At this moment, she was holding her phone with a frustrated look on her face. She pouted. "Seeing the trending topics about the Lee Consortium, how can I sleep? President of Lee Consortium missing. Although the Lee Consortium is under investigation, they are clearly stalling for time. They've committed the crime of betraying humanity and caused the deaths of so many saviors, yet they're not being punished. It's so infuriating I've lost my appetite." Iyer, however, paid no mind and just buried her head in her food as if nothing important was happening outside. "My lobster is gone." Seeing her innocent eating expression, Yutong was a little speechless. "All my demonic beast companions are dead. But you seem to be enjoying your meal." Hearing that, she immediately retorted with a sidelong glance, "Huh? They're not my companions. Those high-level demonic beasts were trash who did whatever they wanted, often bullying weaker demonic beast races like ours." In the silence, a trace of sadness flashed in Chumo's eyes, and then he asked, "Even so, asking you to help me find the demonic beasts on Earth, do you really not have any psychological burden? If you find it difficult, I won't force you." As soon as he finished speaking, she was a little surprised and immediately asked, "Really? If that's the case," a doubt immediately rose in her heart. "No, he's testing me. Chumo is testing my loyalty to him." She secretly recalled the trouble she had caused and made a mental calculation. "After he came back from the secret realm, he clearly saw that I broke the cage, but he didn't say anything and even bought me a bunch of food. It's all to make me let my guard down. If I don't obey, I'll definitely meet a miserable end." Thinking of this, Iyer raised her chicken leg high and said with conviction, "Don't worry, Master. I will help you find all the demonic beasts. I will never betray the trust and care you have shown me." Yutong, who was observing the situation from the side, expressed her confusion. "You want Iyer to help you find the demonic beasts?" Chumo nodded without hiding anything. "After all, only by obtaining concrete evidence can I completely take down the Lee Consortium and find out the truth about my sister's coma. But once your relationship with Iyer is exposed, it will definitely arouse suspicion. For the matter of the Lee Consortium, why not ask Yu Tianxin or Jing Xian for help?" He looked at her, his eyes softening, and slowly said, "I'd rather take the risk and bring Iyer out. To be honest, I don't trust the cultivators from the 4 major sects at all. Yutong, do you know about Deluo Tien?" Hearing this question, Yutong tilted her head and slowly said, "I once heard from my master that Deluo Tien was once the strongest cultivation sect and even established a dynasty belonging to cultivators. After the spiritual energy declined, cultivators gave up their rule over the secular world. Deluo Tien became the headquarters for cultivators, but that's all in the past. Deluo Tien has been destroyed." Hearing this news, Chumo thought for a moment. "Is that so? But from what I know, the invasion of demonic beasts 1,000 years ago and the construction of the secret realms are all related to Deluo Tien. The secret realms themselves are also very strange. They're supposed to be a line of defense for cultivators, yet they're easily interfered with by the other world as if they're deliberately letting the saviors be eliminated. The last secret realm mission deducted my destiny coins, and for this secret realm mission, I didn't even get any destiny coin rewards at all." His words startled her. "What? You were the biggest hero in foiling the demonic beasts plot. You saved everyone, yet you didn't get any destiny coin rewards. That's too unfair." Before Yutong could finish venting her anger, he had already calmly skipped the topic and continued, "Although I trust Yu Tianxin and Jing Xian, I can't trust the 4 major cultivation sects behind them. I'll find a way to investigate the suspicious aspects of the secret realms, but for now I must prioritize dealing with the Lee Consortium. Meanwhile, in a secret laboratory shrouded in green light, a chef was holding a plate of food and timidly asked, "Lord Demonic Beast, is today's dish not to your liking?" Standing opposite him was a one-eyed octopus monster, and next to it, its second form with only a set of sharp teeth complained. "I'm hungry." Hearing this, he shivered in fear and stammered, Lord Demonic Beast, I'm sorry, I'll go remake it right away." But facing the fresh prey before it, how could it let him go? "No need, you're also delicious." A moment later, a terrifying black bag suddenly appeared on the floor. At this moment, a janitor bent down to pick it up and asked with a frown, "This is the chef's body." "It's quite light," another person next to him said in a cold voice. "I'd advise you not to open the bag. I already threw up once while cleaning up the body." He immediately looked grim and sighed wearily. "This is the 3rd body today." The demonic beast lords were finally quiet for a few days. Just because their 2 leaders died in the secret realm, they've started going crazy again. President Lee is off enjoying himself somewhere, and we're about to suffer for the demonic beasts. Before turning to leave the doorway, that person threw out a very realistic reminder. "Stop complaining and think about it. We're all over 35, it's hard to find other good jobs after quitting. The Lee Consortium gave us high salaries and also has a hold on us. Just do your job honestly." The janitor nodded in agreement, then turned to leave. "I'll go throw this garbage bag away first." Suddenly a voice sounded, "Excuse me, were you just talking about the demonic beasts in that room? The underground tunnels here are too winding. It's like a maze." He frowned and glanced at the person who had just spoken. Are you a new employee? Don't bother me. Go to the marketing department and get an electronic map." But as soon as he recognized that face, he suddenly froze. "Wait, you are?" Chumo still stood there nonchalantly without any fear and said clearly, "I'm here to deliver food." At a resort bathed in the sunset, the waves gently caressed the white sand like a dream. A girl with bunny ears held a wine bottle to her chest and said jokingly, "President, you've been waiting. As you requested, this is the best wine, freshly airlifted from a cellar 1,000 miles away." On a wicker chair on the other side of the table, the girl giving a massage frowned and questioned, "Can't you see we're giving the president a massage?" Seeing this, President Lee laughed heartily. "No rush, no rush. Are you just leaving after delivering the wine?" She blinked and pointed at herself. "Of course not. I'm a gift with the wine." Next to him, an assistant holding a tablet called out to the president in a panic. At this moment, he took a sip of water and casually waved his wrist. "What's wrong? Are there other gifts?" The assistant ran over, panting and urging, "President, this is bad. Chumo has come looking for you." Hearing this bad news, President Lee was careless for a moment and spat out the water in his mouth. "What did you say?" Meanwhile, in the brightly lit green laboratory, a pair of feet walked leisurely, unhurried yet carrying a terrifying coldness. Hearing the movement, the octopus monster complained impatiently, "Didn't I tell you? Don't bother me for an hour after my meal, or are you here to be my snack?" In the space filled with the smell of blood, Chumo walked forward and calmly refused. "My flesh doesn't taste good. It seems you've already eaten many people." This made the octopus monster pause for a moment, its eyes filled with contempt. "Do you have a problem with that? It's an honor for you lowly creatures to become my food." Hearing this, a cold arc formed on Chumo's lips. "Is that so? I was planning to keep you as evidence. It would be more convincing that way. But never mind, without you, there are still 11 left." After recognizing the person's face, the monster screamed in panic in its mind. Chumo, how did he find me so quickly? Damn it, did the corporation betray me? Despicable humans." As it was contemplating, it had already taken a furious blow from Chumo, and its body exploded instantly. At that moment, another clone of the octopus monster roared in indignation. "Let me finish talking, you bastard." But Chumo just sighed slightly, then punched and shattered the remaining form. There's even a second stage. "Because I was a little angry, I used too much force for a moment. Luckily, there's still a little bit of the demonic beast's remains left, which should be enough as evidence." In the next second, a series of violent explosions suddenly echoed throughout the entire laboratory. Amidst the scene of fire and debris, he curled his lips into a cold smile. "It seems my intrusion has been discovered." Blowing up the base again to cover up the evidence, not a bit of creativity. The vibrations continued to spread along the corridor as if to clear away all remaining traces outside the scene. The female reporter turned to face the camera and said in an urgent tone, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am now reporting to you from the explosion site in the western suburbs of Entong City. According to feedback from everyone, the epicenter of the explosion occurred within the Lee Consortium's industrial park. The specific cause of the explosion is currently unknown." As she was reporting, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Wait, camera. Turn over there. Someone is walking out of the ruins. It's Chumo." She then hurriedly rushed in front of him, excitedly blocking his way. "Hello, esteemed savior, Mr. Chumo. I was wondering if we could interview you. Was this explosion an attack you launched on the Lee Consortium? With the Lee Consortium under investigation, for you to rush to start a conflict seems more like venting anger than a pursuit of justice." Seeing the female reporter charge straight at him, Chumo narrowed his eyes and sized her up. She's a reporter, yet she arrived at the scene the moment the explosion happened as if she had prepared in advance. It seems you're even faster than I am. You've gone to a lot of trouble. Hearing this, she immediately retorted, "You've misunderstood. We just happened to be interviewing nearby and didn't expect this painful explosion to occur. Haven't you considered that a hasty conflict could harm innocent civilians and the consortium's employees?" Completely unfazed, Chu Mo slowly replied with a helpless expression, "I was only trying to assist in the investigation into the disappearance of the Lee Consortium's president, so I wanted to have a friendly chat with their employees. I didn't expect the demonic beasts in the base to suddenly attack me. I was terrified at the time, so out of necessity I had to act in self-defense. Then the base suddenly exploded. Actually, I'm just an ordinary victim." As night fell, the city glittered under the yellow lights that lined the streets. Comments on social media flooded in like a tidal wave. A subsidiary of the Lee Consortium was blown up by Chu Mo. "Nice one. The Lee Consortium needs to die, always causing trouble. I never thought they'd see this day. Isn't the Lee Consortium still under investigation?" A hand gripped a phone tightly, excitedly scrolling through the lines of text. The chat in the group was so heated it was unstoppable. "You actually believe that? They call it an investigation, but it's all a lie. God Mo is the best. He steps up whenever something happens. God Mo is the god of war for us common folk, a superhero." There are still 1 million people in the live stream room. Didn't the secret realm end today? On the street, everyone was walking with their heads down, looking at the news and scrambling to leave comments. Heated discussions erupted on various forums. The entries about the Lee Consortium have been deleted online, so this is the only place we can discuss it. If they're so capable, the corporation should try banning the Secret Realm livestream app too. Did anyone see Chu Mo's interview with the reporter? "I was just acting in self-defense," Chu Mo said with a deadpan face. "I was terrified at the time." What appeared on the screen was Chu Mo's calm yet slightly helpless face. The comments continued to explode. Although it's understandable for Chu Mo to seek revenge, this kind of brutal behavior is too selfish. It could hurt innocent, ordinary people. "Who's still speaking up for that old bastard? You've been sold out and you're still helping them count the money. He already betrayed Earth and sided with the demonic beasts. I hope you get eaten by a demonic beast while you continue to work for that old man Lee on Earth." The Lee Consortium's stock has plummeted. It'll probably go bankrupt in a few days. Just then, a sticker of President Lee with a dazed expression appeared, asking, "How much longer until the Lee Consortium goes bankrupt?" "What's 5 months, Chu Mo replied with a smile. 4. A barrage of sarcastic and questioning remarks followed. "I think that old man Lee isn't just missing, he's probably been silenced. Serves him right. I heard his eldest son died in an accident not long ago, and his younger son is a playboy. This is karma." Meanwhile, in a row of houses bathed in quiet yellow light, a piercing sound was heard as a cup shattered, accompanied by an angry roar. The bunny girls stood up in a panic, turning back to call out softly, "President." But President Lee slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Shut up all of you, get out." His eyes were bloodshot, filled with furious red veins. "Bastards, how dare these lowly dogs spy on me?" And Chu Mo, how did he find the demonic beast's hiding place so quickly? A mole. Could it be someone in the corporate alliance trying to take me down? While he was fuming, the outside world was still buzzing. The remains of the octopus monster defeated by Chu Mo lay limply on the cold ground. Seeing this, Ire clutched her stomach and laughed until tears streamed down her face. That octopus monster loved to bully the weak back where we came from, and he always caused trouble for his subordinates. He totally deserved such a miserable end, the person opposite her proposed. "Ire, thanks to your help, we were able to find the demonic beast's hiding place so quickly. Is there any reward you'd like?" Hearing this, Ire's eyes lit up and she started drooling with excitement. "Anything. I want a Boston lobster." Chu Mo turned his head, a slight smile on his lips, and nodded gently. "You want to eat lobster that much? All right, I promise." After getting his confirmation, she immediately jumped up in excitement. "Yes, Master. Master Chu Mo is the best." At that moment, a data panel suddenly appeared. Login system reminder, Ire's favorability towards the host has reached 30 points. Achievement unlocked, symbiotic evolution. The host can share power with the pet. The pet's highest attainable combat power is half of the host's. On a silent road, the cold air seemed to have swallowed all sound. Noticing something was off, Chu Mo frowned slightly and quickly ordered, "Ire, someone's coming. Hide quickly." Just as she transformed into her smaller form and climbed onto Chu Mo's shoulder, a voice rang out, "Cuckoo." Immediately after, Sha Zhou and Hanling walked out menacingly from the darkness behind him. He crossed his arms and chided, "Chu Mo, you're not easy to find." When he recognized the other person, his eyes narrowed slightly. "White hair, I remember you. You ran away halfway through our fight yesterday, and today you've brought a helper. Want to fight me again?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hanling quickly interjected, breaking up the imminent conflict. "I'm very sorry, Sha Zhou had an unnecessary conflict with you yesterday. We would like to cooperate with you to make the corporate alliance completely abandon its collaboration with the demonic beasts. My name is Lee Hanling. I believe you've probably heard of me." Hearing this, Chu Mo nodded in agreement. "I know you, the useless young master of the Lee Consortium. Have you betrayed your own class? All right then, let's cooperate." He had thought Chu Mo would refuse immediately, but he agreed so quickly that it left Hanling stunned. I know you might not trust me so easily. What did you say? You agree to cooperate? I wasted my time thinking up a whole bunch of opening lines. However, Chu Mo immediately followed up with a cold blow. I don't trust you at all. If you trick me, I'll just take you hostage and force the president of the Lee Consortium to come out. That might actually be easier. Seeing this attitude, Hanling felt both grateful and a little bitter. Good idea, but my father isn't so easily threatened. He's never cared about me, his useless son. Your personality is terrible. I'm actually a big fan of yours. I never thought my image of you would be shattered the first time we met. At this, Chu Mo just smiled faintly, his eyes candid as he extended a hand towards the other. Is that so? I just think sincerity is the prerequisite for cooperation. In that case, here's to a pleasant cooperation. Just as their two hands were about to clasp, Sha Zhou suddenly cut in. Wait, Chu Mo, before that I have a request. In our last match you deliberately hid your strength, didn't you? He thought to himself, not really. Then Sha Zhou let power surge around his body and proposed, since we're partners now, it's not appropriate for teammates to fight. I want to fight you one more time. This time I hope you'll get serious and use your full strength. Hearing this challenge, Chu Mo replied nonchalantly. Alright, since you insist on fighting me, I'll fight you. Bring it on. The moment he finished speaking, Sha Zhou immediately erupted with power, charging forward with a fierce momentum meant to tear his opponent apart. The momentum was magnificent, but the result was just a single punch that sent him flying. His limp body hit the wall, then slid down and fainted on the spot. Seeing this, Chu Mo frowned slightly and asked Hanling, is he okay? I controlled my strength and didn't hurt him too badly in the heavy atmosphere left by that punch. Hanling, however, chuckled. That's what hurts him the most. He used to be a cultivator who didn't even give a damn about the 4 major sects, extremely arrogant. He never expected to meet a genius even more monstrous than him. Leaning against the wall, Sha Zhou muttered dazedly. I couldn't react at all, just lost inexplicably. It's only been a day and the power gap is already this huge. Am I being cheated, like that system thing you always see in comics? Hearing this feeble theory, Chu Mo pursed his lips. What are you talking about? Things like that don't exist in reality. Not wanting to waste any more energy on this daydream, Hanling changed the subject. Alright, let's talk business. We can provide you with intelligence. For example, the corporation's movements, the transport locations of documents. He refused. No need, right now I just want to find the demonic beasts hidden by the Lee Consortium. He replied calmly, his gaze scrutinizing. I can't help much with that. The corporation keeps information about the demonic beasts highly confidential. At most I can only help you confirm the city, where the demonic beasts are hiding. But can't you find the demonic beasts on your own? He stood there, shrugging his shoulders, not bothering to take credit. That was just a lucky break. I can only sense the aura of demonic beasts within a certain range. I don't want to make too many enemies before I destroy the Lee Consortium, so I only plan to attack the demonic beast that the Lee Consortium has taken in and helped. While the other corporations let their guard down, I hope you can investigate and find a list of all the corporations in the alliance that are colluding with the demonic beasts. After hearing all this, Hanling's lips curved slightly in interest. This was indeed a good plan. This way, my father will also suspect that he's been betrayed by the corporate alliance. As long as he wavers, we can more easily force him to hand over the list of the entire corporate alliance. Immediately after, he calmly took out his phone and sent out a notification. You just eliminated 1 demonic beast, and now the Lee Consortium is urgently relocating the others. I will contact you with the specific city location before the end of tomorrow. Chu Mo called out urgently. Wait, can I borrow some operational funds from you? But you're not flustered at all. Instead, he was as calm as if it were a matter of course. I did forget to consider your expenses, but I'm a bit tight on cash right now, so I can only give you 300 million for now. At these words, Chu Mo's face turned pale. He quickly explained in anguish, No, I just don't have money for food. I wanted to borrow a few thousand for a lobster dinner. The data panel suddenly appeared. Login system reminder, Ayer's favorability towards the host 1. 20 days later, in a magnificent building in the city center, an angry voice full of rage rang out. What? Chu Mo has found my whereabouts. How do you humans get things done? But before the reassuring words could be finished, the entire building shook violently from a massive explosion. Please rest assured, a helicopter will arrive in 5 minutes. Amidst the thick smoke, Chu Mo walked out, his crimson pupils glinting with a dangerous light. What a pity. Demonic beast, you're not getting away. I heard you've never harmed anyone. If you're willing to surrender, I can spare your life. The green-skinned monster gritted its teeth in indignation. What a joke, I'd rather die fighting on the battlefield than ever become a prisoner. Faced with this stubborn attitude, Chu Mo raised his hand and unleashed his aura. Such backbone, then, as you wish. Meanwhile, in a deserted street block, a terrified cry rang out. That's the 4th one. 4 demonic beasts have already been eliminated by Chu Mo. President Lee frowned as he looked at the envoy. How on earth did he find the demonic beast's whereabouts? Haven't you found out yet? The man looked at the document in his hand and reported, President Lee, we've found the reason. Someone inside the corporation leaked information to Chu Mo. Upon hearing this, he roared in a fury, Which bastard did this? I'll definitely deal with him. The envoy raised an eyebrow and sneered contemptuously. It's your younger son, Lee Hanling. He's quite the actor. It took us until now to find any clues. He was also the one who infiltrated the underground base and secretly sabotaged the two worlds fusion plan. At these words, the president's face turned ashen, unable to believe the truth. What did you say? How is that possible? With a good-for-nothing like Lee handling at this tense moment. The man calmly concluded, "It seems you don't know him. He has secretly caused us a lot of trouble. He's a villain. This document records his numerous actions in recent years. Please take a look." President Lee clutched the document tightly, a mixture of anger and shock on his face. Why would he do this? The envoy couldn't be bothered. That's not important. Now that we've found the traitor, we can use him to turn the tables on Chu Mo. At this time, between skyscrapers that pierced the clouds, a glass tower snaked upwards, shimmering with brilliant colors. Hanlon looked at Chu Mo from the side, then reported, "The demonic beast hasn't appeared yet. According to the intel I received, the fifth demonic beast must pass through this city to reach its new base." Standing on the rooftop, Chu Mo scanned the area below, then said with certainty, "It's already here. A strange aura. That demonic beast is moving towards the city center." A white car stopped on the silent road. The monster inside the car raised its eyebrow, finding it strange. "We've stopped. This isn't the destination," the driver immediately explained. "Lord Demonic Beast, this is your final stop. According to our plan, you will be eliminated by Chu Mo here." Hearing this, it roared and threatened angrily. "Keep driving and tell me your plan or I'll kill you right now." However, before it could act, the man pulled out a weapon and pointed it at his own temple. "You don't have to worry, Lord Demonic Beast. According to the plan, I must die here now so that my daughter can live." A loud bang ended his life, the light before his eyes extinguished, leaving only darkness. The demonic beast pushed open the door and got out, muttering as it walked, "What a mess. Those damn humans, I've pretty much guessed their plan." The pedestrians on the roadside saw its strange figure and immediately caused a commotion. Monster, watching the waves of chaos spread, the corners of its mouth gradually turned up. "As expected, this is a plan only a monster could come up with. In that case, I'll follow your plan and wreak some havoc." As soon as it finished speaking, the monster raised its head and shot countless vines hard as steel into the air. The vines whistled as they extended, chasing after the panicked crowd. "Help! Help!" The vines shot out like deadly arrows, about to pierce through everyone. However, at that very moment they suddenly stopped in midair, stunning him. They stopped. This anomaly was no coincidence. It was because the demonic beast was already being pinned under a man's foot. Chu Mo stepped on its body hard with the tip of his shoe and cursed, "Is the corporate alliance insane? Letting a demonic beast like you run wild in the city center." Not only was it unrepentant, but it also complained, "I don't feel any joy in getting rid of those fragile humans." It took a deep breath and spoke what sounded like its last words. "What a pity I won't be able to see the moment you're utterly destroyed. Chu Mo, my mission is complete." As soon as it finished speaking, its body glowed and then exploded into pieces. He muttered to himself. It didn't resist at all. It self-destructed instead. He surveyed the scene and silently made his judgment. The purpose was that when the monster's body shattered, it released a murky poisonous gas. The fog billowed and spread, carried by the wind into every door and window, clinging to every building in the block. With just a single careless breath, figures collapsed one after another, their life force seemingly drained away. However, amidst the swirling poisonous fog, Chu Mo walked on, unfazed. This incident had already made it onto the 24-hour news channel. The female anchor announced clearly, "We have the latest report from our reporter on the scene. Chu Mo and a demonic beast are in a fierce battle in the center of Genesis City, after the demonic beast's death. The poisonous gas it released has caused hundreds of deaths in the surrounding area. Let us have a moment of silence for the deceased." Meanwhile, in the seaside building where President Lee was staying, he sat before a screen quietly listening as the female anchor moved on to the next segment. In the latest news, the president of the Lee Consortium has finally appeared and made a public speech to clarify the situation. As she finished, President Lee's image appeared on screen, his face grim as if filled with endless regret. "I want to apologize to everyone. For the past 6 months, I have been controlled by a demonic beast and have done many unforgivable things. Those monsters, they controlled my mind and thoughts. I betrayed humanity. I betrayed the Lee Consortium, and I betrayed the employees who trusted me. It was only today that the demonic beast's mental control over me was completely lifted, and I regained my freedom." He lowered his head, his voice choked with sobs as if burdened by a heavy sin. "I'm not saying this to be forgiven. I know that everything I've done over the past 6 months has hurt many people, but I need to see one person." He raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the camera lens, and said word by word, "Chu Mo, I want to apologize to you in person, after which I will accept the judgment of the law. Chu Mo, I will be waiting for you on Jino Island." At this moment, the city was filled with a calm that belied the turbulent undercurrents. Netizens were also shocked by what they knew. The news said Chu Mo and a demonic beast fought in the city center and hundreds died. "You don't actually believe the official report, do you? I heard from a friend in Genesis City that 3,000 people have already died." "Only 3,000? That's an understatement. I'm a local from Genesis City. Several blocks in the city center have been destroyed. The death toll is at least over 10,000. The news footage once again showed the scene of the unfortunate people who had died from inhaling the poison gas. The horrific scene made them unable to hold back their accusations. "It's too tragic. Is there something wrong with Chumo's brain? Why would he fight a demonic beast in the city center? He's never cared about the feelings of ordinary people, has he? Every time he eliminates a demonic beast, it causes huge losses. It's just that fewer people died before. So the news was suppressed. He's clearly a murderer disguised as a superhero. He's more like a supervillain. At that time, Chumo was walking alone through the poison fog, completely unharmed. He didn't know yet that he had become the focus of a heated debate. Are people just spouting nonsense before the truth is even out? God Mo saved the world and you've all forgotten his achievements in the secret realms? Did the cesspool explode? All the maggots are crawling out. There are still Chumo fans now. The words God Mo just make me sick. Did anyone ask him to save us? Give it a rest, you murderer. Meanwhile, in a seaside coffee shop, completely untouched by the conflicts outside, the envoy was reveling in the joy of his success. Excellent. The whole world is now opposing Chumo's brutal and arbitrary actions. Everything is going according to our plan. The person opposite him was only focused on one question. Have the 4 major cultivation sects been placated? He replied with composure, as if it were a matter of course. The cultivators are also on our side. Suppose there's a superhero, acting outside the law, who could cause damage to any corporation, any city at any time. What would be the result? Stock prices fall, unemployment rises, another industry freezes. Large companies start laying off workers and the cultivator's income also plummets. The more the envoy spoke, the more smug he became, his cunning smile deepening. Coupled with the incident this time involving a large number of deaths in the city center, Chumo has even damaged the positive image of cultivators in the eyes of ordinary people. For their own interests, the cultivators won't let Chumo continue his rampage. President Lee frowned slightly, clearly not pleased with what he had just heard. You make it sound so easy. In a moment, I'm the one who has to meet Chumo, a powerless old man. If Chumo tries to harm me, I doubt that bunch of useless cultivators could stop him. However, the envoy's expression was calm, as if he had everything under control. Don't worry, your meeting is just a formality. It's also to make Chumo see reality. If he harms a single hair on your head, he will become a public enemy of the corporations and the cultivators. To be more precise, an enemy of the entire world. By becoming an enemy of the world, his only option is to reconcile with our corporate alliance. Faced with these words, he couldn't remain calm. How nice. You and Chumo live in peace afterwards, and I'm the only one who gets punished by the law. President Lee's agitation made the man lose his patience. The smile on his lips also turned into a threat. President Lee, what more do you want me to say? Your good son Lee handling has caused us a lot of trouble. But letting you take a vacation in prison for a few months is already quite generous treatment. Of course, the punishment for the Lee consortium won't be just this. The more they talked, the more it deviated from the original intention, which made him furious. What did you say? This isn't what we agreed upon before. The envoy, however, just calmly said word by word, President Lee, this is the final decision of the corporate alliance. You can live, but the traitor Lee handling must die in any case. You have so many illegitimate children. Losing one rebellious son shouldn't matter, right? In the end, his own life was what mattered most. He didn't struggle for long before lowering his head. I understand. These are indeed reasonable terms. Anyone who betrays the corporate alliance deserves to die. Meanwhile, in a building on a bustling street, Chumo, the subject of all their conversations, stood quietly against the wind. Then Ayer, who was enjoying her food, couldn't help but ask, Master Chumo, you're not still angry at those ignorant humans, are you? Then she couldn't help but snicker. It's so ridiculous. If Master Chumo hadn't dispersed the poison fog in time, the death toll might have exceeded tens of thousands. Although only 100 or so people died in the end, humans have never known gratitude. Unexpectedly, the issue that concerned him most wasn't the rumors at all. I only do what I think is right. I don't care what others think. What's troublesome is the meeting with President Lee. The corporate alliance must have made thorough preparations to deal with me. They might have even collaborated with the cultivators. Hearing Chumo's words, Ayer wanted to roll her eyes, not forgetting to take the opportunity to say, the hero who saved the world is being framed like this. It makes no sense. This is probably what they call the treachery of the human heart. Master Chumo, why don't you join us, demonic beasts? The moment she finished speaking, the killing intent and anger around him surged to the heavens. What did you say? Ayer immediately sat up straight and begged for mercy. Master Chumo, I was just joking. Her face was pale and she hurriedly continued to plead, wait, it's my fault, please don't do this to me. Unfortunately, Chumo ignored her completely. No matter how much she screamed, he forcibly changed her back into her bone weasel form. Then the scene shifted to a poetic beach of blue sea and white sand. Chumo's leather shoes stepped slowly on each brick until he came to a stop. Only then did Chumo ask with an expression that already knew the answer, what a surprise. I didn't expect to see you on President Lee's island. Have the 4 major sects already started working with the corporate alliance? The person who had come was indeed no stranger. It was Jing Xian. Chumo, we are here to deliver a notice from the 4 major sects. Please stop your attacks on the corporations. If the corporations have done wrong, they will be punished by the law. Otherwise, you will become an enemy of the 4 major sects. And Tianyun defended him, but Chumo hasn't done anything wrong. His brows were furrowed so tightly he could have crushed a fly between them. Do the four major sects know that the corporations are colluding with demonic beasts and still make such a decision? How disappointing. Jing Xian found these words even more difficult to face, as he was caught in a dilemma. Sorry, I can't change the sect's decision. And I don't want to be enemies with a former comrade in arms. Justice without rules will destroy the stability of society. I hope you will consider the bigger picture. However, Chu Mo paid it no mind, walking forward resolutely as he declared, I am the bigger picture. Thank you for your concern. I will take responsibility for my actions. Seeing his figure disappear behind the coffee shop, Tianyan couldn't help but ask, aren't we going in with Chu Mo? What if the corporate alliance tries to frame him? Regardless, Jing Xian still had some understanding of the current situation. On the contrary, the corporate alliance is the party that needs to reconcile with Chu Mo the most. If they start a war with Chu Mo now, even if they win, they will suffer heavy losses. I just hope Chu Mo doesn't do anything irrational. The young girl snorted coldly, not holding back. Are those old geezers in charge of the four major sects out of their minds, teaming up with the corporations to threaten Chu Mo? Chu Mo is now the strongest savior in the secret realms. We've already lost the war with the other world. Although Jing Xian knew, his tone grew heavy when he mentioned it. I tried to persuade my master about this, but he seemed completely unconcerned. He said, even without Chu Mo, we have other safe ways to handle things. We have an ace up our sleeve to turn the tide in the secret realm war. Chu Mo's existence is meaningless to cultivators, and to this world. Meanwhile, in a room lit by warm yellow lamps, President Li, upon seeing his guest arrive, let out a string of sarcastic remarks. We finally meet. Chu Mo, how does it feel to go from superhero to supervillain hero? However, he just replied coolly, great hero, that's just a title others gave me. I'm just an ordinary person. His words made the old man find it even more amusing, and he posed a series of questions. An ordinary person wouldn't try to wipe out the corporate alliance. As an ordinary person, your sense of justice is a bit too strong, isn't it? Chu Mo answered these sharp questions without hesitation. Who's to blame for you hiding so well? I just wanted to force you out to meet me. My sister was used as a human test subject. Everything I've done is to get justice for her. I have no grudge against you. I just want to find the culprit who framed my sister. His truthful answer made President Li hold his head and laugh helplessly. It wasn't because we colluded with the demonic beasts, it was just because of your sister. For the corporate alliance to make such a big fuss over you, it seems like it was all for nothing. Chu Mo ignored his complaints and continued to ask about his own business. Who you want to cooperate with has nothing to do with me. Can you tell me about my sister? President Li suddenly changed the subject. Do you know about Yizhou? Although Chu Mo was puzzled, he replied, not really, it seems to be an island that has already sunk. Does this have anything to do with my sister? President Li changed the subject again, continuing with what needed to be said. That's not surprising, after all, it's a piece of history that was deliberately erased. More than 100 years ago, a mysterious continent rose from the bottom of the sea, and it was called Yizhou. There were extremely dangerous prehistoric ruins, secret treasures that could grant ordinary people special abilities, and strange mutated creatures. In a place shrouded in thick fog and turbulent waves year-round, people from all over gathered for one goal, profit. During the pioneering expeditions in Yizhou, some people's bodies changed, and they gained powerful strength. They were called hunters. According to President Li's team's research, the power gained by the hunters was related to the monsters of Yizhou. Those monsters were actually degenerated demonic beasts. Moreover, the hunter's power was not perfect. The stronger the hunter, the shorter their lifespan, and some hunters would even gradually transform into monsters. Of course, when they started to wreak havoc, they would be eliminated. In that century, only one person could perfectly fuse with the power of the monsters, and could even freely control all the monsters on the island. She was Qinghai Yi. President Li's team collected her queen cells for cultivation, so even after Yizhou sank, their corporation could still create hunters. But the biggest flaw of the hunters still remained. Those people's lifespans were still very short. When mentioning the follow-up situation, President Li's tone was calm, but when the real demonic beasts appeared, a corporation saw hope and united with other corporations to cooperate with the demonic beasts. If they used the queen cells and fused them with the cells of demonic beasts, could they create hunters without flaws? This way, those in power in corporations like us could also safely possess great power and live long lives. His old story was enough for Chu Mo to understand what happened next. So you conducted human experiments and found my sister. Tell me the name of that corporation. President Li showed his standard treacherous smile again. I can't do that. It's time to charge for the content. I'm a businessman. How could I tell you such valuable information for no reason? Chu Mo didn't seem to care much and asked directly, Old man, what do you want? Unexpectedly, he made a seemingly extremely unreasonable request. Kill me. This statement did indeed startle Chu Mo, so much so that he had to confirm again. Hey, are you serious? Although I despise him when I mention my good-for-nothing son, the love in his eyes is very real. Li Hanling is working with you against the corporation, right? Even if a son is going through a rebellious phase, it's not enough to commit suicide, is it? When mentioning the ending that belonged to them, father and son, his tone became heavier. After I meet with you this time, the law's judgment on me will be nothing more than a few months of luxurious life in prison, but Li Hanling will die. As a member of the corporation, that is the price of betrayal. I will never accept such an outcome. At some point, President Li had already devised a thorough plan. Chumo, I can't see through you. I don't know how much of what you just said is true. And I don't know if you'll still protect my son after you've had your revenge. But as long as you're willing to kill me, you will be in complete opposition to the corporation. Before you take down the corporate alliance, my son still has value to you, and the corporate alliance will also prioritize you as an enemy. This way, Li Hanling will be safe. Chumo summarized with a look of confusion and impatience. Is that all you wanted to say? What a hassle. Since you don't want to talk, I'll go ask someone else. He wasn't worried about this either and just stated, only a few high-level members of the corporate alliance know about the human experiments. You came to me because you couldn't find anyone else, didn't you? The list is in my desk. I've already prepared it. Don't have any psychological burden. The law can't judge me. I've done many bad things. Even 50 death sentences wouldn't be too many. President Li was indeed right. So Chumo decisively changed his mind. I understand. Is there anything you want to say to Li Hanling? With the sincere emotions of a father, he seriously emphasized word by word. I don't know my son very well, but Li Hanling is indeed a son I can be proud of. Although our choices are different, I'm glad to see he can live the way he likes. That's all. Afterwards, without any fear or hesitation, President Li boldly declared, "Come on, kill me, and then become a true hero." As soon as his voice fell, the power within Chumo directly detonated the entire building. The light swept through, leaving a deafening roar, and President Li's house completely collapsed. Faced with this scene, the envoy questioned in a panic, "Chumo, what did you do? Where's President Li?" With deep sorrow, Chumo slowly replied, "Regrettably, President Li believed his crime of colluding with the demonic beasts was too great and asked me to end his life. But that guy didn't believe it." "Stop talking nonsense, you lunatic. Are you trying to formally declare war on the corporate alliance and the 4 major sects?" Chumo couldn't be bothered to argue and turned away decisively. "That's the truth. I have nothing to explain. You want war? Then I will give you war." However, that guy didn't get angry, but just smiled contemptuously and asserted, "Esteemed cultivators, this is Chumo's final attitude. Tell the 4 major sects of his crime." However, Jing Xian frowned in displeasure. "The internal affairs of cultivators are not for you to command. You Tianyan, let's go." The young girl just oed in agreement. White clouds drifted lazily by, and the sun slanted across the tall buildings. Hanling stood quietly on the rooftop, his eyes filled with sorrow as he confirmed what he had just heard. A son to be proud of. Did he really say that? Beside him, Chumo explained calmly, "Forced by the corporation, your father chose to let you live, but I was the one who did it. If you want to end our cooperation, I can understand. I have no resentment towards you." However, he wasn't concerned about his own life but about Chumo's safety. "As long as I can stop the corporate alliance's evil plan and stop the invasion of the demonic beasts, I am willing to pay any price. I am willing to accept it. To stop the corporate alliance, many comrades have already sacrificed themselves. Many comrades have sacrificed themselves and lost important relatives. Now it's just my turn. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. You've now become a public enemy of the corporations and the cultivators." Chumo nodded slightly, then turned to the side and asked, "I'm mentally prepared. Go on. I know all the locations of the 7 remaining demonic beasts on Earth. You've already investigated them, right?" Hearing this, he didn't refuse but agreed. "Of course I won't make the same mistake as last time. This time, all the intelligence has been verified." At this moment, Chumo frowned resolutely. "That's good. The war has begun. I won't give them any more time to prepare." Meanwhile, the envoy walked up to the podium and announced the start of the press conference. Below the stage, reporters and camera crews were busy setting up their equipment and adjusting their lenses. He closed his eyes for a few seconds as if to gather his thoughts and then slowly spoke, "Welcome, friends from the media. I have invited you all here to announce some unfortunate news. In what was supposed to be a friendly meeting, Chumo brutally murdered the president of the Li Consortium. After communicating with the 4 major cultivation sects, we have reached a consensus. Although Chumo is a savior with an outstanding record, under the flash of the cameras he emphasized the important matter. But recently, Chumo's tyrannical and vicious behavior has exceeded our tolerance. Therefore, the envoy announced the bounty on him, a staggering 5.5 billion. So, 16 corporations and the 4 major sects will begin the pursuit of Chumo in one day. We will jointly place a bounty on Chumo." Then he narrowed his eyes and loudly introduced the next segment. "Today we have also invited one of the 4 major cultivation sects, the sect master of Dantai Bidong. Sect Master Su Tianxin Ku, please say a few words." As soon as he finished speaking amid the clamor of the venue, Tianxin slowly walked up to the podium, then he solemnly issued an ultimatum. "Chumo, this is your last warning. Surrender immediately, accept our punishment and management, in consideration of your past merits. We will be lenient with you. If we do not receive your reply by the end of today, we will use all our strength to eliminate you." Hearing this, the reporters immediately became agitated, and discussions filled the entire venue. "No way, he's too bold, this is ridiculous." The chaotic atmosphere didn't last long as the envoy impatiently shouted, "Quiet, Sect Master Ku is still speaking. What are you muttering about? Do "Do you want to die?" Just then, one of them, gripping his phone tightly, shouted in a panic, Chu Mo has responded. He's doing a live interview." Instantly, everyone's eyes focused on the screen, only to see Chu Mo standing amidst the corpses of monsters. He looked up at the sky and calmly stated, "The remaining 7 demonic beasts hidden by the corporation are all here, all dead. In addition to colluding with the demonic beast to invade Earth, the corporation also used demonic beast cells for human experiments. For this, they deceived many ordinary people into becoming test subjects. The test subjects also suffered immense harm because of this." The camera turned to the monster corpses burning in a sea of fire. Chu Mo's voice still echoed, "My sister was among them." All of this was so the high-level executives of the corporations could live longer and consolidate their positions. Chu Mo clenched his fists, a determined flame burning in his eyes. "With the serious business done, I can begin my revenge." The instigator of the human experiments, the former president of the Qinjun group, "You're watching the live stream, aren't you? This is a declaration of war. From today on, we are enemies who will fight to the last moment. As for the other corporations and cultivators, listen up." The camera immediately zoomed in on his cold face, and he said word by word, "I will mercilessly crush any obstacle on my path to revenge. I'll only say this once, stay the hell out of my way." In a silent cave, countless fireflies flickered, illuminating the cold space. At this moment, Jing Xian followed behind Tianqin and advised, "Master, regarding Chu Mo, I hope you will reconsider. Chu Mo is an indispensable force in the secret realm war. Cooperating with the corporation to hunt down Chu Mo will not benefit us in any way." Suddenly he spoke. "Jing Xian, your weakness is that you're too soft-hearted. Do you know why I brought you to this cave?" After listening, he placed his palm on the stone wall. "This cave is very strange. The concentration of spiritual energy here is too high, isn't it? Especially deep inside the cave, the spiritual energy concentration is even close to the level of a secret realm." He looked around the deep space and asked curiously, "What exactly is this place?" Tianqin looked up at the opening above and began to explain. 20 years ago, upon learning that the space between the other world and Earth was vibrating, I deduced that the other world was about to invade. The sect masters of the 4 major sects each took a part of the secret realm space. I integrated it into this cave. This is the training ground for the Dowsy of the sect." Hearing an unfamiliar name, Jing Xian frowned and asked, "What is a Dowsy?" He turned his head and calmly explained, "There are 4 Dowsy in total. They are the true successors to the positions of the sect masters of our 4 major sects, and they are the true saviors we have chosen." "What, are you surprised?" This made him feel even more wronged. "Then what about core disciples like me? What are we saviors? The cultivators who sacrificed themselves in the secret realms? What exactly were they fighting for?" Instantly, the image of a demonic beast appeared in his mind. During the last otherworldly invasion, some demonic beasts infiltrated Earth in advance to assassinate promising saviors. So this time we prepared bait in advance, which are the 10,000 cultivators selected for the secret realms. This is a necessary price to ensure victory. Because of everything he had done, Jing Xian had to affirm, "So shouldn't we be even more grateful to Chu Mo? Not only did he foil the demonic beast trap, but he also found and killed all the demonic beasts that had infiltrated Earth." But Tianqin denied it. "But he's useless now." Then he slowly emphasized the core issue. "The essence of Destiny Coins is to collect the trust and spiritual power of the live stream audience as a catalyst. Therefore, Destiny Coins can enhance a cultivator's power. According to our observations for the secret realm, Destiny Coins can no longer increase Chu Mo's combat power. His potential has been exhausted. That's why when the last secret realm began, we've already stopped giving Chu Mo Destiny Coins." After piecing all the information together, Jing Xian summarized the key points. It wasn't just Chu Mo, other saviors' Destiny Coins had also been reduced. If they could have used Destiny Coins to increase their combat power, perhaps more saviors would have survived the second secret realm mission. Seeing that he understood, Tianqin said with satisfaction, "Jing Xian, you are truly a disciple I am proud of. Your intuition is exceptionally sharp." The 70 of Destiny Coins taken by the secret realm were all given to the 4 Dowsy, providing them with a better cultivation environment. Now the combat power of the 4 Dowsy in the secret realm is no less than Chu Mo's, and they will soon surpass him. Then he stated the plan with even more firmness and determination. "So we no longer need Chu Mo. To us now he is just an unstable element. The next time he appears, the sect masters of the 4 major sects will act together to kill Chu Mo." Hearing this, he lowered his head in confusion. Why are you telling me this? I could have just kept you in the dark." He didn't evade the question, but calmly stated the real reason. "After 2 secret realm battles, your and Tianian's potential has been recognized. After a unanimous decision by the sect masters of the 4 major sects, you can receive the same treatment as the Dowsy." Hearing these words, Jing Xian showed no joy, just stood silently in the cold space. Looking at his disciple, silent as a statue, Tianqin slowly narrowed his eyes and probed, "What are you still hesitating about? Don't you want to become stronger?" He lowered his head, his iron-like will showing in the darkness. "I will never accept power gained through the sacrifice of others, nor will I fight my savior. Master, I am truly disappointed in you." Just then a screen lit up, a cold light illuminating the space. On the screen a man leaned back in his chair, questioning in a serious tone, "Chu Mo, I am Qian Lianshan, the president of the Qinjun Group. I am just a law-abiding businessman. Demonic beast cells, human experiments, it's all complete nonsense. I don't know why you fabricated these lies, but if you want to start a war and challenge the dignity of our Qinjun Group, I will not back down. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow in the suburbs of Kashan City." Watching this scene, Hanling laughed smugly. "Chu Mo, you've really done it now, offending the corporate alliance and the 4 major cultivation sects at the same time. Only you would dare to do something like this. You've even forced the president of the Qinjun Group to show himself, with the corporate alliance and the cultivators from the 4 major sects all gathered by President Qian's side. Do you have some other plan?" Chu Mo looked at him from the side and denied it. "No, my plan is to crush them fair and square." Hearing this, he was surprised. "Ha, are you serious?" Then he shared the intel he had. "According to my information, at least 2 sect masters and over 20 elders from the 4 major sects will be there. The corporate alliance has prepared more than 10 S-rank hunters," he asked, cautiously concerned. "Weren't you very careful before? Why are you being so reckless this time?" Chu Mo didn't beat around the bush and explained directly. "Because we're out of time, we must resolve humanity's internal problems as quickly as possible." Then he thought of a more dangerous scenario. The secret realms in the hands of the 4 major sects seem to have major problems, full of loopholes. That's why the otherworldly gods can interfere with the secret realms time and again, causing massive casualties among the saviors. His gaze darkened, heavy thoughts weighing on his mind. "If this continues, I'm worried the secret realms could fall at any moment. Besides, after fighting for this long, I've gradually come to understand that the cultivators and the corporations are both very weak. Defeating them is no problem at all." Despite hearing him say that, Hanling remained cautious and a little fearful. "I know you're very strong, with a peak combat power equivalent to an 1800-year-old demonic beast, but you don't have an advantage against the corporate alliance and the 4 major sects. The sect masters of the 4 major sects each have combat power equivalent to a 1000 to 1300-year-old demonic beast. The S-rank hunters from the corporations don't have high base combat power, but the secret treasures they wield have strange abilities, making their actual combat level very high. A few hunters can even approach the combat power of the 4 sect masters. Add to that the elders of the 4 major sects and the elite hunter units of the corporate alliance. Their sheer numbers alone will pose a threat to you." Suddenly, he covered half his face with his hand, and in that instant a cold golden light flickered in his pupils. "Your assessment was wrong from the very beginning. I have never fought with my full strength." Chu Mo's house was still lit as the night deepened. On the silent bed, Chu Yun lay motionless, her breathing faint, as if it could stop at any moment. After observing for a long time, Chu Mo gently turned his head and asked, "My sister isn't awake yet?" Beside him, Yudong calmly explained. "Her physical strength has recovered, but the demonic beast aura on her body can't be completely cleared. That's also why she's in a coma. It's my fault my healing skills aren't good enough." After hearing her statement, he turned towards the bed and comforted her. "You've already done very well, thank you so much. I'll get the research data from the Qinjun Group, which should help with my sister's treatment." Yutong, with a mix of hesitation and determination, proposed, "Are you really preparing to go to war with the corporate alliance and the 4 major sects?" "If that's the case, I'm going too." Worried for her safety, he firmly disagreed. "No, that's too dangerous. If I fight with my full strength, the entire area will be flattened by me, and you'll likely get hurt." Hearing this refusal, Yutong clenched her hands worriedly. "But if you go alone, what if something unexpected happens and you need help?" Ire, who was nibbling on a cake, glanced at her and said mockingly, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Master Chu Mo is declaring war on the whole world. With our strength, we'd be no help even if we went. We should just wait for him to come back peacefully at home." Suddenly, Chu Mo strode over and gently placed his hand on her head. "Yutong, you have a point. When it's dangerous, I'll take Ire with me." Ire immediately froze, her eyebrow twitching, only managing to utter a single word, "Huh?" But she quickly put her hands on her hips, tilted her head leisurely, and reminded him, "Master Chu Mo, have you forgotten? After coming to Earth, I've lost all my power. I'm just a very weak bone weasel now. Completely useless." So Chu Mo gently closed his eyes and activated the surging power within his body. "Then let's do a test first." When Ire's favorability reached 30 points, the system unlocked a new reward, symbiotic evolution, allowing him to share half of his combat power with Ire. First was the Day 1 login reward, the power of a 1000-year-old demonic beast. Watching the green light coil around her body, the little girl's eyes widened in surprise. What is this? My power is starting to recover." But that wasn't all. Next was Day 2 login reward, the passive effect of the War God's legendary battle experience, tripling combat power in a normal state. The little girl's body felt light and she floated in midair. "Oh, what is this? This feeling of power surging is like using a cheat." The real shock came next. Finally, the active skill of the War God's legendary battle experience, multiplying combat power by 10. The surging power caused Ire's tail to lengthen unconsciously, her silver fur gleaming. Looking at the energy swirling around her, the little girl could only mutter to herself, "Strange. Strange, who said the spiritual energy on Earth was thin? Didn't I just easily break through the combat power of a 1000-year-old demonic beast? To be granted such immense power, just how strong must Master Chu Mo be?" Observing the scene before him, Chu Mo was very satisfied. The effect is very good. Under the normal buff of the War God's legendary battle experience, Ire was equivalent to a 1400-year-old demonic beast. After using the active skill, Ire's combat power reached 50,000, equivalent to a 2,000-year-old demonic beast. The situation was optimistic. Ire could crush the corporate alliance and the 4 major sects all by herself. The next day, the room was filled with a cold green light, the atmosphere tense and heavy. President Qian looked around anxiously. Chu Mo will be here soon. Can I leave now? The envoy gently persuaded him. President Qian, don't be hasty. Then he outlined the plan. Chu Mo's intelligence source Li Hanling is a terrifyingly talented individual. If you leave now, he will definitely find out. If that happens, the plan to hunt Chu Mo will be ruined. Today is the best chance to kill Chu Mo. We can't let it go to waste. Realizing he had been deceived, he became furious. Bastard, that's not what you said. You know very well how much I've contributed to the corporate alliance. Do you want me to be cannon fodder like that old man Li? However, the envoy remained as calm as still water, manipulating him with every word. Your situation is completely different from President Li's back then. The sect masters of the 4 major sects have arrived, and the corporate alliance has dispatched more than half of its S-rank hunters, including the most elite assassination squad. This base is now arguably the safest place in the world. No one can harm you. After hearing this, he hesitated for a moment, then asked doubtfully, "The hunter squad is here?" The envoy quickly confirmed, "Yes, it's a newly formed special hunter squad that once carried out the corporate alliance's past decapitation strikes against the sect masters of the 4 major sects." As his voice fell, 2 figures approached from a distance. The envoy immediately began to introduce them in a proud tone. The controller of light. He can manipulate light, create illusions, and attack with beams close to the surface temperature of the sun. The voice of destruction. He uses the power of ultrasound and infrasound, able to seal an enemy's hearing and directly attack their internal organs. Next, a short person dragging a massive weapon walked over. The giant. Despite his small stature, he can control gravity and can be called the strongest violent destroyer. A person wrapped in a mysterious cloak. The spirit speaker. He commands the power of curses and can inflict various negative statuses on an opponent without physical contact. Finally, there was a person with mint green hair named Void. S-rank hunter. Void, considered a strange and terrifying existence, commands the power of space. Chu Mo, I'll commend your courage for now daring to challenge the corporate alliance single-handedly. What a pity. The strongest savior is about to die at our hands. At this moment, Chu Mo had already appeared, standing before them and taunting, "Is that so? I doubt you could even defeat the bone weasel I'm raising." A day earlier, when they had gathered, Light proposed, "The first attack is the most dangerous." "Leave it to me," Void disagreed. "Your close combat skills can only be described as tragic. If I don't manage to teleport you out in time, you'll be torn to shreds by Chu Mo in a 1/10 of a second." However, he didn't flinch, a cold confidence playing on his lips. "I'm mentally prepared. Besides, you'll definitely be able to save me in time, right?" Hearing this, he just chuckled, a smug smile on his face. Of course. Back in the present, a beam of light cut through the dark night. Light gripped his light sword and charged straight at Chu Mo, who was hovering in the air. But just as he was about to reach him, a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. Chu Mo had already raised his hand, a rampant power roaring and condensing in his palm, swallowing the darkness. The 2 forces clashed, a collision threatening to tear the sky apart. However, as Chu Mo's sweeping strike came down, his opponent suddenly vanished. The enemy was gone, leaving only the light sword behind. Looking at the weapon hovering in the air, he found it interesting. An interesting ability. When the energy built up to its limit, it triggered a light burst. Light burst, an attack that restrains chaotic beams of light and releases them all at once after condensing, was the controller of light's strongest attack. The smoke cleared, revealing Chu Mo still standing motionless. The hunters never expected the impact of the beam to fundamentally harm Chu Mo. Their target was the side effect of the light burst. What they were truly waiting for was not the direct damage but the after effect. Even for Chu Mo, after the light burst, his vision would be temporarily lost for at least 5 seconds. 3 seconds, or maybe even less. This brief opening was the only chance to land a fatal blow, so Void couldn't waste the life-risking attack opportunity created by light. The moment the light burst occurred, the giant charged into the center of the explosion without hesitation. And he wasn't alone. 2 more dark figures followed, cutting through the air, with Void and the spirit speaker behind them. When the last of the light faded, the controller of light and the voice of destruction immediately opened a narrow escape route, moving to the nearest building to Chu Mo. Preparing for long-range support, however, a grave miscalculation occurred. The giant, who was the first to charge into the battlefield, froze for a moment. In front of him, Chu Mo's eyes were wide open, as if the light burst just now had had no effect on him at all. His face was filled with killing intent, his sharp gaze piercing his opponent like a knife, leaving the giant with a mix of complex feelings. In that moment he seemed to freeze, his mind filled with only a desperate cry. "I'm dead. A plan failed. I'm dead. How am I supposed to notify my comrades? I'm dead." But in reality, the giant realized it too late. After 0.5 seconds, an unparalleled sense of regret followed. The giant realized Chu Mo's gaze wasn't on him. When the giant stood before him, those pupils remained motionless. His eyes were simply open, pretending his vision was unimpaired. However, while moving he had accidentally made a sound. Crap, a sound, what did I step on? At that very moment he attacked without hesitation. While the giant was still thinking, Chu Mo's attack had already pierced through the giant's illusion. At that moment, from a building near Chu Mo, the other two were quietly providing support. The voice of destruction deviated the direction of the sound, while light created an illusion of the giant. This coordination created a second chance for the giant, breaking the sound barrier with a 30-fold gravity critical strike. At this time, Chu Mo was also calculating to himself, having temporarily lost his vision. Sound is also unreliable now. The attack must be faster than sound. The only thing I can trust is my body's last line of defense, intuition. I won. The moment he was sent flying by Chu Mo, the giant thought, your last line of defense has been used on me. However, just as he was focused on the battle, a cold hand was suddenly placed on his back. At the same time Chu Mo sent the giant flying, the spirit speaker was teleported behind Chu Mo by Void, pressing her hand against Chu Mo's back and casting dozens of curses on him within 0.1 seconds. It must be done through direct physical contact. The moment the curses were carved into his body, Void would teleport away from the battlefield with the spirit speaker. A long second after the light burst began, the plan succeeded. This man, who had not known weakness for many years, was now cursed. Dozens of curses such as slowness, aging, disease, misfortune, and fatigue were applied. Chu Mo hadn't experienced the feeling of weakness for a long time just then. On the rooftop of a tall building, the view overlooked the building where Chu Mo was. Void stood there, scanning the scene below with a smug expression. Good, now that Chu Mo is cursed, launch the next wave of attacks. When he looked to his side, Shu was trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, he was stunned for a moment and immediately asked, Shu, are you okay? Hearing this, Shu gritted her teeth and roared in anger, in your dreams you don't understand at all. The moment I cast the curses on Chu Mo, I came into contact with his power. The image of Chu Mo flashed through Shu's memory, sending a chill down her spine. That unfathomable power was terrifying. That guy's power is immeasurable. How could we possibly fight a monster like Chu Mo? Seeing this, Void walked over and placed a steady hand on her shoulder. Shu, pull yourself together. The power gap doesn't decide the final outcome. Powerful enemies, unknown forces, haven't we encountered them many times before? He spoke slowly, word by word, as if awakening memories from the brink of death. We fought with all our might to earn our current status and power, have you forgotten? However, these words didn't cheer Shu up. Instead, they stirred up more disgust. Easy for you to say, of course, you can say something like that so casually. You have spatial abilities, you just need to hide in a safe place and provide remote support. What a convenient ability. After that incident, have you ever fought an enemy head-on again? These words made Void's face stiffen, his expression turning grim, unable to utter a single word in rebuttal. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the giant quickly interjected. That's enough, Shu. That incident is a taboo for our squad. We agreed not to bring it up again. If you don't want to fight, you can stay here. We'll fight for you too. After speaking, he pushed off with his foot and leapt from the edge of the rooftop, while Light walked over to Void to comfort him. However, Shu still stood there motionlessly, her eyes downcast, not saying a word. The second wave of attack was led by the giant. He accelerated towards the target, swinging his heavy weapon back. The weapon in his hand was a true monster, weighing 1,000 kilograms. This warhammer was made of a special metal. After increasing the gravity by 30 times, he smashed it towards Chu Mo at 3 times the speed of sound. He threw the massive weapon without hesitation, like a meteor tearing through the air. Once Chu Mo caught the warhammer, the giant's most important task was complete. However, faced with such ferocious power, Chu Mo was able to block it with a single hand. All of this was not a meaningless outburst, but was all part of a calculation. The giant's mission was not to attack, but to confine and mark, which was different from his usual fighting style. When the giant's warhammer made contact with the enemy, gravity would pour inwards, creating a powerful suction that firmly confined the enemy. Before the battle began, the controller of Light and the voice of destruction had already placed marks on the warhammer. At the same time, Light had already raised his brilliant light sword. With the target confined, the dazzling beam could be focused on a single point, achieving its theoretical maximum destructive power as it had in all past battles. No matter how tough the substance, it would be completely destroyed in one move. Voice's mission was to destroy from within. The voice of destruction could send infrasound into the enemy's body through the warhammer. The infrasound would resonate with the enemy's most fragile internal organs, breaking them down from the inside. Waves of heavy sound waves surged into Chu Mo's body without a break. This lightning-fast attack ended with a violent explosion. The moment the attack ended, according to the original plan, Void had to teleport the voice of destruction and the giant off the battlefield to recover. Then the third wave of attacks would begin. Yes, that's how it was supposed to be, but something unexpected happened. When he arrived, Void's face immediately grew grim at the sight before him. No one expected that the person who appeared before Void was Chu Mo. His body seemed frozen. He could only watch with wide eyes as the fist tore through the air at an astonishing speed. How did he escape the gravity hammer? This question only lingered in Void's mind for a moment. To save his life at this critical moment he chose to flee. Fear prompted Void to teleport himself to a height of 1,000 meters above Chu-Mo. When Void calmed down again, he realized he had made a huge mistake, and it was too late. There wasn't enough time left to teleport his companions. Letting them fight Chu-Mo head-on was like a newborn baby challenging an adult male lion. At this moment Void was dumbstruck, unable to move, as if time had stood still, the distant scene appearing in slow motion in his eyes. At that moment the person who had been the target of all their calculations, Chu-Mo, was gathering power, preparing to launch a wide-range attack. Without a doubt, after Chu-Mo's attack, he would lose 3 of his friends forever. Until Void saw in front of Chu-Mo, the spirit speaker who had already given up on fighting had appeared on the battlefield. And the spirit speaker was plunging a ritual sword into her own chest, casting a spell on herself. A curse so evil it was becoming tangible, transforming the spirit speaker into an evil spirit. And so Void changed his previous thought. I have lost 4 of my friends forever. This story begins 13 years ago when a tragic murder case occurred in an ordinary residential building in the Donghai market. Hundreds of people died at the same time, and a 20-person rescue team went to the villa to conduct a search and rescue. But they found only 1 survivor. What followed was fear day after day. In the next 3 days, 32 members of the rescue team died. 50 were killed in various accidents, and 18 went mad and committed suicide one after another. This incident was too abnormal, and it terrified everyone. Cultivators intervened in the investigation, and the root of this death was that survivor, Shu, the heir to the Tongyu Pavilion. This was a sect that used evil arts. Before being eliminated by Yu Tianren, the Tongyu Pavilion was a powerful cultivation sect, famous for commanding evil spirits. Its reputation was on par with the 4 major sects. Now the disciples of the Tongyu Pavilion, who had luckily escaped, adopted a baby with a special constitution. To restore the former glory of the Tongyu Pavilion, they exhausted all their resources in the Tongyu Pavilion's final inheritance ceremony, injecting thousands of evil spirits into Shu's body. However, their greed came at a heavy price. The ritual failed, and the evil spirits in Shu's body merged into one, becoming an uncontrollable monster. The ambitions of the Tongyu Pavilion disciples perished along with their lives. Thus Shu became the last heir of the Tongyu Pavilion. Because of that incident, Shu became homeless, the evil spirits turning her into a jinx. Anyone who came into contact with Shu would encounter misfortune. No cultivator was willing to take Shu in, and some even wanted to kill her to prevent future trouble. When she was at her most helpless and lost, a hand reached out to her. Shu was taken away by the corporation. They, dreaming of using her, had her awaken as a hunter. The only fortunate thing was that Shu was tricked into joining a hunter squad. That person was a mini version of Void, and the corporation's special cloak could block part of the evil spirit's power. But it would still bring misfortune to those around her, yet not a single companion disliked Shu for it. From then on, all of them, Light, Voice, and the Giant, even if they were unlucky, still lived with her freely. The entire hunter squad was made up of abandoned orphans, but they were also each other's family. Thus Shu became a hunter and awakened her spirit speaker skills. Shu began to be able to suppress the evil spirits within her body. For these last relatives, Shu braved hardships and accompanied them for years. The evil spirits had become a part of Shu's body. Suppressing the evil spirits would make Shu feel extreme pain, but Shu endured it all. All the bad luck and misfortune were suppressed so that she could bring misfortune to her enemies, not her friends. This moment had finally come. Shu didn't know what it meant to actively use the power of the evil spirits on herself today. That was not a power humans could control. Perhaps the first thing the evil spirit would want to do after breaking the seal was to kill her. Perhaps she would disappear completely and become a slave to the evil spirit. But none of that mattered anymore. Shu staked her own life, roaring in her plea, "Evil spirit, if you're really that powerful, then take my body. Save my companions, this is my only request." She turned her eyes to Chu-Mo, who was releasing his power, and demanded, "As long as you can defeat this monster." At this moment he raised his hand, absorbing all the energy from the void into himself. Shu extended her hand filled with black energy towards him and commanded the evil spirit, "Devour all of Chu-Mo's attacks." At her request, the evil spirit began to put its hands together and cast a spell. Instantly, under her control, a spherical shield appeared out of thin air, completely enveloping Chu-Mo's attack. The scene before them stunned all of Shu's companions. Compared to Light, who was amazed by the sight before him, the voice of destruction and the giant were more shocked by Chu-Mo's attack. Shu had abandoned her power, yet she could freely control her own evil spirit. A monster with bone ornaments appeared. It was unknown whether it was because she had endured pain for many years or because her will to save her companions had been recognized by the evil spirit, but she was now commanding this monster formed from the fusion of thousands of evil spirits. The original fantasy plan of the Tongyu Pavilion disciples was finally completed today. Faced with this unexpected scene, the corners of Chu-Mo's mouth curled up slightly, revealing his interest. "You guys really have some unexpected little tricks. I'm getting excited." Chu-Mo's words were not just for the spirit speaker but also to praise Void, who was about to appear before him. From a tearing spatial vortex, Void suddenly broke through a gap and teleported out, then clenched his fingers, forming an invisible and sharp slash that shot straight towards Chu-Mo. The dimensional slash could sever space and was Void's strongest attack skill, but it was also the most dangerous skill for him. The dimensional slash had to be accompanied by Void's hand to be used, however, this skill was extremely dangerous. Only by disregarding his own life and death and striving to get close to the enemy could he deliver a fatal blow. Therefore, Void hadn't used this move in a long time. However, at this moment he still charged forward in desperation, carrying a cold killing intent that seemed capable of tearing flesh. After this battle began, Chu-Mo retreated for the first time to dodge the enemy's attack. This was also the first time Chu-Mo felt a trace of a threat. As Void slash tore through space and came straight down, Chu-Mo immediately leaped back to dodge. However, there was no trace of panic on his face, only a vague hint of concern. The opponent's dimensional slash might even rip my clothes. I quite liked this jacket. The evil spirit swelled. On Earth, where spiritual energy was depleted, human power had a limit. But within Shu's body, this evil spirit, a fusion of thousands of monsters, had a limit that even the first ancestor of the Tongyu Pavilion couldn't comprehend, equivalent to a 3,000-year-old demonic beast, a 5,000-year-old demonic beast, or even a 10,000-year-old demonic beast. As long as Shu's body could withstand it, the evil spirit formed from the fusion of thousands of monsters would continuously grow stronger. As long as I can kill Chu-Mo, it doesn't matter how much my body breaks down after this battle. Bright red blood dripped with her shouts as brilliant as rubies. Blood prison. This was a purely spiritual attack, ignoring the opponent's strength and indiscriminately dragging the enemy's will into the evil spirit's exclusive cage. First, there was an endless expanse of white. In just an instant, Chu-Mo was standing in a space devoid of any objects. Then countless evil spirits gathered, their appearance enough to blot out the sky. If the enemy relaxed even for a moment, they would be devoured until their soul withered. These evil spirits were illusory. Even if destroyed, they would be reborn immediately. The blood prison itself had no boundaries, so even if the target wanted to attack, there was nowhere to strike. In the blood prison, the evil spirit's spiritual attack on Chu-Mo lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, but it was Shu's spirit and stamina that were depleted first, and the blood prison was lifted in contrast. Chu-Mo's spirit was barely depleted, but this was also within Shu's expectations. In the real world, the duration of the blood prison was 0.5 seconds, which was the time Shu had bought for her companions. Chu-Mo's spirit finally returned to his body, his eyes slowly opening. When Chu-Mo regained consciousness, the giant's gravity and the dazzling chains of light had already trapped him. All of this was to ensure that Void's dimensional slash could accurately hit Chu-Mo. The dimensional slash simultaneously triggered the chaotic collapse of the giant's and light skills, which in simple terms meant a fatal explosion. But before the explosion occurred, Void had already teleported himself and his companions into his own space. Meanwhile, in a quiet place that seemed unaffected by the outside vibrations, President Qian witnessed the explosion and couldn't help but remark, "They are somewhat useful after all. It wasn't a waste for the group to provide these hunters with so many resources each year." Even the envoy couldn't help but add a few comments. "The hunter squad has become stronger, which is beyond my expectations." In their battle with Chu-Mo, they seemed to have broken through their own limits. Not long after the praise, he showed his impatience and roared, "Whatever, just kill Chu-Mo for me. What's the strongest savior, daring to challenge me by name, and now he's getting beaten like a stray dog?" Just then, the envoy seemed to see something and was so shocked he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. "President Qian, look over there." The moment he turned his head, his face turned deathly pale and he stuttered in terror. "What, are you kidding me? An attack like that didn't even leave a scratch on Chu-Mo's clothes." "It's true. The one walking out of the thick smoke is a completely unscathed Chu-Mo." At this moment, the veins on President Qian's forehead bulged, almost about to pop out. "Where did that hunter squad go? What are they dawdling for? They didn't run away, did they?" At this time, in Void's private space, there was even a huge island floating in the vast sky. At this moment, the giant's face was grim, and he kept muttering, "No, it shouldn't be like this." Because before him was the nearly dying Void. The voice of destruction was in a panic, tears of pain streaming down his face. "I don't believe it. Void wouldn't die so easily. Wake up, don't we still have a lot of things to do?" In contrast to the two of them, only Shu forcefully interrupted the sorrowful atmosphere. "Don't say such foolish things, he's already dead. It seems he was counterattacked by Chu-Mo when he was teleporting us away. There's only one thing we can do for Void, and that is to avenge him against Chu-Mo." These words immediately ignited the flames of revenge in the giant's heart. "Shu is right, pull yourself together. Stop crying, we have to eliminate that bastard." Then Light, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, pointing out the fact. "I say, you all seem to have forgotten something very important. This is Void's private space, only he can come and go as he pleases. Now that he's dead, we might be trapped here forever." 4 months later, in Void's private space, Light looked at the yellow light flickering in his hand and shouted with joy, "Success, we succeeded." He held up the corn in his hand and shouted excitedly, "All our efforts weren't in vain, we finally grew corn." Voice, who was beside him, couldn't help but agree, "Great, we won't starve to death." Only the giant said resentfully, "What are you so happy about? We still have to find a way to leave this space and get revenge on Chu-Mo." A year later, the giant sat slumped in a chair holding a piece of roasted corn with a sad face. "Roasted corn again tonight. Can't we have something else like popcorn or something?" As soon as he finished speaking, Light appeared with a stack of papers and explained, making popcorn requires butter and white sugar. Although we've harvested our sugarcane and can make sugar, butter is still a problem. Plant-based butter made from corn contains trans fats which are bad for your health. The cows on the farm won't be producing milk until next year, and then we can use the milk to make healthy butter. Then we can live a happy life. In this peaceful and prosperous place without war, they lived a happy life. All the members married each other. Then came the first big celebration, the birth of the village's first child, Light and Voice's baby. Many years later at Void's grave, decorated with mint green hair, the offering was corn. At this time a child followed behind Shu, whining, "Grandma, tell me more stories about Earth." And Void received something no one else wanted. He achieved the "a world where only Void gets hurt" accomplishment. Back in reality, sunlight shone on the towering buildings that pierced the clouds. At that moment a group of men in black armed with weapons shouted in unison, "Get him, kill him." But Chumo just stood there quietly, unafraid. He raised his hand, gathering a rolling spiritual power. In the blink of an eye a fierce beam of light cut across the sky, illuminating the entire space. The terrifying energy wave made the earth tremble, and the surrounding buildings shook continuously. Meanwhile, in a dark corner near the scene, an urgent reminder rang out. Ground troops have been wiped out. Chumo has broken through the defenses and entered the base. All personnel be on alert. The long corridor was empty, with only the sound of heavy and composed footsteps. Every time a heel hit the ground a person fell motionless, as if their life had been erased in an instant. In the deepest part of the secret room a gloomy green light flickered, reflecting on the cold steel walls. After repeatedly calling the walkie-talkie with no response, the envoy began to feel uneasy. "President Qian, we've lost contact with all the hunter squads." Hearing this he became furious. "A bunch of trash. What about the cultivators? Where are those cultivators? Don't tell me they ran away too. We should retreat now, before they could escape." Chumo appeared behind them with a grim expression. "Unfortunately, you're not going anywhere. President Qian, we finally meet." President Qian spun around abruptly, his face pale, and he hurriedly begged Chumo for mercy. "Wait, I surrender, we can talk." Just as the atmosphere grew tense like a fully drawn bowstring, a string of soap bubbles suddenly appeared in the air. Chumo watched quietly, and as those fragile bubbles leisurely floated towards him, his eyes narrowed slightly. They were light and seemed harmless until a bubble quietly approached and gently touched his shoulder. The moment of contact, a chilling sense of danger shot through his spine, startling him awake in an instant. Chumo's figure vanished from his spot as if he had never been there. President Qian found this strange. Chumo is gone. Tianxin, controlling the bubbles, calmly walked up to President Qian. "You surrendered a bit too quickly." The moment he saw the person, he fired off a series of questions. "Sect Master Ku, I was just about to ask you. The hunter squad is all dead and you cultivators were just watching from the sidelines. Why did you only come now? And Chumo, where did Chumo go?" The person glanced aside and calmly explained. "You've misunderstood. To prevent Chumo from escaping during the battle, thousands of cultivators have set up a formation around the area, so they can't move. As for Chumo, he has been sealed by me. It was so easy that I feel all the previous preparations were redundant. Spatial abilities are surprisingly effective against Chumo. It's a pity that Hunter named Void's application of spatial abilities was too superficial." Suddenly, a chilling sense of danger pierced his spine, causing Tianxin's face to turn pale. "What?" A loud explosion erupted behind him, followed by a beam of light that tore through the air, grazing his shoulder. Chumo walked out of the smoke, energy swirling in his hands, and muttered to himself, "Did I miss? It seems your spatial ability is indeed a bit weaker than his, but not by much." Seeing this, President Qian laughed contemptuously. "So this is all cultivators are good for, just bragging, completely useless." The envoy also turned back and asked, "Sect Master Ku, do you need help?" But this kind offer was coldly rejected by Tianxin. "No need, you'll only be in the way here. Leave." As soon as he finished speaking, President Qian and the envoy were forcibly teleported out. The space outside was now so quiet it was as if time had frozen. President Qian had to lean on a pillar to keep from falling, his face pale. "That bastard sending us out without a warning. The blood in my body is churning and I feel a little nauseous. Spatial travel is really uncomfortable," the envoy beside him reminded him. President Qian stopped complaining. "We're lucky to be alive. Let's hope those cultivators have a way to deal with Chumo." A deafening explosion ripped through the space and raging flames rolled violently. Tianxin frowned, turning to observe, a look of clear annoyance and a hint of worry on his face. "Too slow. Isn't the formation complete yet?" Standing high up, he was surrounded by countless spatial bubbles. Chumo appeared behind him and taunted. "I'm already used to your defense methods," he retorted with a frown, "besides childish hugs. Do you have any other moves? You're truly arrogant. Then I'll let you witness the true power of a cultivator." At that moment a dazzling light suddenly erupted in the sky. The heavenly net was activated. The Taoists under Tianxin sat in a circle, their bodies tense like bowstrings, their hands constantly forming seals. Streaks of cold blue light spiraled upwards like giant pythons, gathering energy and taking form. They broke free from the ground, soaring into the clouds, then rolled and spiraled, creating a fierce vortex. However, Chumo was unfazed, just calmly looking around. "I was wondering what powerful skill you would use with so many cultivators secretly arranged around here. Turns out it's just to trap us in this circle and let them watch the show from outside." Hearing this, Tianxin revealed a treacherous smile. Don't worry, your only opponent is me. This circle of light you see is a formation released by thousands of cultivators simultaneously. This formation is a restrictive contract. You can't escape. Only when one side is dead can the other leave this formation. But these words were nothing but a joke to Chu Mo. Sounds more like they're helping you commit suicide. What about the other 3 sect masters? Call them out too, then it would be a fair fight. Tianxin turned and spun lightly, then solemnly emphasized, this is not a hunt but an execution for the sake of righteousness. So only I will act in a one-on-one fair duel. His eyes gleamed with pleasure, and he added, by the way, the battle here is being broadcast live to the whole world. Chu Mo, your glorious hero's journey began with a live broadcast, so it should also end with one. The comments on the screen immediately exploded, with netizens furiously typing on their keyboards. The corporation's hunters are hilarious. They looked so fierce, but they went 0 to 5 right from the start. Is the corporation here for laughs? You think you can kill Chu Mo with that? Is the person above sick? Are you happy that a psycho killer like Chu Mo won? The corporation isn't any good either. I can only say they deserve to die. Let's pop the champagne. The camera angle switched, showing the figures of Chu Mo and Tianxin facing off in the formation space. The comments continued to pour in. Hilarious, they're in such a sorry state and that cultivator still dares to act tough in front of Chu Mo. I bet he won't last 10 seconds. So far only the cultivators from the 4 major sects seem somewhat righteous. I hope they can win. At this moment President Qian gripped his phone tightly and said angrily, strange, how dare these cultivators act like this? How dare they broadcast the battle without telling us? Our corporation has lost all face. Hearing this, the envoy beside him hurriedly tried to calm him down. Although what they did was improper, we didn't forbid live broadcasts beforehand. We just have to swallow this loss. It's a great strategy, using both our corporation and Chu Mo as stepping stones, and then coming out to play the good guy at the end. But this didn't quell his anger. That's only if they can win that useless sect master coup. You don't really think he can beat Chu Mo one-on-one, do you? He looked up at the sky, a cunning smile on his face. A fair one-on-one duel, that's just something to fool outsiders. My eyes can see the energy forms of all things. Besides sect master coup, the other 3 sect masters are already hidden in the formation. Just as the envoy said, they had already set an inescapable trap waiting to attack. Just then, Chu Mo suddenly spoke. Before we start, I have one more question. Are the secret realms controlled by you 4 sect masters? Hearing this, Tianxin was a little surprised. You don't even know this. The secret realms were created by ancient cultivators as a line of defense against the other world. The secret realms operate according to their own rules, and even we can only interfere slightly. After getting his answer, he closed his eyes and said gratefully, thank you for clearing that up for me. Now I can rest assured. Hearing this, he was once again confused. Rest assured about what? Chu Mo casually put his hands in his pockets, his tone flat but as cold as a blade. Even if I kill all 4 of you, this world won't be affected. That's what I can rest assured about. In Deities City, 200 kilometers from Chu Mo's and the corporation's battlefield, a bus appeared. A man with glasses cheerfully greeted everyone. Hi, were you all forcibly evacuated too? Someone answered coldly. What do you think? Everyone in our city was forcibly evacuated today. A group of tall men put us on a bus and brought us here. The staff at the rescue management office told us to wait here, saying they would arrange food and lodging later. Hearing this, he said angrily, damn it, what management office, what rescue office, just a bunch of corporate vampires. I'm from Kashan. Yesterday our city was forcibly evacuated, and I slept in a stadium with hundreds of people. If you want better accommodations, you have to pay for a hotel yourself. As for food, we have to pay for the box lunches they give us. The handsome guy also got angry when he heard this. What? That's too much. The man with glasses calmed down and muttered to himself, when can we go home? They said we have to wait until the battle between Chu Mo and the corporation is over. I hope they don't tear down my house. I haven't even finished paying off my mortgage. The handsome guy crossed his arms and comforted him. Don't worry, the battle is at a base in the suburbs of Kashan City, at least 15 kilometers from the city center. Your house will be fine. I really don't get it. Our Gushan city is 100 kilometers away from Kashan City and we were still forcibly evacuated. They're making a big fuss over nothing. It's not like it's a world war. In the sky, crows flew by in a hurry, accompanied by some sounds. The man with glasses asked doubtfully, did you hear something? It sounds like there's a noise. The little boy next to him pointed at the sky. So many birds, so many birds. At this moment, a large flock of crows was flying in the sky. The handsome guy was stunned by the sight. The scene switched to a tall building and in an instant everything collapsed. People screamed and scattered in all directions, yelling for help. A mother and daughter hugged each other in terror, watching as a deep pit appeared in the ground. The handsome guy and the man with glasses sat slumped on the ground, dumbfounded. I survived, I almost fell. Was that an earthquake? How could we have an earthquake here? The man with glasses said with a dark face. This might not be an earthquake. A storm raged and hail fell from the sky. The handsome guy ran with his head in his hands, wondering, are you crazy? It's only October. How can there be hail in the south? Kashan City suburbs, Shaoyu Mountain. The hail was coming down hard here. A daring person faced the storm holding a phone. The city was now flooded, the rain getting heavier. He shouted, holy crap, this is insane. Did you guys see that? Right in front of me, that mountain just disappeared. A tornado swept everything away. Here, the news was updated. Today, for the first time, the world understood the meaning of representing Earth's strongest combat power, the consequences of the battle between Chu Mo and the cultivators. The disastrous scenes were continuously broadcast to people through the internet. The whole world fell silent. This was the quietest minute in the world since the invention of the internet. Everyone just silently watched the scenes in the video. Awe, hope, fear. A disaster caused by one person. This was what happened within 1 minute of the battle between Chu Mo and the sect masters of the 4 major sects. Here, Chu Mo stood opposite Tianqin and commented, "You can easily change the weather and terrain. Your skills are pretty good. They should be well suited for farming." Hearing this, he began to cast a spell, and the area was filled with lightning and thunder. Innate purple clarity, divine thunder, countless bolts of lightning shot straight at Chu Mo. Chu Mo calmly dodged the lightning. Seeing this, Tianqin used a stronger spell, and green lightning tore through the sky. 9 nether tribulation fire, a green light streaked across the sky, and he counterattacked. The two forces collided in midair, causing a huge explosion. He was stunned when he saw this attack. In the sky, he created a golden stream of air accompanied by a deafening roar. Afterwards, Chu Mo landed calmly. Tianqin was dazed by the earth-shattering blow. That guy's attack actually pierced through my defensive space. 16 fractures, 2 internal organs bleeding. The price is too heavy. Footsteps came from a distance, and an old man surrounded by a bright light came before him. Myriad calamities rebirth. A green light enveloped the space. Chu Mo watched from the side, speechless. Not only were his injuries completely healed, even his clothes were restored to their original state. This ability was practically cheating. Tianqin straightened his clothes. "I should be the one saying that. After being attacked so many times, you're not even injured. I have to admit, we really underestimated you," Chu Mo teased upon hearing this. "Oh, you're not thinking of surrendering, are you?" he replied calmly. The former sect masters of the 4 major sects were called Tao Seekers because they pursued the taboos that originated from spells. The Tao Seekers' inheritance is both a gift and a curse. We receive the Tao Seekers' inheritance and can rapidly increase our combat power with endless variations of spells. But whenever we think we are fully prepared and can ascend to immortality and begin to seek the Tao, disaster strikes. All the Tao Seekers who sought the Tao died tragically. However, the weakest Tao Seeker in the history of the Tai Fire Mansion discovered another use for seeking the Tao. His name was Kangwu. To enhance his own strength and make himself worthy of the title of Tao Seeker, he found a way to convert his lifespan into combat power, forcibly terminating the process of seeking the Tao and entering a semi-feathered state. As he spoke, the images of 3 Tao Seekers appeared before Chu Mo. Tianqin opened his third eye and said, "Chu Mo, you should feel honored. This is the first time since the era of Yu Tianren that a Tao Seeker has used the semi-feathered state to kill an enemy. To be more precise, it's 4 Tao Seekers using the semi-feathered state at the same time." Chu Mo still replied calmly, "You're willing to shorten your lives to kill me. Then let me see what kind of surprise you can give me after paying such a huge price." Hearing this, he became angry. "Such arrogance, I'll kill you right now." As his voice fell, a notification sounded within the system. "Urgent reminder, the 3rd secret realm will activate in 5 seconds. All saviors, please prepare." Tianqin was stunned when he heard this. The other Tao Seekers also froze. Chu Mo stood to the side, hands in his pockets, and calmly continued, "When I come back, I'll eliminate you all." Tianqin's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "We can't let Chu Mo leave or we'll all suffer the backlash from the formation." With that, he cast a spell to summon the souls of the Tao Seekers. Those souls began to chase Chu Mo. At this time, Sect Master Ku began to shout with all his might, "Chu Mo, come out." Chu Mo stood outside calmly and confidently saying, "You can actually pause the secret realm's teleportation. But it seems to be taking a lot out of you." Tianqin gritted his teeth and said, "The passage is closing soon. Come out, our battle isn't over. You're not thinking of running away, are you?" Hearing him say this, Chu Mo poked his head out, gently touched his spell and replied softly, "Running away? What are you talking about? If the secret realm battlefield is lost, demonic beasts will invade Earth. Do you think the outcome of our fight is more important than the safety of humanity? Someone like you is fit to be the sect master of the 4 major sects? What a disgrace." After speaking, he disappeared, leaving Tianqin standing there burning with rage. His anger reaching its peak, he shouted, "Scum, I will definitely kill you." Just then, a green chi was released and smoke enveloped the entire sky. "Damn it, the formation's backlash is starting. Quickly dispel the formation." "We can't. The contract of the formation is a fight to the death." Chu Mo left the battle first. "We must pay the price." Around Tianqin, a black chi invaded his body, and in an instant, blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He thought angrily, "Luckily, I can share the damage of the formation's backlash with the disciples who activated the formation. The backlash damage is not as severe as expected." Crap, the 3 of them also shared the damage. The truth about this duel is going to be exposed. A bunch of comments appeared. Did everyone see that? Besides Sect Master Ku, there are 3 other figures in the sky. Hilarious, they call it a one-on-one duel, but it's actually 4 against 1, so despicable. Wait, where did God Mo go? Did your live stream cut out, bro? Did God Mo enter the secret realm? I can't see God Mo in the secret realm live stream either. What happened? Here, Chu Mo was teleported to a strange place. This doesn't seem to be the secret realm. Ire appeared and said loudly, "Master Chu Mo, this is the Pale Lands. We're going to die. I shouldn't have come. Why did I have to join the fun? Wouldn't it have been nice to stay at home and eat chicken legs? Hearing her words, Chumo frowned slightly. The Pale Lands, is this place very dangerous? Aya replied, trembling. It should be said extremely dangerous. This is a chaotic intersection of space and time. Once super-strong demonic beasts explored the Pale Lands and were completely wiped out, they completely disappeared. Even our godlord wouldn't dare enter here without a transboundary stone. Faced with her fear, Chumo still replied calmly. Oh, it seems that because the secret realm teleportation was interfered with just now, an error occurred and we were teleported here. Then the 3 stars above my head should be our world and the secret realm, right? As long as we can get there, we can go back. Hearing this, she started crying. The red one is the demonic beast world, the blue one is the human world, and the one in the middle is the secret realm. But those are all illusions, past projections of space and time. We have to find the real spatial entrance to go back. The Pale Lands have many entrances to other dimensions, but 99 of them are traps, leading to dangerous abyssal worlds. To be precise, we only have a 1 in a trillion chance of finding the real entrance back to our world. As he was listening to Aya's story, the system suddenly appeared. 3rd day secret realm system, login unlocked, detecting failed. 3rd day login reward, Stone Monkey's golden eyes. The stone monkey was born from a rock that condensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At birth, the golden light from its eyes pierced through the heavens and the earth, alarming the gods. The nameless stone monkey could see through the essence of all things with its golden eyes. Skilled description, Stone Monkey's golden eyes. 1. See through enemy weaknesses. 2. Identify the information of all things. As soon as the system notification sound fell, he turned to her and said, Aya, stop crying, let's leave this place. As soon as his voice fell and he turned to leave, she hurriedly grabbed his hand. Master Chumo, please don't wander around. The dangers of the Pale Lands are not just the entrances to other dimensions. Chumo turned to the side and said to her, Don't worry, it's safe to follow me. Seeing this, Aya became even more afraid. You don't understand the terror of the Pale Lands at all. Monsters from the abyssal worlds and powerhouses from other dimensions are very likely to come here. The weakest of the abyssal monsters has a combat power of at least 5 million. Will be killed in 1 hit. Even powerful demonic beasts have to be extremely careful when choosing a direction in the Pale Lands. Who just picks a random direction and starts walking like you? As she spoke, she turned to look and found he was already far ahead. Aya stomped her foot in anger. If you don't believe me, just stay here, she thought resentfully. Did he really just leave like that? When you encounter an abyssal monster, you'll realize how foolish your confidence is. No, wait, if I stay here alone, won't I be in even more danger? Thinking of this, Aya scrambled to her feet and chased after him. Master Chumo, wait for me, don't leave me alone. After walking for a while, they came to a fork in the road. A fork already. Aya looked left and right, hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the left path and said, Master Chumo, my intuition tells me something's wrong with the right path. It's completely free of dust and rubble, abnormally clean. There must be a trap. I feel the left path is safer. Just then the system appeared. Sleeping abyssal monster Kami, combat power 500,000. Its self-protective camouflage is to devour the path of invading creatures. After receiving the information, Chumo decided, we'll go right. An hour later, as they were about to finish the path, Aya grew more and more uneasy. How strange. We've been walking for so long without encountering any danger. Where are the monsters, the powerhouses from other dimensions, the terrifying corpses and relics? Was I lied to? At that moment, Chumo looked down and reminded her, it's very dangerous here. Keep your voice down, you'll attract the abyssal monsters. Weren't you very careful before? Aya replied confidently. Dangerous abyssal monsters, they don't exist. If it weren't for the lack of good food, this would just be an ordinary outing. As she was speaking, a familiar aroma wafted over. A chicken leg. Why would there be a chicken leg here? So suspicious. But it smells so good, so fragrant. I really want to eat it. As if she had lost her mind. Chicken leg. He appeared from behind and grabbed her, pulling her away from a fatal blow. Only then did Aya come to her senses. What is that? I was almost eaten. The system appeared. Item information. Remains of Lady Whitebone. This is the only bone left after Lady Whitebone was killed by a nameless stone monkey with a single strike. Even as a single bone, it possesses the power to bewitch souls. Chumo began to explain. These are the remains of Lady Whitebone. Aya, have you heard this name before? Hearing this, she was stunned. Lady Whitebone, she's a legendary figure in our world. The strongest ancient demonic beast, second only to the Godlord. She went missing after exploring the Pale Lands. She was a 70,000-year-old demonic beast, with a combat power of over 60,000 in her prime. What kind of abyssal monster could have killed her? Chumo continued. It wasn't an abyssal monster that killed her. She was killed by a passing stone monkey with a single strike. Hearing this, Aya screamed uncontrollably. Lies, I don't believe it. Even our Godlord seemed insignificant when fighting Lady Whitebone. How could she be casually killed by a stone monkey? Just then, a gentle voice sounded. Little Shui, he's not lying to you. I was indeed killed by a damned monkey, but that was 5,000 years ago. I didn't expect anyone to still remember this secret. Human, I'm a little curious about your identity now. Hearing this, Chumo replied nonchalantly. I'm just an ordinary person who happens to know your past. In your current state, have you been resurrected? Lady Whitebone touched the corner of her mouth. Almost. I've been devouring passing creatures all these years to recover my power. I just need to eat 2 more people and I'll be fully restored. Hearing her words, he lowered his head and said softly, "In that case, I'll just have to kill you one more time." Hearing Chumo's words, she sneered contemptuously. "I can't remember the last time a human dared to speak to me with such arrogance," he answered frankly. "After all, it's been several thousand years since you were killed with one strike. It's normal for your memory to be poor when you're old, don't worry too much about it." Hearing this, Lady Whitebone's face darkened. "Old? You called me old? I was going to swallow you whole and give you a quick death, but I've changed my mind. I'm going to scrape your flesh off piece by piece." Hearing this, Ire shrieked in terror. "Lady Whitebone, it was that bastard who insulted you. It has nothing to do with me. I'm a demonic beast too. Demonic beasts don't fight demonic beasts, and I really don't taste good." Lady Whitebone grinned sinisterly. "After sleeping in the Pale Lands for so many years, I've finally met one of my own kind. How cordial. Although you're a bit scrawny, you look delicious too. Little Shui, you will become my nourishment and make a great contribution to the revival of demonic beasts." Hearing this, Ire collapsed weakly to the ground. "So you're still going to eat me?" Seeing Ire's action, he was stunned and speechless. Lady Whitebone asked in confusion, "Why did you suddenly lie down? You could at least resist a little." Ire replied with tears in her eyes. "Don't think I can't see it. Even if you're just a single bone, you have at least 300,000 combat power right now. You just want to toy with us before you kill us to watch me and this human bastard struggle desperately. I will never let you have your way. Didn't expect that, did you? This is my way of resisting. Non-violent non-cooperation. I'm giving up." Chumo stood to the side, pointing at her with the expression of an outsider. "I'm curious, are all you demonic beasts like her?" Enraged, Lady Whitebone waved her hand and roared, "Shut up, both of you, go to hell." A giant skeletal hand shot straight towards him. Faced with this thunderous blow, he remained calm, a confident smile on his face. His eyes turned golden. Golden eyes pierce illusions. A pair of giant golden eyes appeared behind him, growing larger and larger, enveloping Lady Whitebone. The bones around Lady Whitebone were shattered by the immense pressure. Seeing her power destroyed, Lady Whitebone was furious. Why do you have the eyes of that stinky monkey?" The system appeared. Fake Lady Whitebone, an illusion formed from the remnant bone. Weakness. After Lady Whitebone's illusion is broken, she will enter a weakened state. Lady Whitebone fell to the ground, coughing. "I've waited thousands of years and finally accumulated enough power to resurrect. My luck is just too bad." Chumo stepped forward and said, "You should be content to have lingered on for thousands of years after death." Facing death, Lady Whitebone remained nonchalant. "I won't die. After I eat you to replenish my nutrients and sleep for another 100 years, I will awaken again." Ire leapt up and shouted, "Master Chumo, don't waste time talking to her. Attack her bone now, that's her true body." Hearing this, she glared fiercely, retorting stubbornly, "Go ahead and try. Even a 10,000-year-old demonic beast couldn't harm me. What can you possibly do?" As soon as she finished speaking, he rushed forward, his fist piercing straight through her body and breaking a bone. "So your remnant bone was here? Though it's a good disguise, the bones on the ground were just an illusion you created." Seeing the scene before her, she could only sigh. As expected, "I can't hide from those eyes." Chumo's grip on the bone tightened. The system appeared, analyzing the weakness of Lady Whitebone's remnant bone. He squeezed hard and the bone shattered into several pieces. "Evil creature, your soul shall be scattered." At that moment, Lady Whitebone also vanished into thin air. Ire witnessed the entire process and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How that was Lady Whitebone's bone and it shattered with just a squeeze. Humans are too terrifying. Can I really defeat him and complete the Godlord's mission? I don't think it's possible at all. Wait, that monkey Lady Whitebone mentioned, could Master Chumo actually be some powerful ancient demonic beast? He must have a very important reason for taking human form. So following Master isn't betraying the demonic beasts. Yes, that must be it. Meanwhile, on the secret realm battlefield, Yutong brandished her sword, slaying monsters over here. Tianyun also swung his battle axe. The monsters were taken care of by Jing Xian. Did everyone enjoy the show? That was too fast, wasn't it? In just an hour, all the demonic beasts in the secret realm have been killed. It feels like all the saviors have gotten stronger. But what about Chumo? Godmo still hasn't appeared, and his live stream is still a black screen. The camera switched elsewhere. Yizhong said worriedly, "Where on earth did Chumo go? It's really worrying." Seeing this, Jixing said, "During the secret realm teleportation, Sect Master Ku of Dantai Bidong used his spatial ability to hold onto Chumo, which might have affected the teleportation. Perhaps Chumo disappeared into a chaotic space." Li Xiong pointed at his face and scolded, "You still have the nerve to show up on the live stream? Isn't this all the fault of you 4 major sects?" The sect masters of the 4 major sects ganged up on him and dared to call it a one-on-one duel. So impressive, truly impressive. Faced with these words, Jixing didn't argue, only replying, "I don't agree with their actions. It's embarrassing and disappointing, but I don't deny their stance and status. I have great respect for a certain cultivator. He just joined the Tai Fire Mansion. After today, I will resign as an elder and leave the Tai Fire Mansion." Seeing this, Yi Chong, who was standing by, hurriedly stepped in to mediate. "Li Xiang, there's no need to be so angry. If Elder Li had real power, he wouldn't be here live streaming with us. Besides, Godmo is so powerful, even a chaotic space can't trap him. The saviors have also gotten stronger. Even without Chumo, the demonic beasts will be eliminated. Maybe when the secret realm ends, Chumo will be able to come back." Hearing this, Jixing reminded them, "Haven't you noticed? There hasn't been any notification this time. All the demonic beasts in the secret realm are dead, but the secret realm isn't over. The real danger, perhaps, is just beginning. On the other side, Yudong observed and said, "Do you feel it too? An unknown aura has been shrouding the entire secret realm," her companion said. "Perhaps this time it's really a fight to the death. If only Chu Mo were here." As soon as he finished speaking, a demonic beast appeared. It spoke, "Blood, a sweet taste. Did you kill all the vanguard troops? Quite capable." Then it launched an attack. Luckily, Jing Xian was agile and dodged the blow. "This attack power, it's at least a 1500-year-old demonic beast." Tianyan also dodged quickly. "Are you blind? This is clearly the combat power of a 2000-year-old demonic beast," the monster with red eyes and sharp teeth said. "Is running all you can do? I heard there's a cultivator named Chu Mo who's very strong. He didn't come. It seems today will just be a boring slaughter." Before it could finish speaking, a beam of light grazed its hair. It stopped and turned to look at the cultivator. "Dan Tai Bidong Daozi Henzu. To be able to injure me, perhaps your strength is no weaker than that Chu Mo's. Why have I never heard of you?" Henzu simply replied. "Because I've never appeared in the secret realm before." The demonic beast remained stubborn. "I see, a gutless coward. I'll eat you first and go tear Chu Mo to shreds." As soon as it said this, it was struck by a heavy punch to the face. Henzu replied, "You won't have the chance in the secret realm. I have already surpassed Chu Mo's realm. I am the true savior." Over here, a shimmering blue crystal appeared. Ire pointed at it and said, "Master Chu Mo, is that the teleportation gate to the secret realm?" He glanced at it and replied softly, "Yes, we can almost go back. Hide in my clothes first, but before we go back I have one more important thing to do." The system appeared. Space-time teleportation device, created by the gods at great cost, can teleport demonic beasts from the demonic beast world to the secret realm. Currently capable of teleporting a 3000-year-old demonic beast, the vampire-like monster was beaten black and blue but still talked tough. "Human, you only managed to land a sneak attack. Do you think it's over?" He walked on without turning back. "A sneak attack? You think so? My attack is already over. A word of advice, don't move. You'll die more comfortably that way." Stubborn even at death's door, a mere human dares to order me around. It still hadn't realized it was being incinerated. What is this? My blood is boiling." With a boom, it shattered into pieces. He glanced over and said, "Exploded into a pile of black sludge. If you hadn't moved, you could have at least left a whole corpse." A young girl walked forward, saw the black sludge and lifted her skirt in disgust. "So disgusting, there's black sludge everywhere. Jing Xian, does your sect have such a strong spell? I've never seen you use it before." Jing Xian turned and explained, "An immobilization spell. It's a technique used to punish mischievous new disciples. If they move around while meditating, they'll feel the pain of being whipped. That's all, it's just a minor spell with no offensive power." Hearing his casual explanation, the young girl's heart grew heavy, her expression stiff. As expected, the Daozi are all geniuses beyond measure. Seeing her stunned, he asked, "Didn't your master tell you about the source of the Daozi's destiny coins?" The young girl frowned slightly. "What is that?" Henzu began to explain for her. 70% of the destiny coins obtained by saviors in the secret realm are secretly deducted and transferred to the 4 Daozi. That's my big secret. His words stolen, Jing Xian frowned. "When did this guy get so close?" he taunted. "You have some nerve confessing this in front of the whole world. Don't you feel any shame?" Henzu replied, his expression unchanged. "Is that so? I don't think there's anything to hide. After the last secret realm ended, Master offered you the same treatment as us. Jing Xian, why did you refuse Master's offer?" Hearing this, Jing Xian's face darkened. "I hate unfairness." At these words, Henzu sneered. "Naive, to defeat the other world, what's needed are absolute powerhouses, not fairness. What's the point of secretly plundering resources and gaining strength through the sacrifices of others?" Jing Xian, now burning with rage, replied, "I despise you all." Henzu turned around and said decisively, "The result is all that matters." It was the same mist as before. The enemy was coming. "You worthless grunts aren't even good enough to be bait. Get away from me, don't interfere with my battle." The sky was shrouded in a purple aura from an unknown source, and lightning flashed within the mist. Everyone began to have difficulty breathing. It seemed they had all been poisoned by the mist. They clutched their throats, feeling unable to breathe, and couldn't stop themselves from coughing up black blood. Headaches, racing hearts, it was unbearable. They couldn't catch their breath. Yutong was in the same state. "Is everyone okay?" Jing Xian was also finding it more difficult. He said with great effort, "I can't fight now. This enemy is at least a 50,000-year-old demonic beast. The spiritual pressure alone is enough to make many cultivators collapse." The young girl replied calmly, "Didn't that Daozi named Henzu find us a nuisance? Let him handle the enemy." The smoke grew thicker and a bright light shot down to the ground. A river demon appeared. "How interesting. So you are the cultivator's final backup plan? To be able to defeat the snake men so quickly, your strength is quite impressive." Even he was quite surprised by the appearance of this strange monster. "A demonic beast of your strength, why would you appear so early?" She began to cast a spell, kneeling down and saying, "Then call out your 3 companions." A piercing scream followed the spell. The river demon lowered her voice, her words filled with provocation. "A 10,000-year-old demonic beast? You're mistaken. It's a 30,000-year-old demonic beast." Hearing this, the young girl was shocked. What is this?" she cried out in astonishment. "A 30,000-year-old demonic beast? Is it really a 30,000-year-old demonic beast?" He looked around and said, "I'm not sure. From her performance in the live stream, she might not be lying," she said. "We still have the 4 Daozi and Chu Mo. We still have hope." He closed his eyes and slowly said, "If that demonic beast isn't lying, a 30,000-year-old demonic beast, her combat power is likely over 1 million. The most optimistic estimate for the 4 Dowsy is only equivalent to a 3,000-year-old demonic beast. Their combat power is roughly between 100,000 and 1 million. This is no longer a contest of strength. Even Chumo and the 4 Dowsy can't turn the tide. Humanity is finished. Do something. What can we do? We can't interfere with what's happening in the secret realm. There's nothing we can do but witness the final result. On the other side, the surrounding air was suffocating, and the tornado in the sky was growing larger. The river demon provoked, "It seems your companions can't wait to make their appearance. Excellent, let them end this boring secret realm battle quickly." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Shut up, you 3. Get back, it's not your turn to act yet." She continued her assault. "Without your 3 companions you don't stand a chance, or are you counting on those saviors who have already collapsed in fear to help you?" The more she spoke, the more the veins on his forehead bulged, his anger rising. "I need help. There's a limit to insults." Seeing this, she spoke with interest. "Wanting to fight me alone, you do have some backbone, but under the suppression of absolute power you can't even stand before me. Don't you find that ridiculous?" He collapsed to the ground, his head lowered, but he was not discouraged. "I'm not like those cowards who've lost their will to fight. After feeling your spiritual pressure up close, I've understood. Perhaps you really are a 30,000-year-old demonic beast, but this is not your true body. You're a fake." He raised his head, his eyes filled with resentment. "HMPH, even if your true body were here, I would never yield. The secret realm, the saviors, Chumo, the 4 major sects, the other world, the gods, you are all my stepping stones, the strongest stepping stones." As soon as he finished speaking, he leapt to his feet, his eyes turning crimson as a red aura radiated from his body. He roared, "Horizon within reach." Pushing off the ground with all his might, he flew up and launched an attack. After a few moves, only a faint smoke remained. Panting after overexerting himself, he stood and said, "The illusion is broken. As expected, that was just your spiritual projection descending into the secret realm." Her original form appeared, her body gradually merging with the smoke. "Interesting. I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. I thought only that man named Chumo was worth my attention. The shortcut to the secret realm has been built. We will meet again soon." Hearing her words, he felt disgusted. "I've had enough of your lies," she replied shamelessly. "Alas, the shortcut can't bear my power yet. But teleporting a 5,000-year-old demonic beast is more than enough. Whether it's a lie or not, you can confirm it with your own eyes." She made a move, creating a purple aura, and a giant clown appeared behind her. "Until I truly appear, struggle to survive, you braggart hero." Seeing the demonic beast, he was stunned for a few seconds. "It's really a 5,000-year-old demonic beast. We're done for." She seemed to be waiting for something. "Strange it's not here yet. Is it stuck? What's going on?" Meanwhile, in the Pale Lands. Over here, Chumo was concentrating on trying to pull out the demonic beast. He paused for a few minutes. "This is a demonic beast in the middle of teleporting. It looks really strange. Anyway, I'll just pull it out first." Back with Henzu, the clown was shouting loudly. It flew up, surrounded by a black light. Watching the scene, he was slightly surprised. What's happening? What is that demonic beast resisting? Did the teleportation fail?" Jing Xian, watching from the side, said, "The demonic beast seems to be stuck in the teleportation gate." The river demon saw this and didn't understand what was happening. How could this be? The teleportation of the snake men was clearly successful. She watched, puzzled. The teleportation crystal was sent to the Pale Lands at great cost by the God Lord. Wait, could something have happened in the Pale Lands? Thinking of this, she cast a spell to activate the light mirror crystal. Using the teleportation crystal as a reference, display the image of Chumo's location. Let me see what the Pale Lands look like. The screen showed Chumo tightly gripping the demonic beast's rope. The people watching the live stream said, "Oh my god, it's Godmo again. Could it be Godmo who stopped the demonic beast's teleportation?" The screen showed Chumo grabbing the demonic beast's tail. "Do those trash who doubted Godmo before dare to speak now? Come out and see who the real savior is. What Dowsy, just useless bums who secretly pocketed so many destiny coins, completely useless. They knelt before the demonic beast in an instant and still have to rely on Godmo." Back in the room, the young girl was also surprised. Oh, what a surprise. Wasn't Chumo lost in the chaotic currents of space-time? How did he suddenly appear and stop the demonic beast's teleportation? Ji Sheng beside her also widened his eyes. "The Pale Lands, that's the Pale Lands. How is that possible? How did Chumo get to that place? That's a forbidden land, extremely dangerous even for powerful demonic beasts. To break through the encirclement of abyssal monsters, find the precise teleportation point to the secret realm, and even happen to stop the demonic beast teleportation. This can only be called a miracle," Yi Chang replied calmly. "Perhaps there's another possibility. This isn't a miracle at all. Maybe everything was within Chumo's plan. It's possible that Sect Master Ku's bit of spatial power was used by Chumo to help him reach the Pale Lands. Even if he's opposed by the whole world, he's still the Chumo I like the most." After thinking about it, he also felt she was right. "Perhaps your speculation is correct. Chumo has given us too many surprises. The schemes of the 4 major sects and the corporate alliance compared to Chumo's are like children's games. Over here." The clown was pulled back, struggling constantly. She said loudly, "Clown, stop struggling," she said menacingly. I will not let you make such a ridiculous scene in front of the humans." The clown struggled and shouted, "My mission is to enter the secret realm and kill all the cultivators." After thinking for a moment, she looked up and said, "The plan has changed. Since he wants to stop the teleportation, that's fine. You will go to the Pale Lands and eliminate Chumo. He is humanity's last hope for destruction. In the end, amidst its roars, the clown was pulled back into the Pale Lands. Inside, Chu Mo was using all his strength to pull the demonic beast. Get out here! With a sharp tug, the clown was pulled in. The river demon watched from outside, sneering. Chu Mo, pulling the clown into the Pale Lands was your biggest mistake. I have to admit, your talent and strength have exceeded our expectations, but your strength is not yet enough to fight a 5,000-year-old demonic beast. You saved those wastes, but you can't save yourself. Chu Mo looked around and judged. How interesting. Are there no other demonic beasts in the other world? They even moved the circus here. The clown, having been pulled in, said angrily, Chu Mo, die, I'll kill you right now. He still chuckled calmly. Clown, when I threw you out just now, I specially chose a suitable landing spot for you, the system said. Demon of oddity, combat power unknown. A demon from an unknown world, born from humanity's most fundamental fears, possessing absolute power and controlling the rules of the domain of oddity. Creatures entering this domain will be forced to complete random tasks. Failure to complete the task will result in being optimized into useless garbage, unworthy of survival, he said coldly. Clown, you can no longer get close to me. Suddenly, papers fell from the sky like rain. The clown looked on in confusion, not knowing what they were. Not only that, but many headless statues holding their own bodies appeared in the space, a very bizarre sight. The paper filled with writing read, complete the task or die. The clown was confused. Task, what task? He picked up a piece of paper and provoked. You didn't even receive something so important. The clown pounced like a madman. Give it to me, give me the task, didn't I tell you? He stood quietly, looking at it with contempt and laughing. Clown, you and I are not in the same dimension now. You can no longer get close to me. But he had a change of heart. But who made me so kind-hearted? Your task is to do 10,000 push-ups in 1 minute? No. There are only 55 seconds left. Hearing this, the clown's brows furrowed tightly. Push-ups? Are you kidding me? He began to count down. 49, 48, 47. The clown collapsed weakly to the ground. The river demon watched, her chest tight with anger. What on earth did Chu Mo do for the clown to be so terrified? Strange, I didn't see anything unusual in the light mirror. At this moment, the clown was desperately doing push-ups at its fastest speed. The audience was also dumbfounded. I'm not seeing things, am I? That terrifying 5,000-year-old demonic beast is actually doing push-ups in front of God Mo. It seems that guy is receiving God Mo's military training. What kind of slick move is this? God Mo is too awesome, the crowd watched excitedly. Although it's strange, that 5,000-year-old demonic beast is under control. We survived. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, she turned her head and said, What are you humans so happy about? I roughly understand now. Chu Mo used an item from the Pale Lands, or it was a trap set in advance by some demon. This is clearly a two-way barrier. The clown's movements are restricted, and Chu Mo can't harm the clown either. Time is still passing here. 38, 37. He smiled and encouraged the clown. You've already done 4,763. Faster, faster. I believe in you. You can do it. The clown moved faster and faster, sweat dripping from its face. He said with a genuine smile on his face, You really finished 10,000 push-ups. Amazing. After finishing the 10,000 push-ups, the clown collapsed to the ground, exhausted, panting. Great, I'm still alive, the system's voice sounded. Time's up. Task failed. Run 10,000 meters in 1 minute. Erasing. Hearing the next task, the clown was so angry its head was about to explode. Running. Chu Mo, I'm going to kill you, you bastard. He soothed the clown. Calm down. The task really said push-ups. I didn't misread it. Why don't you try discussing it with the demon? Beginning erasure. Erasing. The people on this side watched through the screen. Only his figure remained. Wait, what happened? I can't see it either. 1 second that guy was doing push-ups, the next second he's gone, not even a speck left. The river demon was also surprised. The clown dead just like that, but what does it matter if one 5,000-year-old demonic beast is dead? The material of the crystal layer is second only to the transboundary stone. Even a 10,000-year-old demonic beast can't easily break it, let alone Chu Mo. She still announced loudly and arrogantly. As long as the crystal layer exists, I can continuously send troops. Inside, crystal shards flew from somewhere, heading straight for him. With his agile skills, he struck them, shattering them into pieces. The fragments fell one after another. On Jing Xian's side, they only saw the fragments falling through a spatial vortex. Jing Xian approached Henzu and said, I have to say, I'm starting to understand your theory, to save the world. Perhaps an absolute powerhouse is really needed. Henzu's gaze remained on Chu Mo as he said, Are you wavering? Jing Xian calmly commented like an outsider, You've already lost the will to surpass me, to surpass Chu Mo. He began to analyze for Jing Xian. Killing the clown, destroying the crystal layer. Chu Mo is likely using an item from the Pale Lands or a demon. Of course, if he defeated the demonic beast with his own strength, I would also find a way to surpass him, only by reaching one's own limits. Can a human become themselves? Giving up when you encounter something you can't understand, giving up the fight when you meet a hopelessly strong opponent, giving up because you've already done your best, relying on others anyway. Only ordinary people comfort themselves like this. This is why Master chose me to be the Daozi, not you. Hearing him mention Master, Jing Xian froze, his eyes widening. The secret realm space began to distort as if someone was about to appear. Chu Mo walked out of the Pale Lands. He stood before the river demon, who now judged him in a low voice. To move freely in the Pale Lands, kill the clown and destroy the crystal layer. Chu Mo, we underestimated you. Next time we will kill you at all costs, he replied, his expression unchanged. So you were the one behind this, teleporting demonic beasts into the secret realm. I'll kill you now, she was unafraid, boldly provoking. Is that so? I'm a 30,000-year-old demonic beast. If you want to kill me, show me your full strength. She shouted. Wait, Henzu flew out and reminded Chumo. Chumo, don't be fooled, that's just a spiritual body, a projection from the other world. Even if you destroy the spiritual body, it won't cause any harm to the real body. Don't attack, don't expose your true strength and trump cards in front of a demonic beast, Chumo replied boredly to this useless information. I know, but I still want to kill her. Henzu found this hard to understand and shouted. I don't think you get it at all. Is your head just full of muscles? The corner of his mouth curved up slightly in a faint smile. Thank you for your good intentions and advice, but I don't need it. The river demon stood there watching and smiled. Oh, you want to attack even though you know I'm a spiritual body? Chumo's eyes lit up, his tone firm. I'm confident. The system appeared, providing information. Purple-robed young girl, spiritual body, 30,000-year-old demonic beast, a natural demonic spirit born in purple light, skilled in illusions and spiritual domain spells, weakness, memory loss, unstable spiritual structure, both chi frequency attacks and spiritual bodies, can cause fatal damage to the real body. He began to cast a spell, golden lightning flashing from his hand. The river demon also began to cast a spell, and the surroundings were engulfed in lightning. Seeing this, she said contemptuously, What a fool to actually attack my spiritual body. Come on, let me see your strongest attack. That way our chances of killing you next time will be higher. The two sides began to fight, both using their full strength. Suddenly, a thump-thump-thump sound was heard. The river demon knew what it was. She was so nervous that she broke out in a cold sweat. This is my heartbeat. Why am I so scared? This is an intuitive warning. I'll die. I'll really die. Chumo's next attack will kill me. Hearing this, she started to run. Chumo chased after her. Don't think about running. Seeing that she was about to be caught, she thought, crap, I'm about to be caught. She turned around and cast a spell, World Inversion. A black chi enveloped the sky and he was also stunned for a few seconds. This black fog space has frozen. She seized the opportunity and said confidently, World Inversion, this is my real plan to devour the secret realm. Goodbye, Chumo. I'll leave the matter of killing you too. The black fog grew thicker, enveloping the entire space. A man's voice called out to him repeatedly, Captain, Captain, wake up. He gradually woke up. When he opened his eyes, it was a completely different world. World Inversion. What did that demonic beast do to the secret realm? Luo Shen beside him chirped. Captain, you scared me just now. You were suddenly swaying and wouldn't wake up no matter how I called you. He was lost in his own thoughts. The feel of the wall is very real. Yutong, Jingxian, Yutianyan and the other cultivators. Have they also come to this world? The golden eyes saw too little information. The system appeared, providing information. Land of Exile, a forgotten history. The false demon is about to appear. Seeing him just standing there, he asked anxiously, Captain, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Why don't we go back and report to the chief constable, and have another patrol captain investigate the Liu family murder case? You should go back and rest first. He immediately turned and replied, I might have gotten a bit of sunstroke just now. I was a little dizzy. I'm fine now, let's not delay. Let's go to the Liu family, over here. Everyone was surprised. What's going on? The Secret Realm's live stream suddenly changed. An ancient city, where is this? An ancient scene incongruous with modern times appeared on the screen. The young girl watched and shouted. What happened to the saviors? They seem to have all lost their memories and become characters from ancient times. A physician, a bodyguard, a waiter, a constable. Is this a live-action role-playing game? Ji Xing also frowned. Liuyan City, this is Liuyan City, how is that possible? 1,000 years ago, the first contact between the otherworldly demonic beasts and our world started in Liuyan City. But hasn't Liuyan City already disappeared? Back in Liuyan City, he spoke, southern region. All the saviors have been assimilated into residents of this city. What's the situation on your side? The people around said. Same here, the cultivators who were teleported here seem to have all lost their memories. I saw Henzu. He's lost his memory too and is now selling coffins at a coffin shop. Hearing this news, he chuckled as if he'd had a bountiful harvest. Hilarious. He's also a dowsy, yet he looked down on us and wanted to attract attention. It serves him right to end up like this, but the group remained vigilant. Don't let your guard down. Even Chu Mo has lost his memory and is now a constable. This place is really abnormal. He remained arrogant. Nothing to worry about. As long as we don't leave our hiding place, the rules of this world can't affect us. Now it's up to us to save the world. Let those foolish ordinary people see who the real saviors are. The group fell silent, so he asked, Hey, why aren't you guys talking? Is there a problem with the communication device? Suddenly a red mist seeped in. Crap, he realized, frowning. The hiding place has been invaded. The red mist enveloped them. Luo Shen brought him to the Liu residence. Captain, we're here. This is the Liu family where the murder happened this morning. The system appeared and said, entered the main historical storyline. The false demon is watching you. False demon, 50,000-year-old demonic beast, combat power unknown, weakness unknown. Lu Nian pretended to shed crocodile tears, looking like a man pained by the loss of his son, and begged Chu Mo, Officer, please seek justice for me. He immediately caught the key point in his words. Wasn't this the first time your son died? Luo Shen, knowing the family's situation, whispered in his ear, Captain Lu Nian's eldest son drowned 2 days ago. The one who died this time is his younger son, Lu Shangwen. Hearing this, Chu Mo only offered a faint condolence. Lu Nian, please tell me the truth. How did your younger son die? Has anyone held a grudge against your family recently? Lu Nian only showed a hint of real emotion when he mentioned his eldest son. He said with tears in his eyes, Shangwen was beheaded. I've always been kind to others and never had any enemies. I don't know who could be so cruel as to harm a 6-year-old child. Officer, I beg you must help me find the murderer. He agreed lightly, then asked about Shangwen's body. I'll do my best. Where is Lu Shangwen's body? Lu Nian lifted the white cloth and replied, reporting to the officer, it's under the white cloth. But it was empty, there was no body at all. Not seeing the body, Chu Mo asked, Lu Nian, where is your son's body? I don't see anything. He immediately looked panicked. How is that possible? It's right here, can't you see it? Look, my Shangwen, he's right here. Luo Shen, seeing him so agitated, thought he was just acting. Lu Nian, calm down, there's nothing here. Don't file false reports next time. He suddenly walked over like a madman, grabbed him and said frantically, false report, I know, you're all in this together. You not only killed my son but now you want to kill me too. Why did you kill my son? What did he do wrong? Luo Shen, grabbed by him, immediately shook him off and pushed him down. Lu Nian let go. Filing a false report, assaulting an officer. Do you want to go to jail? Hearing this, he laughed even more crazily. Done pretending? You not only killed my son but you want to kill me too. Hearing the commotion, Mrs. Lu came out in a panic. Husband, why have you gone mad? Husband. Lu Nian continued to act like a man driven mad by the loss of his son. Don't come over, these two officers are in league with the murderer who killed Shangwen. Go get help, I'll hold them off. Just then, Mrs. Lu brought Shangwen over. Husband, stop talking, Shangwen is back. Shangwen is with me, it's okay. But he denied her words with a decisive tone. Nonsense, there's clearly nothing beside you. You're lying to me too. Shangwen was indeed a bit strange at this moment. He didn't look like a child at all, more like a soulless puppet, his dark, empty eyes staring blankly at them. Mrs. Lu put on a sad expression and explained to Chu Mo and Luo Shen, officers, I'm sorry, after Xiao Wu died my husband was hit hard. When Shangwen went out to play today he started acting crazy again. Thinking Shangwen had been killed, after a while Shangwen came back and I thought his delusions were gone, but I didn't expect him to be the same. Time passed and the sun rose to its highest point, its dazzling light shining down on Liuyan City. Luo Shen followed behind him, sighing wearily. A wasted trip, Captain. Why are you so serious? Are you still angry? They're just pitiful people, it's not worth it. Just then the system issued a reminder. Main historical storyline has ended. The false demon's gaze has disappeared. Reminder, please destroy the main historical storyline as soon as possible. Find and kill the false demon's incarnation and prevent the false demon's descent. Otherwise, the host and Liuyan City will be assimilated and become completely lost in the cycle of history, unable to return to reality. Back at the Lu residence, Mrs. Lu said softly, husband, they're gone, you can stop pretending. He stroked Shangwen's head and asked gently, it's good that they're gone. Shangwen is fine now. You weren't scared, were you? He was very unhappy with Mrs. Lu's decision to report to the authorities. She scolded him. Husband, it's not my place to say, but why are you so reckless? Didn't I tell you not to report it? If what old man Coffin had us do gets discovered, we'll be finished. It turned out he hadn't planned to report it, but the child's head had suddenly fallen off, terrifying him. When Shangwen's head fell off I was terrified too. Who knew Shangwen would come back to life? How was I supposed to know that old man Coffin was so powerful? He didn't want to talk about it anymore. Suddenly, the child pointed in a direction which puzzled him. Anyway, as long as Shangwen is fine, that's all that matters. Shangwen, it turned out Chu Mo had returned. He had been standing on the wall the whole time listening to everything. He looked at him with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Old man Lu, you're not crazy anymore. In Lu Nian's courtyard, a coffin large enough for 2 people appeared. Walking up to the coffin, Chu Mo asked him, it's here, just as I thought. This is your eldest son's coffin, right? Seeing him approach the coffin, Mrs. Lu shouted in a panic, officer, the case is closed. What are you trying to do? With a slight curve of his lips he replied faintly, what am I trying to do? Saving someone, of course. She spread her arms like a mother hen, protecting the coffin behind her. Her face contorted with tension. Get away, there's no one here who needs you to save them. If you want to touch Xiao Wu's body you'll have to kill me first, he replied calmly, completely unfazed. As you wish. If you stand in my way I'll kill you. Chu Mo walked past Mrs. Lu nonchalantly, stepped on the coffin lid and then gave it a hard push, causing the coffin to tilt to one side. The loosely placed lid fell off and the 2 people inside tumbled out. Chu Mo walked over and checked the bride's breathing. Thankfully she was still alive. You two are ruthless, finding a young girl to be buried with your son. A ghost marriage with a living person, this is the first time I've seen such a thing. Lu Nian and his wife were terrified when they saw him kick over the coffin. The coffin's been opened, we're finished. Seeing the terror on their faces his expression turned cold, his tone laced with killing intent. You should indeed be afraid. Kidnapping and attempted murder, these are serious crimes. Lu Nian was so scared he forgot his manners and cursed. You idiot, you don't know anything. Old man Coffin said we must never open the coffin. Mrs. Lu turned and blamed him. Husband, why didn't you stop him just now? Her words angered him. Now you're blaming me. Weren't you the one standing in front of the coffin just now? But just then they realized Shangwen was gone. Wait, we're done for. Shangwen's gone. A wisp of ghostly energy appeared on the ground. The wisp swirled in the air and the atmosphere grew oppressive. Looking down from above, Chu Mo and the others could be seen. A mournful voice rang out. I've been so wronged, why did I have to be the one to die? My wife is gone too." Hearing her eldest son's voice, Mrs. Lu asked anxiously, Xiao Wu, is that you?" But the white figure didn't answer her. Instead it suddenly attacked. Sensing the danger, Chu Mo rushed over and pushed her away. "Get back!" Seeing the white figure attack her, Mrs. Lu cried out in shock and pain, "Xiao Wu, I'm your mother, don't you recognize me?" Chu Mo took the opportunity to force the truth out of her. "Don't be foolish, that thing isn't your son anymore. It's going to kill all of us. I don't want to die with you when there's a ghost around. Tell me what you've done now, maybe we can still find a way to save your younger son." Lu Nian also realized that it was no longer his son. Terrified of dying, he confessed everything. "It was Old Man Coffin, the owner of the new coffin shop in town. He told us to do all of this after Xiao Wu died." Strange noises started in the house. The next day all our chickens were dead and there were bloody footprints in front of Shangwen's bed. We were so scared we went to beg Old Man Coffin. He said Xiao Wu's resentment was too strong and he wanted to take Shangwen with him. The solution was a ghost marriage. He gave us both the bride and the coffin. "That's all I know, please save Shangwen." As soon as he finished speaking, the white figure vanished. Seeing this, Lu Nian said in terror, "It's gone. Xiao Wu's vengeful spirit is gone." It turned out this was all an illusion created by Chu Mo. "Old Man Lu, did you really think that was Xiao Wu's vengeful spirit? I didn't expect a little scare would make you confess everything." Having gotten the information from him, he called out to Luo Shen, "All right, the show's over. You can come out, your acting was pretty good just now." It turned out Shangwen hadn't disappeared. He had been with Luo Shen under the white cloth the whole time. He lifted the cloth and shamelessly flattered him. "Captain, you praise me too much. It's your spells that are truly amazing, on par with those of the cultivator lords." Seeing the child, Mrs. Lu shouted excitedly, "Shangwen, give me back Shangwen." Luo Shen smiled awkwardly. "I wasn't planning on stealing your son." She ran over and hugged the child tightly, repeating, it's okay, no one will hurt you now." But just then, Shangwen vanished, leaving only the clothes she was holding in her arms. The child's clothes fell to the ground. She was sweating profusely, her eyes filled with terror. "Shangwen, how could this be? Shangwen's gone." "Officer, I know I was wrong. Please change my son back." Chu Mo had known this all along. "Unfortunately, your younger son never existed from the beginning. What you saw from start to finish was just an illusion used by that monster. It's dispelled the illusion now just to take the opportunity to escape." At this moment, the sun was gradually setting and dusk fell. A loud noise was heard as if something had fallen. Chu Mo looked at the coffin that had grown arms and legs and questioned it coldly. "I know. Where is the mastermind behind you? What is your goal? This is your last chance." The coffin couldn't speak, only making strange noises. The system provided its information. "Coffin ghost, a puppet of the false demon. It collects human desires and fears to create puppets." Seeing that it refused to speak, Chu Mo frowned impatiently at it. "Still not talking? In that case, you're useless." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped down hard with his foot. The coffin immediately broke in two, its fragments flying everywhere. Seeing him kill the monster, Lu Nian was extremely grateful, even holding a bag of money to give him. "Officer, you've avenged Shangwen. I remember everything now. Shangwen was eaten by this coffin monster. You've avenged Shangwen. This money is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it." But Shangwen's disappearance left Mrs. Lu heartbroken. She didn't trust Chu Mo. For all we know, the officer might have had Xiao Wu killed by them too. "This man-eating monster was sold to us by Old Man Coffin. It's all his fault. You have to go arrest him." Chu Mo seized the opportunity and ordered Luo Shen. "I understand. Luo Shen, arrest Lu Nian and his wife and take them back for questioning." He obeyed. "Yes, Captain." Hearing that he was going to arrest them, Lu Nian hurriedly tried to explain. "Officer, what are you talking about? We're the victims. We were all tricked by that Old Man Coffin." Hearing his excuse, Chu Mo grew angry. He pointed at the unconscious young girl and scolded, "Victims, you still dare to call yourselves victims? Trafficking a human, using a living girl as a sacrifice for a ghost marriage, and bribing an officer to evade punishment. Who should I arrest if not you?" Lu Nian looked panicked, trying his best to argue and beg for mercy. We were just too scared and our two sons were killed too. Officer, please let us go." Chu Mo ignored him and ordered them to be locked up immediately. "Luo Shen, take Lu Nian and his wife away, lock them up for questioning. Take this unconscious girl back with you too when she wakes up. Help her find her family. Can you do that?" "No problem, Captain." Noticing that he wasn't leaving with them, Luo Shen asked doubtfully, "Captain, you're not coming with me. With such a bizarre incident, I'm afraid we'll have to report it to the cultivator lords." He frowned and replied, "You handle the report. I'm going to find Old Man Coffin." Hearing that he was going after Old Man Coffin, Luo Shen expressed his concern and tried to persuade him. "Don't go, Captain. That Old Man Coffin might be even more dangerous than this monster. How much is our salary? There's no need to risk your life like this." But out of the protagonist's sense of justice, and wanting to gather more information about this world, Chu Mo said resolutely, "If we let that Old Man Coffin escape, he'll harm more people. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill." Seeing that he had made up his mind, Luo Shen didn't try to stop him anymore. Watching his retreating back, he quickly said, "Then Captain, when you get there, don't act rashly. Just watch from the outside. I'll go back to the yamen and call for reinforcements immediately. You have to wait for me." The system issued a reminder. The main historical storyline, Coffin Ghost, has been destroyed, raising the false demon's vigilance. Current vigilance level 1. When the vigilance level reaches 10, the false demon will lock onto your position. By now, the sky had turned dark and Chu Mo had found Old Man Coffin's home. Chumo stood outside the door and shouted, "Old man Coffin, are you home?" Henzu walked out from inside the house. It seemed he had lost his memory. He asked Chumo, "Officer, do you need to arrange a funeral? We're open for business. Buy a coffin now and get a 20% discount." He looked at Henzu in silence, then asked, "Are you Old Man Coffin?" Hearing that he was looking for Old Man Coffin, he revealed regretfully, "Officer, you're looking for the boss. What bad luck. He usually only comes to the shop in the evening. I just work here. If it's business, I can handle it, but if you need to see the boss, please come back at night." Looking at his face, Chumo remembered Henzu. He walked up to him and said, "You look a little familiar. You're a cultivator." The memoryless Henzu immediately denied it. "Officer, you must be joking. If I were really a cultivator, why would I be in such a miserable state selling coffins here?" "Officer, you must be joking. If I were really a cultivator, how could I be so miserable selling coffins here?" Chumo repeated in a firm tone. "You are a cultivator. We met in the secret realm." The words cultivator and secret realm made his face contort. "Secret realm cultivator. Officer, you must be joking. I'm just an ordinary person. My name is Shi Shin. Shi Shin sells coffins, Shi Shin." But the more he spoke, the more his buried memories seemed to be stimulated. His eyes rolled back and he cried out in pain. Finally he recovered his memory. "I am a Dowsy, Henzu." Seeing that he had remembered, he asked, "Awake now?" After regaining all his memories, Henzu said worriedly, "Chumo, we're trapped," he replied. "It seems so. The cultivators in the secret realm are probably like us, given new identities and memories in this city." He tilted his head and explained the way to clear the instance. "To leave this place, we must find the demonic beast controlling this city. But the difficult part is that we can't do anything out of character or the demonic beast will find us. It will hide even deeper." Henzu took out the token used to exchange information with his sect and said to him, "I didn't expect there would be something that could stump you. Don't underestimate the 4 major sects. We still have a trick up our sleeve. The 3 Dowsy are hiding in the void. The demonic beast can't possibly find them. They haven't been given identities so they can help us." Seeing his face turn pale, Chumo asked, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Henzu said, trembling. "The token has no signal. The 3 Dowsy are all dead." Seeing his dejected look, Chumo offered a solemn condolence. "My condolences. Were you close with the other 3 Dowsy?" Henzu wasn't truly saddened by their deaths. He was concerned about what killed them and the fact that they had lost their backup. "I had quite a few conflicts with them in the past, but for them to die here so mysteriously, given their strength, I still find it hard to accept. To find the demonic beast hidden in the city, we still need help." Speaking of help, Chumo thought of his own companions, his voice also tinged with a hint of frustration. "Yu Tong, Jing Xian, Yu Tianyan, although I'm worried I can't find them right now. Is it the same for you?" Seeing that he couldn't find them either, Henzu looked at his own hands and said dejectedly, "My perception has been blocked too. This city is too strange. It's not just my perception. My strength has also weakened significantly." After a moment of silence, Chumo told him to hide without a second thought. "Is that all that's left? Forget it. It's dangerous here. Just find a place to hide." He was being looked down upon. Henzu roared in anger, "Even though I only have this much power left, I can still help. Don't go too far, Chumo." Seeing his anger, Chumo didn't insist. "All right, since you're so persistent, there is indeed a place you can help." The time shifted to late at night and the 2 lanterns outside Old Man Coffin's house were still lit. Old Man Coffin stumbled along calling for Henzu. Shi Shin, where are you? Come out. This kid couldn't have snuck off to play again, could he? I just went out to a banquet and came back a bit late. Don't you know how to watch the shop?" But when he looked up and saw Henzu hanging from the rafters, he panicked in his heart. Shi Shin is dead. Thinking this, he cursed angrily. "Guaizi, get the hell out here. I know you did this. What do you mean by this? Hanging my employee in my shop? Are you trying to send me a message? Secrecy, secrecy. Damn it, all you know is secrecy. I just came back a little late. Did you have to kill my handyman?" He didn't know anything. Just then Chumo approached him. Hearing footsteps, he turned around warily. "Who's there? Come out." Chumo didn't beat around the bush and asked him directly, "Old Man Coffin, tell me, who is Guaizi? And what about your secret deal?" Looking at the clothes he was wearing, he immediately guessed his identity. Old Man Coffin said firmly, "I didn't know you were an officer. I'm sorry. I was drunk and talking nonsense. I don't know anything. Didn't I just come back from a banquet?" Seeing the employee in my shop hanging, I was a little panicked and scared. Seeing him change the subject, Chumo said seriously, "Did I ask you about Shi Shin? The Liu family, Liu Nian and his wife, do you remember them?" He pretended to think. "Yes, officer, I remember. Liu Nian bought a coffin from me a few days ago." "Then what?" Chumo's tone turned cold, and feeling the chill and pressure from him, he answered cautiously, "After selling the coffin, I had no further contact with Liu Nian." He stepped forward and put a hand on his shoulder. "Liu Nian and his wife have already confessed. They bought a girl from you for a ghost marriage." Although Old Man Coffin was afraid, he still firmly declared his innocence. "Officer, I really don't know what you're talking about." Chumo didn't let him go. In the darkness his eyes flashed with a golden light, his voice carrying a naked threat. "Is that so? You're also related to the murder of Liu Nian and his wife's 2 sons, plus your employee Shi Shin was found hanging in your shop. Are you planning to take the blame for all of it? Trading your death for your accomplice's freedom, your loyalty to your accomplice is truly moving." Hearing that he was going to prison, he was so scared that he confessed everything. "Officer, I'll talk about everything. A while ago, a man nicknamed Guaizi came to me. He seems to have a human trafficking group behind him and wanted to cooperate with me. I was blinded by greed for a moment and thought about cooperating with him, but I really didn't kill anyone. The Liu family's son died and they bought a coffin from me. Guizi taught me to deceive Liu Nian. I made strange noises near his house, stole their chickens, and then used the chicken blood to make footprints in front of his younger son's bedroom door. Liu Nian got scared and I took the opportunity to recommend a ghost marriage to him. But the girl was given by Guizi, and Liu Nian himself buried her alive. I was just the middleman. Seeing that he hadn't told the whole truth, Chu Mo continued to ask, "And you haven't said the important part. What about the coffin monster eating Liu Nian's younger son?" Old Man Coffin hurriedly. "Monster? What monster, officer? I really don't know about this." In the cell, the torches outside cast a glow, illuminating the dark corridor. Inside the cell, the bride was sound asleep. Mrs. Liu hugged her knees and asked, "Hubby, what are those officers thinking to lock us up with Xiao Wu's bride?" Liu Nian in prison was angry when he heard this and scolded her. "Bride, you still see her as Xiao Wu's bride. You were the one who told me to get a ghost marriage for Xiao Wu. Now even Shangwen has been killed and we're in jail," she retorted angrily, but when she saw his strange expression she trembled and asked, "You bought that girl yourself and now you're blaming me." "Hubby, what's with that look?" At this moment the bride, who should have been sound asleep, had stood up. A ghostly aura appeared at her feet, a monster. Liu Nian was scared out of his wits and screamed, "Monster!" Seeing this, Mrs. Liu almost wet herself in fear. She screamed in panic, "Help! Back to Old Man Coffin's place from you." After hearing Chu Mo's account of the Liu family's affairs, he looked as if he could hardly believe it. The coffin monster attacked and even ate the Liu family's younger son. "Officer, if I really had that kind of power, I wouldn't be guarding this little shop and doing such shady business." Seeing him repeatedly deny it was him, Chu Mo gradually lost his patience. "The man-eating coffin was sold by you and you're trying to say you know nothing." Old Man Coffin pointed to where Henzhu had been hanged, then pushed all the blame onto Guizi. "It's Guizi. It must have been Guizi who tampered with my coffin. He killed my handyman, he must want to kill me too. Guizi wants to silence me." "Wait, Shin is gone." Henzhu appeared behind him like a ghost with a strange smile. "Are you looking for me?" Old Man Coffin thought he had become a ghost and had come to collect his debt, and he was so scared he froze. Shin, every debt has its debtor. I wasn't the one who killed you." Seeing him almost wet his pants from fear, Henzhu stopped teasing him and became serious. "I know. Calm down, Old Man Coffin. What's wrong with you?" Just then, Old Man Coffin let out a painful cry, his eyes rolled back, and seeing Old Man Coffin fall to the ground, Henzhu said in surprise, "He fainted?" Chu Mo saw that he was dead and felt it was a pity. "Was Old Man Coffin scared to death by you? Couldn't you have just stayed hanging on the rope? Why did you come down?" Hearing the blame in his tone, Henzhu replied unhappily, "Easier said than done. You try it, your neck gets sore from hanging for a long time, and besides." Old Man Coffin's reaction was obviously not just from being scared. Just then, a figure emerged from the coffin. It looked like Old Man Coffin, but it had no face. It began to hum a strange tune. "Hatanga!" Henzhu became wary as he watched this scene, not understanding what it was saying. "Faceless monster, what are you saying?" The monster was still humming its song. It pushed open the coffin lid and then looked directly at Old Man Coffin's body on the ground. Noticing its intention, Henzhu frowned. "You want to get close to Old Man Coffin's body? Don't even think about it." He condensed his true chi in his fist and then rushed up to hit it, but he didn't expect his punch to pass through its body. "I missed." "No, it passed through his body." Just then, it grabbed Old Man Coffin's body. "I am the Midnight Master of the coffin shop. Old Man Coffin, tonight I want to invite 2 fated people to witness my ascension ceremony." As soon as it finished speaking, a living soul passed from Old Man Coffin's mouth into its body. Hearing it call itself Old Man Coffin, Chu Mo asked, "You are Old Man Coffin, then who is the other person?" Old Man Coffin held his face and began to talk about what happened a month ago. "A month ago, I was in trouble in the mountains. When I was about to die, I met a celestial being who taught me the art of corpse nurturing. After that, my soul split into 2. My soul hides in the coffin to cultivate and is only active at night, while my physical body maintains my former appearance and is active during the day. What you just saw was the physical body within me. They are all useless things for ascension, but to construct a celestial body, I still have to eat it to absorb the final nutrients. This is the step I hate the most. After eating the physical body, my appearance has returned to its former state. This body is so ugly and dirty. A celestial being shouldn't look like this. This part should be smaller. This is a bit extra and right. It should be like this. Now I look like a celestial being." Chu Mo frowned slightly and asked him in confusion, "Henzhu, is this the kind of celestial being you cultivators want to become?" He immediately retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. Who cultivates to become this kind of celestial? This thing looks like a monster no matter how you look at it." Seeing the two of them arguing, Old Man Coffin roared like a madman, "Shut up, I am a celestial, a corpse-liberated celestial." With a single move, Henzhu, whose power had already weakened, was sent flying. Chu Mo was still in the house and loudly reminded him to run while he dealt with him. "Henzhu, go hide first. Old Man Coffin, that handyman of yours is gone, let's talk." Old Man Coffin was puzzled that he not only didn't run but wanted to talk to him. "What?" He turned to look at him and said, "Tell me why you sold the coffin to the Liu family, and who told you this fake method of ascension?" The words fake celestial seemed to touch a nerve. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and he roared, A celestial would not lie to me. The art of corpse nurturing is correct. You must be jealous of me. I have seen a celestial with my own eyes. A celestial looks just like this. Smoke rose. A blurry figure appeared. Henzu held his painful ribs, blaming himself. I was too careless. Old Man Coffin's power is not like a demonic beast, nor is it like a cultivator's. That roar just now directly broke the defensive spell on my body, almost shattering my bones. I'm so unwilling. When fighting this kind of monster, body-refining cultivators have an advantage. Wait, shouldn't the two of them be fighting? Why is it so quiet? Could the fight be over? Is Chumo that strong? No, or is the situation worse? Chumo, are you still alive? Inside the house, Chumo's deep voice came out. What, Henzu? I'm alive and well. You kid? Hearing his calm tone, Henzu asked. That monster was defeated by you. Suddenly a strange feeling came from the room. Chumo refuted his words. Monster? What monster? Come in quickly. When Henzu walked in, he was surprised to see Chumo and Old Man Coffin sitting face to face. Chumo, you are? Chumo didn't answer his question, but urged him to sit down quickly. What are you standing there for? Sit down quickly. Don't keep Taoist Guan waiting. Seeing him call him Taoist Guan, Henzu was stunned for a moment and looked at him in surprise. Taoist Guan, you couldn't be talking about Old Man Coffin, could you? You guys didn't fight? Ah, Chumo's expression remained calm. He glanced at him and then said affirmatively, Yes, it's Taoist Guan. It was all a misunderstanding just now. A misunderstanding? I've always admired celestial beings. When I learned that Taoist Guan had achieved true celestialhood in just 1 month, I was blinded by jealousy. When I saw Taoist Guan's celestial-like demeanor and ethereal appearance, I spoke rashly for a moment, unwilling to accept the truth. Fortunately, Taoist Guan is magnanimous and forgave my recklessness. Old Man Coffin was very satisfied with his sensible attitude. It's good to be able to correct one's mistakes. Taoist Chu can recognize his own inner demons in time. He possesses innate wisdom, and his ascension is just around the corner. Although he was confused, seeing that he was acting, he didn't say anything and immediately got into character. So that's how it is. Taoist Guan, I also want to apologize to you for my words just now. He showed a satisfied smile. Taoist Chu has already told me. You both have the ambition to become celestial beings. Since that's the case, we are fellow Taoists. No need to mind a small matter, Chumo said with a straight face, flattering him. Taoist Guan, if you hadn't enlightened me, I wouldn't have realized that I've been walking the wrong path to ascension all this time. Now I want to mend my ways. I wonder if Taoist Guan can introduce me to the celestial being who taught you the celestial arts. Old Man Coffin waved his hand with a troubled expression. Difficult. The celestial's whereabouts are hard to trace. I'm afraid I'll only be able to see my master after I ascend and thank him. But Taoist Chu need not worry. To meet is to be fated. I can also pass on the art of corpse nurturing that I have obtained to Taoist Chu. Hearing pass on, Henzu was puzzled. Isn't the method of ascension very precious? Can this also be taught so easily? As far as I know, when cultivation sects accept disciples, the conditions are very strict. After entering the sect, disciples even have to offer money, property, or make a huge contribution to the sect to have a chance to learn the true secret arts. If the celestial arts were widely spread, wouldn't everyone in this world be a celestial like you? Suddenly, Old Man Coffin burst out laughing. He stated his grand ideal. How ridiculous, how ridiculous. The so-called 10,000 taels of gold can't buy the Tao, but it's given away freely on the streets. How can the method of ascension be measured by worldly values? Besides, have any of those cultivators truly become celestial beings? If I am fortunate enough to achieve true celestialhood, then I will naturally spread the celestial arts far and wide, to save all living beings, but this world is too bitter. Insectoid rebellions, wars between immortals and mortals, they happen every few years, one after another. My 2 children starved to death and my wife died while fleeing, even with a cultivator as emperor. How much better can this world be? The constables are even more corrupt than before. These cultivators only care about pursuing greater power, more territory, and greater authority. They don't care at all if mortals live or die. Are they worthy of becoming immortals? After becoming an immortal, perhaps I can't remain in this mortal world for long either. I want to entrust the method of ascension to Taoist Chu, so he can teach it to those suffering unfortunate people, so they will no longer be oppressed and can live freely. Hearing his ideals, Chu Mo gave him a thumbs up in praise without hesitation. Taoist Guan's deep understanding of righteousness is admirable, but I am also a constable. Can Taoist Guan trust me? Seeing that he agreed with his ideals, he became even happier. Although Taoist Chu is a constable, you are famous in Liuyan City for being a good person. It's precisely because you are fair and impartial, refusing to collude with those corrupt bureaucrats, that I trust you. As for this gentleman next to you, he has no aptitude for cultivation. Becoming an immortal would be extremely difficult for him. So to spread the immortal arts and save the world, I still have to rely on Taoist Chu. Henzu disagreed with these words and questioned him. Taoist Guan, you speak of saving the world, but what about the Lu family's 2 dead sons and the ghost bride? The mention of the Lu family. Old Man Coffin flew into a rage. He stomped his foot hard to show his anger. The Lu family. Their deaths were well deserved. Mr. and Mrs. Lu were rich and cruel, colluding with officials and merchants, ruining countless families to afford their lavish lifestyle. People like them deserve retribution. I was enacting justice on behalf of heaven. As for the ghost bride, she is a crucial part of my corpse nurturing technique. Her soul is hidden in this coffin. When her soul merges with the structure of my immortal body, she will become my Taoist companion. Only when two immortal bodies, one yin and one yang, simultaneously complete the final step of corpse nurturing can we become true immortals. Otherwise I will die, and she won't live for long either. She will become an immortal with me, experiencing boundless joy. How can that be considered harming her? The time for the ritual is almost here. By my calculation, her body should be returning soon. In the prison cell, the bride was like a controlled puppet, continuously banging her head against the iron bars. Watching this bizarre scene, Mrs. Liu gently nudged Lu Nian, wanting him to do something. Husband, she keeps banging her head against the bars like that. How are we supposed to sleep? Why don't you go tie her up? How would Lu Nian dare? He was scared to death himself. Tie her up, who knows what that monster will do? You go. The scene switched back to Old Man Coffin, who was sealing the coffin with a spell. All right, I've told you all the steps of cultivation. Mo, expressionless once again, gave him a thumbs up in praise. As expected of a method to become a true immortal, it's truly profound and amazing, but the matter of the Taoist companion still left Mo with doubts. He frowned and asked him, but there's one thing I don't understand. In the corpse nurturing technique, the ghost bride's birth characters have special requirements. It's not easy to find this specific person in the vast sea of people and then transform her into your Taoist companion. Taoist Guan, how did you find your companion within a month? Old Man Coffin felt they were already his confidants, so he held nothing back. There's a group of human traffickers in Liuyan City. Their clients are ghosts, gods, and strange beings, as well as people like me who are about to become immortals. My Taoist companion was provided by them. Henzu stroked his chin and asked him where to find the traffickers. Traffickers, where can we find them? Old Man Coffin didn't know either. He scratched his head and answered honestly, find them, it's very difficult. They only approach you themselves looking for fated customers. Perhaps they will come to this coffin shop again, you just have to wait a few days to see them. Otherwise you can only wait slowly. Wait, speaking of his companion, why hasn't my companion returned yet? The scene switched to the prison where the bride was muttering non-stop. Van Dao Fa, Kao Na Joy Van Dao Fa. Husband, at this moment Mrs. Liu and Lu Nian were scared out of their wits by her. What's that sound? It's terrifying. It must be related to that girl. Her frequency of banging against the iron bars increased as if hearing Old Man Coffin's summons. The bride became even more frantic, banging her head against the iron bars non-stop, feeling no pain. The bride's delayed return threw Old Man Coffin into a panic. Why could she have been locked up? Why hasn't she come back? Just a little more, and I could have become an immortal. Mo, who had locked up the bride, expressed his condolences without any guilt. Taoist Guan, my condolences. The world is unpredictable. Who could have foreseen this? At this moment his eyes were bloodshot and his expression had become ferocious. Taoist Guan, becoming an immortal is an act of defying heaven. You are bound to encounter many tribulations. Perhaps this is your fate, but having come this far, how could Old Man Coffin resign himself to fate? He let out a loud roar, then pointed at Henzu. I don't accept my fate. I have a backup plan. You will be my Taoist companion. Being singled out, he had a look of disgust. What? I'm a man, how can I be your Taoist companion? Besides, doesn't the companion have to have specific birth characters? But Old Man Coffin had no way out now. He couldn't care about anything else. As a certain painter said, it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, as long as it feels good. To become a perfect immortal, the requirements are indeed a bit complex, but I can't be bothered with that now. Making do as a half-immortal is fine. Men and women, they're all the same with the lights off. Henzu didn't expect this aspiring immortal to be so open-minded. Fine then, why don't you choose Mo as your companion? Old Man Coffin replied with a matter-of-fact look. Taoist Chu is my successor. He must carry my immortal arts forward and glorify them, so naturally he must remain in the mortal world. He can't go to the immortal realm now, so the only choice for a companion is you. Henzu immediately refused. Sorry, I'm not willing. Old Man Coffin revealed a lecherous smile, trying to persuade him. Don't worry, once we become immortals together and transcend the mortal realm, there will be endless fun. Seeing him stop mid-sentence, Henzu was very annoyed. What's wrong? Don't stop halfway. Don't you know how infuriating that is? But suddenly, Old Man Coffin had a look of disgust again. No, I can't do it. Looking closer, you're actually too ugly. If I had to be with you forever, I'd go crazy. I'd rather just die. Taoist Chu, it seems my path to immortality can only end here. The inheritance of the corpse nurturing technique is yours. Taoist Guan, farewell. He staggered forward. Just then a flash of light appeared. The beam struck down, engulfing Old Man Coffin's figure. Seeing his soul depart, Mo feigned regret. Taoist Guan was also a pitiful man. Although a bit strange, he was quite sincere. If I really had to kill him, I would have felt a little reluctant. Henzu, luckily you were here, so he could choose to end his own life. That's great. To this, Henzu just remained silent. The two walked out of Old Man Coffin's house. The lanterns that were previously emitting a white light had now turned an eerie purple. The purple smoke gradually dispersed, revealing an empty space. At this moment, the system issued a notification. The main historical storyline, Old Man Coffin, has been destroyed. The false demon's vigilance level has increased. Current vigilance level 3. When the vigilance level reaches 10, the false demon will lock onto your position. Henzu hadn't expected the Old Man Coffin part to be over so easily. He asked Mo about his next plan. I can't believe Old Man Coffin died just like that. Mo, what's your plan now? He wanted to find the immortal that Old Man Coffin had mentioned. The immortal Taoist Guan met in the mountains is likely the demonic beast controlling this city, but that lead is broken. The only clue left is the group of traffickers who provided Taoist Guan with the ghost bride. The traffickers. At the mention of the traffickers, he frowned slightly. Old Man Coffin said before that it's very difficult to find the traffickers. The cultivators from the secret realm should have been brought here too. Why don't we find them first and have them help? Chu Mo disagreed with him. He preferred to take the initiative rather than wait for others to save them. There's no time. The demonic beast won't let us act freely for long. You stay at the coffin shop. If the traffickers show up, let me know. My identity in Liuyan City is a constable. I'll go back now and use the power of the authorities to search the entire city. If the traffickers continue to buy and sell women and children, they will leave clues. The next morning, Liuyan City was immersed in a peaceful atmosphere. The bun shop owner angrily chased after a thief. Kid, don't run this thief. Looking at the face, it turned out the bun thief was Ire. She said provocatively, who cares about you, idiot? As she ran, she tightly clutched a steamed bun in her hand. After shaking off her pursuer, she leaned against a wall, exhausted and panting. I've had it. Chasing me for so long just for a bun. Was it really necessary? I should be safe here. Strange, where is this? I don't recognize it. Damn it, am I lost? Various cute sugar figures appeared before her. A vendor was hawking his wares non-stop. Blown sugar figures, delicious and fun sugar figures. The immortal saw Ire and came out to attract her business. Little sister, want a blown sugar figure? It was the first time Ire had seen such a thing. She loved it, and her eyes sparkled like stars as she walked over and asked, sugar figures, are these all kneaded by hand? They're so cute. The immortal scooped a spoonful of syrup and explained, sugar figures elsewhere are all kneaded, but mine are special because I don't use maltose, but sugar syrup. This is a rare delicacy. If you blow air into the small tube of the syrup, this piece of syrup can turn into whatever you want most. Want to try? Having never seen this before, Ire of course wanted to try. She trotted over without any defenses. I want to try. The immortal pulled out a tube and instructed her to blow into it. Here, blow a puff of air into this little tube. Ire puffed up her cheeks, widened her eyes, and blew into the sugar figure with all her might. Instantly, the sugar figure turned into a series of fast food items from the modern world. It was the first time the immortal had seen these things, and he said in surprise, what are all these? I've never seen any of them, but they all look like food. After blowing the sugar figure, Ire immediately felt dizzy. I feel so dizzy, what did you do to me? The immortal looked at the collapsing Ire with excitement and explained, don't worry, this is normal. It takes a lot of energy to make the sugar syrup change shape, so of course you'd feel tired. I've never seen anyone who could make the syrup transform to this extent before falling unconscious. You are the most suitable to be the river god's bride. Before falling unconscious, she only had time to curse, bastard. His voice seemed to have a magical quality, making her vision go black. Sleep, sleep. When you wake up again, you will embrace a beautiful future. In the prison, Lu Nian and his wife were led out of their cell. He looked at the jailer walking ahead and asked fearfully, Officer, what do you mean by this? We haven't left yet, and you took so much money from us. The man replied without stopping. This is the chief constable's order, but it's definitely not a bad thing for you. Lu Nian, Chu Mo threw you and your wife in jail. Don't you want to get revenge on him? Lu Nian had already witnessed Chu Mo's fighting prowess. How could he dare to think of revenge? His face turned pale with fear. No, how would I dare? Chu Mo is your colleague and an officer. How could I afford to offend him? Seeing how scared he was, the jailer sneered. He had long found Chu Mo disagreeable. That Chu Mo is not one of us. He pretends to be holier than thou all day, sucking up to the superiors. The chief constable has wanted to get rid of him for a long time but held back because of his background. This time, when his rookie Luo Shen brought you in, he loudly proclaimed that a coffin turned into a man-eating monster, and that the coffin shop was spreading malicious rumors. It's an unforgivable crime. Chu Mo is a dead man this time. Lu Nian still didn't understand. Thinking of that strange incident, he stammered in fear, but the coffin monster is real. I saw it with my own eyes, but to ensure Chu Mo's death, the jailer didn't care about the truth. He showed a cruel smile. So what if it's real? The chief constable has already sent people to summon cultivators. We'll take this opportunity to kill Chu Mo. If you dare to make trouble for us, you'll be the one who dies. Outside, the audience watching the live stream saw this scene and commented angrily, what are those cultivators doing? Are they addicted to cosplaying? Is this the time for you to play a murder mystery game? Go kill the demonic beasts already. What are you dawdling for? Did our destiny coins all go to the dogs? At this moment, the screen showed Chu Mo walking down the street. Some were worried he wouldn't be able to clear the secret realm, begging him to just slaughter the entire Liuyan city if he couldn't find the demonic beasts. They aren't real people inside anyway. If the secret realm mission fails, we're the ones who will die. I just want to ask, has the channel in charge of the secret realm live stream just given up? Why did the time skip after watching for just a bit? Seeing everyone start to panic, Li Xiong quickly spoke up to calm them down. Everyone, please calm down. Although most of the saviors are in trouble, Chu Mo is trying to find a solution. As for the time discrepancy in the live stream, it's because Liuyan City is currently in the land of exile, where the flow of time is different from reality. For the specific reason, I'll have Elder Ji explain it to everyone. Where is Elder Ji? At this moment, Yi Zhang looked at her apologetically, then revealed that he had already left. Elder G told me just now that he had to leave for something urgent, but I have a feeling he might have just run off on his own." Hearing her speculation, Li Xiang was stunned. In the real world, in a certain laboratory, a map of the city was displayed on a screen. President Qian's voice roared with anger. "Go, all of you, get out of here." He stomped his foot and cursed. "You bunch of ungrateful bastards." Hearing the shouting, the envoy walked over and asked him, "President Qian, what's wrong?" Betrayed by the cultivators, the veins on his forehead bulged with anger. "Those cultivators are all gone. The bastards said they would deal with Chu Mo together, but now they've all pulled out. This is outrageous. What are we going to do when Chu Mo returns from the secret realm?" But the envoy wasn't worried at all. He held his phone, calmly reassuring him. "President Qian, I have already requested reinforcements from the corporate alliance." The cultivator's departure was also expected, especially since the secret realm is now broadcasting footage of Liuyan City. The truth behind Liuyan City's disappearance is a line the four major sects absolutely cannot cross. They've killed many people for it. The corporate alliance once tried to investigate Liuyan City, and it nearly triggered an all-out war between the cultivators and the alliance. To cover up the truth of Liuyan City's disappearance, the four major sects will stop at nothing. Elsewhere, Tianxin and Songzhen walked side by side into a deep cave. Noticing his injury, he asked, "Are you all right?" Shang Song, the sect master of the Tai Fire Mansion, and Su Tianxin, the sect master of Dantai Bidong. He placed a hand on his chest, his face heavy as he answered, "The backlash from using the semi-feathered state is severe. I've only recovered half of my strength." Songzhen felt it was too reckless for just the two of them to go in. "I still think we should have called the other two sect masters when it comes to destroying a secret realm. One can never be too cautious." But Tianxin didn't see any danger. "This is a matter of life and death. They are at the bottom of the sea, awakening that person. Besides, the two of us working together are more than enough to destroy the secret realm. There's nothing to worry about." Tianxin raised his hand, channeling the true qi in his body, and a rainbow-colored light appeared in his palm. "Now I will extract the core of the secret realm. The moment the core appears, you will use your lightning spell to help me destroy it." That power gradually moved towards the secret realm. Seeing the time was right, he shouted for Songzhen to act. "Now," he pressed his palms together and shouted the name of the technique. Innate purple clarity divine thunder, his power combined with Tianxin's and shot towards the secret realm. The two forces struck the secret realm, causing a massive explosion. White smoke appeared, obscuring the realm. But when the smoke cleared, the secret realm which they thought had been destroyed was still spinning there, completely intact. Only then did they realize that a sturdy barrier was enveloping the secret realm. Lianshan demon subduing formation. At that moment, Jixing walked out from the shadows. He stood on high ground looking down at Su Tianxin and Shang Songzhen. "Good thing it was just the two of you." Tianxin was surprised to see the barrier block their attack. "Our attack was blocked." Seeing who it was, Songzhen's face also turned cold. "Elder G, shouldn't you be handling your live stream? What are you doing here?" Standing within the barrier, Jixing's tone was questioning. "I'm here to stop you. If the secret realm is destroyed, all the cultivators inside will be sacrificed. And Earth will lose its final protective barrier. When the demonic beasts invade, do you not care how many innocent people will die?" Songzhen was unmoved. He felt that leaving the secret realm was even more dangerous. If the secret realm war is lost, Earth's protective barrier will become a springboard for the demonic beasts to invade. The casualties will be even greater then. Now that the three Daozi are dead, Henju's strength is greatly reduced, and the other cultivators have lost their memories and become puppets of Liuyan City. Although Chu Mo can still move freely, this secret realm war is already doomed to fail. Destroying the secret realm first is the best choice. Of course, Jixing would not be persuaded by his words. He already knew the secret they wanted to bury. HMPH, you just want to hide the truth about Liuyan City's disappearance. You just don't want the world to know that 1,000 years ago, the demonic beasts were originally summoned by the cultivators of the four major sects. Songzhen didn't expect Jixing to know this. Exposed, he dropped the pretense. "How do you know? This is a secret known only to the sect masters of the four major sects. Was it Kangwu or Yu Tianren who told you?" At the mention of their names, his voice filled with sorrow and anger. "Shang Songzhen, how dare you speak their names? What did Kangwu and Yu Tianren do for this world? You know very well, compared to saving the world, do you care more about the reputation of the four major sects? As the current sect master of the Tai Fire Mansion, you only bring them shame." Tianxin didn't want to waste any more words with Jixing. He summoned a cluster of rainbow bubbles intending to send him on his way. "Sect Master Shang, no need to waste your breath on him. The flow of time in the land of exile is chaotic. The truth about Liuyan City could be exposed at any moment. If he wants to stand in our way, we just have to kill him." Hearing this, Songzhen didn't want to say any more either. He revealed a cruel smile. "Elder G, this secret realm war is doomed to fail. Destroying the secret realm now is to save more people. Don't force me to kill you." Jixing was unafraid in the face of their threats. He tensed his body, strengthening the protective shield, his face filled with determination. "To protect the world, how pathetic. Is that absurd excuse all you can say? If you want to destroy the secret realm, you'll have to step over my dead body. I believe in Chu Mo. He can do what you can't and bring a turning point to humanity's fate. I will never let you interfere with him." In the solemn courtroom, Lu Feixing pointed forward with a fierce expression and cursed. He's pushed all the responsibility away and is even slinging mud at you. Chumo, I really misjudged you. You talk about justice and fairness all day long, but I never thought you'd do something so insulting to the people. Seeing that he could finally get rid of him, a look of triumph and malice appeared in his eyes. Not only that, you also claimed a monster appeared in the city, spreading malicious rumors. It's a crime punishable by death. No one can save you this time. After speaking, his face seemed to freeze in place. It turned out the old fellow was just rehearsing for his meeting with our protagonist. He laughed out loud and asked his subordinate smugly, "How was that? Should I say it like that later?" Seeing him ask, a subordinate immediately sucked up to him with praise. "Lord Lu, that was a brilliant scolding. So satisfying, wasn't it? That bastard Chumo, acting all high and mighty, looking down on everyone. The brothers have long found him disagreeable. We must get rid of him this time." At this moment, Luo Shen's hands were tied behind his back. He glared at Lu Feixing with hatred. He wasn't angered by the insults. In fact, the angrier Lu Feixing got, the more satisfied he felt. He snorted and said, "Luo Shen, oh Luo Shen, you have no idea how many people Chumo has offended in Liuyan City. If it weren't for his uncle being a censor in the imperial court, he'd have been dead long ago. I should thank you for personally handing me the evidence of Chumo's rumor-mongering. By killing Chumo, you'll have done it." Luo Shen refused to yield, his voice sharp as he reaffirmed the truth. "There is a monster. The coffin monster is real, and there's probably more than one in the city. If we do nothing, the monsters will kill more people. Don't you care at all?" But Lu Feixing didn't believe it at all. He stroked his chin, tilted his head, and asked Lu Nian, who was standing in the hall, "How could there be monsters in Liuyan City? Lu Nian, you tell me. Are there really monsters in the city?" Being called upon, he jumped in fright. Lu Nian avoided Luo Shen's gaze and stammered, "No, there's never been any coffin monster. Chumo lied to me. He made up this whole show to trick me, and when he couldn't, he and his accomplice locked me up, having obtained the testimony." Lu Feixing grew even more smug. "That's right. Don't forget, Liuyan City is guarded by the cultivators from Lotus Cave. How could there be monsters? The cultivators guard the cities to maintain peace in their regions. If a monster really killed someone, it would affect the cultivators' reputation and record." Luo Shen still didn't give up. He wanted him to ask the cultivators to investigate the truth. "If that's the case, then ask the cultivators from Lotus Cave to come. They'll know at a glance if there are monsters or not." Seeing his stubbornness, Lu Feixing grew impatient. He had already lost his patience. If he weren't waiting for Chumo, he would have killed him already. "You think the cultivators can save Chumo's life if they come? The cultivators from Lotus Cave want Chumo dead even more than I do." Chumo broke the rules, interfered in the cultivators' affairs, and rashly exposed the monster, embarrassing the cultivators. In his mind, he was dead either way. He didn't mind telling him the dirty secrets of the immortal sects. The treasures, blessed lands, and resources of each cultivation sect are divided based on political achievements. Even if a monster incident occurs, we can only say it didn't. Don't you understand? If the people don't report it, the officials don't investigate. That's how you maintain peace." Luo Shen looked as if he couldn't believe his ears, his expression turning stiff. How could this be?" Seeing the look on his face, he mocked him for being a fool. "You're young, you don't understand, but Chumo does. I really don't know why he's so foolish. What's the point offending people and getting himself killed? Compared to bandits, droughts, and famines, what's a monster?" Just then the door opened and white smoke drifted in from outside. Chumo stepped inside. Even seeing Luo Shen tied up, his expression didn't change in the slightest. He said calmly, "Quite a crowd. Luo Shen, why are you tied up?" Seeing that he had really come, he immediately tried to stop him, urging him to run. "Captain, run, they're trying to frame you. The cultivators are almost here." Seeing him arrive, Lu Feixing was overjoyed. He exclaimed happily, "Too late, Chumo. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving." Then he waved his hand and ordered the guards to seize him. "Seize him!" The men obeyed and rushed forward in unison. "Yes." Facing the crowd, Chumo just tilted his head slightly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Then came a series of dull thuds as fists met flesh. Lu Feixing clutched his bruised body, cursing defiantly. You dare to assault a colleague and threaten a superior? That's adding another crime to your list." Chumo didn't want to hear his nonsense and cut him off. "I'm in a hurry. Where's the chief constable? I have business with him." Being asked this, he went mad with rage, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, "Chumo, are you insulting me? I am Lu Feixing, the chief constable of Liuyan City." Seeing him say this, Chumo breathed a sigh of relief. It saved him the trouble of looking for the person. Chumo paid no mind to his expression and had already accepted him as his dog. "That's great. Liuyan City is about to face an unprecedented crisis. From now on, you are my dog, including you. All subordinates of the Liuyan City Constabulary must obey my orders unconditionally." At this moment, Lu Feixing felt that he had truly gone mad to dare to talk back to him, and even want to be his superior. He trembled with anger. "Are you possessed, Chumo? Do you really think you're crazy? So what if you're skilled in martial arts? In the end, you're just a mortal. If you continue to act so willfully, the cultivators of Lotus Cave will not let you off." Hearing him mention the cultivators of Liuyan City, Chumo just remembered, "The cultivators of Liuyan City, I almost forgot about them. After I'm done with the constabulary's business, take me to them. The local cultivators should be useful tools for finding people." At the mention of them, the expression on his face immediately changed. He looked at him smugly. Don't worry, the cultivators from Lotus Cave are already on their way, they'll be here soon. Let's see if you're still smiling then. Chumo didn't expect such good news. It saved him a trip to find them. Is that so? Then I don't have to make an extra trip. From outside, a guard violently pushed open the door. He trembled as he asked, Lord Lu, what's going on? Seeing someone arrive, he became overly excited, causing a pain in his chest. Lu Feixing coughed a few times, then ordered him, Excellent, I told you to contact the cultivators. Why are you only back now? Quick, invite the cultivator lords in. Chumo must die today. But at this moment the guard's face turned deathly pale. He was so scared by the scene outside that he nearly wet his pants. Lord Lu, the cultivators are all gone. They're all gone. They've abandoned us. A long river suddenly appeared outside Liuyan City, surrounding the entire city. Whether human or animal, anything that touched the river water would dissolve into a foul liquid. It was a living hell outside. Anyone touched by the water would begin to melt. A man who couldn't escape desperately reached out for help. Save me. But no one saved them. Everyone was driven mad by the scene and fled for their lives. The entire Liuyan city was now shrouded in a green vapor. Tragic and desperate cries echoed everywhere. No one can get out, we're all going to die in Liuyan city. After the guard reported, Lu Feixing went to the riverbank with him. The guard pointed at the river in terror and said, Lord Lu, this is the current surrounding Liuyan city. There's no way out. He looked at the clothes billowing with white smoke in the river with an incredulous gaze. He angrily asked the guard, No, this can't be real. What about those cultivators? Are you sure they're all gone? The guard was even more flustered now, reporting, Lord Lu, I went to Lotus Cave. It's completely empty. Those cultivators have abandoned us. Hearing that the cultivators had abandoned them, Lu Feixing's face turned pale and he broke out in a cold sweat. No, that's not right. This water can dissolve ordinary people, but it's nothing to cultivators. They must have gone to find a way to save us. Chumo, however, was unusually calm about the matter. He walked up to the river and offered a guess. What if they were the ones who created this river? But he immediately dismissed this guess as impossible. He vehemently retorted, Chumo, don't talk nonsense. If Liuyan city is in danger, the cultivators guarding the city will be punished too. This isn't something they can cover up with just 1 or 2 deaths. Hearing this, Chumo became even more certain of his idea. He activated his ability, and his brown pupils gradually turned a golden bronze color. Perhaps this is the reason they want to slaughter the entire city, just as Chumo used his ability. The system received data and immediately provided information about the item, the purple gold gourd. Important story item, Lotus Cave's magical treasure, originally used for refining pills. If a person is placed inside the gourd, they will instantly dissolve into a foul liquid. After modification, a formation was used to amplify its effect, placing Liuyan city inside the gourd. Breaking the gourd will immediately attract the attention of the false demon. After receiving the information, Chumo said to Lu Feixing in a low voice, We are in a gourd, and that was indeed the case. The entire Liuyan city was contained within a gourd. Hearing this, he was completely bewildered. Lu Feixing stammered, asking him, A gourd? What gourd? Where did a gourd come from? Wait, what are you doing? At this moment he reached his hand into the water, injecting his spiritual power into it. Gradually his spiritual power moved towards the sleeping river god. At the bottom of the river a small snake was curled up. There was a protective barrier outside. The system immediately provided its information. The river god's larva is sleeping. It has the ability to control water currents. Attacking it will awaken some of the river god's instincts, gaining control over all flowing water. After obtaining the information he wanted, he pulled his hand out of the water. He ordered Lu Feixing to lead the way to Lotus Cave. My business is done. Chief Constable, now take me to Lotus Cave. Let's see if there's any information left behind. Looking at Chumo's unharmed hand, he couldn't believe his eyes and questioned him. You? How is that possible? You clearly put your hand in the water. Why didn't you dissolve? Seeing that he was talking too much, he roared in annoyance. Shut up and lead the way. Lu Feixing, at his age, had long been in a high position and naturally couldn't stand being yelled at like this. He shouted in anger. Chumo, don't dream. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have some skills? I'm telling you, don't even think about ordering me around. A few minutes later, Chumo appeared in a desolate place. Behind him, Lu Feixing had been beaten into a pulp for his stubbornness. He held his swollen cheek and obediently pointed at the location. This is Lotus Cave. Chumo walked into the cave and looked around. Looking at the empty cave, he couldn't help but sigh. These cultivators really moved out cleanly. Not a single thing left in the cave. Chief Constable, go look around and see if they dropped anything or left any messages. Being ordered around, what could he do? He turned and took his anger out on a few guards. You lot, did you hear that? Didn't you hear Chumo's order? If you heard it, get to work. They hurriedly agreed, yes. Then the group scattered throughout the cave, searching everywhere, hoping to find some clues. At this moment, fortunately, a guard found a mirror that looked like a magical artifact. Found something. There's a mirror here. I don't know if it's useful. He walked over with the mirror. Lu Feixing immediately snatched it, recognizing it as something the cultivators often used. Give it to me. I've seen this mirror before. It's a magical artifact used by cultivators for communication. Chumo let out an "oh" and asked, Do you know how to use this thing? He looked at the mirror's surface, trying hard to remember how to use it. I remember you have to press the border of this kind of mirror. Fortunately, he remembered the correct way to activate the mirror. At this moment, ripples began to appear on the mirror's surface, and then Sect Master Jin appeared on the mirror. He asked the person behind him in confusion, "The signal is from Liuyan City. Did a communication mirror get dropped in Liuyan City?" Seeing him, Lu Feixing felt like he had found his lifelong savior. He begged him for salvation. "Sect Master Jin, wonderful, I've finally contacted you, please save us. Liuyan City is surrounded by a strange current and the water in it can dissolve people." Since things had come to this, Sect Master Jin no longer concealed it. "I did it just a moment ago." Lu Feixing had been looking at him with hope, but now, hearing him admit to it, his face changed dramatically in fear. Sect Master Jin, what did you say?" Sect Master Jin stroked his beard and said sanctimoniously, "Otherworldly demonic beasts are plotting to invade Liuyan City. They are turning ordinary people into monsters to serve as their landing points, but as long as one mutated monster remains alive, the demonic beasts can descend." A malicious glint and killing intent flashed in his eyes. "If the monsters come, it will be a crisis threatening the entire world, therefore we can only make a small sacrifice. To eliminate the mutated monsters in the city and prevent them from escaping, I used a magical treasure to cover Liuyan City, and the corpse water will gradually submerge the entire city. Please die along with Liuyan City." Lu Feixing fell into despair. He knelt on the ground begging him for salvation. Save me." He was in extreme panic. He tried his best to persuade him to save himself. "Sect Master Jin, I fully support your plan to flood Liuyan City, but please get me out. I'm definitely not a monster. Please, for the sake of our past friendship." But how could Sect Master Jin let anyone leave alive? He closed his eyes, feigning helplessness. "You did help me make a lot of money, but unfortunately I can't save you." To lift the spell surrounding Liuyan City even for a moment could allow a mutated monster to escape. Tens of thousands, millions of people will die because of it. At this moment, Chu Mo stepped forward and asked him, "Sect Master Jin, if we can eliminate all the monsters in the city, can you stop your plan to destroy Liuyan City?" Lu Feixing, as if grasping at straws, quickly said, Yes, Sect Master Jin, we've already found a clue. There's a trafficker named Guizi who is the source of the mutated monsters. If we find him, we can find all the mutated monsters. Please give us some time." Seeing that they wouldn't give up, he pretended to be merciful and gave them a few more days. 3 days, I can only give you 3 days. If you can't eliminate all the mutated monsters in 3 days, I'll have to slaughter the city." After speaking, he hung up and the mirror returned to normal. Seeing that he only had 3 days, he frantically called out to him, "Wait, Sect Master Jin, 3 days is really too short. Sect Master Jin." But Chu Mo was fearless. He looked down calmly and ordered him, "Chief Constable, what are you standing there for? Search the city, find Guizi." But Lu Feixing was just an ordinary person and he had already fallen into despair. "It's impossible to find a trafficker in the entire Liuyan City, even with all the constables working together. 3 days is simply not enough." Chu Mo didn't care. He forced him to get everyone currently in Liuyan City to investigate. If there aren't enough constables, then mobilize the entire government of Liuyan City. The city lord, the chief registrar, the historian. If there are still not enough people, then drag out the city lord's concubines to work too. If you want to save your own life, then find Guizi at all costs. Only then did he emerge from his despair and pessimism. He said excitedly, "Yes, I'll go find people." Outside the gourd where Sect Master Jin was, a disciple came over. He respectfully reported the situation and then asked, "Old Sect Master, as you instructed, a purple gold gourd has been adjusted to its optimal state. Are you really going to give Liuyan City 3 days? But how could he possibly give them 3 days? Those words were just to sow hope and then destroy it. Destroy Liuyan City now. I just want them to die in a beautiful illusion. This is the last bit of mercy I can give those poor wretches." He controlled the gourd to fly into the air. "In the face of the safety of the entire world, I will not risk it for a small Liuyan City. More importantly, maintaining the purple gold gourd spell consumes a large amount of spirit stones. Those lowly mortals are not worth me wasting my precious wealth. Purple gold gourd, by my command, completely devour Liuyan City." The gourd, which had been calm just moments before, began to shake after his shout. And the scene inside the gourd began to sway as well. The river god placed at the bottom of the river also opened its eyes. The water in the gourd rose high, wanting to submerge everything, but the rising wave was dispersed by a stream of air outside. Sect Master Jin and his disciple stared at the spinning gourd in the air. The disciple asked doubtfully, "Sect Master, was it successful?" Sensing the gourd was calm and still, he angrily turned and ordered the others to channel their magical power into it. Strange, it should have stirred up a storm but suddenly became calm. "Everyone with me, increase the power and attack again." Following his command, 3 disciples began to channel their magical power into the gourd. With more power, Sect Master Jin once again ordered the gourd, "Purple gold gourd, by my command, devour Liuyan City." After some time, Sect Master Jin was already exhausted, but for some reason the gourd just wouldn't work. 6 times failed again. He held the mirror and frantically called for Lu Feixing. Lu Feixing, come out here, suspend all operations and investigate the riverbank for me. See if anything unusual has appeared." But on the mirror's surface was not his reflection, but Chu Mo's. He smiled, a hint of provocation in his eyes. "The chief constable has gone to hunt down Guizi. He can't answer." "Sect Master Jin, it's a pity. It seems your purple gold gourd has malfunctioned." Seeing that it wasn't Lu Feixun, he went mad with anger and questioned him. "Who are you? How do you know?" He didn't answer him at all, instead crushing the mirror with his power, motivating the chief constable to hunt down Guizi. "You're useless to me now. Sect Master Jin, don't contact me again." Sect Master Jin lost the connection, and the veins on his forehead bulged with anger. He cursed furiously. Bastard, a mere constable, how dare he? Take out all the spirit stones, burn them as fuel for the purple gold gourd. At all costs destroy Liuyan City, destroy all the evidence, and let that arrogant constable die without a burial place. Just then, the disciple came over with a mirror to report that someone wanted to contact him. "Sect Master, the communication mirror has a new contact request." At this moment, how could he be in the mood to contact anyone? He was about to vomit blood from anger. "Contact? What contact? Is this the time for that? If we don't destroy the evidence quickly, and what happened in Liuyan City is discovered by Deluo Tien." At this point, the disciple's face turned pale. "Sect Master, it's a communication from Deluo Tien." Hearing that Deluo Tien was contacting him, he broke out in a cold sweat. A communication from Deluo Tien, how could it be so coincidental? No, impossible. They couldn't have known so quickly. The disciple stammered and asked him, "Old Sect Master, should we answer?" Although he didn't want to listen, he couldn't refuse. "Give me the magic mirror." Ripples began to appear on the mirror's surface and Mingguang's face appeared on it. He greeted him, and then directly asked about the situation in Liuyan City. "Sect Master Jin, it's been a long time. Is everything well in Liuyan City?" Sect Master Jin didn't expect him to cut straight to the chase. He forced a smile and then evaded the question. "Deacon Mingguang, Liuyan City is in a remote area. I'm truly touched that you would trouble yourself to ask. Everything is fine in Liuyan City. The people are living and working in peace and contentment. There's no unrest at the moment." Hearing the old man evade the question, Mingguang's smiling face immediately darkened, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. "I understand after all this time you still haven't destroyed Liuyan City." The old fellow didn't expect that what he had done had already reached his ears, but he still gritted his teeth and pretended not to know. "Deacon Mingguang, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Liuyan City is the city guarded by our Lotus Cave. Why would I destroy Liuyan City?" But Mingguang had already seen through the old fellow's little tricks. He sneered and exposed what the old fellow had been doing recently. 10 years ago, in order to revive your daughter, you began to try to connect to other dimensions and steal the energy of the demonic beast world. From that time on, we noticed you. But even after being exposed, the old fellow firmly denied it, though the panic on his face was palpable. "Deacon Mingguang, I don't understand. Isn't connecting to other dimensions a taboo decreed by Deluo Tien? If you knew all along, why didn't you stop me?" Hearing this, he generously revealed the reason for not stopping the old fellow. Deluo Tien specifically issued this taboo to appease the people due to the large number of mortal deaths. But rules are just tools to deceive the weak, to give them a false sense of security. You should be able to feel that the spiritual energy in our world has begun to dry up in recent decades. So seizing the energy of the demonic beast world has become an important research topic for us. And your research results are even better than those of Dantai Bidung, one of the 8 major sects which specializes in spatial transformations. Using the entire Liuyan City as an experimental subject, your courage and imagination are commendable. Hearing that they didn't want to punish him, the old fellow no longer concealed it and confessed the current situation. But Liuyan City is now out of control. With my strength, I might not be able to destroy Liuyan City. Mingguang immediately replied, "Sect Master Jin, I'll be there right away. Don't worry, we are very experienced in handling this kind of matter." Back on Chu Mo's side, Luo Shen stood behind him, providing information about the Black Dragon Gang. "Captain, this is the territory of the largest local gang, the Black Dragon Gang. Besides the government, they are the organization that can mobilize the most people locally." Receiving the information from Luo Shen, he looked at him with satisfaction and asked, "Very good, Luo Shen, you've reminded me. Have I had any conflicts with them before?" Hearing his question, he rubbed his nose and avoided his gaze. "Captain, you've disrupted the Black Dragon Gang's criminal activities many times in the past. Most members of the Black Dragon Gang hate you, especially the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, who has a strange obsession with you, Captain. I doubt the Black Dragon Gang will help." But regarding his concern, he said calmly, "Don't worry. Faced with the life and death of Liuyan City, the leader of the Black Dragon Gang will make the right decision. Otherwise, I don't mind changing the leader of the Black Dragon Gang." Sunlight shone through the window into the hall. As the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, Yu Tong greeted him flirtatiously. "Captain Chu Mo, what a rare guest." Chu Mo didn't expect Yu Tong to be the leader of the Black Dragon Gang. "You are the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, Yu Tong. Your name here is Yu Tong, right? I wanted to ask for your help, but it seems you haven't regained your consciousness yet." Yu Tong sneered. "Captain Chu Mo, haven't you always been so high and mighty? I never thought you'd come wagging your tail and begging me for help." Yu Tianyan found Chu Mo an eyesore and said unhappily, "Big sister, this bastard Chu Mo is always making trouble for us. Now he dares to come to our territory alone. He's looking down on our Black Dragon Gang." Seeing that neither of them remembered who they were, Chumo felt a bit helpless. Have you all forgotten who you are? What a pain. Let's get down to business first. Please listen to me. I now represent the government and request your cooperation in resolving the crisis in Liuyan City. Suddenly, as if a switch was flipped in Yutong's mind, she waved her hand and ordered her subordinates to seize him. Cut the crap, seize Chumo. The gang members all stepped forward with fierce expressions. Yes, Yu Tianyun was very excited. Leader Chumo, no one can save you this time. At this moment, Chumo still wanted to reason with her about the current situation. Yutong, Liuyan City is in a desperate situation, isolated and helpless. I don't want to engage in a meaningless battle and reduce our manpower. But in her role as the gang leader, Yutong didn't care about that. She was afraid things weren't chaotic enough. Liuyan City is in chaos. This is the opportunity I've been waiting for. Now no one can interfere with me. I can do whatever I want to you. Captain Chumo, I want you to be my wife. Suddenly being asked to be captured as the bandit queen's wife, Chumo looked at her in a daze. What? Yu Tianyun was very unhappy to hear this. She wants to oppose this marriage and marry Chumo. Big sister, are you serious? The gang members also thought this was too absurd. They tried their best to persuade her to change her mind. Leader, please reconsider. Chumo is our enemy. Why reward him? But in the now confused mind of Yutong, she believed that to humiliate him she had to force him to be her wife. Chumo, I've thought for a long time, what can I do to bring you extreme humiliation? Hang you on the city wall to bake for 7 days and 7 nights. Starve you, thirst you to death, frame you, put the hat of a criminal on you, or just go all out and find 4 or 5 people on the street to chop you into mincemeat. She stood up from her chair, her voice filled with resentment. Who let you have a good uncle as a censor? I can't use any of these methods. Fine, didn't you pester me relentlessly, trying to send me to prison? Now I'll give you a chance. She walked up to him, got close and proposed marriage. Marry me in the place closest to me. Only then will you have a chance to find evidence of the Black Dragon Gang's collusion and corruption with the government. See, I'll drag you down with me, dye you my color. Let's see which of us sends the other to prison first. Do you dare? Not knowing she was delirious, Chumo didn't argue with her. Time is short, you are important. I don't have time to play with you right now. Knowing he needed her help, Yutong held on tight unless he agreed to her proposal. Didn't you say before that you wanted to save Liuyan City, fight evil, uphold justice, even if it meant sacrificing yourself? Marry me and I'll help you. What? Cat got your tongue. Compared to the lives of the entire city's people, do you value your own chastity and morals more? Is your belief only this strong? Seeing Yutong harp on this issue, he had no choice but to helplessly agree. I don't care, marriage is fine as long as you help me. Yutong was not satisfied that he agreed so quickly. She cried out like a displeased child. You agreed too quickly. I don't get any sense of accomplishment from this. Chumo ignored her and discussed the terms. But the wedding must wait until after the crisis is resolved. There's a group of traffickers in Liuyan City called Guaizi. Help me find them. Having gotten his agreement to the wedding, she stopped pestering him, just sighed and then put on a doting look. I know, always prioritizing official business. You'll never change this bad habit. Who let me spoil you? Looking for someone, right? I'll do as you say. Then she turned back and sternly ordered her subordinates. Members of the Black Dragon Gang, hear my order within today. Mobilize all manpower by any means necessary. Even if you have to turn Liuyan City upside down, you must find Guaizi for me. I'm consummating my marriage with Chumo tonight. The gang members knew they couldn't change her mind at this point and just respectfully obeyed. Yes, leader. After ordering her men to search, Yudong boasted with great confidence, Are you relieved now? Say what you will, our Black Dragon Gang has many eyes and ears when it comes to finding people. We're much better than the Imperial Court. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Chumo wanted to leave and do other things. Thank you, that's a great help. I have to go find Guaizi too, I'll take my leave. But how could Yutong let him go? At this moment she blocked his way and said with a smile, What's the hurry? I've already arranged for the gang to look for them. Now you're mainly responsible for tonight's wedding. With me, first is the wedding dress. Do you want to wear a white wedding gown or a red phoenix robe? Hearing this, Chumo avoided her gaze, paused for a moment, then made up a lie to escape. This right, I still have to check on the chief constable's work. I'll decide when I get back. But Yutong was adamant about not letting him go. Forget about that useless guy. The Black Dragon Gang can handle finding people. Suddenly, the hall door was pushed open violently, and a man with a scar on his face dragged a young man into the hall. Leader found him. Guaizi has been found. Others also brought in different people, old and young, male and female, and said they were Guaizi. Guaizi, these people are all Guaizi. Yutong looked at the people they had caught, the corners of her mouth twitching in anger. Are you kidding me? You just went out and you've already caught Guaizi. Did you just randomly grab a few people off the street to fool me? The man with the scar on his face saw her anger and hurriedly defended himself. Leader, what I said is true. The people in the city have all joined Guaizi. They are capturing high officials, wealthy merchants, and gangsters like us. Many of our brothers have already been captured by them. Yutong didn't expect things to be so serious. She frowned tightly and asked in disbelief, Is what you're saying true? Has the whole city gone mad? How is that possible? How dare they resist us? But the man who was considered Guaizi heard her words and suddenly became agitated. He questioned excitedly, We're not crazy, we just want to live. We've done nothing wrong, just worked hard to make a living. Why should we die? Why do the cultivators want to destroy our homes and kill us all? His mind was on the verge of collapse. He clutched his hair like a madman and said, "Didn't you see? The river that can dissolve people into corpse water has created a huge wave. It was about to swallow us all. If the river god hadn't shown his power and blocked the wave, we would all be dead." A name caught Chumo's attention. He questioned the man. "The river god, how do you know about the river god?" He confessed with a crazed look that it was revealed by an immortal. He was very proud to be able to retaliate against those corrupt officials. "A real immortal told us, to awaken the river god and have it protect Liuyun City, we need sacrifices, many sacrifices. You used to bully us, exploited us, and took the little money and food we had. High officials, wealthy merchants, gangsters, now it's your turn to sacrifice your lives to save us." Inside Liuyun City, the entire city was deserted, and the air had become silent. Feixing was tied up like a dumpling by the city's commoners in his own hall. He roared in anger, "Are you rabble crazy? Do you know who I am? Are you trying to rebel?" Before him was the immortal. The old fellow sat on the ground leaning against the river god. His voice was icy cold. "Chief Constable, do you know what a trafficker is? A trafficker is a trafficker. If you want to catch traffickers, you can't blame us for catching you." Feixing chuckled dryly. He said angrily, "How ridiculous. You think I'll believe you? So many people, the whole city is your criminals." The smile on the immortal's face did not change. He looked at Feixing and then listed their crimes against the commoners. "You say they are farmers, bun sellers, tofu sellers, prostitutes, beggars, butchers, but you push them too hard, wanting not only their money but also their lives. After the city was besieged by the flood, they became traffickers. To survive, they could only drag the high and mighty into the dust. The first was the city lord. Now it's your turn." As soon as his voice fell, the river god charged over. It opened its bloody maw, intending to swallow him in one bite. Feixing froze in fear and screamed in terror, "Help!" but no one saved him. Splat, blood spurted out. Feixing died just like that in the river god's stomach. After eating him, it became unusually large. The commoners saw this and cheered happily. "It's getting bigger. The river god is getting bigger again, bigger. The river god is getting bigger again." Although it was already so big, the immortal still felt it wasn't enough. He spread his arms and urged the commoners to find more sacrifices. "Not enough, still not enough. Go bring more sacrifices for the river god. When the river god awakens and marries this bride, Liuyun City will be saved." At his feet, the unconscious Ayr lay on the ground, her hands and feet bound, causing her to frown uncomfortably. After only a short while, Liuyun City had plunged into darkness, and a thick black aura seemed to want to devour the entire city. After feeding the sacrifices to the river god and seeing that it hadn't truly grown, the immortal roared in anger, "Still not enough, still not enough. Where are the sacrifices? We need more sacrifices. Are there only so few powerful bullies in the city?" Just then a young man in patched clothes ran over and said, "There are still the members of the Black Dragon Gang. Several hundred of them haven't been caught." The old man immediately ordered them to be brought back. "Then go bring them over." But when the old man told them to go, the young man stammered, "But the Black Dragon Gang's defenses are tight and there are many of them. We can't break through easily." At this, the immortal became anxious, his face contorting. He ordered 4 legs to bring back the members of the Black Dragon Gang. "All right, I understand. 4 legs, you go with them. Bring back everyone from the Black Dragon Gang." Just a group of mortals, it wasn't a difficult task for him. 4 legs immediately obeyed. Yes, just as 4 legs was about to go capture them, a man ran over, panting, to report. "Reporting, someone from the Black Dragon Gang is here." Hearing this, the immortal was extremely pleased. He stroked his beard and said in a disdainful tone, "Could it be an envoy from the Black Dragon Gang coming to sue for peace? How foolish, but since the sacrifices have delivered themselves to our door, let them come over." At that moment, Chumo, wearing black boots, walked over slowly. He glanced around and immediately identified the immortal as the leader. "So you're the leader of the traffickers. You even came out yourself, saving me the trouble of finding you." When the immortal saw him, he immediately recognized his identity. "Chumo, the little constable of Liuyun City. I know you ruined Old Man Coffin's ascension ritual and used the government's power to hunt me down all over the city. Why are you mixed up with the Black Dragon Gang?" Chumo frowned and answered seriously, "To stop you from destroying Liuyun City, of course." "Destroy Liuyun City?" He acted as if he'd heard a great joke, suddenly bursting into laughter, and then said, "You don't understand anything at all." His eyes were bloodshot as he cursed hoarsely. "This world has rotted. This world is sick beyond saving. Cultivators and the government are frantically devouring the last piece of flesh on this world. Only a god from the other world, our god lord, can save us, save Liuyun City, and save this flawed world. It's too late to stop me." After feasting on the bullies of this world for a while, the river god was almost fully grown. Its upper body had taken on a human form, but it still retained serpentine features. With the river god by his side, the immortal was not afraid of Chumo. He showed it off proudly. "Do you see? With just a few more sacrifices, the river god can regain its true form and marry the river god's bride. Once the wedding is complete, a true god will descend and guide this world." After speaking, he ordered it to swallow him. "And you will become the river god's nourishment." Facing the river god's gaping maw, he was unafraid, simply calling out calmly to Ayr, "Ayr, wake up, time to work." Ayr was still tightly bound on the ground, unconscious. But upon hearing Chumo's call, she gradually opened her eyes. When the river god sensed Ayr awaken, it began to chant madly, "Bride, my bride," it rushed toward Ire intending to swallow her. "Let us become one." As Ire awoke, the power that had been sealed within her was also released. The river god grabbed her with its hand. The immortal, not noticing anything amiss with Ire, was still laughing triumphantly. "It's starting. The river god's wedding is starting. You should be glad, kid. You've been spared, but you can't change anything. Witness the descent of the god with me." Chumo paid no attention to his nonsense. He crossed his arms, waiting for Ire to make her move. With his approval, the system began to transfer combat power to Ire. System login confirmed. Sharing pets combat power, transferring power. The host's power radiated as if it were tangible. Ire was held tightly in the river god's grasp, and at that moment her fluffy tail was revealed. The river god, still unaware of what it was about to face, roared viciously, "Bride, wedding." But Ire, having received half of Chumo's combat power, was no longer the same. The power she released forced the river god to let go. The immortal still thought this was part of the ceremony. He shouted excitedly, "Marvelous, truly marvelous. I never expected the river god's wedding to have such a twist. The serpent form was just an illusion. The true river god is only revealed after being devoured by the bride. Good, good, this is in line with the changes this world deserves. Lord River God, please guide the god from the other world to descend upon our ugly world." But after breaking free from the river god's grasp, Ire ignored the chattering immortal and walked before Chumo. Ire knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Master, I am late." Her addressing him as master led the surrounding commoners to a misunderstanding. They began to shout, hailing him as a god. "A god has descended. This is wonderful. Liuyuan City is saved. We're saved." Even the monsters put their palms together and bowed to him. "God Lord, God Lord, God Lord, God Lord, God Lord, God Lord." The immortal was utterly shocked by this scene. He couldn't understand why he would be the God Lord. How is that possible? How could that guy be the God Lord? Chumo offered no explanation. He waved his hand, commanding the crowd quiet. "Vanguards, chosen immortals, hear my command." The demonic beasts heard this and shouted respectfully, "We hear and obey the God Lord's command." His brown pupils turned a golden bronze color, and his voice became unusually majestic. "Immortals, you are the privileged ones I have chosen, evolutionaries who have surpassed the limits of your race. My first command, kill all the mortals, offer Liuyuan City as a blood sacrifice. The blood of mortals will open a path for my great army of demonic beasts. A new order will be born in this decaying world. Immortals and demonic beasts will rule this world together." Outside in the live stream room, the audience was utterly shocked to hear the commoners hail him as the otherworldly godlord. "Chumo is the otherworldly godlord? Are you crazy? Impossible. Godmo must be acting." On the screen, Chumo and Ire were hovering in midair. Someone refuted the previous comment. How do you explain it? A demonic beast is following Chumo, calling him master." Someone else, hearing his command, commented with great disgust, "I knew Chumo was no good. No way. Chumo is going to slaughter the city, and people still want to believe in him." But just then, one of the demonic beasts felt something was wrong with his command. It clutched its head and cried out in pain, "Buzz, this isn't right. We became immortals to save the weak mortals, to correct the world's mistakes. Why do we have to kill them? Have we been deceived?" Seeing it like this, its companion asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Suddenly, the green monster's body exploded after hearing his command. The commoners began to flee for their lives. They screamed in terror, "Why didn't the god come to save us? Run, run. I don't want to die." Although they ran for their lives, the monsters, far stronger than them, caught up. Someone looked back at the scene and screamed in terror, "It's over. The monsters are coming. We're done for." Another person mustered their courage and shouted, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Go that way. We have to stop this evil god from the other world, even if it costs us everything." Chumo was like a different person at this moment, a cold-blooded god without a trace of pity. "How interesting. Ants, I granted you power and the right to continue living, yet you all choose to resist me." The monsters charged over. "We are immortals. Immortals should slay demons and monsters and stand on the side of justice." Faced with their attack, Chumo didn't just stand there. He released his own power. "Foolish. Then I'll send you on your way." What followed was a battle between the group of monsters and Chumo. "Kill the evil god, die, don't retreat. We must protect the mortals, don't give up hope. Why can't we even hurt him?" It took Chumo less than a moment to deal with the group of monsters. He stepped on their corpses and grabbed the immortal's head. "Are you the last one?" Without wasting any words, he finished him off with a single move. The ground was now stained with the monster's blood. Henzu stepped onto it without a care. Chumo sensed his presence, turned and asked, "Henzu, you're here. I can feel the hostility in your heart. Do you want to kill me too?" Henzu didn't answer his question, instead asking one of his own, "Chumo, who on earth are you? Why would a demonic beast call you master? Are you really the otherworldly godlord?" Chumo sensed no killing intent from him, only pure curiosity, so he explained everything. "Ire is a demonic beast that descended on Earth before. I subdued her. Just now I was just using a trick to deceive all the monster immortals like Old Man Coffin. They are all pitiful people who have been deceived. To prevent the false demon's descent they had to die. Letting them die as saviors was my final respect for them. Do you believe me now that I've said this?" After all that had happened, Henzu had developed considerable trust in Chumo. "I believe you." He didn't expect Henzu to trust him so easily. A long time passed. There was still no notification that the secret realm was complete, which puzzled him. "Thanks, strange, although mortals in the city should have been here. Why isn't it over? Oh right, there are also the cultivators from Lotus Cave who left the city. Maybe they also? Suddenly the system issued a task notification. Main historical storyline 99 destroyed, 1 remaining. Henzu, afraid Chumo was too exhausted, quickly tried to stop him from continuing. Chumo, take a break and recover. That last fight must have taken a toll on you. But for Chumo it was effortless. He just wanted to finish quickly and return to Chu Yun's side. No need, there's no time. You and I are stay in the city just in case. I'm going to find the cultivators from Lotus Cave. At Sect Master Jin's residence, Minguang had already arrived, very confident about resolving the Liuyan city matter. Sect Master Jin, rest assured. The spell we will use can directly transport Liuyan City to the land of the lost. That way the demonic beasts won't be able to descend through Liuyan City. After this is done, you will hand over your experimental data to Deluo Tien. Any objections? At this point, even if he had objections, he had to swallow them. I have no objections. As he raised his head, a strange light flashed in his eyes. I will naturally obey Deluo Tien's command. At that moment, a strangely shaped magical artifact appeared beside the gourd. Sect Master Jin looked at the artifact he took out and asked doubtfully, Deacon Minguang, can this simple artifact really transport Liuyan City to the land of the lost? While manipulating the artifact, Minguang explained in detail, simple, this void-crossing star pearl is a primordial spirit pearl that Deluo Tien obtained at great cost. It took 10 years and 3,000 precision formations to complete this rare artifact, although the artifact is wondrous. Transporting a city still requires a great price. Fortunately, Sect Master Jin, you placed Liuyan City inside the purple gold gourd, which has saved us a lot of time. Just count to 10. As the energy from the void-crossing star pearl was transferred to the gourd suddenly exploded. Minguang didn't expect to be proven wrong so quickly. He glanced over and asked Sect Master Jin, what's going on? The gourd cracked for no reason. Are you in league with the demonic beast? That's a capital offense. But Sect Master Jin was also baffled by this. He explained with a look of terror, this, Deacon Minguang, I really don't know, how would I dare? The purple gold gourd was broken from the inside. Although Minguang was angry, he tried to control himself and asked him about the current situation in Liuyan City. He lowered his head and answered quietly, now that the barrier is broken, some mutated monsters might have escaped the city. Hearing this, Minguang could no longer hold back. He burst out in fury, bastard, if a mutated monster gets out and triggers the descent of the otherworldly demonic beasts, even I will be punished. I will contact all the cultivation sects within 100 miles and slaughter every mortal in 3 cities. Leaving no one alive. Sect Master Jin, you will help as well. At this point, Sect Master Jin had no choice but to meekly admit his fault. Yes, I will certainly atone for my mistake. Chumo had already escaped. He had been standing on the roof of a pavilion. Hearing they were going to slaughter cities, he sneered. Slaughtering cities at the drop of a hat, causing rivers of blood, treating human lives like grass. Do you even deserve to call yourselves cultivators? Despite seeing Chumo appear, Minguang remained extremely confident. Deluo Tien rules over all the cultivation sects in the world. We have our own laws. Demonic beasts are the world's greatest enemy. What's a little killing to overcome this calamity? Who are you? I am a deacon of Deluo Tien, acting on orders. Even if there are unreasonable aspects, it is not your place to criticize. Sect Master Jin had disliked Chumo ever since he crushed the mirror. He pointed at him and reported, Deacon Minguang, this person is a lowly constable from Liuyan City. He's always been arrogant and has never shown me any respect. I didn't expect he'd show no respect for Deluo Tien either. The purple gold gourd shattered, and he arrived here in an instant, which is highly suspicious. He watched the old man tattling like an elementary school student, thoroughly disgusted. He coldly told Minguang to get lost. Enough. I've killed all the monsters in Liuyan City, but one of the cultivators from Lotus Cave is also a monster. I'm here to stop the demonic beasts from descending. You, that so-called deacon, you're not a cultivator from Lotus Cave, you can scram. Faced with his dismissive attitude, the man's expression didn't change. So what if I don't leave? Did you think I couldn't tell? You're a body-refining cultivator, a heretic. The fact that you're even allowed to exist is a great mercy, and yet you dare to act against Deluo Tien. Sect Master Jin cupped his fist and bowed, watching him cautiously. He didn't forget to push all the blame onto Chumo, hoping Minguang would kill him. Deacon Minguang, the mutated monsters are hidden very deep. It's impossible to kill all of them in half a day. The shattering of the purple gold gourd must be this guy's doing. His goal is to stop us from moving Liuyan City to the land of the lost. This person must have his own selfish motives. Maybe he's already defected to the demonic beasts. With Sect Master Jin's reasoning, Minguang seemed to have found a legitimate reason to get rid of Chumo. He squinted, a fake smile on his face as he looked at him. Makes sense. Heretical body-refining cultivators. Their cultivation techniques are inherently related to demonic beasts. For this reason, Deluo Tien has hunted down tens of thousands of heretical body-refining cultivators over the past 10 years, only recently acknowledging their status as cultivators. But how could a decade of blood feuds and hatred for Deluo Tien vanish in a single day? Defecting to the demonic beasts isn't impossible. Chumo saw that he was already determined to kill him and didn't want to say anything more, since reasoning wouldn't work. It was time to fight. Sectmaster Jin immediately seized the opportunity, ordering his disciples forward. "You underling, colluding with demonic beasts is an unforgivable crime. Kill him." But his 2 disciples were no match for him. The first was swatted aside with a casual wave of his hand, and the second was sent flying with an uppercut. Just as 2 others rushed forward, a purple arrow shot through a gap towards Chumo. Seeing that the disciples couldn't hurt him at all, Minguang used a magical treasure intending to teleport him to the land of the lost. Void Soul Severance. Faced with the artifact's control, his expression remained calm. With a flash of light, Chumo's figure disappeared. Seeing him teleported to the land of the lost, Minguang was very pleased. He snorted coldly. Body-refining cultivators. They don't cultivate their minds, only brute force without strategy. A common man's rage, blood spilt in 5 paces, disregarding the bigger picture, utterly mad at a disaster. Who would face you head-on? How foolish, sending you to the land of the lost. Cycle through life and death for eternity. But villains exist to be slapped in the face by the protagonist. Just a second later, he appeared behind the man, that so-called deacon. "I'm back." He looked as if he couldn't believe his eyes. How is that possible? No one can survive entering the land of the lost." Seeing his panic, he coldly mocked him, then revealed the truth of this place. "How laughable. You higher-ups always think everything is under your control, but it's all for naught. This is the land of the lost. 1,000 years ago, you all already died here." This truth hit Minguang like a sledgehammer. At this moment he felt everything begin to distort, his mind plunging into extreme panic and disbelief. All teleportation is useless. The land of the lost. This is the land of the lost. What kind of joke is this? Impossible. I am a deacon of Deluotian. If I fell into the land of the lost, Deluotian would never leave me. At this moment Chumo added fuel to the fire, revealing the buried truth. "Perhaps it's precisely because you were incompetent that Deluotian had to expand the scope of the spatial transfer, and you were swept in along with it, cycling endlessly in the land of the lost with Liuyan City. 1,000 years later, only 4 of the 8 major sects remain. Deluotian no longer exists. The authority of the world belongs to mortals. The Deluotian you longed for never came to save you, not even at the moment of its destruction." At this moment, Minguang realized he was already dead, and his body began to gradually disappear. "You're lying." "Ah, I'm a fake. I'm already dead." "Have I been dead all this time?" The system then provided Minguang's information. Deacon Minguang, lingering remnant soul. The remnant soul was torn apart, with 1/2 remaining in the land of the lost and the other half escaping back to reality. Because the soul is incomplete, the soul in reality repeats the pain of being torn apart for half of every day. After reading his information, Chumo couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. He said, "Should I say you're lucky or unlucky? Only half of your soul is endlessly cycling in the land of the lost." Minguang roared in anger, rushing to attack him. "Shut up, heretic," but he was easily blocked. He smiled and looked at him, wanting to end his suffering. "The other half of your soul managed to escape back to reality, but it endures torture every day. Perhaps it's better to just die cleanly." Before disappearing, Minguang still refused to believe he had been abandoned. "Don't talk nonsense, I wasn't." In the end, his half-soul in reality and his half-soul here both appeared, then gradually dissipated into the air. The people present were in great pain as they watched him dissipate. They refused to accept the fact that they were already dead. Deacon Minguang has disappeared. Could what that constable said be true? We're all dead. But when they realized it was the truth, their souls also gradually dissipated. Sectmaster Jin, however, didn't believe it at all. He ordered his disciples to kill him. "You lot don't be fooled, it's all fake. Kill him, avenge Deacon Minguang." But a flash of light passed and everyone disappeared. Chumo slowly walked forward, stating the reality that no one could save them, the last mutated monster in Liuyan City. Being called a monster, Sectmaster Jin went mad with anger. He roared loudly in explanation. "Ah, monster, what nonsense are you spouting? At the cost of tens of thousands of mortals in Liuyan City, my experiment has made a breakthrough. This contribution would be heavily rewarded even in Deluotian. Why would I need to turn myself into a monster for a bit of insignificant power?" But Chumo wasn't convinced. He asked him, "Is that so? Do you still remember why you started the experiment in the first place?" His words seemed to trigger something in him, and his body began to change. Blisters appeared all over his body as he laughed maniacally. "Isn't it obvious? I did it for..." But then he couldn't remember why he did it. A tear trickled from his eye. "I did it for... What did I do it for?" After he completely turned into a monster, he no longer cared about the reason. He laughed loudly. "I am the great Jin Zhao, sect master of Lotus Cave. I do whatever I want. Why are there so many whys?" After he had fully transformed into a monster, his information was sent to Chumo. Jin Zhao, mutated monster. Initially to revive his daughter Yin Zhao, he was lured by the false demon and opened a connection between the other world and Earth. But Chumo knew the reason he had forgotten. He teleported above his head. "Forgotten? You were willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of lives just to save your daughter." At the mention of his daughter, he froze, muttering, "Daughter." Below his abdomen, a small life form appeared. Finally, his sanity gradually returned. Thinking of his daughter, he shed tears of pain again. Yin Zhao. Seeing that he had calmed down, he waved his hand to send him on his way. That's right. His fist landed on his head with a loud bang, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. A beam of light shot up into the sky. the system issued a notification. Main historical storyline 100 destroyed. Chu Mo's figure appeared in the white smoke. The audience was overjoyed to see this. Great, the last mutated monster has been eliminated. No matter what you all say about God Mo, at least God Mo is actually doing something. His calm figure appeared on the screen. The bullet comments started flooding in. Suddenly feel at ease. This secret realm is a victory too. Someone saw the screen go black and asked in confusion, why did my screen go black? I can't see anything. At this moment the screen was just a pitch black void. It wasn't just that one comment, everyone's screen was the same. Mine too. Let's kill the programmers and offer them as a sacrifice. What's wrong with the Secret Realm live stream app? The entire live stream channel is black. What's going on? The system's alarm sounded continuously. Warning, warning, warning. White smoke enveloped his figure. The system issued another alarm. The false demon has descended. The false demon has descended. The false demon has descended. At this moment Luo Shen appeared behind Chu Mo. He glanced behind him and asked, Luo Shen, what are you doing here? He placed a hand on his chest and respectfully stated his true identity. The false demon Luo Shen pays his respects to the Godlord in accordance with your command. The plan to seize the human world is complete. It is time for you to awaken. Liuyan City, which had been empty just a moment ago, was now bustling with people on the streets. A drunkard, his face flushed red, shouted like a madman, Reborn for 20 years, my memories have finally returned. This world, what is this world? Why is it filled with such dense magical power? In less than 3 months, I can become a legendary mage, even a demigod. The others seemed to be just like him, as if on stimulants. Someone suddenly looked ahead, then shed tears. Shu Fu, is that really you? But his mind seemed to be off as well. He picked up the corn and shed tears of joy. You've truly found the elixir of life for me? When the commoners saw the immortals appear, they were so angry they wanted to spit and kept saying, we have to kill him. Damn vampires, you followed us to this world too. This time we'll kill you all. The man had his own people protecting him and wasn't afraid. He retorted, kid. You lowly slaves dare to resist us? Let me show you the terror of blood magic. The scene shifted elsewhere, a man covering his face. I can finally come before you. He had a string of chili peppers hanging from his body, and then, like a madman, he spoke to a rat he had tied up. White Dragon, surprised, I am the true hero, Red Dragon. So what if you're a god? Pay for your crimes, you pitiful struggling rat. Hanzu and Ire watched this chaotic scene, both falling silent. Watching the group of people acting like they were on drugs, she asked in confusion, what the hell is this? Have all the people in Liuyan City gone mad? Why is everyone talking nonsense? Hanzu thought for a moment and gave an answer. He was a little worried about Chu Mo. Perhaps this is the power of the false demon. It hasn't even shown itself, and it has already thrown the entire city into chaos. Can Chu Mo really stop it? Ire, however, wasn't worried at all. She knew best how heaven-defying his power was. Ire smiled like a blooming flower and comforted him. Don't worry, Master is so strong it will definitely be fine. In case I'm just saying, in case an enemy appears that Master can't handle, we can't help much either. Just give up struggling and wait for death. At Sect Master Jin's residence, a puff of white smoke rose into the air. Chu Mo was a little surprised to learn that Luo Shen was the false demon. I never thought the false demon was by my side all along. Hearing this, he smiled smugly and boasted, the body I used had none of my power. Of course you couldn't find anything unusual. Seeing him so calmly joking with him, Chu Mo asked curiously, you're quite bold, aren't you afraid I'll kill you? He was fearless, answering frankly, why should I worry? God Lord, I am your most loyal subordinate. Why would you kill me? Chu Mo knew he was just acting and interrupted him impatiently. Enough, stop acting. I claimed to be the Godlord before to trick all the mutated monsters in Liuyan City. You should have been able to see that. What's your purpose in coming before me now? Luo Shen's face changed. He asked Chu Mo in a panic, trying to manipulate him with his words. Godlord, have you really become muddled? Do you really think you are Chu Mo, a mortal from the human world 1,000 years in the future who stumbled into a secret realm? Think carefully. How could a mortal stumble onto a battlefield meant only for cultivators? Not only did you survive, but you also gained immense power. Hearing the words, 1,000 years in the future, Chu Mo was stunned for a moment. His expression changed as he questioned him. You've been cycling endlessly in the land of the lost. How do you know about things 1,000 years in the future? Luo Shen continued his performance, describing Chu Mo as a scheming god, and Chu Mo was the one who had planned it all. Godlord, this was your original plan. To achieve final victory, you began your layout 1,000 years ago. Joining the secret realm with a human identity. Every time you enter the secret realm, you regain a portion of your own power. Have you never doubted such a strange phenomenon? Or did you come up with a reasonable explanation for yourself? In the face of his words, Chu Mo remained silent, watching him with a scrutinizing gaze. Seeing him say nothing, he continued, you once told me that in the first few secret realms you would lead the cultivators to victory. But you would also deliberately reduce their numbers. How many saviors are left in the secret realm now? 200, or not even 100? But how could Chu Mo with his iron will be manipulated by him? He exposed his trick. False demon, your very essence and ability is deception. Do you think you can shake me with just this? Just then the expression on his face suddenly changed. His eyes widened, seemingly containing some kind of power. He asked Chu Mo, "What about this then? Lord God, you entered the secret realm as Chu Mo with the goal of protecting your sister. Do you still remember your sister's name?" Hearing this, he chuckled twice, then answered with supreme confidence, "I was wondering what you were going to say. It's just my sister's name. How could I not know it?" But when he tried to say Chu Yun's name, he couldn't remember it at all. He panicked. "What is my sister's name?" Seeing that he couldn't remember, Luo Shen was overjoyed at the success of his hypnosis. He smiled, his eyes curving, and said, "It's right that you can't remember because your sister is a fake. She doesn't exist at all, Lord God. Do you believe me now?" But Chu Mo, with his iron will, still didn't believe him. He glared at him, gritting his teeth. "False demon, it must be your spell that has disturbed my thoughts." As soon as his voice fell, the system sent his information, but all items were displayed with question marks. False demon, combat power unknown, spells unknown, weakness unknown. His eyes lit up. Chu Mo wanted to use his power to investigate him, but his information remained question marks. False demon, combat power unknown, spells unknown. At this moment, questions about Chu Yun's name kept appearing in Chu Mo's mind. "Lord God, do you still remember your sister's name? Lord God, do you still remember your sister's name?" Finally, a conclusion emerged. Chu Mo's life was just a lie. A pillar of energy descended upon Liuyan City. With a boom, the people in the city were sent flying like straw. Henzhu looked at the pillar of spiritual light condensing in the sky with great concern. "This is a demonic beast's teleportation pillar. Its aura is filled with chaos and destruction. I'm afraid the false demon is about to descend." "Is Chu Mo still alive?" Ire murmured in a panic. "I can feel that Master is unharmed, but the energy in his body is chaotic. Oh no, it seems Master's movements are restricted. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation." Henzhu looked at her and advised. "Ire, I know you want to help, but you must stay here," Ire said worriedly. "I don't want to help," he advised. "Before Chu Mo left, he told us to stay in Liuyan City just in case." "Wait, what did you say?" Ire could no longer hear anything. Her mind was a mess, and she murmured, "I don't want to go to Master's side to help. It's too terrifying. This is the first time Master is in a tough fight. Wouldn't I just be courting death if I go? Staying in Liuyan City and stopping the teleportation pillar is the best way to help Master." Meanwhile, in a separate pavilion, a spirit pearl was emitting an unfathomable spiritual power. Luo Shen said to himself with a smug look, "Those foolish cultivators from Deluo Tien and Lotus Cave thought the mutated monsters in the city were coordinates I set up, and that I, the false demon, could use them to infiltrate the human world. That's why they were so eager to use the void-crossing star pearl to teleport the entire Liuyan City to the land of the lost. But that was just a lie I deliberately made them believe." Chu Mo's pupils trembled as he listened to his monologue. He continued to ramble on. "Even if I open a passage, demonic beasts with more than 2,000 years of cultivation can't pass through. What's the point of such a passage? I originally planned to use the cultivators. When they used the void-crossing star pearl, I would open a passage to the demonic beast world. The spatial forces of the two worlds would collide and distort, allowing me to descend into the human world in my perfect form with the full power of a 50,000-year-old demonic beast. Unfortunately, something went wrong with the operation at that time, and both I and Liuyan City fell into the land of the lost. A millennium of reincarnation, history repeating itself. I could only constantly relive the pain of failure. It wasn't until your arrival became a variable that I was able to escape the prison of history. Now, the plan from 1,000 years ago is finally about to be completed. With the power of the void-crossing star pearl, I will descend directly upon Earth. I really want to share my joy with you, but unfortunately you've already fallen into an inescapable delusion." Chu Mo stood motionless like a statue. After the false demon finished speaking, he finally turned his gaze to him and said with a savage smile, "Forget it, you strange cultivator. I'll just kill you directly." Saying that, he threw a punch, but the next moment his expression changed drastically, filled with panic. "Wait. Something's wrong. I used my innate ability on Chu Mo before, which allows me to capture fragments of information from the opponent's consciousness, process and induce them, and drive the opponent mad. But the information itself is real, not fabricated. In other words, this man was indeed just a mortal who stumbled into the secret realm at first, but every time he enters the secret realm, he directly obtains powerful strength. After only 3 secret realms, the number of cultivators decreased from 10,000 to less than 200. At the same time, his past is a blank slate. He doesn't even know his own sister's name. Realizing there was a trick, he murmured in a panic, "Damn it, so many strange secrets. Could this man really be the incarnation of the God Lord? No way. I just made that up. It can't be true, but it's not impossible. No. No matter how I look at it, he seems like the God Lord's incarnation. This is bad. I can't think about it anymore. The teleportation is almost complete. As long as I can successfully descend to Earth, I'll have succeeded. The God Lord probably won't punish me too severely." But it was too late to regret. The light pillar had already descended on Liuyan City. Henzhu and Ire both retreated, dodging the spiritual power whip. He looked at the moving thing and asked in confusion, "The demonic beast's teleportation pillar has an automatic attack function?" Ire knelt on the ground and shouted, "It's too late. The teleportation is almost complete," Henzhu immediately said. "Cover me. Help me defend against the pillar's attacks." Hearing this, she vaguely sensed his intention and exclaimed, "Are you thinking of rushing into the pillar now?" the teleportation is almost over. The energy is at its peak. If you get close to the pillar now, you'll die. Hanzu looked at the pillar and replied firmly, in the past now I don't know how many cultivators have fought bloody battles, sacrificing their lives. Their sacrifices earned the cultivators their privileges and the status of their sects. I am the Daozi of Dantai Bidong. I have received the grace of my sect, and been nurtured with resources. To not shy away from a battle to the death is the rule of the cultivation sects and also the contract with this world. The descending pillar of light could be clearly seen from that watchtower. The false demon cast aside his fear and laughed maniacally. The teleportation pillar has penetrated the secret realm and is about to reach Earth. The millennium of reincarnation, time is about to start flowing again. Chumo still didn't move, surrounded by black chi as if possessed, the system said, detecting the secret realm. Fourth day check-in reward. Hanzu, disregarding the danger, charged towards the pillar and shouted, Ire, it's up to you. Seeing the man move, she channeled her power and cursed, damn tentacles, all of you disappear. Demonic energy fission. With a boom, a tornado shield with a 5-meter radius surrounded her area. Spiritual power howled towards the enemy. It came menacingly but shattered like tofu. Hanzu charged towards the pillar, not forgetting to say with a divided mind, well done, now it's my turn to fight. He shouted in his heart, target, teleportation pillar. Leapt forward, clenched his fists in preparation. And then there was only a crack. The light pillar could accommodate the false demon, enough for a 50,000-year-old demonic beast to descend. How violent must the energy torrent at its center be? A few seconds ago, Hanzu had mentally prepared himself for the danger of this operation, but reality was more desperate than imagined. A fracture in his calf, a broken bone in his left hand. Internal bleeding, accompanied by extensive skin burns. The excruciating pain from his limbs and organs flooded his mind. Hanzu barely held on, thinking, pain, it hurts too much. Just standing in the light pillar, my body is already on the verge of collapse. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen to his body if he fought against the Pilar's energy. A firm will, unshakable. So what? I have only one thing to do, stop what is happening before me, even if it's just for a second. Hanzu released a large amount of black spiritual energy, which spread in all directions. Seeing this, the false demon laughed mockingly. Foolish little bug, even if you exhaust your life, you can't stop my true body from descending. What's the point of delaying for a few seconds? He didn't notice for a moment that the person standing nearby had moved. By the time he noticed, the blue flames had already spread very close. The false demon asked in confusion, fire, the system explained. Check-in reward for the 4th day, Samadhi, true fire. Find a place to be still. That is called Samadhi. The fire of the 5 elements. The heart belongs to the mind, gives birth to wisdom and purifies inverted delusions. One should give rise to the mind that abides in nothing. That is the true mind. That is the true fire. 6 pillars of blue fire shot up into the sky, their momentum like a rainbow. Great fire. It instantly engulfed the Lotus Cave temporary base where the false demon was and then continued to spread to the coffin shop. Old man Coffin was immersed in the inferno, screaming in panicked pain, I can't complete the ascension ceremony. Didn't I already die? I'm alive again. No, am I dead or alive? I don't understand. Soon the sea of fire also rushed into Liuyan City. The demons and monsters in the city showed various expressions, crying and shouting, it's finally over. This repeating nightmare, it's so ridiculous to persist. What was the point of our beliefs? The immortal's eyes bulged as he laughed in terror. There was no point. None of it had any meaning. The common people are in agony, living a life worse than death. Why should we suffer this torture? This is truly hell. Who will end all of this? Who will save us? Back at the false demon's residence, the sea of fire blazed as if wanting to devour everything. He sensed something unusual and murmured uneasily. Strange, these unconscious puppets have suddenly awakened. What happened? What are these flames? Chumo stood in the center of the sea of fire, still standing motionless, alone in a corner. The system announced for its own amusement, Samadhi True Fire Skill Introduction. Being infected by Samadhi True Fire can burn away delusions in the heart and increase mental resistance. 2. The Samadhi True Fire will continuously temper the host's body, further strengthening it. The false demon's face was pale, panicked. Chumo, Lord God, are these flames yours? Why are you stopping me? My true body is about to descend on Liuyan City, and then we can use the power of the light pillar to descend into the secret realm and reach Earth. Only then did Chumo speak. I am not your god, Lord. Also, false demon, haven't you noticed your teleportation pillar has disappeared? The false demon heard this and hurriedly turned to look at the pillar. It's gone, it's really gone. Awakening those useless puppets can make my teleportation pillar disappear. The Samadhi True Fire can dispel it, he kindly explained. It's not just the ordinary people of Liuyan City that I awakened. The small world of Liuyan City, shrouded in endless reincarnation, also has its own consciousness. It's just that its consciousness is too weak, so it has been immersed in reincarnation, and even you didn't notice. Now I have awakened the consciousness of this world. And at the same time, I've made a deal. I will take all the living beings of this world away from the land of the lost, except for you. And you will be in the land of the lost, forever repeating your ridiculous one-man show. This world will become your eternal home." The corner of the false demon's mouth twitched, and he screamed in disbelief, "What world's consciousness? You must be lying to me." Chumo didn't care if he believed it or not and pronounced his sentence. "Whether it's a lie or not, you can experience it for yourself. False demon, farewell forever." As he spoke, the spiritual power around his body expanded like a dazzling cage. Then, it directly exploded, violently colliding with everything around Chumo. The majestic spiritual power launched an attack. The false demon took a defensive posture, astonished this is, and was then engulfed by that majestic spiritual power. Then the scene changed to a sunny day in Liuyuan City. The false demon was resting with his eyes closed. Luo Shen called out with a calm expression, Captain, you scared me just now. You suddenly froze and wouldn't wake up no matter how I called you." Captain, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Should I go back and report to the chief constable?" The false demon's fist trembled, and then he punched himself without hesitation. His calm expression turned vicious as he muttered through gritted teeth, "A punch to the face finally woke me up. Is this another new cycle of history? Chumo isn't here and there's no one on the streets. It seems what he said was true. Now I'm the only one trapped in Liuyuan City. Do you think you can trap me here like this? Fool, since you opened a path to leave, you must have left a trace. As long as I investigate, I'll be able to leave this damn place immediately." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he was reset again. The scene switched to a sunny day in Liuyuan City. Right when he was sound asleep, Luo Shen called out on time, Captain, wake up." The false demon woke up instantly. He immediately realized the situation and said in a panic, "No, what just happened? The world reset again. How can this be? The loop is only 10 seconds. Not yet, it's about to reset again. Wait, I haven't even had time to look for clues. Reset again. The reset is beginning." And so the false demon repeated the same moment over and over again. "Captain, wake up. Captain, wake up, Captain." Experiencing this meaningless cycle again and again exhausted him. How many times has it been? 2,785 times. 2,786 times. He was going mad. It doesn't matter anymore. And so he was reset, and then he repeated, "Captain, wake up." The 2,787th cycle. While the false demon wrestled with time in a desolate cave, Su Tianxin, covered in wounds, asked himself in confusion, "Why?" Then he and Shang Songzhen punched each other in the face, after which Su Tianxin sent Shang Songzhen's jaw flying with a punch, and in the next instant he struck Jixing in the back with his palm. He roared with a taut face, "Why won't you fall?" He added in his heart, "My strength is almost depleted. The sect masters of our two great sects, the Tai Fire Mansion and Dan Tai Bidong, are actually engaged in such a ridiculous battle, and our opponent is just an elder from a sect." Jixing was beaten so badly he could barely breathe, yet he still managed to stand, coughing non-stop. Su Tianxin grew more and more impatient and said sharply, "Jixing, stop being so stubborn. The demonic beast could invade the secret realm and descend on Earth at any moment by stopping us from destroying the secret realm. You're cutting off humanity's hope. Get out of my way." Jixing frowned, stating his position to him. "I've said it many times, don't even think about it." As soon as he finished speaking, a red talisman emitted a shrill sound. Seeing it, Shang Songzhen cried out in surprise, "Crap, that's a red emergency communication talisman. It's only used for contact in extremely urgent situations." Su Tianxin became even more frantic, roaring without a care for his image. "Do you see, Jixing? This is the result you wanted. The secret realm is about to end. The demonic beasts are going to invade Earth, you damn traitor to humanity." The person holding the talisman reported to the sectmaster, sobbing uncontrollably, "Sectmaster Su, can you hear me? The secret realm is over. The saviors are about to return. Humanity has won." The system appeared, announcing the secret realm status. "Third secret realm mission complete. In 10 minutes, the saviors will return to the real world." When everyone came to their senses, they were already standing on the street. Yu Tung asked, "The third secret realm mission is complete. When did that happen?" Yu Tianyan held his head, saying groggily, "My memory is so fuzzy, it's like I had a very long dream and went to a very strange place." Yu Tung then muttered in shock, "Liuyuan City. It was Liuyuan City, but I can't remember what happened there at all." The young girl looked at the distant sky and said, "In any case, it must have been Mr. Chu Mo who killed the demonic beast and completed the mission again. I'm so used to it, I'm not even surprised." Yu Tong, however, clenched her fist, saying unwillingly, "It's so frustrating. I was just about to catch up to him, and then I was left far behind again, unable to help at all." Yu Tianyan was relatively calm as he advised, "Mr. Chu Mo is a genius among geniuses, a monster beyond common sense. Don't let your frustration consume you, just do what you can. That's my advice from forcing myself to compare myself to a monster. It will only make you break down." In another corner of the street, Henzu from the real world sat there, lifeless. Beside him were sounds of cheering. "Great, we're still alive. We can go back. Look over there." A few ignorant cultivators sneered. "That's the body of the Daozi Henzu. That guy looked down on all of us, said we were worthless, and he ended up dying first. Serves him right. How could Jing Xian tolerate this?" He immediately spoke up. "Shut up, have you no shame? Those wounds on his body. He died fighting in Liuyuan City, caught in a demonic beast trap. And what did you do?" "I was trapped in confusing memories and did nothing. Perhaps the only reason we're alive now is because he fought so hard. He didn't know that these words all reached Chumo's ears. He pitied him in his heart, but his words were harsh as he cursed. This Henzu, why did he have to be a hero so weak? What a fool! Chumo, beside him, sighed. What a shame, the world has lost another person who believed in me, he said to himself. Henzu, you bought me time, I owe you one. If the sect masters of the 4 major sects know what's good for them, I won't wipe them out. Meanwhile, in that desolate cave, Su Tianqin had lost all semblance of an immortal's grace, shouting like a madman, impossible. The secret realm was cleared. Chumo came back from Liuyan City alive. Jixing, battered and bruised, smiled brightly upon hearing the good news. He won, he really did perform a miracle. Hearing these grating words, Su Tianqin attacked violently. To hell with your miracle, what are you barking about? Jixing couldn't dodge in time and took the blow head-on, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Su Tianqin's eyes were bloodshot as he attacked crazily, shouting, "Keep resisting me, you traitor." Shang Songzhen grabbed his arm to stop him. That's enough. The secret realm is over. There's no need to fight anymore. Su Tianqin questioned the sect master fiercely. Are you still trying to protect an elder from your own sect? It's all because of this guy that the truth of Liuyan City was exposed and Chumo made it back alive. Jixing sat there and provoked. At this point, Shang Songzhen, why are you still pretending to be a good guy? Come on, both of you. I'm still full of energy. Beating you 2 kids is no problem. Su Tianqin became even more frenzied and roared. Sect Master Shang, isn't this exciting? How can you remain indifferent? Shang Songzhen disgustedly threw his hand off and said, it's too late to change anything. Stop wasting time on Jixing. What we should do now is go to the deep sea and join the other 2 sect masters to awaken that person. Hearing this, Su Tianqin saw hope and laughed maniacally. That's right, as long as His Highness awakens, Chumo will be nothing. Jixing, you can laugh while you can. Count yourself lucky you got to keep your pathetic life. As soon as he heard this, he knew what they were planning to do. And he cursed sharply, the deep sea, are you insane? That's a seal designated by Deluo Tian. Unexpectedly, the communication talisman rang with another report. Sect Master Shang, Sect Master Su, we've just received the latest news. The corporate alliance has installed several large energy bombs in the diplomatic quarter of Kashan City. Su Tianqin was ecstatic. He grabbed the talisman and laughed triumphantly. The diplomatic quarter of Kashan, that's the location where Chumo will return to reality from the secret realm. It seems the corporate alliance has made its decision. We don't have to bother. Elder G, the true savior in your heart, is about to be blown to smithereens in the ensuing gunfire. At this time, in the underground research lab in Kashan City, President Qian clutched his face and roared, damn it, Chumo is coming out of the secret realm in 5 minutes. How long are you going to keep me locked up? The envoy smiled contemptuously and reassured him. President Qian, we are now in an underground basement 5,000 kilometers from Kashan City. It's very safe here. President Qian, surely you're not thinking of running somewhere else? Hearing this, he lost all reason, picked up a tablet and yelled. Yes, I was planning to run, so what? The S-rank hunters you sent are nothing in front of Chumo. Even the sect masters of the 4 major sects combined are no match for him. What else can I do? That fellow put on a dangerous facade and then said calmly, bombs. President Qian was stunned and asked hurriedly, bombs? Did the alliance approve this decision? To use bombs in a residential area to deal with Chumo? The envoy replied nonchalantly. Yes, President Qian, besides you, the 15 presidents of the corporate alliance have all agreed to use the bombs. The corporate alliance headquarters in the suburbs of Kashan City, all employees have now been evacuated, and the nearby ordinary residents were transferred to Danmiao City, 200 kilometers away, long ago. If there are any unintended casualties, we can only consider them unlucky. He wasn't entirely a fool. After hearing him, he still pondered for a moment. But if we attack Chumo with bombs with his speed, he could very well escape the blast radius. In that case, we might not be able to inflict much damage on him. However, the envoy had a silver tongue. President Qian, are you still hesitating? This is the best opportunity. Chumo entered the secret realm while fighting the sect masters of the 4 major sects, so his return point to reality must be in a similar location. Therefore, the corporate alliance has installed 7 large energy bombs at and around Chumo's teleportation point. The moment Chumo returns to reality, we will detonate them all simultaneously, giving him no time to react. He even handed him the goods. In this black briefcase was the bomb's detonation button. President Qian, the opportunity to deal with Chumo is all yours. How could President Qian not understand the character of his accomplices? He yelled excitedly, so this is your plan to make me bear all the consequences of the explosion? The envoy handed over the briefcase and coaxed him softly. President Qian, do you think you still have a choice? Don't forget, it was you who used Chumo's sister as an experimental subject, which led to the greatest conflict between Chumo and the corporate alliance. Do you think Chumo will let you go, under the pressure of his interests and his life? President Qian compromised and took the case. I understand. System prompt. The secret realm world is closing. The saviors are beginning to return. As soon as the voice fell, the entire city was reshaped as if in a game. Chumo walked out leisurely. Looking at the surrounding scene, he seemed to realize something and glanced around. President Qian, watching him on the projection, pressed the button without hesitation. Instantly, an extremely incandescent dome of light appeared, illuminating the entire city screen, wherever the light reached. Buildings were swallowed up. President Qian's face twisted like a shriveled apple as he frantically pressed the button. Chumo, die, die. These words echoed continuously like a madman's chant. He kept pressing and the ground exploded as never before. He pressed frantically until the screen was nothing but a white light. The envoy was very satisfied with this obedient pawn and said, President Qian, that's enough, that's enough. I forgot to tell you earlier, the detonation button only needs to be pressed once. President Qian muttered as if in a daze. Chumo, is Chumo dead? The envoy said with a smile. This is the pinnacle of human technology. Theoretically, no cultivator could survive that level of destruction, but Chumo's performance was indeed unconventional, beyond our expectations. To be safe, the hunters will go to the blast center later to investigate. Taking the brunt of 7 bombs head-on, he's definitely severely injured and on the verge of death. We won't give him any chance to survive. He didn't see the specks of blue light in the smoke that filled the city. That small blue light was the Samadhi True Fire he had just been gifted. Chumo was surrounded by a ball of fire, completely unharmed. The system's voice sounded. System check-in. Subjected to a violent external impact, the Samadhi True Fire has activated automatically and is absorbing thermal energy. Warning, thermal energy storage has reached its limit. Ire asked anxiously, Master, are you alright? The system continued its procedure. Host has entered a dormant state, excess energy, commencing host body enhancement progress. The residents of other cities were abuzz with discussions about the incident in Kashan City, and news was spreading everywhere. My God, a nuclear explosion in the diplomatic quarter of Kashan City, is that for real? I'm in Danmiao City, I just saw the black clouds, there are videos online too, someone said indignantly. The corporate alliance dropped a bomb, how dare they? A world-weary person said, isn't it obvious? To kill Chumo, of course, that bunch of lunatics, they're shameless. A fierce-looking person said, good riddance. In this Secret Realm live stream, a long-tailed demonic beast appeared next to Chumo. He might have already betrayed Earth. Some speculate that the screen went black at the last moment of the Secret Realm live stream, and Henzu, the only one still conscious, also died. Only Chumo knows what happened in the Secret Realm. Did Chumo kill Henzu to silence him? Meanwhile, in the underground lab in Kashan City, the envoy chuckled, as expected of President Qian, you've already arranged for the online trolls in such a short time. The focus of public opinion online is gradually shifting to questioning Chumo's identity. President Qian groaned, distraught, none of that matters. What's important is whether Chumo is dead or alive. Only when he's dead can I sleep soundly. After enjoying the look on his face, the envoy generously revealed, a total of 600 hunters forming 10 reconnaissance teams have entered the blast zone. We'll have results soon. The once prosperous Kashan City was now a desolate ruin. The hunters mentioned by the envoy were patrolling and searching around the city. Juan muttered in confusion as he walked. Is this a nuclear explosion? It's a horrifying sight. The damage is this extensive even in the outer areas. Another team member muttered with extreme doubt. Can we really find the target's remains? 7 nuclear bombs. Chumo might have been vaporized in the blast. Hearing his words, Juan complained anxiously, come on, don't say such unlucky things. I didn't come here just for that small investigation bonus. If we can find Chumo's body, we'll be rich. Even if he's still alive, he must be seriously injured. Kill him, and the bonus is even bigger. The 2 gossiping men received a message from their captain. The captain waved his hand and ordered, all teams, attention. We are about to enter the dangerous central blast zone. The protective suits have 30 minutes of remaining time. If the target is not found within 15 minutes, we must retreat immediately. Everyone answered in unison, yes, Captain. In the most devastated part of the city, there was nothing but a field of concrete and stone. Ire sat in the smoking ruins, muttering to herself, I want to go home, I want to eat roasted chicken legs. Master, how much longer are you going to sleep? System check-in prompt. Samadhi True Fire body transformation progress at 50 has exceeded the host's physical tolerance limit. Damage. She squinted at her boss, 1,000 words written on her face. System prompt. Host detected under attack, activating damage transfer function. Before she could protest, a sharp pain struck her like a hammer. Ire screamed in anger, what the hell, I've been wanting to say this from the start, what kind of weird ability is this, I have to bear all the pain. So I'm the one taking the fall, huh, but this happens every time, it's too much, delete it. The hunter team's captain found him and immediately reported, 3rd squad reporting, target found. Target appears unharmed, suspected to be in a coma, unable to move. The demonic beast beside the target is kneeling on the ground showing signs of extreme pain, suspected to be trauma from the explosion. Current coordinates have been synced. Requesting backup. As soon as he finished speaking, Juan was seen running forward like a madman, saying to hell with backup. The captain frowned and shouted, Juan, come back, are you trying to disobey orders? Juan, filled with ambition, continued forward. One target is in a coma, the other is seriously injured. I don't want to miss this golden opportunity. I'm going to kill Chumo and take the entire bounty. The black-haired man jumped up in response, sorry, Captain, we don't want to miss this chance either. Seeing the bonus about to slip away, he had no choice but to order. Seriously, you money-grubbing bastards, forget it, let's all go. The group charged forward excitedly. Juan laughed maniacally. Captain, as I thought, you couldn't resist either. Ire clutched her chest in agony. Enemies. Numb from the pain, she murmured with teary eyes. Pain, enemies, pain, you've come at just the right time. You free punching bags, you can feel my pain too. In a crazed rage, I unleashed a powerful spiritual force, blowing up the entire street corner. Another squad saw the commotion over there and couldn't help but get excited. Those bastards from the third squad, we agreed to surround Chumo together. But they went ahead and started on their own. The group rushed toward the battlefield angrily, cursing as they ran. Chumo must be seriously injured. They're trying to get a head start. We need to speed up. Don't let them take the whole bounty. Before long, the two in the underground research lab received one piece of bad news after another. The envoy was dumbfounded as he listened. Third squad has lost signal. Vital signs are 0. Second squad has lost contact. Fourth squad, fifth squad. President Qian was also terrified, questioning loudly in horror. Enough, your bunch of useless hunters have been wiped out by the invincible Chumo again. Is that what you mean? After a group of people had been killed, the remaining ones sent back a message filled with deep concern. 7th Squad, this is Hua Si, captain of the 7th Squad. Reporting to headquarters, we have reached the location designated by the 3rd Squad. There are signs of battle all around, but we haven't found the target Chumo, nor have we found any human bodies. A dozen hunter squads seem to have vanished into thin air. President Qian knew he was doomed, but still tried to speak positively. Vaporized. Could they have died along with Chumo, or did Chumo escape, seriously injured? The envoy crushed the walkie-talkie in his hand. With a dark face, he said coldly, President Qian, it's rare for you to still be so optimistic. To be able to eliminate a dozen hunter squads in an instant, it's very likely Chumo wasn't injured at all. Even humanity's most powerful weapon, the nuclear bomb, is nothing to him. President Qian screamed in confusion. If he wasn't injured, why would he leave, wiping out the remaining hunter squads? Wouldn't that be a piece of cake for him? Seeing him still clinging to hope, the envoy knew he was beyond saving and turned to leave. Who knows, perhaps he has more important things to do than getting tangled up with that group of hunters. President Qian asked hesitantly, What are you talking about? He no longer beat around the bush and said directly, Like us, he might be preparing to slaughter all the presidents of the corporate alliance, or he might kill me first for causing him trouble. Of course, the most likely possibility is still to capture the person who hurt his sister, who asked you to use his sister as an experimental subject. Realizing he had been abandoned, President Qian cried out like a beached fish, Wait, you're not planning to leave, are you? Didn't you promise to protect me? What will I do if you leave? The envoy pretended to think for a moment and offered an idea. You could try praying, not to the gods but to Chumo. Just then, in a certain city, an office worker looked at his watch, anxious and helpless. Damn it. The subway is suspended and the roads are blocked. What the hell is going on? A kind passerby shared some information. Bro, haven't you seen the news? The corporate alliance dropped 7 nukes and still couldn't do anything to Chumo. Who asked us to be so close to Kashan City? Now all the corporations around Kashan City are frantically retreating, otherwise it would be chaos. We're actually lucky. Some places have already lost power and water, and there's no telling when it'll be restored. The office worker cursed. What's going to happen to this crazy world next? Are we going to start a civil war before the demonic beasts even arrive? Another middle-aged man interjected. Civil war with Chumo? They're not even worthy. The corporate alliance's stock prices have hit rock bottom. The 4 major cultivation sects are like dead dogs, not daring to say a word, just playing dead. They're all useless. Another person frowned and cursed everyone. The corporations, the 4 major sects, and Chumo, none of them are any good. I heard Chumo has already colluded with the demonic beasts and is preparing to sell out our world, a middle-aged man retorted. Your news is outdated. It's all over the internet. Chumo is the president of the Illuminati. The Illuminati has been secretly controlling the world's economy and finance all along. It wasn't until an apocalyptic disaster like the demonic beast invasion that Chumo came out to clean up the mess made by the corporations and cultivators. Then came a pile of nonsense. Nonsense. I have exclusive information proving Chumo is an alien. From the depths of the universe, aliens have been secretly infiltrating human society, becoming famous politicians, businessmen, and stars, with Chumo as their leader. They've long considered our world their prize, so that's why they stood up against the demonic beasts, right? Isn't Chumo transgender, or a member of an animal protection organization who gained superhuman abilities after being bitten by a spider? You believe that kind of news? As if your news is any more reliable. While everyone was arguing, on a quiet street corner, Lee Hanling faced the protagonist of the rumors and mocked, The entire Earth, everyone is watching your movements and your next move against the corporations. Who would have thought you'd come to this remote city? He glanced around, roughly reading the comments. The Illuminati, aliens, animal protection organizations. Your trolls seem to have written some interesting things. And transgender, Lee Hanling loudly proclaimed his innocence. Don't blame me for that one. The corporate alliance is currently spreading rumors about your connection to the demonic beasts everywhere. To prevent ordinary people from believing their rumors, I could only spread more junk information. Chumo got straight to the point. All right, no more joking. The matter I asked you to help investigate. Did you find anything? He said confidently. Are you looking down on me, Lee Hanling? If there's information I want, I can definitely get it. Chumo, this is where you and your sister-in-law started. On a cloudless night in an orphanage, the sound of a door opening was heard softly, and a gentle breeze blew in. He walked in calmly, muttering to himself, "Is this the place?" The children inside saw him and immediately cheered, "It's Chumo, it's Chumo, I can't believe we get to see him, this is so cool." The children looked at him with vibrant eyes, chattering, "Can we get a photo together? I want to hang the photo on my wall. We all watched your live stream. No matter what the bad guys on the internet say, we all support you." Rarely receiving such a warm welcome, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Everyone please calm down." One by one the children chattered with questions. "I want to be as strong as you. Are there any secrets? I really like your trench coat, can I touch it?" Chumo smiled gently. "You like my trench coat, you have good taste. If you want to touch it, go ahead." Then he sat down and let the children touch it. The children said excitedly, "Awesome, I want to touch it too, it feels so cool." Director Shi coughed twice, walked out and shouted, "It's already bedtime. Why aren't you all back in your rooms sleeping?" A mischievous girl hid behind him, stuck out her tongue and said, "You old geezer, my idol is here, I don't want to sleep." He saw him and was very surprised. "Chumo," Chumo greeted him calmly. "Director Shi, long time no see." Afterwards, the two went into the director's office to chat. Director Shi was filled with emotion. "I never thought our little orphanage could produce such a great hero, a man of valor like you. You've been the focus of the whole world recently. To suddenly come to our shabby orphanage, you must have something important to discuss, right?" He cut straight to the chase. "Director Shi, I'll just ask a few questions and then leave. I won't cause any trouble. I want to know about my origins." Director Shi frowned and recalled, "More than 10 years ago on a rainy night you were abandoned at the orphanage's entrance. After so long, it will be even harder to find your parents," he asked again. "If we can't find them, so be it. To be honest, I don't really care. What do you know about my sister?" Hearing this, he became worried. "You mean Chu Yun? You should know more about her than I do. Did something happen to her?" he said faintly. "The less Director Shi knows, the safer it is for you. You just need to tell me what you know." Director Shi held nothing back, telling him everything he knew. Because of a fire, her whole family perished. Only Chu Yun was lucky enough to survive and was sent to this orphanage. Despite the great disaster, she remained optimistic, had great leadership skills, and was respected by the other children from a young age. But what puzzled everyone was that she was especially concerned about you, who had a withdrawn personality. You were also strange, not rejecting Chu Yun's closeness. Later I roughly guessed that perhaps she saw the shadow of her younger brother who died in the fire in you. She treated you as her brother, but she had a strong demand. If someone wanted to adopt her, they had to adopt you along with her. It's just that you had a rather nasty disposition at the time, with a strong rebellious streak, so in the end all the prospective adopters gave up, until that evil family appeared." Hearing this, his eyes sharpened and his words were astonishing. "A man-eating family? How could you hand 2 children over to such criminals?" Director Shi's face was streaked with tears as he said with utmost remorse, I'm sorry. I've lived in regret ever since that day, for not seeing the true nature of that adoptive family. That cruel maniac murdered more than a dozen children. It wasn't until the case was reported in the news that I found out the truth. I tried to find you two, but there were no clues at all. Thank goodness you two are still safe and sound. Is Chu Yun okay now?" Chumo lowered his head and calmly reassured him. "My sister has been sick for the past 2 years, but I've already found a way to treat her. She'll get better, she definitely will." Just then, on a quiet street not far from the orphanage, Sha Zhou casually walked over and asked, "Is it over? Has Chumo left already?" Li Hanling commented, "Ever since Chumo beat you up, you haven't wanted to see him again." "What a twisted personality," he asked defensively. "What are you talking about? I'm not deliberately avoiding him. How is Chumo now?" Li Hanling glanced at him sideways and said flatly, "Chumo talked with the director for half an hour, then was surrounded by the orphanage children, and played with them for an hour. Chumo looked exhausted when he left, saying he didn't want to see any more kids for a while." Sha Zhou grinned from ear to ear, never expecting that such a stoic guy couldn't handle children. It was an unexpected surprise, another one of Chumo's weaknesses discovered. Li Hanling said coldly, "Is that funny? That orphanage was shut down 10 years ago for trafficking children. Director Shi of the orphanage also committed suicide here. No one was willing to renovate this place with its bad reputation, so it's been abandoned ever since. It's impossible for there to be any children here." Soon after, the two walked into the orphanage. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by a cloud of dust. Li Hanling looked around and asked, "So much dust. Do you sense anything, spiritual energy, magic, or anything else?" Sha Zhou frowned and replied, "Nothing at all. This is just an ordinary orphanage that's been abandoned for a long time, so why would Chumo lie?" Li Hanling picked up a thick layer of dust and said, "Lie? I don't think Chumo was lying. At least he has no reason to tell me a lie that can be so easily exposed." Sha Zhou asked doubtfully, "You mean he really saw the dead director and the non-existent orphans?" Li Hanling said, "I have a rough idea, but it needs to be confirmed. Compared to Chumo, his sister Chu Yun is the bigger problem." They then walked into the orphanage's abandoned common classroom. Li Hanling looked around for a moment and asked, "We can't determine the location of Chu Yun's dorm room back then, so let's use the classroom instead. She should have spent enough time in here." Did you bring the red dust incense? Shoujo placed the incense burner on the table and explained, this is the red dust incense. Once lit, it can conjure images of Chu Yun's past here within 5 minutes, but it needs one of her cherished belongings as a medium. Li Hanling took out a small wooden horse and smiled. This thing wasn't easy to find. He placed the wooden horse on the table and said, this was Chu Yun's favorite toy before she came to the orphanage. Light the red dust incense. A wisp of light smoke then drifted from the small incense burner. The fragrance soon filled the entire room. In a corner the figure of a little girl appeared faintly in the smoke. Seeing this, Li Hanling murmured, it seems Chu Mo's sister was still alive at this time. Shoujo shrieked in agitation. What, you had me use the precious red dust incense just for this? Li Hanling murmured thoughtfully. I think we'll need to use the red dust incense 2 more times at the cannibal's house where Chu Mo was adopted, and at Chu Mo's childhood home. Is there enough red dust incense left? Shoujo, puzzled, immediately asked, there's enough red dust incense but we can't use it. Red dust incense can only be used if the location is intact. The cannibal's house was destroyed the night Chu Mo escaped, and the house Chu Mo once lived in was already dug 3 feet deep by the Corporate Alliance and the Cultivators during their investigation, and is severely damaged. Is Chu Yun, that patient lying in a coma, really that important? Hearing this, Li Hanling smiled playfully. Destroyed? What a coincidence. I've investigated Chu Yun. In the time before she entered the orphanage, she left behind many traces of her life, crafts, drawings, diaries, and her relatives have very clear memories of her. But during the period after she was adopted by the cannibal, Chu Yun's image becomes blurry. No school records, no work records. It seems she supported Chu Mo and herself by doing odd jobs and running a street stall. I've asked the people who ran stalls with Chu Yun, and their impressions of her are all very vague. He recalled the face of an old woman. Chu Yun, I remember, she was a very hard-working little girl. She'd come every day from noon to 6 to set up her stall and sell some small things. Didn't know how to dress herself up. She had short hair. Wait, was it short hair? I don't seem to remember clearly. Another old man appeared with a blank look. Chu Yun had a stall in our market for 2 or 3 years. What did Chu Yun sell at her stall? What was it? What was it again? Finishing his recollection, Li Hanling fiddled with the wooden horse and said, do you understand how bizarre this is? With such a tragic background and an inspiring hardworking image, Chu Yun should have been a noticeable presence anywhere she went. Yet no one can clearly describe what kind of person Chu Yun was, including Chu Mo. Chu Mo seems to have lost most of his memories of Chu Yun, which is why he asked me to investigate his origins, and his sister. Shoujo frowned and asked, have you told Chu Mo any of this information? He chuckled lightly. How could I? Have you forgotten? When Chu Mo declared war on the Corporate Alliance, he said his sister was his only reason for participating in the Secret Realm War and saving the world. Tell Chu Mo the truth and we'll end up with a strongest savior who is demoralized or even driven mad. Who's going to save the world then? Shoujo's brows knitted tightly as he pressed. So you think Chu Mo has gone crazy? Li Hanling took out a tablet and handed it over. Shoujo took it, full of doubt. What's this? He replied. The police record file on the cannibal's house. On the night the cannibal's house was destroyed, a rescue worker found a child who had become mute from extreme shock. The rescue worker wanted to keep him to understand the situation, but the child escaped in the chaos. That was the only surviving child the police found at the cannibal's house. What follows is my speculation. That night, Chu Mo's beloved sister died to save him. Perhaps he disguised himself as his sister, working to support himself. Perhaps his obsession was so strong that it turned his sister into an overly realistic illusion. Hearing this, Shoujo found it quite plausible. Creating a realistic illusion with Chu Mo's strength and talent, it's not impossible. Well, no need to think about it anymore. Keeping this secret is a good thing for Chu Mo, for us, and for the entire world. Li Hanling looked out the window and sighed. You're so naive. What I just said was only the most harmless hypothesis. Let's assume Chu Yun really did die that night, and Chu Mo's sanity is normal. Then who is the sister lying in a coma now, and who is Chu Mo? The night sky was starless, moonless, and cloudless. Yutong's home. She was using her abilities to treat Chu Yun. Pinkish-purple spiritual power slowly flowed into Chu Yun's body. Observing the situation, she couldn't help but say, strange. Seeing this, Chu Mo immediately asked with concern, Yutong, has my sister's condition gotten worse? Yutong replied, no. Quite the opposite. I've said before that your sister's body has already recovered to a healthy state. The reason for her coma is that the demonic beast aura on her can't be eradicated. But my previous judgment was wrong. It's not that the demonic beast aura can't be eradicated, but that your sister's body is continuously producing demonic beast aura, which created the illusion that the demonic beast aura couldn't be eradicated. Hearing this, he became even more panicked. My sister isn't being eroded by demonic beast aura, she's producing it. Isn't that even worse? Yutong explained. No, compared to her state during the previous treatments, the speed at which the demonic beast aura is generated has decreased by about 30 to 40. The point in time when this change occurred was after the third secret realm was cleared. At this, he gradually understood and continued. In other words, if I can achieve final victory in the secret realm war, my sister can fully recover and wake up from her coma? Yutong said confidently. Each victory in the secret realms continuously weakens the connection between our world and the other world. If you achieve final victory and sever the connection with the other world, your sister should be able to wake up. No, perhaps it won't take that long. I already have an idea for a treatment. If we can find more victims of the corporate alliance's human experiments and study the changes in their bodies, we might be able to cure your sister. Hearing this, he immediately prepared to leave. I understand. I'll go find them now, Yutong hurriedly stopped him. I know you're concerned about your sister, but this is too much. Where are you going to find people in the middle of the night? Seeing that she had a point, he went to the living room with her to talk. Li Hanling just sent me President Qian's address. As long as I capture President Qian and hang him up, I can quickly force him to reveal the detailed information on the other victims. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Ayr holding a bowl and smiling. Master, have a safe trip. Seeing that she was healthy, he couldn't help but smile and ask, Ayr, you're awake? When? Are you feeling better? Ayr answered expressionlessly like a machine. Master, thank you for your concern. I only took the damage from 6 explosions. It's no big deal at all. I woke up 3 hours ago. I didn't expect you to notice so quickly. I'm truly touched. Hearing this, he was finally relieved and smiled. As long as you're so energetic, I can rest assured. Since you're awake and have nothing to do, help me deliver a package at midnight tonight. When Ayr heard there was work to do, her face immediately twisted. I'm so happy. After taking the blast damage for you, I then killed over 100 corporate alliance hunters. I haven't even had time to eat a chicken leg, and now I'm immediately rewarded with a new mission. Seeing her protest, Yutong quickly went over and patted her head comfortingly. All right, just leave the errand to me. Little Ayr has already worked so hard, just rest at home. I'll bring back your favorite roasted chicken legs when I get back. What video are you watching? Ayr's expression changed in a second. Cradling the bowl, she replied, the live stream of the Liuyan City Secret Realm. I was unconscious for a long time, so I have to make sure I didn't say anything I shouldn't have on the live stream. It's just getting to your part. Want to watch? Unexpectedly, when she turned it on, Yutong's face appeared on the screen looking very arrogant. Cut the crap, seize Chu Mo for me. Captain Chu Mo, I'm going to make you my wife. After watching, Yutong just wanted to find a hole to crawl into and hide. She was completely stunned, her voice cracked from embarrassment. I said that and did that? Ayr, wanting to stir up more trouble, calmly praised. Impressive. After that, you did even more outrageous things to Master. No matter how good-tempered Yutong was, her blood pressure soared from anger. She hurriedly said, that's enough, stop it. Don't play it. Ayr stubbornly pulled the screen back and refused. I don't want to. I still need to watch the rest to confirm if I said anything that should be censored. Mortified, she lunged to grab the bowl but missed. Give me the bowl. No way. And so Yutong chased while Ayr dodged, creating a chaotic scene. Fearing he would be caught in the crossfire, Chu Mo immediately found an excuse to slip away. I'm heading out first. Remember to deliver that package for me. A moment later, in a certain underground laboratory, our protagonist doesn't use the front door. He prefers to break through walls. President Qian, who had been on edge for days, stood up to greet him. Chu Mo, you're finally here. The hard drive on the table contains all of the Qian family's live subject experiment data, conducted under the Corporate Alliance's instructions, including all the data on your sister. I think you'll definitely find it useful. He appeared from behind the smoke and asked in a mocking tone, not a single bodyguard, and you're so cooperatively handing over the data I want, do you think I'll let you go just because of this? President Qian laughed maniacally. Beg for your forgiveness? I never thought that for a moment. After all, I was the one responsible for carrying out the experiments. I am the enemy who hurt your sister. Chu Mo, I hate you, but I hate those bastards from the Corporate Alliance even more. The demonic beast fusion experiment was a project pushed by everyone in the Corporate Alliance, but they abandoned me and deliberately leaked my whereabouts. While you were looking for me, the Corporate Alliance's hunters had already arrived in Donghai City. They don't have the guts to face you head-on, so they plan to kidnap your sister and the cultivator Yutong, who's been helping you, as hostages. I can die, but if I help you, you have to do one thing for me. Send everyone from the Corporate Alliance to hell to meet me. Late at night, in a deserted district of Donghai City, Lei Zi stood with his hands on his hips, shouting menacingly. 100 hunters entering Donghai City at the same time. Does the Corporate Alliance want to go to war with us? I'll say it again, get the hell back to wherever you came from, the envoy calmly explained. President Lei Zi, you must be joking. We have always respected Dongyun Terrace and have no wish for conflict with any of you, but you all know why we are here. Our only enemy is Chu Mo. He did not take the bait, frowning as he reminded him, Corporate Alliance combatants are never to set foot in Donghai City. This is the agreement between the Corporate Alliance and our Dongyun Terrace. The man corrected him with a sophism. That was an agreement between the Corporate Alliance and the strongest hunter, Jiaoxi. But Jiaoxi is dead. Without him, does the current Dongyun Terrace still qualify to speak to us as equals? Seeing that the man was persistent, he said impatiently, what a waste of breath. After all that talk, you still just want to fight, the envoy with his silver tongue said. No, you misunderstand. At the very least, we will not tear up our relationship with Dongyun Terrace. After all, at least for now, Jiaoxi is still a heroic idol in the hearts of many hunters. Lei Zi grew more and more annoyed and said flatly, what is this nonsense? Are we fighting or not? Can you be clear? If you don't want a war, then get the hell back to where you came from. Sigh, didn't I just say that a moment ago? The envoy calmly and patiently persuaded. Don't you understand yet? The mission for me and these hunters is just to stall you here. As long as we do nothing, we can maintain a superficial peace, even if thousands of hunters have already secretly entered Donghai City at the same time. That has nothing to do with the corporate alliance. Rest assured, we used President Qian as bait to lure Chu Mo elsewhere. Only Chu Mo's sister and that cultivator who's been helping him are here. And perhaps that demonic beast by Chu Mo's side. The damage to Donghai City will be controlled to a minimum. After hearing this, Lei Zi cursed contemptuously. Taking hostages because you can't fight him head-on. This guy is real scum, the envoy sneered. You're the one who's too naive. President Lei Zi, the corporate alliance, will absolutely not forget Jiaoxi. That monster who single-handedly upset the balance of the entire world. That's why we will not allow another uncontrollable monster like him to exist. At the same time, in another corner of the city, Yutong put down a stone and muttered in confusion, according to the note Chu Mo left. I shouldn't have done it wrong, right? This condition is really strange. Place this stone here at midnight. She waited for a while, observing, but everything remained calm. Yudong couldn't help but ask herself, nothing's happening, did I put it in the wrong place? However, as soon as the words left her mouth, a beam of light flew over. Lei Zi landed in front of Yutong and shouted happily, Great, I finally found you. She found his face unfamiliar and asked, do we know each other? Right, could it be you're here to pick up a package? Hearing this, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Package? What package? No, never mind the package for now. Those scumbags are about to arrive. Not just you, but Chu Mo's sister is also their target. Is Chu Mo's sister at your house now? But it seems your house has a spell on it and can't be entered. I'm not sure if those scumbags will use brute force to destroy your house directly. In that case, Chu Mo's sister would be in great danger and it's not safe here either. Come with me, Yudong was shocked and said hurriedly. Wait. You talk too fast without even taking a breath. I can't understand a thing you're saying. Who are you? Lei Zi took a breath and quickly explained. Sorry, it's a side effect of my ability. For a period after I leave my accelerated state, my body's internal clock gets disordered and my speech speeds up. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lei Zi, the president of Dongyun Terrace. Yutong's face instantly turned cold, and she said icily, The conglomerate, coming to find me while Chu Mo is away. Are you trying to make me hand over Chu Mo's sister? Dream on. Seeing that she seemed ready to fight, he hurriedly clarified, Miss Yutong, please calm down. Our Dongyun Terrace is not with the corporate alliance. Have you forgotten? After the first secret realm ended, Chu Mo's sister was kidnapped. We were the ones who helped find her. Tonight, the corporate alliance's hunters are invading Donghai City, and their targets are you and Chu Mo's sister, Chu Yun. Please take me to Chu Yun. I will provide protection for you. Yutong frowned in disbelief. Dongyun Terrace, I remember you did help back then. But the situation now is completely different from then. I can't fully trust you. Besides, the conglomerate's hunters can't harm Chu Mo's sister either. Lei Zi could only try his best to persuade her. He told her what he knew. I know Chu Mo has a demonic beast by his side. Perhaps it's protecting Chu Yun. But this time, at least 1,000 hunters have entered Donghai City. Even if that demonic beast is strong enough, it will be difficult to protect Chu Yun under the attack of so many hunters. Halfway through his words, the stone at his feet suddenly emitted a 7-colored smoke. Seeing the smoke grow thicker, Lei Zi couldn't help but become vigilant. What is this? A moment later, a group of Yaksha ghosts walked out with the one-eyed ghost leading the way, laughing heartily and shouting, The immortal realm, this must be the immortal realm. I've finally ascended to become an immortal. An immortal suddenly appeared, shattering the ghost's illusion. Wrong, this is Liuyuan City, the Liuyuan City of 1,000 years later. Following the group of ghosts and the old immortal, a crowd of people walked out of the smoke. These people looked around, their hearts filled with confusion, and someone muttered, My last memory is of a terrifying white light piercing through Liuyuan City. The people nearby heard this and were thrown into chaos. What, does that mean we're already dead? Are you saying we've become ghosts? No, impossible. I can still feel my body and my breath. Someone on the street lowered their head dejectedly and muttered, I want to go home. Home? Where is it? Yutong shivered as she looked at this mixed scene of humans and ghosts. These monsters and this group of ancient people, did they all come out of the stone Chu Mo gave me? Just how many people were hidden in there? Lei Zi speculated in disbelief. Logically, items from a secret realm cannot be brought back to reality. An entire city of humans and monsters, this has already broken the rules of the secret realm. Hearing him say this, she was also very confused. You mean they are all from Liuyuan City, he thought as he spoke. Don't you have any recollection? That's right. Besides Chu Mo, almost all the saviors lost consciousness during this secret realm. These ancient people are the ordinary folk of Liuyuan City from 1,000 years ago, and these monsters are pitiful people who were deceived by the false demon and thought they had become immortals. Seeing a giant snake fly by, he could only sigh. Looks like I was overthinking it. Chu Mo must have anticipated the corporate alliance's attack, which is why he summoned these monsters to deal with them. Chu Mo is truly the strongest savior. The ordinary citizens saw the smoke and the group of ghosts and monsters and kept their distance. One ghost heard the whispers and gritted its teeth. Chu Mo, that insidious liar, Chu Mo, the evil god from another world, is in this city. Another ghost roared in anger. Kill him. Killing him 100 times isn't enough. That bastard not only tricked us and turned us into monsters, but he even forced us to kill everyone in Liuyuan City. A few unlucky bystanders who were standing nearby ran while screaming for help. There are monsters, help, this is insane. Why are the monsters from the live stream here? The red-eyed monster shouted. Sugar blower, stop hiding, tell us where we can find Chumo. The immortal turned his head and said with an air of profoundness, this city has the scent of Chumo, but it's very faint. He's not here right now, but you all surely remember the demonic beast by Chumo's side, the one that looks like a little girl with white hair. Hearing this, a monster laughed mockingly. Of course I remember. That delusional fool, the river god, even wanted to marry her, but he ended up getting smashed to pieces by that demonic beast. It's hilarious. The river god flew into a rage from embarrassment and roared. I was careless. Who could have expected that little girl to suddenly unleash such powerful strength? If we fight again, I definitely won't lose. Seeing they were about to fight, the immortal quickly interjected. Your chance is coming soon. That demonic beast is on the street ahead, and I can also sense many people gathering towards it. They also have the power of demonization on them. The red-eyed monster was indeed distracted. It threw its head back and howled. What are those damn demonic beasts trying to do to our world again? Oh, this isn't our world anymore. Does this world still need us? The immortal smiled wickedly. Don't think about it too much. Just focus on revenge. Although the Liuyan city I wanted to protect is gone, the demonic beasts are still here, still ravaging our world. There is only one thing we need to do. Take revenge on the demonic beasts and the evil god Chumo, the group of monsters shouted in unison. Revenge on the demonic beasts and the evil god Chumo. And so that night, in a city that was originally peaceful, an explosion suddenly occurred. Several members of Dongyun Terrace saw the smoke and were extremely anxious. Damn it, a fight has started in the city. Do we need to go back and support President Lei Zi? A senior member of the team sternly stopped them. No, President Lei Zi ordered us to stall these hunters here. We cannot disobey his command. A combatant from the Alliance requested instructions. Commander, President Qian's conglomerate has been destroyed and Chumo could return at any moment. President Lei Zi of Dongyun Terrace is also preparing to stop our operation. Are we really going to wait here for the results? The envoy said calmly. What's the hurry? Chumo's location has already been confirmed. With 1,000 hunters attacking at the same time, no matter how fast President Lei Zi is, he's only one person and can't do anything. The situation is already decided. As soon as his words fell, a beam of light landed in front of them. The envoy's face changed drastically when he saw the figure in the light. The scene was indeed visually shocking, and a combatant beside him couldn't help but ask in a strained voice, Captain of the 13th Squad, what happened? The person being supported was taking his last breaths. Hearing his comrade's voice, he struggled to warn them. Monsters. The monsters from the Secret Realm livestream from Liuyan City are all here. They attacked us. This is a trap. It's Chumo's trap. At the same time, in a spacious courtyard, Li Hanling looked into the distance and asked expectantly, the Corporate Alliance's hunters are almost here, are you ready? Sha Zhou paused and said, over 1,000 high-level hunters. Even if that demonic beast pet Chumo has is here, I can't guarantee Chumo's sister's safety. Hearing this, he comforted him. Look at you, your mission is only to assist Chumo's demonic beast pet. Do you really think you can take out 1,000 hunters in such a dangerous battle? It'll be amazing if you can just survive. Hearing this, Sha Zhou couldn't help but suggest, can't we take Chumo's sister away now? Chu Yun has too many secrets hidden within her. Before we confirm the truth, we should try to avoid any complications. Seeing the other's blank look, Li Hanling analyzed the pros and cons for him. If we take Chumo's sister away a few hours early, it will only increase his suspicion of us. Why were we able to predict the Corporate Alliance's actions and not tell him? Taking Chu Yun now is meaningless. Surrounded by 1,000 people, it's a tough fight no matter where you run. More importantly, rescuing someone in a time of crisis is far more moving than just adding to their good fortune. Hearing his scheme, Sha Zhou broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, damn it, you knew all along. Wait, did you deliberately arrange for the Corporate Alliance hunters to attack Chu Yun? If Chu Mo finds out you planned all this, won't that be terrible? Li Hanling said seriously. To gain Chu Mo's trust, taking this risk is a matter of course. Only if we risk our lives to save Chu Mo's sister will he allow us to get close to Chu Yun. Only then can we investigate Chu Yun's secret, Sha Zhou argued. Even so, 1,000 high-level hunters are too many. Couldn't you have them send fewer people? Li Hanling raised his voice. What? Do you really think the Corporate Alliance takes orders from me? The location of President Qian's hideout, this information was too easy to obtain. So I guessed it was bait to kidnap Chu Yun. Over 1,000 high-level hunters, the Corporate Alliance is really going all out, using up almost all their available resources. However, this number is still within my expectations. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Li Hanling read the message and smiled with satisfaction. They're here. Hearing this, Sha Zhou grimaced and said, received. An oppressive spiritual energy spread out. Sha Zhou said seriously, leave the rest to me. However, before he could act, Li Hanling suddenly said nervously, wait, interrupted. Sha Zhou asked, annoyed and confused. Now what, can't you say everything at once? Seeing the group of monsters and ghosts pass by, Li Hanling cried out, monsters, the monsters from Liuyan City, why are they here? Sha Zhou couldn't remain calm either and hurriedly asked, what the hell? You didn't say these monsters would come too. I remember from the Secret Realm livestream that group of monsters was definitely not on friendly terms with Chu Mo. What if the hunters and these monsters attack Chu Mo together? Li Hanling, tell me, is this also part of your plan? Li Hanling replied with extreme vigilance. Who could have planned for monsters from a secret realm to appear in reality? This is terrible, absolutely terrible. If anything happens to Chu Yun and Chu Mo breaks down, this world is finished. I thought the situation was dire, but the Alliance's combat forces ran right into that group of monsters. The two sides started fighting without a second thought. Sha Zhou was speechless. What is this? The hunters and monsters are fighting. Li Hanling was stunned, thinking, it seems there's nothing for us to do here. He said blankly, I suppose so. The envoy and a trusted subordinate burst out in a cloud of smoke. A combatant asked, Commander, is it really okay for us to rush directly into Donghai City like this? He replied swiftly. Won't it break the tacit understanding between Dongyun Terrace and the corporate alliance? It doesn't matter anymore. The mission to kidnap Chu Yun must not be hindered. The envoy cleared the way as he ordered. Speed up, Dwight. We're almost there. Hearing no response, he grew puzzled and turned his head. Dwight? Then he heard the immortal ask, Dwight, are you referring to this one? Seeing his subordinate clenched in the river god's jaws, his face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, disgusting monsters. Wouldn't it be better for creatures like you to just die quietly in the dust of history? Why must you stand in my way? The immortal let out a hideous laugh. Stand in your way, let me ask you, why are you humans colluding with demonic beasts and becoming the lackeys of the evil god Chu Mo? Hearing this, the envoy put his disgust aside and quickly asked about Chu Mo. Is your target also Chu Mo? Are you here to get revenge on him? The immortal clearly didn't believe him. He chuckled and said, are you trying to say you're also planning to attack Chu Mo? Do you think I'd believe you? I could smell the power of demonic corruption on you from kilometers away, the envoy hurriedly explained. No, we're allies, we really are, as long as we join forces. Before he could finish, there was a swoosh. The envoy clutched his neck, gasping, I can't breathe. Stop your ability, we don't have to fight. Please let me explain. Seeing him suddenly afflicted, the immortal was confused. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. With a few more swooshes, several alliance combatants fell backward, struggling to breathe. Help me, what's happening? My body won't move. Chu Mo strode out casually and said, what a lively fight you're all having. Who gave you permission to disturb my sister's rest? Meanwhile, a combatant breaking a barrier thought excitedly, the barrier is open. Perfect. Just one more step, grab the target, and the bounty is mine. Move, come on, move. Why won't my body obey? The man was too focused to notice his surroundings. Chu Mo appeared behind him and said, all this time I've been restraining myself to maintain stability in the world. It seems that has given you the wrong idea about me. It even gave you the courage to ambush my sister. From now on, this world will only obey one voice. The appearance of this group of ghosts and monsters startled the entire Donghai City. It seemed this would be an unforgettable night. The Alliance hunters fell at a street corner. Eugen gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up. The battle hadn't even started, yet 1,000 hunters had nearly lost all will to fight, paralyzed by fear. Damn it, my ability. It's almost completely suppressed. I can't even imagine how powerful Chu Mo has become. He used all his strength to send a message. Commander, can you hear me? The envoy, also gasping for breath, heard the echo in his mind and realized, is this the mind link ability, Eugen? Eugen struggled to ask for orders. It's me, Commander. What should we do now? The envoy ordered with a cold sneer. Use your ability to notify all hunters. Launch a final desperate attack. Unless Chu Mo is willing to disregard civilian casualties and use a wide-range attack, he can't possibly kill all of us at once. And as long as one of us captures his sister, we win. This is our only chance of survival, he reported exhaustedly to the commander. But the hunters are all paralyzed by fear and can't move. The man panted heavily, gathering his strength with all his might. Keep using your mind link. Transmit my energy, the group frenzy resonance, to all 1,000 hunters. Eugen, you can do it, Eugen said with concern. Theoretically, yes, but Commander, your body can't handle linking with so many people. You'll likely die before the group frenzy even takes effect. The envoy was completely unhinged now. He glared and roared, shut up and follow my orders. Though hesitant, the loyal Eugen carried out the command. Yes? Immediately, Eugen's spiritual power swept over all the members, carrying the activating force from the envoy and driving them all into a frenzy. Feeling the link with his 999 comrades, he channeled his energy and shouted, Group, frenzy! Chu Mo, who had been watching from the start, walked forward and praised nonchalantly. Not bad. The envoy laughed maniacally, blurting out everything on his mind. You're too late. My ability has already been activated. Chu Mo, in this godless world, do you want to become a god among men? The corporate alliance won't allow it. Humanity won't allow it, and this world won't allow it. All hunters, listen to my command even if you die in the next second. You will keep moving, and you undead of Liuyan City, listen up. If you still want revenge on Chu Mo, then help us. The target is Chu Mo's sister, the envoy continued to shout. Annoyed, Chu Mo snapped his fingers and said, quiet. A second later, the envoy was sliced in half at the waist. A few subordinates saw their leader die but still charged forward in a frenzy only to become headless horsemen. Chu Mo put a finger to his lips and shushed. You're being too loud. You'll wake my sister. The immortal witnessed this silent massacre, his heart pounding. What just happened? The bodies of the envoy and his men were scattered on the ground, a sight that terrified the immortal. They're dead, all of them. Those human traitors with the power of demonic corruption were killed by Chu Mo in a way I can't even comprehend. Weren't they the lackeys of the evil god Chu Mo? Why would he kill his own men? After dealing with the Alliance, he turned to have a chat with these antiques. This is Donghai City, a city built on ruins. In your time, those ruins were the former Liuyan City. Located in the land of the lost, Liuyan City not only experienced a time loop but also developed its own consciousness. To return from the land of the lost, I made a deal with Liuyan City. The city, out of affection for the beings born within it, wanted to save you and bring you back to your own world. The immortal, still reeling from the display, thought, are we insane? How could we be so reckless as to challenge him? We're not even in the same league. Chu Mo walked closer and said in a low voice, as per my agreement with Liuyan City, I have brought you back to reality and fulfilled the contract, the immortal said dazedly. You saved us. Listening to the old man's justification, his sharp gaze swept over them. Considering your tragic lives, I was planning to set you free. But you dared to join forces with the conglomerate's hunters and disturb my sister's peace. The old immortal's face turned pale with fright. He quickly tried to explain. Hunters, you mean those people with strong demonic power? We were just passing by. We have no connection to them. In fact, we fought them. We absolutely had no intention of making an enemy of you. He didn't believe a word. In a cold tone he said, Old man, you're lying. Do you want to die again? Meanwhile, at the Corporate Alliance headquarters, President Xi slammed his desk and cursed, Useless, a bunch of useless fools. It's been a day since the attack on Donghai City. Can anyone tell me where Chu Mo is now and what he plans to do? President Ma waited for him to finish before coming online. He questioned. Before that, President Xi, as the temporary commander of the Corporate Alliance, don't you have something to say to us? Under your command, more than half of the Alliance's high-level hunters went to their deaths in Donghai City just to capture Chu Mo's sister, and you have nothing to show for it, President Xi sneered sarcastically. President Ma, are you in such a hurry to become the new commander? We are now facing the greatest crisis in the Corporate Alliance's history. Chu Mo's counterattack will likely inflict heavy losses upon us. President Xu calmly stepped in to smooth things over. President Xi is right. Now is not the time to be pointing fingers. We must unite and come up with the best defense plan. I'll start by sharing my intelligence. The monsters from Liuyan City are walking the streets of Donghai City. They are coexisting peacefully with the local residents. They even actively help locals who are in trouble. But the moment anyone tries to investigate Chu Mo or approach his residence, they are attacked by the monsters. The spies I sent were almost all captured and I've lost contact with them. That group of monsters is powerful and follows Chu Mo's orders completely. Donghai City has effectively become Chu Mo's personal backyard. President Lin, eager to stir up trouble, suggested. President Xu cut the crap. Just launch the nukes. Launch as many as you've got and flatten Donghai City. He immediately retorted, please don't be ridiculous. We've already confirmed that nukes aren't very effective against Chu Mo. Even if we obliterate Donghai City and the monster army, we won't be safe. The nukes would kill Chu Mo's sister and then we'd have to face a Chu Mo with no more restraints, bent solely on revenge. Hearing this excuse, he smiled even more brightly and goaded. President Xu, are you still seriously considering how to deal with Chu Mo? There's no chance. All I want to do is kill the people Chu Mo cares about, before Chu Mo kills us. But he didn't get to laugh for long before he was attacked. Who are you? How did you get in here? Get out. Even though he disliked him, President Xu was still concerned when he saw something was wrong. President Lin, what's happening on your end? Do you need help? A voice came from the other side. Of course, it's someone else taking his place. Unfortunately, President Lin is unable to answer you at the moment. The image isn't showing up yet. This is supposed to be the latest projection device. Why is it so difficult to use? Li Hanling appeared with a confident smile. The image is finally up. I don't think I need an introduction. The moment he appeared, President Xi immediately cursed. Li Hanling, you traitor to the conglomerate, you despicable bastard. You had a good father who gave his life to absolve you of all your crimes. Are you in such a hurry to die? Li Hanling wasn't fazed in the slightest. He chuckled lightly and said, no need to get so excited. I'm just here to deliver a message from Chu Mo. Surrender to him within 3 days, and obey his commands. If you refuse, the Corporate Alliance will cease to exist. A few hours after Chu Mo's face-to-face threat and chat, the veins on the long-eared ghost's forehead bulged. He looked to his side and said loudly, a direct confrontation would be suicide. We have to pretend to submit to Chu Mo to find an opportunity to kill that evil god. Isn't that what you said last night? The immortal was sweating buckets as he nervously explained, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Didn't you also watch the replay of the Secret Realm live stream? Lord Chu Mo is dedicated to saving the world, giving it his all. He is a great savior. Hearing him suck up, the long-eared ghost could only remark sarcastically, Lord Chu Mo, you changed your tune quickly. No wonder you sold us out without a second thought. Now not only do we have to patrol Donghai City every day, but we also have to cooperate with some rather dangerous-looking health checkups. Hearing this, the immortal was terrified and quickly corrected him. Don't talk nonsense. Lord Chu Mo is concerned for our health, which is why he's providing us with these checkups as a benefit. What do you have to complain about? At least we all survived. We just have to work for Lord Chu Mo for 3 years and then we'll be free to leave or stay. If you have a problem, go talk to Lord Chu Mo yourself. He is magnanimous and surely won't mind. The long-eared ghost acted tough but was actually quite fragile. After being yelled at, he started to cry. "Are you trying to get me killed? I don't want to face that guy alone. He's terrifying." While the two ghosts were arguing, Chumo went to visit a laboratory. He paced for a moment, then spoke. "You're planning to sell me such a large experimental base for $1? I thought you'd just give it to me." The butler smiled elegantly and replied, "Unconditional gifts always come with unreasonable demands, so this is a voluntary and equal exchange between the Dongyun conglomerate and Mr. Chumo." Chumo commented coldly, "An equal exchange with no expectation of return. How thoughtful of you." As if he didn't catch the sarcasm, the butler continued his introduction without a change in expression. "The salaries for all researchers in the experimental base for the next 30 years have already been paid. You also don't need to worry about equipment and resources. Fully supporting Mr. Chumo in saving the world is the most important mission of our Dongyun conglomerate right now." He latched onto a word in his sentence, "most important. Then the one talking to me here should be the president of your Dongyun conglomerate, Lei Zi." Realizing he had misspoken again, the butler said in a flustered and terrified manner, "President Lei Zi had a last-minute matter to attend to. It's absolutely not out of disrespect for you. I am responsible for most of the daily affairs of the Dongyun conglomerate, essentially serving as the Dongyun conglomerate's head butler. It would be most appropriate for me to assist you in your work." He had no patience for the other's excuses and asked directly, "Enough, no need for explanations, I don't care. I've shared the data I got from President Qian with you. Any progress?" Speaking of business, the butler calmed down and reported, "Regarding that data, the Dongyun conglomerate's personnel have been working at full capacity to decrypt and analyze it. The time has been too short, so we've only completed half of it so far, but I received an extremely shocking piece of intelligence that I was just about to report to you. Including this secret realm war, our world has been connected to the other world multiple times. Not twice, but 3 times." Chumo sensed a discrepancy and asked calmly, "If I remember correctly, the secret realm war has only happened twice, once 1,000 years ago and once now. Are the cultivators lying?" The butler frowned, his expression serious as he explained, "The secret realm war has indeed only happened twice. It's not the cultivators who are lying, it's the corporate alliance. They concealed important information from the historical era 1,000 years ago from us. Humanity once developed a level of technology beyond our imagination. The humans of that era invaded the other world, captured demonic beasts, and even tamed them as pets. A little over 1,000 years ago, a continent called Yizhou appeared in the sea. On that continent, the corporate alliance obtained technological achievements from the historical era's ruins and also discovered tamed and modified demonic beasts to satisfy their greed and seize the treasures. Many people fought against the monsters. It seems to be a result of historical technological modification. Strange particles are released from the flesh and blood of dead monsters. A small number of qualified individuals can absorb these energy particles, enhancing their strength or gaining special abilities. This is the origin of the hunters. You could say that the corporate alliance's hunters are physically mutated, while the residents of Liuyuan City 1,000 years ago were manipulated by the false demon, resulting in mental mutations. But power comes at a price. Most hunters don't live past 35. And the monsters of Liuyuan City aren't just victims either. According to the recent health checkups, they also have at most 3 years to live. To safely obtain great power while also having a long lifespan, the corporate alliance used prehistoric technology obtained from the ruins to conduct human experiments. After listening to the long explanation, Chumo summarized and asked, "Prehistoric technology. If we can fully restore prehistoric technology, it should be able to cure my sister, right?" The butler said solemnly, "Mr. Chumo, it's not just you. The corporate alliance also desires the complete scientific technology. But unfortunately, Yizhou has already sunk." That's not entirely accurate. The continent vanished from the material plane for some unknown reason, but just the partial data obtained from the ruins has allowed the corporate alliance's technology to advance rapidly in a short time. This is also why they are not afraid of the demonic beast's descent. Mr. Chumo, according to Miss Yutong's theory, as long as you can achieve final victory in the secret realm war, your sister will recover. You don't need to be so anxious. After listening to the butler's empty promises, he said, "I don't need uncertain theories. The secret realm war will last for a year. I can't wait that long. Perhaps my sister's condition will worsen during this period. Perhaps even winning won't be able to cure my sister. I will not give up on any slight possibility. Do you think the members of the corporate alliance would hide important technological information from each other?" Hearing this, the butler knew the situation was out of control and asked with a drastic change in expression, "Mr. Chumo, what are you planning to do?" He replied, "Li Hanling should have already issued an ultimatum to the 4 major sects and the corporate alliance by now. Within 3 days they can choose to become my dogs or become history." Hearing this simple and brutal plan, the butler couldn't help but find it absurd and blurted out, "Crazy, are you crazy? A full-scale war will throw the entire world into chaos," Chumo coolly goaded. That bunch of fools only know how to waste manpower and resources on boring internal conflicts. It's time to end this farce. This world only needs one voice, one will. Money, power, status, I don't care. All I want is victory. Dongyun Conglomerate, one experimental base. Is that the extent of your ambition? Stop playing these small games. Invest in me with your greatest assets. Be the first to board my war chariot and you will reap the greatest benefits and restore your former glory. Dongyun Conglomerate experimental base. A knock on the door. Chumo said, "Come in." Li Hanling walked in and asked curiously. The director of the Dongyun Conglomerate just ran out in a panic as if he'd seen a ghost. What happened? He chuckled lightly. Probably my appetite was too big, and it scared him. Li Hanling, report the situation first. Li Hanling sneered and reported the situation. The four major sects have a very firm attitude and refuse to accept your leadership. They've chosen to go to war. Analyzing their attitude, the cultivators still have some tricks up their sleeves. The answer was expected. He laughed mockingly. Hiding their strength not to fight the world but to scheme against their teammates, that's indeed something they would do. What about the corporate alliance's response? Li Hanling added. The presidents of the corporate alliance said they need to consider it. They didn't give an immediate answer. It seems they're just trying to stall for time. Chumo's lips curved into a smile. An expected reaction. Then let's add some more fuel to the fire. Later at a corporate alliance meeting, President Xi announced the bad news with a cold face. Latest news, President Lei Zi of the Dongyun Conglomerate has announced that from now on he will fully support all of Chumo's plans. President Ma flew into a rage. Bastard, that guy is shameless. We should have wiped out the Dongyun Conglomerate long ago. President Xi's face darkened as he forcefully changed the subject. We don't have time for regrets. There are only 3 days left until Chumo's deadline. Let's hear your thoughts, President Xu said with a nonchalant air. First, we need to confirm everyone's thoughts. Among the presidents present, I assume no one is willing to surrender to Chumo and hand over their conglomerate to him, right? President Ma, that hot-headed fool, got worked up and slammed the table, roaring, "Of course not. Why should Chumo get to take away the results of 4 or 5 generations of our family's hard work with just a few words?" The presidents from the same faction all voiced their opinions. That's right, I'm not surrendering to Chumo. President Xu smiled in a particularly harmless and cruel way. In that case, the first thing we need to consider is how to save our own lives. According to previous analysis, even in intense battles, Chumo will try to avoid innocent casualties. He is full of compassion for ordinary people, so to stay alive, we need hostages. A lot of hostages. Hearing this, President Ma volunteered for the task. Hostages, quietly transferring a large population, is my specialty. How many hostages do you need? 10,000? 100,000? I'll go prepare right now. President Xu held up 2 fingers and said with extreme grimness, 200 million. We need at least that number to negotiate with Chumo. Hearing the number, President Ma slammed the table and shouted, 200 million, are you kidding me? Where am I supposed to get that many hostages? President Xu muttered with a blank expression. During this time, to ensure safety, all presidents have been staying in hidden locations, underground bases, unnamed islands at sea, even outer space. But one day we will be found. So from now on, each of us must stay in a major city with a population of over 1 million, and at the same time, carry explosives sufficient to destroy the entire city. That way, won't we have over 200 million hostages? President Lin raised both hands in agreement and added details. Good idea. We can also guide public opinion and spread rumors about Donghai City, for example, that the merchants of Donghai City are being enslaved by Chumo's monsters and played with. President Xu grew more excited as he spoke. Yes, create the image of Chumo as a tyrannical dictator, making him the target of everyone's scorn. President Lin became more and more pleased with the idea and laughed happily. The tyrant Chumo has lost all conscience, causing the people of Donghai City to live in misery, a life worse than death. Now he has control over the entire corporate alliance and the cultivators of the 4 major sects, shrouding the whole world in his dark rule. This way everyone will be on our side. He left, satisfied. But he hadn't been laughing for more than a few minutes before he was shot. Black blood dripped down. Seeing the true face of the attacker, President Xu's eyes widened as he shouted, "You're President Lin's younger brother. Lin Bei, do you know what you're doing?" Lin Bei grabbed his brother's hair, held him up and laughed like a madman. "You're wrong, shorty. I'm President Lin now," President Ma shouted, both nervous and angry. "Do you think we'll allow this, you empty-headed fool? Even if you kill your brother, you won't become president." Lin Bei heard this and said, "It seems you don't know yet. Just now, Chumo announced to the whole world that because you conspired to harm his sister as punishment, if the corporate alliance doesn't choose to submit after 3 days, then all your family, relatives, friends, subordinates, including the ordinary people who support the corporate alliance, will be considered enemies, and enemies can all be killed." President Xi raised an eyebrow calmly and provoked, "It seems you're not just a fool, but also a coward. Did you kill your brother because you're too afraid of death?" Lin Bei said with a crazed look, "Of course there's more to it. Lord Chumo doesn't wish to cause too much bloodshed. If the presidents of the corporate alliance remain stubborn and refuse to surrender, then whether it's the president's relatives, friends, or subordinates, as long as they kill you, they can take the president's position. Now this fool that you all look down on has received Chu Mo's recognition and become President Lin. It's your turn to be afraid. After the corporate alliance's presidential meeting in President Ma's private residence, President Ma urged loudly, "Chen Ying, what are you still dawdling for? Forget about the luggage. None of that is important. Just bring our son over. The helicopter is almost here. We should go. It's not safe here anymore." Chen Ying trembled all over, stammering, I'm sorry, I can't go with you." He looked at the knife in his wife's hand and laughed like a fool. "I see, you also want to take my assets, take the conglomerate that belongs to me. This is hilarious. You can't even kill a fish usually. You want to kill me? Where did you get the nerve?" President Ma hadn't finished his sentence before he faced retribution, his face turning ashen. His wife Chen Ying charged forward without any hesitation and stabbed him. She muttered with fear and hatred, "Assets were never important to begin with. I don't care that you're keeping a celebrity on the side." President Ma grabbed her hair, blood flowing from his mouth, and cursed through gritted teeth. "Bitch." She pulled out the knife without a care. Chen Ying stood up straight and screamed, unable to bear it any longer. "But why did you have to offend Chu Mo? Why did you have to risk my son's life? Do you understand? You've angered Chu Mo. Our whole family has to die." When his life was on the line, President Ma finally knew fear and hurriedly said, I know, I'll surrender to Chu Mo right now." But Chen Ying knew him too well and had long been disappointed. She said in a low voice, "I won't believe you again." And then came the house cleaning. Meanwhile, in an igloo in the Arctic, President Xu received news that just moments ago, President Ma had died. President Xi said impatiently, "Did you hear that? Under Chu Mo's terrifying threat, 4 presidents of the corporate alliance have already died tragically. Killed by their own butlers, killed by their own brothers, killed by their own wives, killed by their own sons. We don't have much time left," Ku Tianxin sarcastically remarked. "Weren't you all manipulating public opinion trying to portray Chu Mo as a demon king? Well, you got your wish. Chu Mo has really become a tyrant now," President Xi retorted tit for tat. "To defeat Chu Mo, we've done our best. What have you cultivators done? What right do you have to mock me? Even if we surrender to Chu Mo now, we'll be glorious in defeat," Ku Tianxin said with full confidence. "If you wanted to surrender, you wouldn't have come all the way to the Arctic to see me," President Xi asked doubtfully. "Do you really have a way to deal with Chu Mo? You're not just putting on a brave face, are you? That sounds like something you'd do. There's nothing here but glaciers and polar bears. Are you planning to defeat Chu Mo with polar bears?" Ku Tianxin stepped aside, revealing a yin-yang formation within. "The real weapon is 4,000 meters under the glacier in the deep sea," he revealed. "We did nothing. The 3 sect masters worked together for 3 days just to open this passage." He walked to the center of the formation and gave them a look. "If you still have any courage left, follow me." Pushed to the brink, President Xi declared, ready to burn his bridges. 400 meters in the deep sea, I've been there before. What's there to be afraid of?" Only after stepping into the formation did he add, "Spatial teleportation can't be used in this area, so you can think of this passage as a 4,000-meter-long drop tower." Then the yin-yang elevator began to turn, and President Xi cursed as he was suspended in the air. "Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier?" The formation moved at the speed of light, reaching a depth of 4,000 meters in just a few seconds. President Xi, his old bones aching, asked, "Are we there yet? What is it we're here to see?" Ku Tianxin began to tell a story. "The sinner who killed over 50 million people 1,000 years ago, who destroyed the underground divine kingdom of Deluo Tian, and who was also the strongest savior of the last secret realm. His name was never recorded. The cultivators of that time called him Destiny." Hearing the resume of this mass murderer, President Xi hesitated. "Destiny, a sinner who killed 50 million people. We're going to cooperate with a madman like that." President Xu, however, wasn't conflicted and asked with concern, "The most important question is, can that guy named Destiny really deal with Chu Mo?" Ku Tianxin stated plainly. 1,000 years ago, Destiny was the strongest savior capable of fighting a 30,000-year-old demonic beast. President Xi blurted out in shock. "A 30,000-year-old demonic beast? That's 10 million in combat power. Are you serious? Even that monster Chu Mo, according to the latest data, only has a combat power of 100,000 at most." Seeing his loss of composure, Ku Tianxin explained, 1,000 years ago, the spiritual energy on Earth was dense. The current situation can't be compared to the past. There were more than 10 cultivators with cultivation levels equal to or weaker than Destiny's. But even if all the cultivators in the world formed an allied army, they couldn't defeat the Destiny you're about to meet. His bizarre ability makes him invincible." President Xu smiled naively. "This is why I hate you cultivators. Even at a critical moment, you're still being all cryptic and mysterious." As soon as his voice fell, a deadly talisman sound echoed. "So you're hiding here?" Then he descended like a Super Saiyan. Seeing him, President Xu looked as if he'd seen a ghost, his face as pale as a vampire's. He cried out, Chu Mo." He glanced at President Xu and murmured, "Are you the child prodigy who became a conglomerate president at 8? You're much older than you look," he screamed in fear. "Don't kill me." Just then, Ku Tianxin's voice rang out, "Close your eyes." President Xi stood up, his head splitting, and murmured in confusion, "What just happened? I died once. Was it an illusion? No, I think I really died." Ku Tianxin explained with his eyes closed. That wasn't an illusion, it was destiny. You can understand it as in a certain timeline you have already died. That was a timeline with an extremely low probability of occurring. Logically, it's almost impossible for Chu Mo to suddenly appear here. But if you continue to observe with your eyes, you will walk towards the destiny of being killed by Chu Mo. A chill ran down President Chu's spine and he sobbed non-stop. This is Destiny's ability. He can manipulate others at will. No matter how low the probability, Destiny can turn fate into reality. President Xi was relatively calmer, saying in a low voice, as long as we don't look, we won't be affected. This ability can't be called invincible, can it? Ku Tianxin said truthfully, there are countless small magical realms on this track. 1,000 years ago, the cultivators, powered by the Earth's veins and the spirit of the deep sea, built this mirror labyrinth. They couldn't kill Destiny, so they could only seal him here. The mirror labyrinth split Destiny's soul into countless fragments and placed them in the magical mirrors. Each fragment of Destiny's soul corresponds to a different fate for the entire world. In those worlds we have different lives. Countless fragments of Destiny's soul constantly negate each other, achieving a balance for the seal. What you just saw and felt was just an emotional ripple from the subconscious of the sealed Destiny. You can understand it as the sealed Destiny is sleeping, and you are just a bug accidentally affected by his dream. When he actively uses his ability, even if you can't see, can't hear, and seal your 5 senses, the entire world will fall into a true nightmare. After hearing his explanation, President Xi became even more opposed, questioning him intensely. Just an emotional ripple from his subconscious. Sect Master Ku, are you insane? To kill Chu Mo, you plan to release a monster even more terrifying than him. But Ku Tianxin said, when did I say I was going to release Destiny? Even while sealed just by using his ability, it's enough to kill Chu Mo. The path ahead is where Destiny is sealed. All I can say is that it's very dangerous. Do you still want to follow? President Xu stuck to his original intention. Of course, President Xi chimed in. Lead the way, we're mentally prepared. Seeing that they had made up their minds, Ku Tianxin finally revealed the way to stay alive. Destiny cannot be seen, Destiny cannot be understood, Destiny cannot be described. To leave here alive, you must remember these 3 rules. The 3 of them walked into the cave, and as soon as Destiny saw him, he mocked. How pathetic. The sect master of Dantai Bidong sect doesn't even dare to look up at me. Ku Tianxin felt no shame at all. As soon as he entered, he took a low stance and shouted, Lord Destiny, I would like to ask you for something. He remained stuck to his chair and interrupted arrogantly. I know, I've seen it. The savior Chu Mo will round you all up. Under his rule, the legacy of the cultivators will be completely extinguished, heading into darkness. Dead silence, no survivors. I have foreseen a future where Chu Mo doesn't exist. Don't worry, I will kill Chu Mo soon. Meanwhile, at Dongyun Conglomerate's nuclear power plant number 6, a scientist pressed a button and shouted, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, activate. Chu Mo stood in the center of the nuclear reactor waiting. The nuclear energy was activated, shooting through Chu Mo's body from the inside out. The system announced system check-in, subjected to a violent external energy impact. The Samadhi True Fire has activated on its own and is devouring thermal energy. The host's body is being enhanced. Hearing about his training method, Sha Zhou asked worriedly, using a nuclear reactor to cultivate, does he have a death wish? Li Hanling, however, said with conviction, do you remember when he returned from the secret realm, the corporate alliance attacked Chu Mo with nuclear bombs? He benefited from the nuclear explosion, which is why Chu Mo has now occupied Dongyun Conglomerate's 6th nuclear power plant to continue improving his strength. Hearing this, Sha Zhou remembered something similar. 10 years ago, a group of cultivators also tried to use nuclear reactions to aid their cultivation, but they all suffered a backlash. A year later, they died one after another. No one lived past 5 years. Even Chu Mo can't be completely immune to the negative effects. Li Hanling frowned and said, I warned Chu Mo. He said that even if he only has 1 year to live, it's enough. The difficulty of the secret realms is increasing like crazy, and Chu Mo is carrying all the pressure alone. Even he would hesitate, but he can't even tell others what's on his mind, because he is already the only hope for saving humanity and the world. Sha Zhou suddenly felt sympathetic and suggested, Li Hanling, let's tell Chu Mo the truth about his sister. He's already fighting with his life on the line. We shouldn't hide it from him. Li Hanling cursed, you idiot, put away your cheap sympathy. If he finds out that all his previous efforts might have been in vain, that his sister might have died long ago. Unfortunately, he heard every word. Chu Mo walked over and said, what were you just saying? Sha Zhou's face changed in an instant, thinking in panic. Crap, Chu Mo. Li Hanling also turned pale. How did he get here? He flew forward, grabbed Li Hanling by the neck and threatened, what happened to my sister? Li Hanling hurriedly explained, Chu Mo, calm down, it's not what you think. Sha Zhou erupted with power and rushed forward. Let him go. Just as he threw a flaming fist at Chu Mo, he said softly, scram. Immediately after, a pillar of energy descended upon Sha Zhou. Seeing his friend fall, Li Hanling worried, that fool is too impulsive. He quickly said, Chu Mo, I haven't confirmed anything about your sister. However, before he could finish, Chu Mo started coughing violently and spitting up blood, as if he had a terminal illness. Li Hanling rubbed his neck and asked in confusion, Chu Mo. Just then a 4th person entered the room. Destiny strolled in as if he owned the place, murmuring, "Chu Mo, you were cultivating in the nuclear power plant. Because you sensed an intense crisis, you left the plant early and returned to the experimental base. You happened to overhear Li Hanling and Sha Zhou discussing the news of your sister's death. You grabbed Li Hanling by the neck to interrogate him, and in the heat of the moment, Sha Zhou attacked you. Unfortunately, Sha Zhou's technique has the effect of making the target's power go out of control. Normally, with Sha Zhou's strength, he couldn't have harmed you at all. But you had just absorbed frenzied energy in the nuclear power plant and were unsettled by the news of your sister's death. Sha Zhou became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Your power went out of control, causing severe internal injuries. I missed a key point. This time, I killed that demonic beast so I can help you share the damage from before." Seeing a stranger, he ignored everyone else. He asked in confusion, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" After speaking, he moved to his side at the speed of light. "Forgot to introduce myself. I am Destiny. This is our 143rd meeting, and this is also the worst of your fates at this moment in the 4,000-meter-deep cave under the Arctic ice. In the deepest part of the abyss." Hearing that he was willing to help, President Xi's tone changed. "Excellent. You've agreed to kill Chu Mo." President Xu, however, didn't believe in free lunches and added, "Are there really no conditions?" Ku Tianxin reminded the two naive men, quickly trying to set expectations. "Wait, don't get happy too soon. Lord Destiny, my apologies, but I'm sure you understand we cannot break the seal and let you leave here to deal with Chu Mo." Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking he would hear him announce, "It's over." This scholar almost opened his eyes. "What?" Destiny announced with supreme confidence. "Chu Mo has been executed by me," President Xi said in horror. "Chu Mo is dead, so fast." President Xu clenched his fists, full of excitement. "That arrogant guy got what he deserved. Serves him right." Tianxin squinted in disbelief. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Without breaking the seal you can't leave this cave, let alone kill Chu Mo." Destiny sat in his chair and explained calmly, "In a timeline with a very low probability, you broke my seal. I met Chu Mo 143 times and I killed Chu Mo 143 times." At this, President Xi hesitated. "So Chu Mo is still alive? All that excitement for nothing?" Tianxin regained his composure, his brows tightly furrowed as he reported, "Lord Destiny, I am truly sorry, but even if you say so I will not break your seal. If we rely only on the power of the 4 major sects and the Alliance, is it possible for the conglomerates to defeat Chu Mo?" At this moment Destiny lowered his head and said, "After 143 battles, no one in this world knows Chu Mo better than I do. Eyes that can see illusions, a body harder than any body refining cultivator. Add to that exquisite combat skills and an abnormal growth rate. He has never shown his full strength in front of you. Your chances of victory are 0. To be honest, I am also unwilling to fight Chu Mo on Earth." President Xu was also very angry and wanted to retort. "Lord Destiny, what do you mean by that? If you are 100% certain you can kill Chu Mo, why are you still unwilling to fight him? Is there some secret we don't know about?" At this, he leaned back calmly in his chair, allowing clumps of black mist to appear behind him to answer. "Even if I can kill Chu Mo, the battle process will cause immense destruction and the deaths of many humans. This will lead to a decrease in Earth's total energy, and the secret realms will disappear. After that, demonic beasts will invade Earth directly. This is a situation I do not wish to see." On his end, he let out a long, helpless sigh. "Isn't that so? The once strongest savior is now helpless against Chu Mo. Although I'm unwilling, we can only surrender to him." Hearing this, Destiny smiled contemptuously and provoked, "Sect Master Ku, I only said I couldn't kill Chu Mo on Earth. In a secret realm the situation is completely different." After hearing this, Tianxin broke out in a cold sweat, his face showing a hesitant and thoughtful expression. "The secret realm." As if knowing his worries, he took the initiative to reassure him. "You don't need to completely remove the seal. Just undo the seal on my left hand and I can enter the next secret realm. The 4 major sects must have secretly saved a large number of destiny coins. Give me the destiny coins and I can return to my original state and easily kill Chu Mo with overwhelming superiority in the secret realm." After hearing Destiny's words, Tianxin forced a professional smile and praised lightly, "Lord Destiny, so this was your main goal all along. As long as a crack appears in the seal, it won't be long before you can break free," he replied with a faint smile. "Perhaps, but besides giving me the destiny coins and letting me kill Chu Mo in the secret realm, do you have any other choice?" Hearing this, Tianxin frowned slightly and retorted, "Lord Destiny, if I'm not mistaken, you should have a way to quickly consume a large number of destiny coins. What if we use this method on another savior and have that savior kill Chu Mo?" Destiny calmly released a heavy pressure on Tianxin, forcing him. "This method isn't impossible, but by forcibly absorbing a large number of destiny coins, that savior will die in 3 days." Seeing this, President Xu tried to persuade him. "To completely eliminate Chu Mo at the cost of just 1 cultivator is a great bargain, Sect Master Ku. You shouldn't have any objections, right?" Seeing them begin to waver, he added faintly, "Not all saviors have the constitution to forcibly absorb destiny coins. To be precise, only one person can, and that is Sect Master Ku's disciple, Jingshan." At the mention of this name, Ku Tianxin received a huge psychological blow. He shouted in terror, "What did you say?" President Xi behind him tried to persuade him. Sect Master Ku, it's just one disciple, but before he could finish, Tianqin waved his hand angrily and shouted, "Shut up!" Seeing his agitated reaction, Destiny smiled triumphantly. "A difficult decision, isn't it? Jingshan has always respected you like a father, and you have also felt a long-lost sense of family affection in him. Not only that, but he is now your only heir." At this point, Tianqin was furious and roared, "Enough, Destiny, I accept your proposal." Having received his consent, he laughed ecstatically. This is the expression I wanted to see. It's indeed more vivid to see it in person." In contrast, Tianqin's entire demeanor sank. He asked, "Jingshan and Chu Mo have always had a good relationship. Are you sure that after accepting the Destiny coins, Jingshan will definitely kill Chu Mo?" Destiny calmed down and answered briefly, "Of course, this is a future I have already foreseen." The scene shifted to Jingshan looking down from a high place at the severely injured person below. President Shi shouted angrily in the snowy space. He roared in extreme anger, "Damn bastard, on what grounds? On what grounds do I have to surrender to Chu Mo?" Tianqin walked forward and tried to appease him. "This is a necessary forbearance. The 4 major sects will also express their submission to Chu Mo at the same time. The next secret realm is in 5 days. According to Lord Destiny's prophecy, that will be the day Chu Mo dies." He waved his hand in frustration and cursed. "It's easy for you to say, compared to you cultivators. Our corporate alliance has offended Chu Mo far more." Then President Shi trembled and murmured, "We even came close to threatening the life of Chu Mo's sister. Even if we surrender, Chu Mo won't let us off easily." He also saw President Shi's predicament but still tried to say, "But to maintain his reputation, at least Chu Mo won't kill you immediately. After 5 days we can take back everything we've lost." Like a beast out of a cage, he tightly gripped his own face with one hand to vent. "What you said had better be true. Now the key to victory lies with your disciple Jingshan. Don't go soft. Don't let us down." Hearing this, Tianqin's face darkened and he clenched his fist tightly. "You don't need to remind me. I've already decided. Anyone, including myself, can be sacrificed. Only the sect is eternal." The scene shifted to an area of the base with many partitions. Lei Zi appeared, calmly greeting everyone. "Everyone, please come in." Tianqin led the way, followed by President Shu and President Shi. Chu Mo looked at the approaching group and chuckled mockingly. "What a surprise. I thought that with your tenacious personalities you would definitely fight to the end." At this point, President Shi spoke first, his tone somewhat humble. "Lord Chu Mo, we have lost. Whether in force or intellect, you are above us. In this vast world there is no place for us. Please, my lord, forgive our past offenses and accept our loyalty." He walked calmly before him, looking down at him. "President Shi, President Shu, I don't need your loyalty." Hearing this, he shouted in surprise, Chu Mo, what do you mean by this?" He also said indignantly, "We have already surrendered. Do you still want to wipe us out?" Chu Mo spread his hands and shrugged. "I just don't trust you. Please hand over the management rights of your conglomerate's main companies to the Dongyun conglomerate. You can retire early and enjoy your lives as wealthy men." Seizing the advantage, Lei Zi also took the opportunity to say, "President Shi, when you were suppressing the Dongyun conglomerate, did you ever think this day would come?" At this he lowered his head and said softly, "The victor is king, the loser is vanquished. I have nothing to say. The company transfer is not a problem. Before the Dongyun conglomerate completely takes over the company's business, I will do my best to cooperate with my subordinates. Lord Chu Mo, I hope you will keep your promise and spare our lives." Seeing President Shi's sensible attitude, he laid out his condition. "If you live quietly from now on and give up the idea of being my enemy, then I will let go of everything in the past. Oh right, there's one last thing. Give me back my boundary crossing stone." Hearing Chu Mo's request, he panicked. "Your boundary crossing stone?" To obtain the boundary crossing stone that can connect to other dimensions, our corporate alliance paid a heavy price. The ownership of the stone is not something our conglomerate alone can decide. His face darkened, his tone threatening. "I don't think the other presidents will have any objections. President Shi, what do you think?" Tianqin at his side also hurriedly reminded him. "President Shi, are you trying to ruin the peace we've just achieved? Hurry up and give Chu Mo his boundary crossing stone back." He had no other choice and said, trembling, I understand. I will personally present the boundary crossing stone to you later." Chu Mo nodded with satisfaction, then looked at him and asked, "Very good then, Sect Master Ku, what is the stance of the 4 major sects?" Tianqin lowered his head and said, "From now on, the 4 major sects will completely obey your commands and accept your orders." Shang Songzhen also gritted his teeth and said, "All of the sect scriptures will be open to you and the Dongyun conglomerate to support all of your research projects in preparation for the possible war to come." Chu Mo continued to feign inquiry. "Sect Master Ku, I have a question. Why are only you 2 sect masters here today? Do the other 2 have different opinions?" Tianqin broke out in a sweat as he explained, "They are working hard to maintain the secret realm's defense mechanism to prevent further invasion from the other world, so they could not come to see you. The secret realm is now riddled with holes and is almost at its limit." He walked closer to him and deliberately enunciated each word. "Is that so? Considering the safety of all humanity, if you are unable to take care of the secret realm, then hand it over to me." Hearing this, he stammered, "The secret realm is very precise and at the same time very fragile. To safely transfer it will take at least 5 days. At this point, someone suddenly walked over and loudly refuted, "Wrong, it only takes 1 day." When Tianxin heard someone approaching and knew the exact time, he turned pale with fright and cried out, "Who is it?" Chu Mo smiled and introduced him. "This is Elder Ji, I'm sure you know him, an old acquaintance. I managed to contact him through the Dongyun conglomerate's channels and have entrusted him to be my advisor and assistant," he said softly. "Sect Master Ku, I'll give you 1 day to hand over the secret realm, or do you need my help?" Tianxin angrily unleashed his power and charged forward, roaring continuously, "Ji Xing, you traitor, you dare to show your face in front of me?" Seeing his rude behavior, Chu Mo reminded him from the side, "Sect Master Ku." As soon as his voice fell, the man's body froze, not daring to act rashly in front of Chu Mo. After a while, having calmed down, Tianxin closed his eyes and said with resignation, "The secret realm. There is no need to trouble Elder Ji, I will deliver it tomorrow." The scene changed. The next day, Chu Mo walked over to where Li Hanling was standing and said, "This is the main body of the secret realm, just delivered by the 4 major sects. It's truly amazing," he continued. "The corporate alliance sent over the boundary crossing stone yesterday. It's right over there. The boundary crossing stone is what you've been looking for all along. Do you want to go take a look?" Li Hanling changed the subject. "Before that, I want to discuss the attitude of the corporate alliance and the 4 major sects with you." Chu Mo asked doubtfully. "Their attitude," Li Hanling voiced his thoughts, "their surrender is too suspicious. This whole thing has gone too smoothly," he agreed, and at the same time stated his own considerations. "That's why I demanded they hand over the boundary crossing stone and the secret realm." They agreed with almost no hesitation. He smiled and teased, "What if they had chosen to go to war?" Chu Mo calmly gave the method of punishment. "Then I would have fought them until they knelt and begged for mercy, forcing them to hand over the secret realm and the boundary crossing stone." Hearing Chu Mo's answer, Li Hanling's eyes narrowed happily. "That does sound like something you'd do. For the corporate alliance and the 4 major sects to hand over their most precious treasures without any resistance, they must be plotting a huge conspiracy." He looked at him and confided, "Our enemies expect me to use the boundary crossing stone and the secret realm in this world. Then I can start preparing to counterattack the other world." Li Hanling also grew serious, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Chu Mo said, "I know. Counterattacking the other world, preparing for a real war with the other world. Is it to save her, or is it truly to change the fate of humanity?" Chu Mo silently turned away. "Does it matter? The secret realm is already in shambles. Even if we achieve final victory in the secret realm war, it won't be enough to stop the other world from invading. We must prepare for the worst." Li Hanling raised his hand, his tone worried. "Yesterday, there were multiple large-scale power outages and network failures around the world. A massive amount of energy, electricity, and computing power was consumed by the boundary crossing stone. At the same time, the Dongyun conglomerate took over most of the corporate alliance's enterprises, announcing a shift to military production, which triggered global market turmoil. Afterward, the Dongyun conglomerate declared a state of war, imposing a curfew on most parts of the Earth and strengthening surveillance on ordinary people to prevent demonic beasts from infiltrating Earth again. Chu Mo looked at Li Hanling and asked, "Do you think I did something wrong?" But he offered his own opinion. "No, but you're being too radical." Then Li Hanling emotionally tried to persuade him. "An atmosphere of fear is spreading. Economic recession, mass bankruptcies of small and medium-sized enterprises, large-scale unemployment, currency devaluation, and rising prices. These are things that might happen next. The entire world will fall into chaos. Before you wage war on the other world, your plan might cause the deaths of many people." Chu Mo raised his head, disagreeing. "Li Hanling, have you also been numbed by a false sense of security? The threat of the demonic beasts is far more serious than you imagine." He still tried hard to convince him. "If you hadn't constantly created miracles, humanity would have failed long ago. And we are still constantly expecting you to create miracles, piling all the pressure onto you alone." "I can understand. The threat of the demonic beasts is actually much more fierce than we see, otherwise you wouldn't be cultivating with nuclear energy at the cost of shortening your lifespan." The more he spoke, the paler Li Hanling's face became. He kept trying to persuade him, hoping to change his mind. "Chu Mo, to wage war on the demonic beasts of the other world, we need the trust and power of more people. But right now you are only making the entire world feel fear. Do you intend to fight the other world all by yourself? Don't you know what humanity calls you now?" The scene shifted to a city, late at night, brightly lit. Just then, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Tyrant, down with the dictator Chu Mo!" The crowd followed him, chanting, "The demon Chu Mo has finally shown his true colors." The leader shouted, "Corporate alliance, cultivators, what have you all done?" That person raised a torch and questioned, "Why surrender to the tyrant?" Then, amidst the cheers of others, he threw the torch straight at an effigy of Chu Mo. "Down with the dictator." At that moment, 2 people were watching the chaos below. Ku Tianxin asked curiously, "Chu Mo has become a cancer to the whole world. Jingshan, do you still think he's a good person?" Jingshan calmly retorted, "You were the ones who set a trap for Chu Mo, and you were also the ones who surrendered to him. Master, have you ever cared about what I think?" Ku Tianxin replied thoughtfully, "Out of a selfish desire to develop the sect, I have indeed done many wrong things, but there was a moment when I thought Chu Mo might be able to save this world, so I led the corporate alliance and the 4 major sects to surrender to him. I didn't expect that after gaining power, Chu Mo would become so autocratic and dictatorial, disregarding the lives of ordinary people. Jingshan continued to press. Master, you still haven't answered why my thoughts are important. He put his arm around Jingshan's shoulder and confessed, the only one who can kill Chu Mo and restore order to the world now is you. Hearing this, Jingshan's eyes widened in surprise, repeating the words Ku Tianxin had just spoken. Only me. The scene shifted to a deep cave. Destiny sat on a chair, looking at Ku Tianxin and Jingshan, and spoke slowly. Not only do you want me to teach Jingshan the method to absorb destiny coins, but you'll only agree to fully release my seal 50 years after winning the Secret Realm War. Such harsh conditions. Upon hearing this, Ku Tianxin placed a hand on his chest and said sincerely, Lord Destiny, your power is too great, we can't possibly release your seal without any preparations. He smiled with great interest after hearing this. Even if you win the Secret Realm War and seize the spiritual energy and resources of the other world, do you think that just by cultivating for 50 years you'll have the power to rival me? Ku Tianxin closed his eyes and said confidently, with the cultivation restrictions lifted plus 50 years of preparation, I don't believe our 4 major sects will lose. At this, a purple aura emerged and swirled around Destiny's entire body. He gave a satisfied order. Good, then let's make a contract with 50 years as the condition. Hearing this, Ku Tianxin frowned warily. A contract? He explained to Ku Tianxin, the heart demon oath has taken effect. If one party fulfills the conditions and the other breaks the contract, the one who breaks it will suffer the pain of their soul being burned for 70 days, after which it will be completely annihilated. Ku Tianxin agreed. Fine, you don't have to scare me, I know the consequences. Jingshan, step forward and let Lord Destiny fulfill his first condition. Hearing Ku Tianxin's words, Jingshan had no choice but to call out to Destiny. He calmly questioned Destiny. I find it a bit hard to believe right now. Can this guy really give me the power to kill Chu Mo? Destiny calmly answered Jingshan's doubts. You never intended to kill Chu Mo from the start. You accepted this mission only because your master told you that if you refused he would choose someone else. Your plan is to gain the power first, then go and negotiate with Chu Mo, persuade him to change his attitude towards ordinary people. That's what you were thinking, right? Hearing his words, Jingshan loudly retorted in shock. I'm not, I didn't. Seeing Jingshan's reaction, he smiled contemptuously and continued to manipulate. But you don't know that your master, Ku Tianxin, concealed an important piece of information, which is that by forcibly absorbing a large number of destiny coins, you will die in 3 days. Jingshan was horrified. His eyes widened as he turned to look back at Ku Tianxin. What? Ku Tianxin stood motionless like a statue, staring back at him. Jingshan grew even more frantic, stepping forward to grab Ku Tianxin by the collar, pointing at Destiny and questioning loudly. Master, say something, tell me what he said isn't true. Destiny sat above, enjoying the show, and even chuckled lightly. His calm voice sounded, Sect Master Ku can't hear our conversation. The moment the contract was formed, I cast a faint illusion on him. At this, Jingshan's eyes widened in terror, and he cursed in his heart. Crap! Instantly, Jingshan shot off like a wind-up toy, thinking, it's a trap, we've been tricked. He grabbed Ku Tianxin and ran desperately towards the cave entrance. Destiny watched Jingshan, who was moving so fast he became a blur, and said with a smile, Jingshan, although your master did indeed hide important information that could get you killed, he is not a petty man. His plan was that in 50 years, he would rather die from the contract's backlash than ever let me out. He gritted his teeth in anger. I've run so far, why can I still hear Destiny's voice? Jingshan continued to charge towards the entrance. Don't think about it, I'm almost out. Suddenly, Destiny's figure appeared before him. Destiny spoke with a hint of mockery. Welcome back, Jingshan asked himself in a panic. What? How is that possible? This should be the cave entrance. Destiny excitedly savored his panicked expression. You opened your eyes in front of me. Sect Master Ku should have warned you never to open your eyes in front of me, but you were too surprised and forgot. Suddenly, Jingshan's entire body was tightly bound by Destiny's purple spell. He roared, Let me go, Destiny. What is your purpose? He explained softly to Jingshan. I have waited a long time to meet someone with a soul index exactly like mine, but because of their greed, they wanted to collect 30 of the destiny coins from all the saviors. Except for the dowsy they favored, I taught them the technique to control the secret realm. But this method creates loopholes in the secret realm. With the demonic beasts having such an advantage, the cultivators of the 4 major sects had no choice but to ask me for help. Destiny glanced with even more delight at him, bound high above. I have waited a long time to meet someone with a soul index exactly like mine, although the variable of Chu Mo appeared, delaying things for a while. We have finally met. Jingshan, the scene shifted to a silent corridor. Not a single person in sight. Suddenly a doctor waved his hand and shouted, Quick, get the inhibitor. Patient number 9 has lost control. Another doctor warned, Be careful, he's very dangerous. Then a security guard was sent flying and crashed into the wall. Chen Shao roared in anger, Let me go, you bastards, don't try to trick me, I'm not sick, you're the ones who are sick. At this critical moment Yu Tong appeared and said in a deep voice, Chen Shao, I am your attending physician. She spoke softly, I know you're feeling very uneasy and scared. The queen cells in your body are having a severe rejection reaction, causing you to become mentally unstable. You must receive treatment immediately. However, not only did Chen Shao not listen, he roared even more uncontrollably, Shut up, you're all the same, you all want to trick me, to take my power. As soon as he finished speaking, Yudong also lost her patience and smashed an iron fist directly into his face. Chen Xiao's cheek swelled up from the blow and he groggily fainted. At this point, Yudong calmly extended a hand towards Chen Xiao and said to the other 2 doctors, "Patient number 9 has calmed down. Please take him back to his room and inject the inhibitor." The 2 turned pale and said with ingratiating smiles, "Yes, Director Yutong, thank you for your help. We will definitely be more careful in managing the patients in the future." The scene switched again to another area of the base. Yudong calmly reported to Chu Mo, "Of the corporate alliance's test subjects, only 85 survived. Of those, the relatives of 56 agreed to transfer the patients to the Dongyun conglomerate for treatment. 36 are in a coma, with symptoms similar to your sister's. The remaining 20 are showing varying degrees of violent symptoms due to severe rejection reactions." He crossed his arms and asked, "The more severe the rejection reaction, the more violent the symptoms?" She nodded. "It seems so for now. Patients with severe rejection reactions have tendencies to harm others and self-destruct." At this, Yutong smiled and added, "Fortunately, we've obtained the corporate alliance's research data and the 4 major sects' pill scriptures. I am currently formulating a new inhibitor. The inhibitor can significantly reduce the patient's rejection reactions. The comatose patients have milder rejection reactions, so the inhibitor will be more effective on them. If we can further suppress the rejection reaction, your sister will be able to wake up." Chu Mo spoke with a thoughtful expression. "You haven't been sleeping much during this time, have you? Even as a cultivator, you can't go on without rest." She closed her eyes and reminded him, "You should worry more about yourself. Using a nuclear reaction to advance your cultivation is practically risking your life. Coincidentally, I can mobilize the Dongyun conglomerate's researchers now. I'll have them help design an auxiliary cultivation plan for you later, to minimize the damage you received during cultivation." After speaking, Yutong put on her gloves and said, "There's no time to waste, let's give you a full body checkup right now," Chu Mo said in a panic. "Oh, no need, I'm very healthy." Suddenly, Ire lay on the ground and shouted, "Can't you 2 show some concern for me?" Only then did Chu Mo look down at her, bewildered, his face full of confusion. "Huh?" Seeing his attitude, Ire grew even more annoyed and cursed bluntly. "Stop pretending." She grabbed a tuft of fur and complained, "You're cultivating in a nuclear reactor and I'm the one taking the damage for you. My tail is shedding every day. You're getting stronger but I'm going bald. Is that reasonable?" Yutong at the side also agreed. "Ire has a point. Chu Mo, you should give up cultivating with nuclear reactions. I know you're worried about your sister, but the new inhibitor is almost ready. I'm confident I can cure her with just medicine." Hearing Yutong say this, he finally smiled and reassured her. "Don't worry about me. The nuclear reaction is no longer useful to me. I've already found other ways to get stronger." The scene shifted to a swirling space-time rift. Jixing looked at the rift and said, "Absorbing the energy released by the secret realm's time acceleration device. What a peculiar idea." Chu Mo, standing beside him, couldn't help but ask, "Can it be done?" Jixing answered thoughtfully, "It's not impossible." After speaking, Jixing looked at him and smiled. "Chu Mo, do you have any more specific requests?" He pondered. "Let me think." Suddenly, an idea flashed in Chu Mo's mind. For example, spending 30 days in one secret realm. The scene changed. At this moment, Yutong walked over and announced, "Today's banquet is over. Everyone please go back." A woman, hearing her, said, "Yutong, how can you be like this, child? You won't even give your aunt face." Another also said flatteringly, "Yutong, we're old friends. Do me a favor. Our company needs an investment from the Dongyun conglomerate." Yutong ignored them and raised her hand. "I'll count to 10. Anyone still here will be blacklisted by the Dongyun conglomerate, and we will never cooperate. Leave now, leave now." Upon hearing this, they immediately fled. "Hey, what are you pushing for? Don't block the door." Seeing that everyone was gone, Yudong finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Those annoying people are finally gone. Dad, I just came home for a meal. How did our house turn into a business conference?" Her father said, "My dear daughter, now that you've hit the big time, you have no idea how many people have come to beg me these past few days. They're all powerful relatives. I really couldn't turn them away." Then she asked in surprise, "Is it that exaggerated?" He smiled and said, "Of course. Everyone is saying that after the 4 major sects and the corporate alliance surrendered, Chu Mo reached the pinnacle of wealth, power, and military strength on this planet. And you, Yutong, with Chu Mo's approval, have become the de facto controller of the Dongyun conglomerate. In many people's eyes, you're already a big shot." Hearing this, Yutong got goosebumps. "Stop listening to those rumors. I'm just using the Dongyun conglomerate's resources to do some research. It's nothing special." He crossed his arms and said happily with a smile, "In any case, you are the closest person to Chu Mo. In the future, you might even be this planet's president's wife." "Oh, Her Majesty the Empress," she shouted helplessly. "They're all just rumors." Yutong's father became serious. "Then let's talk business. The Dongyun conglomerate is now carving up the prime assets of the corporate alliance. I know you and Chu Mo aren't interested in managing businesses. But no matter what, the Dongyun conglomerate is only a temporary ally. They can't be trusted. Instead of concentrating the abundant resources in the Dongyun conglomerate's hands, it's better to give some to me to manage." She didn't want to listen and walked towards the door, waving her hand. "That's enough. How can even you be like this? I'm going out, don't bother me." The scene shifted to outside a tall city building. The two people who had just been kicked out by Yutong were now speaking ill of her with scrunched faces. What's that crazy woman being so arrogant for? Does she really think she's someone special? Without Chumo, she's nothing. You can't say that. Pleasing a man is also a skill. Seeing her performance in the secret realm getting worse and worse, I knew she must have been spending her time and energy on pleasing Chumo. Suddenly a powerful force struck both of their heads. It turned out Yu Tianyan had arrived at Yutong's house and knocked them out with a casual blow. Seeing this, Yudong glanced over and teased, "Yu Tianyan, you seem to have been waiting at my door for a long time. What do you want from me?" Suddenly the little girl ran over, pulled down Yutong's coat and sniffed it, startling her. "Hey, what are you doing? Get away from me," Yu Tianyan asked in confusion. "The smell of alchemy is too strong. Have you been spending all your time making pills?" This made Yudong frown unhappily. "It's none of your business. What I want to do is my own freedom." The little girl waved her hand and said, "Alchemy is no help for improving combat power. If you keep your mind on pills, you'll get yourself killed." Hearing this, she gave a deadpan look and asked, "Are you here specifically to curse me?" Yu Tianyan avoided Yutong's gaze and replied with a troubled expression, "I was just passing by. What I'm about to say is just me talking to myself, definitely not trying to leak the sect's intelligence. The 4 sect masters are missing and Jingshan is nowhere to be found. It seems they're up to something very dangerous." The scene changed, and now many destiny coins were falling into an energy pit. The energy pit slowly absorbed all the destiny coins. Ku Tianxin asked in surprise, "Jingshan, why are you out first? You haven't finished absorbing the destiny coins from the 4 major sects' inventory." Jingshan walked out saying thoughtfully, "Time's up, the next secret realm is about to begin." He frowned and said, "Lord Destiny told you the time the secret realm would open, didn't he?" Shang Songzhen also said, sweating, "The technology of the ancient era is truly beyond my imagination. In such a short time, Jingshan has absorbed over 90 of the destiny coins." Another man with a long beard and a kind face reminded him. "Jingshan, remember your mission," another person said with a smile. "With Chumo's personality, he will definitely choose to complete the secret realm mission alone. When he, or even when he's injured, you will assassinate him to ensure the victory of our 4 major sects." He gave a faint glance. "I'll handle it my way." As soon as he finished speaking, Jingshan suddenly reached out and viciously grabbed Ku Tianxin's head, constantly muttering a few strange words. "Before that, I'll borrow the power of you 4 useless fools." With his head grabbed, Ku Tianxin was terrified. "Crap, I have to use spatial teleportation." But unfortunately, Jingshan immediately saw through his intention. He grinned, "Don't even think about it." Then Ku Tianxin's headless body fell to the cold ground. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the long-bearded old man gathered energy in his hand in terror and shouted, "Jingshan, what are you doing?" Shang Songzhen didn't dare to delay either, immediately forming a spear and pointing it at him, shouting, "Cut the crap. Kill him." 2 attacks immediately struck Jingshan, causing the entire cave to shake violently. After the smoke cleared, Jingshan waved his hand completely unharmed without a single scratch on him. He smiled and said what was on his mind. "The timing is perfect." At the same time, a mysterious energy portal suddenly opened in the cave. Jingshan walked past the others, their power easily absorbed by him. Jingshan slowly walked into the portal. "Your power. I'll be taking it." The scene switched to an ancient city wall, covered in moss. At this time, 3 people were standing outside discussing. The 4th secret realm is an ancient setting again. "At least we still have our memories this time. If it ends with us doing nothing again like last time, that would be too embarrassing. This city wall looks familiar. Where is this place?" The person in moss-green clothes said, "There's an old man over there who looks like a local. Let's go ask him." In front of them was an old man holding a greatsword, standing solemnly at the city gate. The person in red walked forward to greet him. "Old sir, may I ask?" Just then, Yutong stepped forward to stop him. "Don't disturb him, he's no longer breathing." Yu Tianyan looked around and speculated, "This is Gucci City." The person in blue muttered in surprise, "Gucci City." She looked at everyone and said, "For a long time before Deluotian finished creating the secret realms, cultivators couldn't stop the descent of demonic beasts. The northwest region was the entry point for the demonic beasts' invasion of Earth, and cities fell one after another." Then Yutong looked at the old man standing straight before her and continued, "At that time everyone thought the northwest region had completely become a paradise for demonic beasts, but one city was still holding on. Gucci City, under a 30-year siege by the enemy, with no support and no supplies, a lone city across 1,000 miles, its defenders all white-haired soldiers. The 3,000 soldiers of the Yangtze army in Gucci City were trapped, none surrendered, and they sacrificed their lives for the city." Hearing this, the person in moss-green clothes turned pale, realizing something. "Wait, the mission for this secret realm hasn't been announced yet." The person in red held his head in a panic. "Are they going to make us defend the city for them for another 20 or 30 years? At this moment, Chumo had already climbed onto the city wall, looking down below. At the same time, the system's voice sounded, "5th day check-in, reward. Power of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. The reward has been distributed. Please check in time, host." He frowned unhappily. "This again. This reward is very ordinary." Suddenly, someone walked over and asked with confusion, "The moment you entered the secret realm, your power suddenly grew stronger." It was Jingshan. He slowly approached Chumo. "No warning, no effort needed. How enviable." "Chumo, is this your secret?" He spoke with confusion. "Jingshan. Suddenly, a golden light filled with killing intent flashed in Chumo's eyes. He shouted loudly, "Who on earth are you?" His thoughts exposed by Chumo, he still smiled as if nothing had happened. "I've introduced myself many times, never mind that, let the slaughter begin." Suddenly, the scene switched to outside a magnificent palace near the clouds. Ainge approached with 2 tentacles, his attitude sincere. "I beg you to retract this decision." A boy with a leaf on his head angrily charged and attacked it. "Who let you in? Get the hell out of here." Ainge struggled angrily. "Let me go. Why abolish the non-aggression pact? This is a law that Lady Ire worked so hard to pass." The boy laughed. "Don't you get it? The non-aggression pact of the 16 small demonic beast races was the reward for Ire infiltrating the human world. But not only did she fail to complete her mission, she also betrayed us." It narrowed its eyes, retorting in disbelief. "This must be a misunderstanding. Lady Ire would never betray us. She must be trying to gain the humans' trust." The river demon suddenly spoke. "Octopus, you've come at the right time." Ainge looked at her with pleading eyes. "Lady River Demon, are you willing to consider keeping the non-aggression pact?" The river demon smiled kindly and stated her intentions. "I was just thinking of having some grilled octopus." Just then a vine shrouded in green light grew out. The boy used the vine to tightly bind Ainge. "Lady River Demon, leave it to me. My skills will surely satisfy you." After speaking, the boy forcefully threw Ainge out of the palace. A moment later, a one-horned demon came forward to report. "Lady River Demon, the 4th secret realm is about to open." She calmly asked, "Have you done what I told you to do?" He replied with an excited look. "Everything is ready. This time we will achieve a true victory." The scene switched back to the ancient city wall at dusk. The system appeared, announcing the secret realm's mission. Clear condition. A large number of demonic beasts are swarming towards Gucci City. Survive 3 waves of demonic beast attacks and protect Gucci City. Swarms of demons flew towards Gucci City through a portal. The person in red said, sweating, "With Chumo around, isn't it easy to fend off 3 attacks? It seems there's nothing for us to do in this secret realm again." Seeing the scene before him, the person in green reminded, "Don't be careless. The demonic beasts are still descending. They are all humanoid, at least 2,000-year-old demonic beasts." The person in blue also said worriedly, "A saturation attack. To kill all the demonic beasts, even Chumo would need a lot of time. No matter what, during this period, we must desperately stop the demonic beasts from destroying Gucci City." Yu Tianyan looked at the densely packed demonic beasts rushing over and said, "The demonic beast's goal is not to attack the city." At this time, a demonic beast raised a sharp wooden stake. Then it forcefully plunged the sharp wooden stake into the ground, and waves of power surged up from underground, and other demonic beasts also plunged their stakes into the ground one after another. Pillars of light shot up into the sky, creating a fantastical scene. Yutong suddenly realized what was happening, her eyes widening in surprise. Those demonic beasts are destroying the secret realm itself. The river demon also appeared among the demonic beast army and said, "You've figured it out. But do you have time to worry about that now?" Yutong crossed her arms and explained. "The demonic beasts eroding the secret realm are scattered in the distance while the ones attacking the city are right in front of us. You've really gone to great lengths to deal with Chumo." The river demon also laughed mockingly. "Protect Gucci City and the secret realm will be eroded. Stop the secret realm from being eroded and Gucci City will be destroyed. The human secret realm mission has failed. Can you stop us? With only one person, he can't be in 2 places at once. They're doomed to lose." Saying that, she grinned and snapped her fingers, taunting, "Chumo, are you satisfied with such a surprise?" But when she looked at the city wall again, his figure had vanished without a trace. The river demon was bewildered by this scene and shouted helplessly, "Chumo, where did he go?" On the battlefield, a sharp wooden stake was plunged into the ground. A demon complained to its companion, "I'm so sick of this. Are we just going to watch this stake until the secret realm ends?" Another demon explained, "These stakes are the key to eroding the secret realm. Our mission is very important." The white-haired demon smiled sinisterly. "Be patient. The path to the human world is about to open. Then you can kill as many as you want." Suddenly, the white-haired demon's voice stopped. Then came several brilliant slashes, instantly annihilating them. The green-haired demon was terrified by this scene. "What's going on?" It looked at its annihilated companions and the scattered body parts in panic. Where did the attack come from? The green-haired demon looked around anxiously, not noticing a huge rift in the sky. "Where is the enemy?" The rift suddenly expanded and the figures of Chu Mo and Jing Shan engaged in fierce combat appeared. Jing Shan landed on the ground and said, "What a pity you escaped from the hidden space. I was planning to kill you secretly where no one could see." Chu Mo secretly assessed Sect Master Ku's spatial ability and the power of the other Sect Masters. "What did you do to them?" He smiled mockingly. "Such a simple thing, do I need to spell it out? They're all dead. You're next." Then a blue energy circle centered on Jing Shan appeared. Under his control, the energy filaments attacked Chu Mo, but he quickly cut them down. Chu Mo frowned and spoke, "Why are you in such a hurry to kill me? The secret realm could collapse at any moment. The demonic beasts are the biggest threat." Then Jing Shan created an arrow out of lightning and explained, "Maintaining the secret realm's stability, killing the demonic beasts, it's simple. I can see the path to victory, but the only thing I can't see clearly is your future. My world doesn't need variables." Back with the river demon at this time, the demonic beasts were being sacrificed one after another. She watched the two fight with great interest. "I never expected that besides Chu Mo there are other hidden experts among humans. Human, I have a suggestion. The river demon watched the two fight while using the black dragon as a shield and shouted, I have a suggestion. But then a huge explosion occurred, drowning out the river demon's voice. She watched the two still fighting fiercely and continued to shout with effort, Hey, I have a suggestion. But neither of them paid any attention to the river demon. They continued to fight, shaking the heavens and earth, leaving her extremely embarrassed. So embarrassed that the river demon roared, disregarding her image, Don't ignore me, you bastards. After speaking, she angrily struck out with her palm, separating the two in their fight. At this point, Jingshan turned back unhappily and looked at the river demon curiously. Are you talking to me? Seeing that he heard her, she put on a professional smile, ready to win him over. You and Chu Mo are enemies. Why don't we join forces? But Jingshan was merciless, slashing at the river demon with his sword. She was shattered by the slash and turned to dust. Jingshan said disdainfully, A 30,000-year-old demonic beast, not even her real body, just a shadow, and she dares to interfere in my battle. Time rewound to 3 minutes earlier, in a magnificent palace. The river demon looked at the control panel with great interest. Where on earth did this guy pop out from? A mere human, yet he's fighting Chu Mo. Fight, go on and fight. It'd be best if you both died. Wait, my specially made wooden stakes. An unprecedented anxiety appeared on her face. Over 60 destroyed. Crap, my backup plan is almost used up. Don't panic, there's still a chance. The river demon first took stock of the demonic beasts. The city wall hasn't been hit by the shockwaves of the battle, it's in good condition. Starting now, all surviving demonic beasts attack the city at any cost. I will stall for time and prevent Chu Mo and the other cultivators from getting near the city wall. A crisis isn't necessarily without opportunity. That cultivator hates Chu Mo. She placed her hand on a red dot on the screen, then formulated a plan. As long as I propose we cooperate to kill Chu Mo together, it will be very beneficial for me, whether he agrees or not. Saying this, the river demon's lips curved into a confident smile. If he accepts the cooperation, I'll have a chance to kill Chu Mo. Even if the proposal is rejected, I can buy enough time for the demonic beast to breach the city wall and win the victory in this secret realm, and then, the control panel was blown to pieces right in front of her. The river demon stared blankly at the fragments on the floor. The projection was destroyed. Her face turned uglier than ever before. I haven't even finished a single sentence and the projection is destroyed. She held her head in anger. Hold it in. No need to be angry. No need to be angry. Suddenly, the young boy walked over and called out, Lady River Demon. He looked down in surprise at the fragments on the ground. Your projection, she replied coldly. There was a small accident. The boy bowed in fear. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Lady River Demon, this is the grilled octopus I made for you. The river demon walked away coldly. I have no appetite. Stay away from me. She strode away like that. The camera angle gradually rose, showing that the river demon had already walked a great distance, leaving her subordinate far behind. Then the river demon fiercely punched a pillar, making it shake. The pillar, having taken too much force, was smashed to pieces with a single punch. The river demon clenched her fists in anger and cursed. Is he insane? Would it kill him to let someone finish their sentence? Cultivators are so rude. Back on the battlefield of Chu Mo and Jingshan, by now the bodies of demonic beasts littered the ground, he said with a smile. To instantly increase your combat power tenfold in 10 seconds, impressive. A technique that the body-refining cultivators of 1,000 years ago failed to achieve, you have completed. Chu Mo raised his hand, concentrating power in his palm. This is the first time I've used this ability in front of someone. This made Jingshan even more interested as he provocatively asked, So what? Chu Mo said with a cold gaze. That last attack didn't hurt you, and you're not even surprised. It's as if you already expected my ability. He smiled faintly, facing his power without fear. Nothing in this world is a secret to me. For example, your eyes can perceive the essence of all things, but you haven't delved deep enough. Your use is clumsy. What a waste. Why? Haven't you seen my weakness yet? At the same time, the system panel appeared. Cultivator's combat weakness, unknown. Jingshan also raised his hand in annoyance, gathering spiritual energy, and said, No other trump cards. I was quite looking forward to what you had, and go die. As soon as his words fell, the entire forest was suddenly shrouded in a fantastical white mist. This made Jingshan look up in surprise and doubt. Strange, something isn't right here. Over there, the sturdy city wall still stood tall, as if no battle had ever occurred. Jingshan observed with suspicion. The color of the sky had also changed by now. What is this? The scene shifted, and he returned to a mental space. Jingshan frowned. It was dusk just a moment ago, and it suddenly turned dark. Then his eyes sharpened as he voiced his guess. Time in the secret realm is accelerating, and on Chu Mo's side he smiled as he looked at the sky and sighed. It's a new day again. The system also popped up a notification. 6th day check-in reward. Jingshan gave a gentle wave, and a wreath of white bones coiled around his fingertips and body. He looked at Chu Mo and asked, Where are you looking? At the sun. The white bones suddenly exploded outward, sweeping toward Chu Mo like a cyclone. Chu Mo let out a cold laugh. Jingshan, look at this. Is this your true power? Those bone fragments instantly transformed into cold, biting chains. The chains intertwined tightly, binding Chu Mo's body in coil after coil. Looking at the chains wrapped around his hands, he began to laugh, his voice low and provocative. You're finally getting serious. Jingshan lowered his eyes, his gaze bone-chillingly cold. Your existence is too dangerous. You cannot be allowed to live any longer. As the words left his lips, a new round of attacks struck. A violent fury that seemed ready to tear everything in the vicinity to shreds. Chumo's body was sliced into fragments, dissipating into the air, leaving only a lingering enigmatic question hanging in the void. The pure slashes converged into a river. Jing Shan's lips curled into a cruel smile. To ensure nothing goes wrong, I shall decompose you down to the atomic level. Just as he said, Chumo's body began to gradually disintegrate, the flesh on his hands peeling away layer by layer until it vanished into nothingness. The white bones surged once more, sweeping everything into the air. Jing Shan stood there quietly observing the destruction. Destruction of this magnitude was something even a body-refining cultivator could not recover from. However, to his surprise, the Chu Mo who had just dissipated reappeared, completely unscathed as if he had never been injured. Standing directly behind Jing Shan, he smiled, his tone mocking. Indeed, that was quite dangerous just now. I almost died. A flash of coldness crossed Jing Shan's eyes. He's still alive. He turned and swung a devastating heavy punch. Then I'll just kill you again. Chu Mo's body vanished into the void once more. But time and again he continued to be reborn as if caught in an endless loop. Chu Mo's voice remained calm. Not fire, not lightning, not a curse, nor space. Can the power of a simple slash be this formidable? Jing Shan clenched his fist, suppressing his rage. Chu Mo, is this your secret? This domain ability is nothing short of cheating. The moment you entered the secret realm, your power was enhanced. You just accelerated time within the realm, making a full day pass in an instant, which is how you obtained the spirit division technique. Ignoring Jing Shan's words, Chu Mo pointed toward the sky and said nonchalantly, "Look, the second day is almost here." Jing Shan immediately lunged forward, brimming with killing intent. "Then I'll kill you all before dawn." Chu Mo was reborn with practiced ease, dodging fluidly, and even offering mocking encouragement. "Keep it up." The sky continuously darkened and brightened. The speed was several times faster than the outside world. The ancient city walls trembled under the fierce assault. The system sent consecutive sign-in notifications. Day 7 reward, Day 8 reward, Day 9 reward, Day 10 reward. Weapon, the golden cudgel. The second the Day 10 reward was issued, Jing Shan was pinned to the ground by the golden cudgel, unable to move an inch. Chu Mo looked down at him from above, his voice icy. "As I thought, you aren't Jing Shan. Is this your true face?" The person pinned to the ground murmured in a weak voice, "Chu Mo, soon. We will meet again." The first death precognition ended. Tian Ming was reborn once more in the image of Jing Shan, standing opposite Chu Mo. This time he was brimming with confidence, his gaze sharp. "Chu Mo, I have already figured out your trump cards. There is no more need for testing. I can end this battle within 5 minutes." The scene shifted to the Dongyun Group laboratory. A report rang out crisply. 6th contact test beginning. Energy reaction stable, neural connection normal. Releasing limiters, opening two-way channel. The commander issued the synchronization order, and the device connected to Chu Mo's brain activated immediately. He put on the helmet, perceiving everything with satisfaction. "Simply marvelous. I can now feel the secret realm as if it were my own limbs." Ji Xing stepped forward, his tone serious. "Control of the secret realm has been transferred to you. You can now freely adjust the flow of time within it." Chu Mo nodded. "Elder Ji, well done," Ji Xing suddenly said in a heavy voice. "Chu Mo, I won't ask what you plan to do, but I must warn you, the secret realm is already riddled with holes. Accelerating time may cause it to collapse." Chu Mo took off the connection cap and replied, "I understand. I will use the time acceleration function with caution." Returning to reality within the secret realm, Chu Mo unleashed a sharp slash straight at Tian Ming. Tian Ming was instantly split in half. He looked up at the sky, his body freezing, his eyes filled with disbelief. His head spun as he muttered to himself, "No, this is impossible." Chu Mo looked back with a faint smile. "Tenacious, aren't you? Still awake even after being split in two." His voice was as light as a feather. "And let's cut you into 4 pieces." The longsword in Chu Mo's hand swung once more. Tian Ming suffered another heavy blow. The second death precognition ended. After being reborn again, Tian Ming was in a daze, murmuring, "What happened again?" Chu Mo looked down from a height, his tone playful. "Yo, you're down there?" Tian Ming had shrunk. He looked up, discovering in horror that his body had abnormally diminished in size. Chu Mo shook his head and smiled. "It's not that I've grown larger, it's that you've become smaller. This skill is quite interesting. It can continuously shrink an enemy." Tian Ming cursed in rage, but Chu Mo pretended to listen intently, teasing, "Are you talking to me?" "Sorry, I can't hear you. You're already as small as an atom. Can you get even smaller?" The third death precognition ended. A monster that had just been killed suddenly came back to life. Tian Ming looked down and asked, "Making dead monsters stand up, is this your new ability?" Chu Mo answered calmly, "Not just that, I can also make them fuse." As soon as he spoke, the monsters behind him merged into one, becoming a deformed and eerie monstrosity. Chu Mo looked up at Tian Ming. "Go on, little one, swallow him." The fourth death precognition ended. Tian Ming was reborn. He maintained the appearance of Jing Shan, lost in thought. The fourth death. Every new ability Chu Mo displayed was different. The most recent one had nearly cost him an arm. Was it luck or something else? Interesting, truly interesting. How long has it been since I felt this kind of joy? At that thought, he lunged at Chu Mo again to fight, searching for a glimmer of hope amidst countless death precognitions. He grinned maniacally. "Come on, use all your abilities and kill me." He felt a secret surge of pride. No matter how many times he died in the precognitions, as long as he won once, fate would belong to him, bringing final victory. A giant centipede rampaged through the forest of the secret realm. Tian-Ming had been beaten until he bled from his 7 orifices, muttering, "This time it's poison." Chu-Mo didn't care, busy playing with the monsters. The 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 100th, 1000th, 10,700th death precognitions ended. Earth-shaking explosions echoed day and night outside the ancient city. After being resurrected again, Tian-Ming looked solemn, and Chu-Mo temporarily halted the battle. "Let's talk," Chu-Mo, who was currently merging with a monster, replied. "The longer the ceasefire, the stronger my power becomes. Why would you propose terms that are disadvantageous to yourself?" Tian-Ming pointed to the cracks in the sky. The firmament was already covered in fractures. "If you continue to accelerate time, the secret realm will collapse." Chu-Mo shrugged, indifferent. "Perhaps, but I don't care." Tian-Ming roared in anger. "Has the dark power robbed you of your sanity? Once the secret realm shatters, the monsters will invade our world. What meaning will victory or defeat have then?" Chu-Mo gradually regained his composure and nodded. "You're right, but don't forget, you started this war. Time continues to accelerate." Tian-Ming was furious. "You've gained such immense power just by staying in the secret realm for a day. Have you never questioned the logic of it? Perhaps this is a plot by the monsters, even if you are accelerating time to destroy the realm." Chu-Mo shook his head. "That's just one possibility. Perhaps before the realm collapses I will have enough power to destroy the entire monster world, even if they invade." Tian-Ming lowered his hands and bowed his head. "Enough, I concede. Do you want to gamble with the human world? Your friends? Stop being insane." Chu-Mo's lips curled. "I'm not the one who's insane, it's you." Your personality shifted suddenly during the fight, asking for a ceasefire and even conceding. With your arrogance you would never surrender even if death were certain, right? The sky turned to morning. Chu-Mo looked up, his voice low. "It's illogical, truly illogical. I have a bold guess. This world is not real." As the words fell, countless invisible hands reached out from the sky toward Tian-Ming. He moved his jaw, gritting his teeth. He thought to himself that this precognition was about to end. The only useful information was that Chu-Mo was unaware of the source of power within the realm. The emotions accumulated from 10,000 deaths were too real. He was held tightly by those hands, unable to move, calculating that he needed to act more naturally next time, using every death to refine the puzzle with different questions to confirm Chu-Mo's true secret. After dealing with Tian-Ming, Chu-Mo looked at the hands extending from his own body with a satisfied expression. This power was quite easy to use today. Tian-Ming, bound, asked in a low voice, "You're still not killing me? Do you have some strange hobby of toying with your enemies?" Chu-Mo gave a cold smile. "I won't kill you, and I won't let you commit suicide. Aren't you curious? If I keep accelerating time, will my power grow indefinitely, or will it hit a certain limit?" Tian-Ming was stunned. "What? Oh no, this is bad." Time continued to accelerate and the system prompts rang out continuously. Day 9 sign-in reward, Day 15 reward. On the 29th day the reward was a time-limited time-based ability. Chu-Mo nodded with satisfaction. "After fighting Tian-Ming for so long, I finally know your name." Tian-Ming began to laugh. "It's too late for you to just now learn the title Tian-Ming." Chu-Mo clicked his tongue and withdrew his binding hands. "No, I'm talking about your real name, Wen Beixuan." Hearing that name, both strange and familiar, Tian-Ming froze, looking slightly surprised. "It seems you've gained another new ability, mind reading or something of the sort. It's been a long time since anyone called me that." Chu-Mo looked him in the eye. "To erase your filthy past, you killed everyone who knew that name," Tian-Ming said nonchalantly. "Why bring that up? I don't regret the past, but what about you? Do you regret it?" He looked up at the disintegrating sky. "You accelerated time and gained new abilities, but the secret realm is also collapsing. This is the bitter fruit you planted with your own hands." Chu-Mo glanced at him coldly, unmoved. "You're right. If I accelerate for one more day, the realm will collapse immediately." Tian-Ming raised his hand, preparing a move. "When the realm is destroyed and Earth loses its barrier, monsters will invade through countless channels." He lunged forward, striking a palm toward Chu-Mo's chest. "When that time comes, billions of people will die miserable deaths." Chu-Mo lowered his eyes. "Why bother with such futility? I've seen history. I know your strongest skill." He grabbed Tian-Ming's hand. "Even if I didn't defend myself, you couldn't hurt me. The secret realm will not collapse. This is merely a timeline in your precognition, not reality." Tian-Ming grinned, his tone provocative. "But I can make this timeline reality. As long as the monsters win for even a single moment, it will become history." Chu-Mo choked him by the neck and said coldly, "You want to provoke me into killing you? Perhaps your death is the key to switching to another timeline. Unfortunately, in front of me you don't even have the right to commit suicide." Tian-Ming replied calmly, "It seems your new ability hasn't made you omniscient. Besides death, I have other ways to change the timeline." Chu-Mo indifferently threw him to the ground. "There are indeed many things I still don't know, although I have seen your entire history. I still cannot understand your actions and thoughts." Chu-Mo looked down at Tian-Ming, his voice low and icy. "Why did you induce the 4 major sects to start the secret realm war? With your precognition there must have been other ways to break the seal." Lying on the ground, Tian-Ming suddenly asked back, "On the contrary, do you know how glorious human civilization once was?" He began to narrate, his voice filled with emotion. "In the distant ancient times when humans first encountered the monster world, they didn't need a secret realm for protection at all. The exceptional individuals of that era were far more powerful than the strongest cultivators today. The science and technology of that time were not the weak toys they are now. No matter how powerful the monsters were, they were nothing more than slaves and pets before them. But one day that brilliant civilization suddenly collapsed, and no one knows why, Chumo frowned. And you would start a war just to find the truth of history? Tianming shook his head. Not exactly. I only seek the power and technology of ancient humans, Chumo. I once guessed that your power came from them. He struggled to crawl up, his gaze sharp. Gaining new abilities just by staying in the secret realm for a day. This way of becoming stronger is absurd, but it fits my imagination of them perfectly. But I was wrong. Chumo looked at him. Why did you change your mind? Tianming was in no hurry to answer, his gaze sweeping over the pink bubbles floating in the air. He asked, Chumo, haven't you noticed yet? Your body is emitting a signal. He looked up at the sky, his voice low. The signal is getting stronger. Perhaps you've already sensed it, which is why you stopped accelerating time. At this moment, Chumo's body seemed to be glowing, and pink bubbles were continuously rising. Tianming burst into laughter. Entering a secret realm and gaining immense power just by staying for a day, how could there be such an easy bargain? That power comes with a price. I understand now, Chumo. You aren't some savior at all, you're just a coordinate. His voice grew louder and louder. When you stay in the secret realm long enough and your power becomes strong enough, you will attract invaders, beings far more terrifying than the monsters. Chumo fell into thought, his eyes wavering. A coordinate for invaders, your guess is indeed a possibility. Tianming's lips curled. Is it a guess or a fact? We'll know once we try. Accelerate for 2 more days. No, it only takes 1 more day for those invaders to appear before us. Chumo turned his head, his gaze icy. You're pinning your hopes on the invaders killing you to trigger a new timeline, but have you considered that their power might exceed your imagination, perhaps even forcing this timeline to become the permanent reality? Tianming sized him up and said in a heavy voice, even if you don't accelerate time, the signal on you is already strong enough. Given enough time, the invaders will be able to pinpoint Earth's location. Chumo folded his arms and stepped closer. Do you have a suggestion? Tianming, be decisive and kill me. You have no other choice. He paused for a moment and continued. This timeline holds only a desperate future. Whether it's the gods of the monster world or unknown invaders, both are fatal threats to humanity. I am the only one who can change fate. Chumo raised his hand, energy gathering around him. As he walked past Tianming, he gave a light flick of his wrist, and the sky turned as black as ink. Reborn once more, Tianming, still in the image of Jing Shan, looked at Chumo gloomily. He had died again, but the harvest was immense. Finally, I have grasped the secret of Chumo's power and the intelligence regarding the invaders. As long as I seize the future, I will be the ultimate winner. Just then, Tian Xin appeared, shouting, Hey you two, stop it! She landed gracefully, with Yutong following closely behind and standing by Chumo's side. Tian Xin walked toward Tianming. Jing Shan, what exactly are you thinking? Why are you fighting Chumo? Tianming saw who it was, a flash of interest in his eyes. The two of them are here as well. Perfect, I have a new plan. They will be the pawns to restrain Chumo. He reached out to stroke his face, smiling as he shed his disguise to reveal his true face. Tian Xin frowned. Who are you? Tianming, however, looked at his own hands in horror. No, I didn't do this. My body is losing control. It's Chumo. He clearly didn't accelerate time, so how does he have such a bizarre ability? Is it a Chumo from a previous dashed line timeline? Chumo spoke, breaking the silence. Tianming, or should I say Wen Beixuan, your memory has fragmented. Before he could finish, Tianming began to roar like a madman. I am Tianming, a cultivator from 1,000 years ago. 20 years ago, I was sealed in a cavern beneath the North Pole. It was I who induced the 4 major sects to start the Secret Realm War. Yutong was stunned by this sudden confession. This guy was being far too direct, answering everything he was asked. Is he lying to us? A purple light emanated from Tianming's body. He continued, for personal gain, I have pushed Earth into a crisis of destruction. I am a sinner, I am overwhelmed with shame, and I am prepared to atone for my crimes with death. His hand lunged toward his own chest, even as his mind struggled violently. I foresaw the future, but Chumo can actually interfere with precognition, preventing this timeline from becoming reality. He looked at the 3 people before him, his heart screaming in despair. I'm really going to die. Stop. I don't want to die. The moment that thought flashed, Tianming pierced his own heart with his own hand and collapsed listlessly. Tian Xin knelt to check. He committed suicide. He's really dead. Chumo stepped forward. He assessed. Death confirmed. No pulse in the live stream. The audience was abuzz. It's over. A 1,000-year-old big boss shows up and then commits suicide out of guilt. He's like a manipulated puppet. Comments kept scrolling. The monsters are almost all killed off. Chumo, you actually manipulated Tianming. You've got guts. Aren't you afraid of being suicided too? Yutong looked at Chumo suspiciously. What did you do? Chumo shrugged. I don't know, to be honest. I'm quite confused myself right now. In a corner of the secret realm, a participant slew the last monster and let out a sigh of relief. It's over. This is the last one. A secret realm system announcement rang out. The 4th secret realm mission is complete. In 1 minute, the saviors will return to the real world. Chumo's exclusive system sent a notification. Host has completed the 4th secret realm mission. Issuing special reward. Phantom. Chumo raised an eyebrow and then received another notification. Issuing special reward. Chrono's Bell, a relic of the 2nd chairman of the Dongyun group. Function, pause time for a short duration. Uses 1. The scene shifted back to the real world. 3 days later in the laboratory, Chu-Mo looked at the ore before him. Is this the world-crossing stone? How did it end up like this? Ji-Xing explained. 3 days ago, Dongyun Group went to the Arctic Cavern and rescued Jing Shan, who had been trapped in place of Tian Ming. We found lost ancient texts and modified the world-crossing stone. Chu-Mo asked. Does it have new functions now? Ji-Xing replied. As long as there is enough energy, the world-crossing stone can teleport a person to the monster world with high precision. Chu-Mo nodded. I'm satisfied. Well done. Prepare yourselves. I want to head to the monster world as quickly as possible. Li Hanning was shocked to hear this. Chu-Mo, you plan on going to the monster world that urgently? Where is the destination? Chu-Mo turned around. Near the remaining world-crossing stone in the monster world. I'm going to end this war. Hanning looked worried. The world-crossing stone was so important that the monsters would surely guard it heavily, perhaps even kept by the monster godlord personally. It's too risky. What do you plan to do? Chu-Mo shook his head. I can't say. This conversation might be being eavesdropped on. Hanning gave a cold laugh and questioned loudly. Are you doubting Elder Ji or me? Are we monster spies or something? Ji-Xing soothed her. Li Hanning, say no more. I believe Chu-Mo has his own reasons. Hanning clenched her fists. Chu-Mo, I want to believe you, but ever since you took over the Alliance group and the 4 major sects, you've become arbitrary and dictatorial. Crazier than the Alliance ever was, Chu-Mo said coldly. Li Hanning, don't get in my way or I will kill you. Your father sacrificed himself to save you. Don't let his efforts go to waste. Hanning cursed under her breath. Bastard, Chu-Mo responded flatly. A final piece of advice, think carefully about your father's death. Think about it thoroughly. Ji-Xing watched Chu-Mo's departing back, his voice full of worry. Chu-Mo, even if you're joking, those words were too much. He looked at Li Hanning, concern in his eyes. Li Hanning, are you okay? But Li Hanning didn't answer, silently immersed in her thoughts, her mind filled with the mystery of Tian Ming's bizarre death. Chu-Mo's father. Chu-Mo had once said, I can't say, will be overheard. He didn't mention the monsters, but implied the monsters were watching and hinted that his father's death was the result of a conspiracy. He had been used as a scapegoat by the Alliance group and pushed out as a sacrifice. Hanning's brow furrowed, her expression grave. It wasn't the monsters Chu-Mo was guarding against. The monsters, like his father, were just pawns in a larger game. So what exactly was he fighting against? Inside the laboratory, a massive machine hummed incessantly, and the sound of technicians' rapid typing echoed. Assistant Wang suddenly shouted, "Third energy replenishment, begin." Yu Tong stood in the back quietly observing everything. She looked at the control panel and said in a low voice, "Everyone pay attention. Report any data anomalies immediately." The world-crossing stone was being injected with energy, emitting dazzling sparks of electricity. Ji-Xing looked at Chu-Mo solemnly. To activate the world-crossing stone, more than half the world will face temporary power outages. This time plenty of people will certainly hold a grudge against you. Chu-Mo looked up, his gaze calm as he looked toward the world-crossing stone, responding flatly. It doesn't matter. Is that the Beast King Palace? A magnificent image of the Beast King Palace flickered in front of the stone. Ji-Xing followed his gaze and nodded in confirmation. Exactly. That is the palace of the Monster World's God Lord. Its center is your destination. The Monster World's world-crossing stone is installed right there. Chu-Mo smiled slightly, a flash of satisfaction in his eyes. How convenient. It will save me a lot of time, Ji-Xing suddenly spoke, his tone laced with anxiety. Do you really not feel even a bit of fear? He paused and continued in a lowered voice. According to the data, the defense force of the Beast King Palace exceeds 300,000 monsters, with a total combat power over 1 million. Among them, 50,000 monsters have combat power exceeding 10 million, and 2 have reached a terrifying tier. As for the monster godlord, his combat power is estimated to exceed 100 million. Chu-Mo rubbed his chin in thought. Let me think. He fell into contemplation, his mind analyzing rapidly. First, sign in. Power of a 1,000-year-old monster increased combat power by 10,000. Second, martial god combat experience tripled regular combat power and increased burst date by 10 times, though it only lasts 10 seconds. Third, golden pupils can see through enemy weaknesses and break all illusions. Fourth, Samadhi True Fire continuously strengthens the body, adding 10,000 combat power via nuclear reaction. Fifth, the power of a 1,000-year-old monster once again added 10,000 combat power, which combined with the martial god experience doubled his base combat power. Chu-Mo calculated. His regular combat power was 90,000, which could reach 300,000 during a 10-second burst. After weighing it for a moment, he nodded and concluded confidently. The situation is optimistic. The odds of winning are high. Ji-Xing was dumbfounded by Chu-Mo's sudden confidence. Are you serious? Chu-Mo nodded decisively. There's no need to worry so much. I'm not going there to kill them all. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, his gaze sharp. I only need to find an opportunity to get close to the world-crossing stone. Once I destroy it, the monsters won't be able to cheat and increase the difficulty of the Secret Realm War anymore. Ji-Xing looked at him and finally understood the true objective. You're worried that in the next Secret Realm War, humanity will lose, Chu-Mo answered seriously. I can't keep creating miracles forever. If the monsters continue to cheat, failure is only a matter of time. Ji-Xing nodded, his voice heavy. I understand, but there's one more problem. The moment you step into the monster world, your whereabouts will be instantly exposed. Monsters over 10,000 years old have perception enough to cover every blind spot in the Beast King Palace. The spatial fluctuation when you appear will be extremely obvious. At this point, Yutong, who had been listening, stepped forward, her voice firm. Chu Mo, I'll go with you, I'll be the bait. To buy you time, Chu Mo immediately shook his head and refused flatly. No, you must stay here. I will do my utmost to destroy the world-crossing stone, but I might not make it back when that time comes. You will need to take on the responsibility of leading humanity to victory in the Secret Realm War. Yutong hesitated, but just then, Sha Zhou walked in from outside and accepted the task without hesitation. In that case, leave the baiting to me. Chu Mo turned his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Sha Zhou. Sha Zhou, did Li Haoning send you? This trip is likely a one-way journey. Sha Zhou replied in a steady voice, the Alliance group has already been destroyed by you. My wish is fulfilled. I may not be the savior of the secret realm, but aside from you, my strength is among the top tier of humanity. I am qualified to be the bait. Chu Mo nodded and led Sha Zhou toward the world-crossing stone. Fine, then let's go together. Just as they were about to touch the stone, the system suddenly issued a frantic warning, 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 danger. Host needs at least 10 more sign-ins before heading to the monster world, but Chu Mo turned a deaf ear and continued stepping forward. He whispered, Yutong, if I don't come back, I'll have to trouble you to look after my sister. At one side of the Beast King Palace, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared, and the world-crossing stone delivered Chu Mo to his destination. A golden light descended from the sky. Two monsters smacked their lips, their tone mocking. We have a guest. Is it a human? Is there something wrong with their brains? Another monster danced with excitement. To actually barge straight into the Beast King Palace without even hiding their presence, they certainly have guts. The guts to seek their own death. Chu Mo landed at the entrance of the Beast King Palace. The world-crossing stone performed beyond expectations, sending him to the precise location. He opened his eyes, surveyed the surrounding space, and grumbled displeased, "Ly, I knew I shouldn't have believed those lies." The monsters, who were just about to step forward to feast, were suddenly startled upon recognizing him. Chu Mo didn't stop. He walked forward slowly, every step appearing incredibly firm. The panicked monsters automatically retreated to both sides to make a path. Suddenly, a monster roared angrily, "What are you doing? Why are you making way for him? Kill him. Don't you even have that much courage?" The monsters below turned back in anger, looking at the speaker as if he were a madman. "Ha, that's the strongest savior of the humans. If you want him, you go." Just then, Lord He appeared and pushed that monster aside. Chu Mo, in the Secret Realm War, our monster power is restricted and we cannot kill you, but I didn't expect you to walk into our trap yourself. Chu Mo raised his head calmly, his eyes showing no emotion. "I have come here to seek peace." Lord He began to laugh as if she had heard a huge joke. "Peace, idiot, we don't need peace at all." Chu Mo ignored her attitude, his tone remaining flat. "I want to speak directly with your godlord." Lord He snorted coldly, her gaze contemptuous. "With your status, you are not worthy of seeing the godlord." Another monster appeared behind her and said in a low voice, "Lord He, please allow me to handle this insolent human." Lord He looked at him and asked, "Are you confident you can kill this strongest savior?" He swung his arms, murderous intent swirling. "If we were in the secret realm, I would be no match for him. But in our world, killing him is as easy as flipping a hand." To everyone's surprise, Chu Mo didn't play by the rules and said nonchalantly, "If you hit me, I'll commit suicide." That monster was enraged by these words. He laughed, his pupils constricting. "Fine, fine, you said it. I'll give you a punch, and you show me how you commit suicide." The moment the words left his mouth, he charged at Chu Mo. Suddenly, with a bang, that monster exploded like a firework, dissipating in the wind. The surrounding monsters were terrified, more certain than ever that their decision to make way was correct. "What just happened? I couldn't see a thing. Good thing we didn't move." Only Lord He sensed something was off. Her lips pressed tight. "No, that was the Godlord's power. But why would the Godlord stop us from killing Chu Mo?" Chu Mo also noticed something was amiss and said in a serious tone, "Godlord, I know you are here. You can hear me and you can see me. From now on, I'll give you 1 minute to consider." He frowned, his tone resolute. "End the Secret Realm War, otherwise I will commit suicide right now." A cloud of fiery red aura enveloped the Beast King Palace. The illusory figure of the Godlord coalesced, his voice ringing out icily. "Coordinate, is this a threat? Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare kill you?" Chu Mo raised his head, his gaze devoid of fear. "It seems you do indeed know my identity," he repeated in a firm tone. "I will say it once more, terminate the Secret Realm War within 1 minute. This is not a threat but a demand. If refused, I have no qualms about dying. The coordinate will remain in your world forever." Broadcasting a signal to the outside, the Godlord's projection looked down at Chu Mo. "The Secret Realm War cannot be terminated. Only victory or defeat can bring it to an end." Chu Mo stepped up the stairs, speaking bluntly. "Then concede." Standing below, Lord He heard this and shouted in a rage, "Bastard, how dare you speak to the Godlord in such a manner?" Chu Mo glanced at her, his tone tinged with confusion. "Is it that hard to admit defeat?" The Godlord on his high throne remained silent, merely observing quietly. After a long while he spoke, "Is victory or defeat truly that important to you?" Chu Mo stood in the center of the hall, his gaze cold, his voice dropping into a register of unprecedented authority. "Humanity is not important and monsters are insignificant. Our war is even more meaningless. Even if you win the Secret Realm War, as long as the coordinate remains in your world, the only end awaiting you is destruction. As soon as he finished speaking, a corner of the Beast King Palace suddenly shook violently and exploded into fragments. The Godlord narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze shooting toward Chumo. Chumo, what is your true purpose? Chumo remained composed, his tone showing no fluctuation. I said it just now, I have come for peace, the Godlord shouted sternly, brimming with killing intent. Drop this clumsy performance, you've been trying every means to draw our attention just to cover for your teammate. Regrettably, that fellow is already dead. Chumo continued to step forward, his eyes deep. Sha Zhou had indeed bought some time and simultaneously disrupted the Godlord's thoughts, but for me to reach this point is almost the limit. Suddenly he pulled a pocket watch from his robes, clutching it tightly. The Godlord's attitude shifted instantly, his tone becoming urgent. Chumo, what are you doing? The pocket watch in Chumo's hand erupted with light, and the system simultaneously sent a notification confirming the use of the item, the Chronos Bell. The Godlord's projection seemed frozen. 0.01 seconds passed. Chumo lunged forward at high speed, smashing through the gates of the Divine Hall. At 0.02 seconds, he burst into the hall and saw the world-crossing stone hovering at the heights, his eyes burning. The system transmitted information. World-crossing stone, a miracle stone containing the power of time and space, analyzing weaknesses. Before the report could even conclude, black aura seeped from the pocket watch in Chumo's hand. The system issued a warning. Warning, the pocket watch is being affected by an unknown power and is about to break. Chumo looked down at the crack-riddled watch and murmured, the Godlord's power, how much time is left? Time reached 0.03 seconds. The system finally sent the notification that the analysis was complete. The world-crossing stone's weakness was identified. Without hesitation, Chumo charged at the stone. A tiny crack appeared on its surface. The system displayed, world-crossing stone durability 98,100. Chumo clenched his fist, his gaze ruthless. It's remarkably tough. Black aura continued to pour from the watch as if it would explode the next second. Ignoring this, he slammed consecutive heavy punches into the world-crossing stone. At 0.04 seconds, the durability dropped to 79, and then at 0.05 seconds it plummeted to 43,100. The system prompted that the pocket watch was destroyed. Chumo did not stop, his fist still clenched as he prepared to throw the final blow. At that moment, with a thunderous boom, the watch exploded. The Godlord's projection vanished instantly, and the very next second he appeared behind Chumo. By now, the world-crossing stone's durability was down to a mere 19,100. Chumo caught a glimpse of what was behind him from the corner of his eye. Time reached 0.06 seconds. The Godlord descended, and a violent power swept through the entire hall. He gritted his teeth, his tone full of fury. You humans are indeed always so cunning. He looked at the cracked but not yet shattered world-crossing stone. He roared, destroying the world-crossing stone, your plan has failed. Chumo was knocked back by the Godlord's power, lying on his back on the floor. Yet a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. No, my plan succeeded. From now on you can no longer cheat in the secret realm. As the words left his lips, the world-crossing stone shattered with a roar, fragments flying everywhere in the hall. Durability reached 0. Chumo lay there, his gaze locked onto the Godlord. You had a chance to stop me, but you hesitated. In that single instant, God of Monsters, were you actually that afraid of the consequences of killing me? Outside the Beast King Palace, the monsters fell into a panic. The hall has vanished and the Godlord has disappeared. Lord, he interrupted sternly. Do not panic. This is the Godlord's ability, creating a small plane independent of the monster world. She revealed a confident smile. Rest assured, the threat of Chumo as the coordinate is now void. Victory belongs to the Godlord, it belongs to us. Inside the hall, a blue light emitted by the world-crossing stone enveloped the space. The floating fragments actually flew back to their original positions and began to gradually reassemble. Chumo was secretly shocked. It can still be repaired after this much damage? The Godlord spoke icily. Chumo, I must thank you for walking into my trap and giving me the chance to kill you. Without you in the next secret realm war, humanity is doomed to fail. Chumo laughed, his tone filled with mockery. If you kill me, aren't you worried the coordinate will stay in your world? The Godlord answered candidly. Haven't you noticed yet? He laughed loudly. This hall has been isolated from the world. If I kill you here and throw your corpse into the Pale Land, the coordinate will be unable to locate our world. Chumo narrowed his eyes, sensing the surrounding space. A shroud of black mist enveloped the surroundings. He could see nothing but void. He asked in a low voice, Beyond the hall is nothingness. You created an independent plane and brought us here. The Godlord nodded, a flash of interest in his eyes. Exactly. Killing you here is the safest option. Chumo looked him straight in the eye. Taking me to the Pale Land to kill me would be the truly safest way, right? The Godlord laughed. A good idea, but Chumo interrupted him, his tone sharp. Stop these pointless probings. If you could really do it, I would have been dead long ago. Perhaps because of repairing the world-crossing stone, you are trapped in this plane, and you aren't certain whether the coordinate will still transmit a signal to your world if you kill me here. The Godlord was enraged by Chumo's confident attitude. He raised his hand and a surging dark power erupted. Perhaps I should try, Chumo laughed, devoid of fear. You want to observe my reaction through threats to judge the situation of the coordinate? Unfortunately, I know nothing. The owners of the coordinate are terrifying invaders who see our worlds as food. Do you dare bet that you can intercept the coordinate? The system suddenly issued a frantic warning. Warning, signal cut off, unable to connect. Host, please leave as soon as possible. Danger, the godlord's power erupted, the pressure suppressing Chumo completely. The system continued to prompt, Host is in an extremely dangerous state, attempting to reconnect, no signal. The godlord looked down at Chumo, his voice low like thunder. I am 90% sure I can intercept the coordinate, but I don't want to bet, nor do I need to. Chumo, let's make a deal. Chumo narrowed his eyes, his tone questioning. A deal, the godlord continued, his gaze sharp. Chumo, I know you have suffered enough grievances, contempt, insults, ridicule, and misunderstandings on Earth. It is truly laughable that those weaklings dared to treat a powerhouse like you that way. Do you really want to save all of humanity? He paused, took a deep breath, and looked into Chumo's eyes. No, you only care about your sister and a few close friends. The godlord smiled, his tone seductive. After the Secret Realm War ends, I will bring your relatives and friends to my world. I will give them 10 million square meters of fertile land, guaranteeing that they and their descendants live in stability and abundance. The condition is that you must head to the Pale Land and never approach our world again, Chumo asked in a heavy voice. Can they not stay on Earth? The godlord laughed, his tone mocking. After the Secret Realm War, only destruction will remain of Earth. Do you want your sister to be buried with it? Chumo showed hesitation, his gaze darkening. I need to consider this. Tell me everything you know about the owners of the coordinate and the real reason you insist on destroying Earth. The godlord let out a cold laugh. It seems you truly know nothing, he nodded. Fine, for a fair trade I will tell you everything. Chumo secretly asked the system, what are the requirements for claiming the sign in reward? The system answered quickly. Because the power of the world-crossing stone opened a channel, the host is participating in a plane outside the monster world and Earth, and is currently in the Secret Realm War between humans and monsters, Chumo followed up. I am now in an independent small world suspended in space, fighting the godlord of the monster world. Does this meet the reward conditions? The system replied mechanically. System is calculating. Conditions insufficient, no higher instructions received, no signal connection. Chumo coldly threatened the system. If I die, your prey will escape, the system responded urgently. System is recalculating. The godlord withdrew his oppressive killing intent, his tone becoming steady, even somewhat low. Regarding the echoing shadows, I do not know much. They are called the ghosts that wander the Pale Land, madly devouring every world they encounter. Any world invaded by them ultimately becomes a dead land, with all life extinguished. But it is not easy for them to discover prey. Chumo took over the conversation, his gaze piercing. So they need a coordinate? The godlord nodded. The echoing shadows have scattered countless coordinates, but only a very few can point to a world with life and parasitize a creature like you. Chumo pressed further in a heavy voice. If I already have a coordinate on me, why haven't they reached Earth yet? The godlord shrugged, his tone nonchalant. A coordinate alone is not enough to accurately lock onto Earth's location. He looked at Chumo, a cold flash in his eyes. Do you know of the Pale Land? Chumo nodded. I've been there once, the godlord explained, his tone steady. The human world, the monster world, all worlds with life exist independently. They cannot touch one another, but the Pale Land appeared. It became a path, or more accurately, a transit station. Only by reaching it can we leap from one world to another. But first you must find the mapping object on the Pale Land that corresponds to that world. He gave a simple example. For instance, for Earth, the mapping object in the Pale Land might be an apple or a rabbit. Only by finding those mapping objects can the echoing shadows enter Earth. Chumo nodded in thought. It sounded relatively simple. But the godlord shook his head, his gaze dimming. It is not simple. The space of the Pale Land is nearly infinite, and mapping objects are constantly changing. 1 second it's a stone, the next it might become a rabbit. His voice lowered. Worlds existing independently are always in a state of flux. But if two worlds are locked together, the mapping object stops changing, Chumo asked tentatively. You mean the Secret Realm War? The godlord nodded. The Secret Realm War was originally initiated by Earth. The coordinate on you locked our worlds together, creating an opportunity for the echoing shadows to harvest two prey at once. Chumo shook his head, his gaze cold. No, the one who started the Secret Realm War was Tian Ming, that cultivator from 1,000 years ago. The godlord froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Tian Ming, the power of the coordinate was enough to force him into suicide and change his intentions. With a coordinate, it's all too easy. Chumo frowned and said in a low voice, if this is all a conspiracy of the echoing shadows, humans and monsters should cooperate even more to terminate the Secret Realm War and unbind the two worlds to prevent their invasion. The godlord shook his head decisively. No, humans and monsters cannot cooperate. When the Secret Realm War began, the two worlds were already locked. The echoing shadows have already determined our general area. Even if we terminate the Secret Realm War and forcibly separate the two worlds, we cannot escape their search range. He paused, his gaze icy. The only way is to win the Secret Realm War, using Earth's resources and energy as fuel, and then take our world and flee this area as far as possible. Chumo looked straight at the godlord, his tone serious. So that is the reason you want to destroy Earth? The godlord shook his head in denial. Gaining Earth's energy does not mean destroying it, nor will it cause too many human casualties. The echoing shadows are the ones who will destroy Earth, and they are almost here. Chumo replied coldly. For Earth and humanity there is no difference. Seeing his firm attitude, the godlord said no more and went straight to the point. Chumo, I've told you everything you wanted to know. This is a soul contract. I guarantee the safety of your relatives and friends, but you must wander the Pale Land forever. Do you accept? To his surprise, Chu-Mo rejected it flatly. I refuse, the godlord merely smirked, not appearing overly agitated. What a pity. A mass of cyan frost suddenly enveloped the area, freezing Chu-Mo's feet. He tried to break free but was unable to resist. The godlord continued calmly. If you had accepted the deal, things could have been much simpler. In an instant, Chu-Mo was sealed within a massive crystal of ice. The godlord announced leisurely, I will seal you for now. I'll deal with you once the world-crossing stone is repaired. Refuse me and you will regret it. Every human you know will be destroyed. Inside the ice, Chu-Mo could not move. System prompt: host's life safety is second priority. Variable calculation in progress. Conclusion: this is a special secret realm. Day 6 sign-in reward dragon scale. Special effects: 1. High-own combat power. 2. Greatly enhanced defense. In front of the world-crossing stone, the godlord sat waiting, watching the fragments gradually gather and repair the stone. Before long, the world-crossing stone regained its former shimmering brilliance. The godlord cursed under his breath. He had wasted so much time again. He stood up, looking satisfied at this precise tool that brooked no flaw. It was fully restored, however. At that moment, a flash of light streaked past the godlord's eyes. Boom! The world-crossing stone shattered again, reduced to powder. The godlord gritted his teeth and roared, Damn it, Chu-Mo. Just like the reward from the Day 29 sign-in had freed himself from the dead ice at some unknown point, he tilted his head, his tone provocative. I've turned the world-crossing stone into dust this time. Can you still repair it now? The godlord frowned, his voice squeezed through his teeth. Not only did you break the seal, but you also deceived my perception. The coordinate is indeed convenient. Chu-Mo shrugged and smiled faintly. Perhaps. The godlord stared at him, his voice dropping low. Every time you enter a secret realm, you gain new power. This is the coordinate's balancing mechanism between humans and monsters. He paused, his gaze bone-chillingly cold. But I didn't expect that even within a plane of my own creation, the coordinate would still grant you power. The longer you stay here, the stronger the coordinate's power becomes, doesn't it? Chu-Mo gave a provocative smile. If you want to test that, there's only one way: dissolve this plane. Otherwise, my power might very well surpass yours. The godlord clicked his tongue, his gaze darkening. You've banked on the fact that I can't do it. Once the plane is dissolved, the fragments of the world-crossing stone will scatter everywhere, increasing the difficulty of repair. If it isn't repaired quickly, the monsters will lose the secret realm war. He looked at Chu-Mo, his tone grave. If I don't dissolve the plane, I'll lose to you. Chu-Mo asked calmly, Is this not a dilemma for you? The godlord could no longer contain himself and asked decisively, Chu-Mo, state your demands. What do you want? Chu-Mo repeated with a firm tone. I told you, what I want is peace. Aside from killing each other, there are other paths for our two worlds to take. The godlord tried to explain, his voice low. Sacrificing Earth to let the monsters escape is the method with the highest success rate. It is almost impossible for both worlds to survive together, Chu-Mo replied, his gaze resolute. Then we have nothing left to discuss, the godlord shouted sternly. Chu-Mo, on top of our previous deal, I can increase the number of humans immigrating to the monster world. 10 million, 20 million, or give you a status second only to mine. We can negotiate for whatever you want. Chu-Mo refused flatly. No, I don't accept, the godlord murmured under his breath, his voice icy. Is that so? He raised his hand and struck with a heavy, energy-filled palm. Then I have no choice but to kill you. The coordinate will not transfer. Chu-Mo's lips parted slightly. Activate equalizer domain. His body erupted in a dazzling light, and a violent power surged forth. The godlord watched as his divine power seemed to be absorbed by Chu-Mo, frowning. My divine power is being devoured as if it has vanished. The corner of Chu-Mo's mouth curled. The equalizer domain, it could also be called the domain of equality. It forbids all power except the physical body. Godlord, let's brawl. The hall shook with an explosion as Chu-Mo's punch sent the godlord's face reeling. He retaliated immediately, and the two fell into a deadlock, trading blows and kicks. Neither side would yield. After a long while they finally separated, steadying themselves while panting heavily. The godlord looked up, his voice low. The equalizer domain truly lives up to its name. Not only does it forbid non-physical powers, but it also suppresses physical strength to the absolute limit. Chu-Mo asked provocatively, Do you miss it, this state where you have no choice but to fight like a common thug? The godlord replied. The coordinate granted you the ability to stall for time. Don't you think that's too convenient? The coordinate wants to stop me because it knows my plan has a very high success rate. Chu-Mo nodded, his tone flat. Perhaps, but I have no interest in your deal, the godlord questioned indignantly. Why? I know you're dissatisfied with the terms, but what exactly is it? Chu-Mo looked him in the eye. I know quite a bit about your world, bloodline supremacy, the strong devouring the weak, and absolute chaos. I don't want my sister living in a place like that. The godlord burst into laughter. Is that all? I will grant your sister power and land on her territory. Humans and monsters alike must obey whatever order or law she desires, Chu-Mo replied. His tone was cold. I don't trust you. A soul contract isn't necessarily reliable, the godlord stated decisively. I will keep my promise. This is the oath of a god. Chu-Mo glanced at him and said flatly, A world is created in the image of its god. The chaos and bloodshed of the monster world reflect your true nature. If I leave, I cannot guarantee their safety." The godlord stepped forward, clicking his tongue. "You are even more stubborn than I imagined. Since a deal cannot be reached, I cannot allow your abilities to continue growing." He paused, his voice turning icy. "Chu Mo, feel proud to kill you. A god is wagering his life." Chu Mo looked at his hands, confused. "The equalizer domain was broken?" "No, the effect is still there." "What did you do?" The godlord laughed. "It cannot be limited, it cannot be bound. This was a poisonous force capable of easily killing even a god." A purple spiritual energy suddenly locked Chu Mo's limbs. He tried to analyze it with his golden pupils, but the system reported that the golden pupils could not identify the weakness of the binding spiritual energy. The system errored, a skill could not be used. The godlord looked up triumphantly. "You want to resist? Struggle as much as you like. Divine powers cannot overcome karma. No matter how bizarre your abilities are, they cannot block causality." He looked at Chu Mo, his tone filled with arrogance. "Sink into the depths of karma." The space suddenly shifted. A young Chu Mo appeared in a seaside village, captured by two mysterious men in black. He struggled wildly, shouting, "Let go of me, you mute bastards, I won't run anymore, okay?" Just then an elder in strange robes approached, offering a kind smile. "Chu Mo, your highness the saint's son. Please do not go near the forest outside the village, it is very dangerous." Chu Mo asked angrily. "Did you adopt me just to lock me away in this hellhole forever?" The elder laughed. "No, it's only temporary. Everything we do is to ensure your safety. It's time for dinner. Your sister is waiting for you. Please follow me." The scene shifted again. An adult Chu Mo sat on a high platform with Chu Yun, who was dressed in white robes. Below them, a man was tied to a wooden pillar, surrounded by a crowd of villagers. The bound man roared, his eyes rolling back. "What do you want from me? Why have you kidnapped me? I've never done anything bad, I've lived an honest life. I beg you, let me go." The elder who had adopted Chu Mo stepped forward, his tone severe. "Yan Yang, age 38. According to the record, since age 14 you have killed 6 people, committed 14 thefts and 10 rapes. Yan Yang, do you confess your crimes?" Having his real name and crimes called out, Yan Yang dropped his facade and sneered, "Damn it, I clearly changed my name and even my appearance. Are you relatives of the victims? Do you want to lynch me?" The elder shook his head, looking at Yan Yang with icy eyes. "We have never met you, and we don't know your victims. Your sins and your fate shall be judged by the gods." Yan Yang tilted his face up, looking at Chu Mo and Chu Yun on the platform with contempt. "Gods, those two brats, I could snap their necks in 5 seconds. The elder's expression shifted instantly, his tone turning icy with warning. "Do not be impudent toward the gods. The saint son and saint daughter are the incarnations of the god of sin. Saint son, saint daughter, please hand down your divine decree." Chu Mo and Chu Yun remained silent, looking down from above with calm gazes. The elder seemed to receive an invisible command. He turned to the crowd, his voice echoing. "The god of sin has given silent consent. There is no objection. There is no need for torture tonight. Grant the sinner a swift death." The people bowed their heads and cried out in unison, "We obey the divine decree. We obey the divine decree." Yan Yang gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, you religious lunatics, don't let me catch a break." Before he could say another word, a villager stepped forward with a knife, his eyes hollow yet filled with fanaticism. "May you receive the blessing of the god of sin." The blade swept across and blood sprayed. Another elder stepped forward with a scythe, his voice raspy, "God of sin, please forgive this wretched tainted child." Immediately following, a third, fourth, fifth, and sixth person struck in succession. An old woman pressed her hands together, praying devoutly, "God of sin, please cleanse this filth." Yan Yang's body slumped against the wooden pillar, blood pooling on the ground. A bowl filled with blood was handed to the elder who had adopted Chu Mo. He poured it directly over Chu Mo's head, chanting under his breath, "All sin shall return to the god of sin." Blood flowed from his hair down his face, as crimson as an old memory. This was an ordinary day in Peace Village. At 6:30 a.m. the villagers woke up and left their homes early. At 7 a.m. they knelt to pray, confessing their sins and washing away their karma. At 8 a.m., the entire village was busy building altars for the annual ceremony. They continued their diligent preparations until 12 p.m. The elder welcomed honored guests outside the village, those who habitually destroyed peace. Every day at 2 p.m. during rest time, Chu Mo and Chu Yun stood on a small path. Chu Mo spoke in a low, worried tone, "The ceremony is about to begin." Chu Yun nodded, her gaze sharp. "I know, the way those guests look at us is like they're looking at food." Chu Mo frowned. "Can we really escape?" Chu Yun smiled, her tone firm. "Thanks to the commotion your escape caused yesterday, I'm ready. Those guest yachts are our only chance. We have to leave this island." Just then, the godlord appeared within the flow of time, hovering high above. As he observed the two siblings, he muttered to himself, his voice low, "This is the most dangerous moment in Chu Mo's timeline. There is only one chance to strike, and I must not be discovered by the coordinate." As dusk approached, the tranquility of Peace Village was shattered by a scream. "The saint son and saint daughter are missing. Find them, quickly." Villagers swarmed out, searching every corner. The elder who had adopted them gritted his teeth, demanding of his subordinates, "How were you watching them? You actually let them run?" A subordinate answered tremblingly, "I was knocked out. It seemed like I was drugged." The elder was furious. "They truly are a handful. To think they'd try to run at the final moment." Suddenly an explosion rocked the village as a fierce fire began to burn. The villagers fell into a panic. "Fire, put out the fire, quickly!" 2 or 3 more explosions followed. Stone pillars collapsed, crushing several people. An old woman knelt amidst the sea of fire, wailing, "Divine punishment, this must be divine punishment." Foreign tourists scattered for their lives, cursing, "Damn it, what divine punishment, get out of the way!" The fire and explosions almost surrounded the entire village, blocking all exits. By this time Chu Mo and Chu Yun had already run some distance. Chu Mo was panting heavily, his voice weak. "Sister, I can't breathe." "Just a bit further. The boat is right ahead." She frowned, her voice lowered. "This religion is insane. They're completely impossible to reason with. The fuel traps are all used up and we have no weapons. It's hard to fight against adults, but no matter what, Chu Mo must at least survive." Just then the elder who had adopted them caught up, his eyes rolling back as he roared, "Chu Yun, come here. You certainly wouldn't leave Chu Mo to run alone, would you?" Chu Yun nodded and walked toward the elder, a flash of resolution in her eyes. "Fine." She suddenly lunged, pushing the elder toward the sea of fire. She screamed, "Let's go to hell together." But at that moment the flames suddenly vanished. Chu Yun looked around in shock. "The fire is gone. Where is this?" The space no longer looked like Peace Village. The elder stood before her, screaming like a madman, "The god of sin has manifested." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the elder's head flew off. The godlord appeared behind him, cursing with disgust. "Filthy thing." Chu Yun stared at him blankly. The godlord lowered his eyes, his tone icy. "I am a god, but not the god of sin you speak of. I have come for Chu Mo." Chu Yun frowned, wary. "Wait, do you want a sacrifice too? If you do, then take me." The godlord shook his head. "Harming Chu Mo would cause the coordinate to transfer. That is not what I wish to see. My goal is simple. To kill you, thereby finalizing the deal with the future Chu Mo." Chu Yun looked up, her gaze sharp. "A deal with the future Chu Mo? Who exactly are you?" The godlord looked at her, his voice low. "You are the person Chu Mo cares about most, which is also the reason he refused to deal with me. If you die in the past, Chu Mo will no longer have any lingering attachment to the human world." Chu Yun screamed. "If you are a god, can't you be a little more magnanimous? Why would you do something so cruel?" The godlord raised his hand, divine power gathering. "I am merely helping Chu Mo make the right choice," but his attack was blocked by an invisible force unable to touch Chu Yun. The godlord's eyes widened. "How is this possible?" "This is the power of the coordinate. Two coordinates existing at the same time." Chu Yun's body was suddenly enveloped in golden light. The godlord frowned. "No. This power is different from Chu Mo's. You are the first host of the coordinate." He burst into laughter, his tone filled with irony. "The coordinate transferred from you to Chu Mo. How ironic. Is this a trick of fate or the calculation of the coordinate?" Chu Yun was stunned, her voice trembling. "What is a sign-in system?" The system's operation was similar to the one on Chu Mo. Notification: sign-in system error, connection time error, data error, restarting. 29 sign-ins completed. Currently judged to be within a secret realm. Re-signing is possible. Day 30 sign-in reward. Skill: mental extinction. Chu Yun's body shook violently, a strange and terrifying sensation welling up in her heart. The godlord stood opposite her and warned, "Human child, do not use the power of the coordinate. Your body has just received power that took Chu Mo months to obtain. If you use it by force, your body will collapse, meaning you will die." Chu Yun fell silent, then roared, "Are you just like those priests of the god of sin? You only want to use me and Chu Mo and set us up." The godlord tried to explain. "You misunderstand." Wait a moment. Before he could finish, Chu Yun charged forward, throwing a heavy punch brimming with vitality. The godlord clicked his tongue, thinking to himself that with this explosive temper, she was exactly like Chu Mo. He tried to finish his sentence, but a spatial rift suddenly opened behind him. His body seemed to be struck by the force of Chu Yun's power, instantly shattering into several pieces. He roared, "Damn it, what on earth is happening?" Chu Yun froze. Was that evil deity dead just like that? But immediately after, her legs began to tremble, and her body felt as if it were about to dissipate. She murmured to herself, "Am I going to die too?" A second later, Chu Yun vanished. The scene shifted back to the seaside. Chu Yun stood there whispering, "Back to the seaside village." She looked down at her hands. Was that rain just now? No, something's wrong. She could not feel her own body. The system's voice rang out, "Host Chu Yun is deceased. Life form has vanished. Data is corrupted. Sign-in system is transferring, searching for a new host." Chu Yun looked down in silence. Not alive, yet not dead. Am I a ghost now or what? Suddenly Chu Mo walked over while rubbing his head. "Sister, what happened just now? My head hurt so much I woke up and found you gone. I was worried sick." Chu Yun composed herself and put on a radiant smile. "Chu Mo, it's okay. We're safe now. Let's go home." Chu Mo looked bewildered. "Home? Where do we have a home? Do you mean the orphanage?" Chu Yun shook her head, her tone gentle. "No, there will be a safer place." At dusk a small boat drifted on the sea while the villagers gathered on the shore. Chu Mo lay unconscious on the beach as a voice rang out. Rescue Team 18 found a survivor, a boy in a coma, still breathing. Chu Yun stood quietly to the side, her gaze deep as she watched Chu Mo lying motionless on the golden sand. A report from someone nearby confirmed the cold hard fact. Only one survivor was found. She looked down at her body. Her hands were so translucent she could clearly see the grains of sand beneath them. In the blink of an eye the scene shifted, bringing her and Chu Mo into a dimly lit somber room. Chu Mo sat in a single chair, his expression despondent. Expressionless, a man walked in and delivered a flat report regarding the cult village. Every year they would buy a boy and a girl from the orphanage, dubbing them the Saint Son and Saint Daughter, to be offered with the blood of sinners. The men looked at Chu Mo and spoke slowly. "At the end of every year, this village holds a cannibalistic banquet. The invited guests included many wealthy businessmen and high-ranking officials. It was said that consuming the flesh and blood of the Saint Son and Saint Daughter would grant divine protection. A police officer clicked his tongue, his tone filled with disgust. The person beside him turned and asked in a low voice, "Was that fire really just an accident?" Chu Mo did not answer, remaining as silent as a stone. Just then another person walked in and coldly ordered, "It doesn't matter anymore. Many people do not want this case investigated further. Close it as an accidental fire." Existing in her phantom state, Chu Yun stood silently behind Chu Mo like a shadow that would never leave. She spoke softly, her tone gentle yet firm. "It's all right, soon we'll be able to leave." The scene shifted again, bringing them to a bustling, prosperous and busy city. An old woman squinted her clouded eyes, scrutinizing Chu Mo. "Little guy, are you looking to rent a room alone?" Chu Mo shook his head and answered briefly, "No, there are two of us, me and my sister." The old lady frowned, her face full of suspicion. Just then Chu Yun spoke up, her voice clear. "I am Chu Mo's sister." The old lady quickly rubbed her eyes and grumbled, "Ah, there really are two of you. My apologies, my eyes aren't good and I didn't notice you just now. You two little ones, since you're the ones renting, I can give you a discount." Time flowed by quietly like water. Chu Mo and Chu Yun worked together, struggling to earn a living. At first, many people looked at them with pity. Two orphans without parents who had to be self-reliant. But before long, malicious rumors began to spread. People whispered that the siblings had been adopted by a cult and that they would bring misfortune to anyone who came near them. "It serves them right to be in such a miserable state," one person said cuttingly. With a heavy fruit basket on his shoulder, Chu Mo turned to Chu Yun and whispered, his tone full of worry, "Sister, the money we earned this month isn't enough. It won't even cover the rent. Many people are talking behind our backs, and our old customers aren't coming anymore." Chu Yun shook her head, her gaze firm. "Don't care about what others think. I'll find a way regarding the rent." Time flew by again like a gale. Chu Mo was already in college. One day he found Chu Yun and spoke in a low but resolute tone. "I'm dropping out of university. I'm going to work, otherwise it's too hard on you." Chu Yun frowned and scolded him softly. "What are you talking about? Don't worry about the tuition. I recently found a high-paying job." The flood of memories was suddenly cut off. Dian Ming startled awake from the old dream, and at the same time Chu Mo let out a great shout. His voice was raspy. "Sister, don't go." He was still standing in the center of the Beast King Palace, gritting his teeth as each word was squeezed from between them. "System, your plan is truly sinister. Only after 30 days of signing in could the Godlord be killed, but that also means I would obtain power beyond your control. So you arranged for her to complete the 30-day sign-in to kill the Godlord, with the price being her death. She could not continue to maintain that power, which is why the system transferred to me." The system answered with a flatness that bordered on coldness, "Your sister never truly died." Chu Mo interrupted it, his voice trembling with rage, "But she isn't normally alive either." The system continued without any emotion. "Because the monster Godlord repaired the timeline, your sister exists in a simultaneous state of death and survival, untouchable and unobservable." Chu Mo murmured to himself, his gaze lost. "Untouchable, unobservable, but many people have seen my sister, and Yutong could touch her too," the system explained quickly. "The system possesses the ability to observe all things. As the host of the system, your perception of Chu Yun determines her state." Chu Mo understood immediately, his tone becoming hard. "In my cognition, my sister is alive, so others will perceive her as alive as well. You mean only you can let her continue to live? You are threatening me. That if you wish you can make her die instantly." The system denied it, its voice still icy. "This is not a threat. All variables have been processed." Suddenly the Beast King Palace shook violently, and the space around Chu Mo seemed as if it were about to shatter. The system sent a new notification, its voice indifferent. "The Godlord is dead and the domain is collapsing. The collapsing domain will turn into an eternal seal." Chu Mo roared, his gaze like fire. "You want to lock me in here?" The system replied without emotion. "Your current power is insufficient to break the seal. The monster world and the human world will become nourishment for the echoing shadows." The Beast King Palace gradually dissipated. The system continued, its tone carrying a hint of playfulness. "Chu Mo, you are a very interesting host. Observing your time has brought me much pleasure." Chu Mo stood frozen in place as if locked within the collapsing space. The system spoke softly, its voice like the wind. "But our journey has ended. I will accompany you into eternal sleep. Have a good dream." 2 years passed. Ever since Chu Mo was sealed following the death of the Godlord, a group of people were being frantically hunted in Sabi village within the monster world. "They're almost on us. We can't run anymore. Let's fight them." Screams rang out. But the monsters behind had already pounced, preparing to attack. One fellow in the crowd rushed forward, knocking down 2 of them, and grumbled with disdain, "Too weak." In another corner, monsters were engaged in a continuous massacre. Blood flowed like a river, shrouding the entire small village. They stepped on the cultivators, sneering. "Is this all the ability cultivators have? Truly disappointing." A reformer standing nearby rebuked angrily. "You're killing them too fast. You haven't left a single one alive. How am I supposed to interrogate the whereabouts of the other criminals?" The monsters snorted coldly. "Aren't there still these few villagers?" Their gazes turned toward the little rabbits shivering on the ground. The rabbit village chief stood in front of them, his tone resolute. "We don't know anything." The lead monster glanced over and said coldly, "You're the village chief here, aren't you? You've got quite the nerve harboring cultivators and people from the Dongyun Yangyue group." He extended his sharp claws to grab a small rabbit as a threat. "I know their whereabouts," the rabbit village chief screamed. "I told you, if I don't know, I don't know, let her go." The monster grinned, his tone provocative. "You don't know?" He followed up coldly. "It doesn't matter." In an instant he strangled the small rabbit in his hand to death. The rabbit village chief roared through gritted teeth. "Bastard," the monster sneered. "You still have many companions. I will kill every single villager, including your family. You can take your time to think." The scene shifted, leading to a vast desert where two rabbits were bolting away, moving at high speed on a dusty road. "Lord Eyre, we must hurry and notify Lord Eyre." The lead rabbit blurted out nervously. "Lord Eyre has been digging for that stone for nearly a year now. Is that stone really that important?" The rabbit behind answered, its tone full of dread. "How should I know?" But just as the words were spoken, the two little ones were hoisted up by their necks. A man from the Alliance group laughed triumphantly. "Deliberately letting these two rabbits go really did pay off. Eyre, that monster who follows Chumo is our target." An underling turned back with a sinister smile. "It seems we aren't far from the true target. As long as we catch Chumo and Chu Yun, these two who perfectly fused with the Queen's cells will be the Alliance group's top priority." From not far away came bursts of heavy pounding. Eyre was tirelessly smashing through hard rock. Her sturdy fists fell continuously, pulverizing the stone. After relentless effort, a dazzling pink block was revealed and Chumo's body gradually came into view. His tightly closed eyes flickered slightly, then snapped open. The scene shifted to Eyre. A massive explosion had just occurred, and the monsters had already caught up, surrounding her. "Eyre, so you were hiding here. Still a piece of trash," they mocked her as she lay on the rubble. The men from the Alliance group looked at each other hesitantly. "When she was on Earth, Eyre displayed staggering power. I don't understand why she's so weak now. Perhaps it's related to Chumo's disappearance." A monster stepped forward, looking at Eyre with contempt. "Chumo, that human savior who was worth you betraying us for." Eyre struggled to sit up and roared, "Bastard, I have nothing to say to you." The monster opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs. "Those weak races you protected have lived even more miserable lives since your betrayal. That octopus under your command is about to become grilled octopus now." He hoisted Eyre up and said coldly, "All of this is your fault. Don't you feel even a shred of guilt?" Eyre looked him straight in the eye, her gaze burning. "I will find a better future for them." The monster laughed loudly, his tone full of irony. "You're right. That brief advantage you once held was only because you went undercover on Earth to complete your mission. Once the mission ended, everything returned to how it was. You weak races have no way out and no future." The sarcastic words completely enraged Eyre. She screamed, "I will find a better future for them." The monster gathered monster energy in his palm, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. "Based on what? Based on Chumo? You think Chumo can save you? Save you low-level monsters? He disappeared long ago. 8 out of 10 he's already dead. You should go join him." He raised his hand, prepared to finish Eyre. At that moment, an urgent notification rang out, prompting the Alliance group man to quickly speak up. "Stop, wait, please hold on a moment. We need intelligence." The monster about to strike immediately slammed Eyre to the ground and said icily, "Fine, let this traitor live a little longer." One of the Alliance group men stepped forward and said politely, "Much thanks." He approached, a burst of spiritual power binding Eyre tightly, and then asked in a grim voice, "Those rabbits said you've been here for nearly a year. What are you doing in this desolate place?" Eyre answered, her gaze showing no fluctuation. "I don't know." The man's face darkened, half inducing and half threateningly. He said, "I only want intelligence regarding those humans. Those rabbits are still alive. If you don't tell the truth, I will kill them all. Is it worth sacrificing the lives of these monsters just to keep a secret?" He paused, his tone dropping. "After staying here for nearly a year, I don't believe you were just on vacation. It surely has something to do with Yutong, Li Hanning, or Chumo's sister, right? I have no patience. I'm giving you only one chance." Meanwhile, in another location, the stone Eyre had been digging day and night began to awaken. A thick mist began to spread, enveloping the entire space as surging spiritual power spread wildly. The Alliance group fellow panicked, his voice trembling. "What the hell? This power?" Suddenly a voice rang out, putting everyone on high alert. "Eyre is here to break my seal." A terrifying force blasted straight at the man, and in an instant Eyre was in Chumo's arms. He narrowed his eyes, looking coldly at the group of enemies with a slight smile. "Now you know." Chumo's appearance was like a heavy hammer. The monster frowned and roared, "Impossible, Chumo." The Alliance group men were in a panic, hurriedly looking for an escape route. "Chumo is still alive. Get out of here. The news must be spread." But Chumo merely scanned the area, and a deep blue ripple swept across, locking the limbs of all the monsters and hunters. They were terrified. "It's over, we can't move." Chumo walked forward slowly with steady steps, his presence overwhelming. He stopped in front of a monster, his gaze as cold as frost. The fellow stammered, "Chumo, how did you suddenly appear? What is the situation with the Godlord?" Chumo replied with an indifferent expression. "He's dead." The monster trembled, muttering, "No, I don't believe it. The Lord God is dead, dead." Chumo turned to the hunters, his voice sharp. Has the Alliance Syndicate been resurrected? How did you reach the monster world, to collude with monsters? How bold, and you actually dared to seize my sister, one of them sneered, stubbornly refusing to talk. I won't tell you anything. Chumo stepped forward and placed his hand on the man's face, expressionless. Do you think you can keep secrets from me? Speak. How did you get to the monster world? Did you steal the Dongyun Group's world-crossing stone? The man blurted out vacantly. No, after the Secret Realm War ended, the distorted realms became passages. We used them to enter the monster world. Suddenly the system appeared, a display panel popping up with alarms around Chumo. Warning. Host awakened earlier than expected. Initiating backup plan. Chumo sighed, his tone filled with emotion. System, you've finally shown up. Are the echoing shadows not here yet? But the system did not answer, merely whispering to itself as it confirmed the backup protocols. Freezing all sign-in rewards. In an instant, Chumo's body felt as if it were being torn apart by a horrific explosion. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain. As a result, the bindings on the enemies were released. They looked around in a daze. What happened? They could move. Chumo looked strange. Run. But one arrogant monster shouted, Kill Chumo now! Everyone charged at once. Chumo roared through clenched teeth. System, stay out of my way! A surge of power erupted, creating a terrifying shockwave that overturned the nearby monsters and left those further away reeling. Chumo coughed violently, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth and eyes. The system issued a cold warning. Do nothing. Change nothing. Do not use your power. Before Chumo collapsed, the system sent one more message. Every time you use a sign-in reward ability, it will accelerate your death. This is the final warning. Inside a ruined house, voices could be heard. Is this the strongest savior of humanity? Even unconscious, his presence is still so powerful. Several rabbits gathered around Chumo, observing him curiously. Lady Ayr, what is your relationship with him? How did you meet? Will he really help us? After all, he's a human. Just then Ayr returned and shouted, What are you doing? Who gave you permission to gather here and fool around? Seeing Ayr's fury, the rabbits scattered in fear. They whimpered, It's Lady Ayr, she's so scary. Perhaps because Ayr's shout was so loud, Chumo startled awake, murmuring, Rabbits. So many rabbits. Where is this? Ayr stepped forward to explain. This is Sabide village. You've been asleep for over half a day. How is your body? Chumo tried to move and gave a slight nod. I'm okay. How did you find me? Ayr sighed, her tone irritable. Are you asking what you already know? That day I went to Earth, you forcibly kept me and signed a pet contract. Since then I can sense your location. The worst part is, every time you get hurt I have to bear half the damage. When you collapsed just now I almost passed out too. Chumo, knowing he was at fault, quickly apologized. I've caused you trouble, but this attitude made Ayr uncomfortable. No, stop with the mushy talk, you're giving me goosebumps. What kind of relationship do we have that warrants such sappy words? It's terrifying. Chumo chuckled, but his voice grew low. It's different this time. From now on, every time I use my power I will suffer a backlash. In the worst-case scenario, I might even die instantly. These words hit Ayr like a bolt from the blue, leaving her stunned. Chumo stood up and ruffled her hair. Don't worry, I'll find a way to break our contract. But to his surprise, Ayr shook her head and said firmly, No, there's no need to break the contract. Chumo gave a soft laugh and teased, What? Do you really want to be my pet, even die with me? Ayr answered seriously, If I share the damage, you can use your power more freely. That might save the little rabbits of Sabide village, other weak monsters, and the humans on Earth. She lowered her head, her voice deep. I need your power. I need the invincible Chumo. Chumo nodded and changed the subject. What happened while I was asleep? Ayr recounted sadly. I don't know much. After you left, the Secret Realm War ended. The Secret Realms distorted and became passages connecting the monster world and Earth. With the help of high-level monsters, the Alliance Syndicate destroyed the Dongyun Group and the 4 major sects, stealing the world-crossing stone. They killed many people. Survivors scattered. Some are hiding on Earth while others have infiltrated the monster world. Ayr lowered her eyes. The Alliance Syndicate and the high-level monsters are almost certain that a terrifying enemy is coming. Those enemies will kill all humans and monsters alike. Chum fell into thought. The echoing shadows, how do they know? Did the Godlord tell his confidant something? Ayr continued. According to Lee Hanning's investigation, to escape the disaster, the high-level monsters collaborated with the Alliance Syndicate on a plan. Ultimately, only a small fraction of monsters and Alliance members will survive. All other living beings must die. Chumo smiled to comfort her. I will stop them. Do you know where my sister Yutong or Lee Hanning are hiding now? Ayr waved her hand. They are hiding deep, but there are clues. The rabbits are helping the cultivators lurking nearby. The scene shifted to a corner of a desolate desert. Alliance Syndicate hunters were surrounding a group of people. Chairman Shu led the way, his voice cold. You Tianyan, your resistance is meaningless. Just tell me where Chumo's sister is and I'll let you all go. Tian Xin glanced at him, replying with a contemptuous tone, Shut up, Shorty. Back on Earth in a dim Alliance Syndicate laboratory, a person lay motionless in a cultivation pod. Chairman Shi looked up and asked in a low voice, The secretary told me there's been a massive breakthrough in cell fusion progress, all thanks to this newly captured Subject 4. The researcher nodded, eyes gleaming with excitement. Correct. His compatibility with the Queen cells has reached 80, the highest currently. I didn't expect those failures we threw away to be so useful now. Chairman Shi frowned and pressed. Has the refined fusion potion been tested on hunters? The researcher immediately nodded. Of course, we conducted live tests today, and the effect is 3 times what it was before. Chairman Shi fell into thought, his tone surprised. A threefold difference? I remember the best subject previously only had 70 compatibility, the researcher stroked his beard, explaining, the higher the compatibility, the better the effect. However, currently the fusion potion can only be synthesized in small quantities in the lab. The cost is high, so mass production is impossible. Chairman Shi narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I don't care about the cost, small quantities are fine. After the hunters reached the monster world, their strength increased significantly in the high-energy environment, but it's still not enough. We need elites capable of contending with high-level monsters. The researcher glanced at an old monster standing nearby and asked worriedly, does that old monster want to move against us? Chairman Shi shook his head, his gaze sharp. It's safe for now. The monster's world-crossing stone has been destroyed. They need the one in our hands to escape the crisis. But when the crisis passes, if we don't have strength equal to the monsters, what do you think our end will be? The researcher said in a heavy voice. There isn't much time left. To bring the hunters up to the strength of high-level monsters, I need more subjects. Unfortunately, most subjects were hidden by the Dangyun group. The most important subject, Chu Mo's sister, is expected to exceed 95 in her metrics. Chairman Shi looked over, his tone confident. Every corner of Earth is under our surveillance. In the monster world, hunters injected with the cell fusion potion can easily kill cultivators. Chu Mo's sister will soon have nowhere to hide. The scene shifted back to the monster world. In the vast desert, a spear thrust down as an Alliance Syndicate hunter swiftly knocked down a cultivator. The man didn't even have time to resist before falling. Surrounding hunters continued to strike. Cultivators fell one after another, blood staining the yellow sand, soon forming a mountain of corpses. Chairman Shu stood there, mocking how the effects of the number 4 fusion potion were indeed extraordinary. You Tianyan, do you really want to persist, to protect someone outside your sect's lineage? You're all going to meet your end here today. Tian Xin gripped her spear tightly, her teeth clenched in determination. If we surrender and betray a friend today, that would be the true end of the Donghua Heavenly Gates lineage. Chairman Shu narrowed his eyes and pointed at Tian Xin, his voice as cold as frost. If you won't talk, then kill them all. I don't believe no one will speak in the face of death. The hunters excitedly took their orders. Yes, sir. Just then, a massive figure appeared. A giant rabbit leapt hundreds of meters, landing heavily in front of the hunters. They were thrown into a panic. A rabbit, where did it come from? What the hell, am I seeing things? Chairman Shu was stunned, his eyes fixed on the figure atop the giant rabbit's head. Is that Chu Mo standing on the rabbit's head? Chu Mo stood majestically atop the rabbit, greeting them with a smile. I'm here. He looked down at the hunters, his tone flat yet brimming with overwhelming pressure. It seems I've arrived just in time. Chairman Shu turned pale and hurriedly ordered, notify headquarters immediately. We must spread the news of Chu Mo's appearance. He turned to the 2 people closest to him. You 2 escort me away. The rest of you, stop Chu Mo. The hunters erupted in a clamor, their voices filled with terror. Stop Chu Mo, you've got to be kidding. One person suddenly spoke up with a threat. Do you want to run? Think about the bombs inside you, the reparations, and your families. Do you have any way out? Though terrified, the hunters could only curse. Damn it, we're dead either way. Let's do this. But as soon as the leader finished speaking, his head was separated from his body. They didn't have time to resist. The rest fell one by one with no survivors. Chu Mo stood at a height, focusing his mind to end the battle within 0.01 seconds, minimizing the system's backlash damage. However, his power wasn't refined enough, preventing him from leaving anyone alive for interrogation. Chairman Shu was now sprawled on the ground, wailing. My legs, you bastard. Chu Mo looked down at him, his voice icy. Chairman Shu, I showed mercy before and left you a way out. Now, while I was away, you actually dared to move against my sister. Chairman Shu laughed, his tone full of provocation. Are you trying to scare me? You think I'll surrender? Chu Mo raised an eyebrow, his tone flat. I see. This body is just a backup. When I find your real self, I hope you can still be this stubborn. Chairman Shu's mouth twitched as he roared. Chu Mo, you know nothing at all. You and your friends can be buried with earth. As soon as the words left his mouth, his backup body exploded. Chu Mo waved away the dust in front of him, murmuring to himself, what a waste. Had I known, I would have left someone else to interrogate. He turned to Tian Xin and asked, You Tianyan, do you know the situation with my sister? Tian Xin answered with certainty. Your sister and Yu Tong are safe together, but perhaps only Li Hanning knows their location. Chu Mo frowned. Li Hanning, has he come to the monster world too? Tian Xin nodded. Yes, we all came here to reclaim the world-crossing stone. Chu Mo fell into thought. The world-crossing stone. So, have you figured out the Alliance Syndicate's plan? Tian Xin lowered her voice to explain. To be precise, this is a plan formulated by the monsters to escape the coming enemy. The monsters want to use Earth as fuel, destroying the world as the price to propel the monster world away from its current location. But the monster world's world-crossing stone was destroyed, so they need the one in the Alliance Syndicate's hands. She looked at Chu Mo. That is why the monsters are collaborating with the Alliance Syndicate. Chu Mo nodded, his gaze grim. So that's the reason. They want to immigrate to the monster world and then destroy Earth. It's certainly something they would do. Suddenly he coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Tian Xin rushed forward in a panic. Chu Mo, what's wrong? I can perform a healing technique. Chu Mo shook his head, his voice weak but firm. No need, it's just some side effects. Just then, the system appeared again, its voice cold as frost. Ignoring the warning comes with a price, Chumo growled through gritted teeth. Give it up, you can't do anything. His lips moved slightly, his eyes full of rage. Why do you all have to devour Earth and the monster world like pests? The system replied flatly. To survive. At an Alliance Syndicate base, a hunter was anxiously making contact. Base B02, Base B02, please respond, a voice replied. Go ahead, a person nearby walked over and asked worriedly. No response yet, the man replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. No, since 10 a.m. today. Bases B01 and B02 have lost contact, but the signal is clearly normal, the person nearby joked. Could those two bases have been wiped out by the cultivators? The man snapped irritably. How is that possible? That bunch of losers who only know how to run are already exhausted. I'm worried it's the monsters. Has their attitude toward us changed? The hunter snickered. Maybe Chumo's ghost has come back for revenge. The other man scolded. That joke isn't funny at all. But as soon as the words were spoken, the base shook violently and exploded. The man who had been joking just a moment ago lay motionless on the ground while the other was subdued. Chumo stepped forward, his voice icy. I want all the information you have on the Alliance Syndicate chairman and the locations of the bases, the hunter stammered. The chairman's information is top secret. I don't know anything. The base locations, Base B05 coordinates are X23, phone Y7.7513. Base B06, before the man could finish his sentence, Chumo made his head burst like a flower. He looked down at his bleeding palm, murmuring to himself. Losing control again, his pinky finger began to stiffen, and sensation gradually faded. Tian Xin ran over, her face full of worry. Chumo, you're injured again. Chumo comforted her calmly. Don't worry about it, it will recover soon. We already know the location of the next base, so let's move out. Tian Xin hesitated. Take a break first. You've already destroyed 3 bases this morning. The side effects won't be that simple. Chumo glanced at her, his tone firm. The Alliance Syndicate is hunting her regardless of the cost. Every base I destroy makes her a little safer. Until I find her, this is the only thing I can do. Tian Xin wavered. After all, the target was only the Alliance Syndicate. Is there no need to worry about the monsters? Chumo explained. Ayer told me the monsters aren't truly cooperating with the Syndicate to catch cultivators. From the very beginning, they've never given you a second thought. Tian Xin was stunned. What? Chumo looked straight at her. Unwilling to accept it, that's the reality. The 10,000-year monsters are doing their best to gauge your true strength. How long do you think you can hide? Though I don't know what they're plotting, it doesn't matter. Destroying the Alliance Syndicate in the shortest time possible will not only protect her, but also allow us to reclaim the world-crossing stone and stop the monsters' escape plan. At the Alliance Syndicate headquarters, it was business as usual. Chairman Shu rushed to Chairman Shi to report. Chairman Shi, did you get the news yesterday? My backup body was destroyed by Chumo. Chairman Shi gave a cold "oh," prompting Chairman Shu to shout in frustration. What do you mean, oh? I'm talking about Chumo. That guy is still alive, Chairman Shi nodded calmly. I know, from this morning until now, Chumo has destroyed 5 bases. Chairman Shu was frantic. Isn't that even worse? We killed the cultivators and captured Chumo's sister without permission. He must hate us to the bone. If he finds us, we're dead. Facing Chairman Shu's panic, Chairman Shi analyzed calmly. Do you think we were safe before this? The monsters aren't truly cooperating. If they were trying, we would have found Chumo's sister long ago. Not only that, they're also eyeing the world-crossing stone. If they find it, the monsters will kill us immediately. But the situation has changed. We have a common enemy. You think this is a crisis? This is an opportunity. I've already arranged to meet the monsters. Follow me. In the headquarters' empty corridor, Chairman Shi smiled and greeted. Lord He, after a year, you still look as magnificent as ever. Lord He responded with a cold tone. I don't like pointless small talk. Get straight to the point, Chairman Shi spoke. Lord He, you've been preparing the blood sacrifice ritual for a long time. We want to know the progress. Lord He answered briefly. Everything is going smoothly. You don't need to know the details of the ritual, just as you refuse to share the world-crossing stone with us. It's the same logic. Once the ritual is complete, I will naturally notify you. Chairman Shu suddenly cut in, his expression numb and his tone sinister. No, we need to know how much longer it will take to complete. Lord He, I'm afraid you don't know yet that Chumo has reappeared, do you? No, Lord He froze. Chumo? Chairman Shi handed her the device. Chumo destroyed 5 of our bases this morning. Here is the video footage. After watching, Lord He's face darkened. It really is that bastard. Wait a minute. If Chumo has appeared, then the Godlord. Chairman Shu curled his lip, speaking provocatively. Stop pretending, Lord He. I suspect you've guessed it too. If Chumo has appeared and the Godlord is missing, the most likely scenario is that the Godlord has already been killed by him. Lord He waved a hand and sent Chairman Shu flying, his body smoking on the ground. She glanced at Chairman Shi. Another fake hunk of flesh from a backup body? You deliberately brought him here for me to vent on. Chairman Shi laughed. Lord He, you misunderstand. How would I dare offend you? I only want to share key intelligence regarding the coming crisis. Chumo is very likely to sabotage the blood sacrifice ritual, right? Lord He looked at the device and whispered, that makes sense. If it's the worst-case scenario and something happened to the Godlord, then no one in this world can stop Chumo. Chairman Shi wore a meaningful expression. Although Chu Mo is back, he was also heavily injured in the battle with the Godlord. Keep watching the video. Although he destroyed 5 bases in less than 10 seconds, he was coughing blood, and the pinky on his right hand was bleeding. Lord He replayed the video, observing carefully, then nodded. It seems so, Chairman Shi continued. As long as we find the right method, we can kill Chu Mo. The key is to keep him fighting constantly to aggravate his injuries. Chu Mo wants to destroy all our bases. If powerful monsters can assist in guarding them, we can drag out his combat time. Furthermore, I urge you to jointly investigate the whereabouts of Chu Mo's sister and promote it with a bit of exaggeration to force his hand. Lord He nodded, her gaze cold. I understand, Chairman Shi. From now on we will fully cooperate with the Alliance Syndicate until Chu Mo is killed. The scene shifted to the vast desert of the monster world where dust and collision sounds echoed. Yutong had just defeated a group of Alliance Syndicate hunters. Sweat hanging from her brow, she murmured to herself with a face full of worry, "They're appearing more and more frequently, we have to move." Just then Assistant Wang rushed over, his voice trembling. "Director Yutong," she moved. Patient Zero, she just moved. Yutong whipped her head around. Chu Yun, she rushed to the motionless Chu Yun's side. Her gaze was fixed on Chu Yun's hand where the pinky finger had twitched slightly. Yutong frowned in thought. The girl had clearly been in a state of hibernation. Her body was stiff. Why would her right pinky move? What exactly happened? In Yutong's perspective, today was already her 400th day in the monster world. The hunters tracking them were increasing. If not for the little cat leading the way, they would have been caught long ago. Thinking of the little cat, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Yutong's mouth. It had once shared dried fish, boosting the entire team's morale. Although the snow leopard Iyer liked to play dumb, she had also helped contact allies and provided a lot of assistance. I hope she can find Chu Mo soon, Yutong thought. By the 405th day, the frequency of tracking by high-level monsters exploded. Many teammates had fallen. Looking at a small piece of dried fish placed on a little grave mound, Yutong looked despondent. The little cat is dead, our whereabouts are exposed. The remaining teammates continued to flee, their eyes filled with despair. No one knew how much longer they could hold on. Yutong sat by Chu Yun, her gaze softening. The only good news was that her physical condition was improving and her arms had begun to swing unconsciously. If Chu Mo knew, he would surely be very happy. By the 408th day, Yutong was forced to act and Assistant Wang died. The person who had followed her the longest cried and pleaded, regretting that he had once thrown Chu Yun off a cliff. But she still coldly ended him. Looking at those remaining, she knew they, like Assistant Wang, wanted to abandon Chu Yun. I know they've also considered leaving Chu Yun behind, Yutong murmured. She silently understood why they felt that way. If Chu Mo hadn't defeated the monsters, they would have been dead long ago. She gave them a choice, but when she proposed taking Chu Yun and leaving, they began to stay her hand again. Without Yutong's protection, they would die even faster. She felt a wave of helplessness, not knowing who she could still trust, but they still had utility, as she couldn't take care of Chu Yun alone. From now on I must be even more careful, she thought. On the 410th day, the encirclement tightened and the escape space grew narrower. The teammates broke down, food was gone and water was too. If they couldn't find an oasis within 3 days, their gazes toward each other turned cruel. Yutong understood what they wanted to do, but she was powerless to stop it. In the middle of the night, a tragedy occurred. They turned on each other, using scavenged stones to kill for food. Someone handed her a piece of bright red flesh, but she refused. Walking alone in the desert, Yutong tried to recall happy memories, but Chu Mo's face was becoming increasingly blurry. By the 412th day, a sudden raid made Yutong think the end had come. But Li Hanning brought reinforcements to save them and took her to Chu Mo's side along the way. Seeing Chu Mo sitting in a wheelchair with his hands unable to move, the resentment in Yutong's heart vanished. Remembering Chu Yun's gradually recovering body when they reunited, her heart was filled with sorrow and fear. This must all end as soon as possible, she thought. The scene shifted to the monster world. In front of a giant flesh and blood tree, a monster was being devoured, wailing in disbelief, "Why? Save me!" But Lord He only coldly spat out a single word, "Enter." She cruelly pressed its head into the flesh and blood tree as nourishment. A monster in the rear smiled brightly. The flesh and blood tree's growth speed has increased, Lord Zan interrupted. After all, it wasn't just low-level monsters. Now even high-level monsters were being melted into fertilizer. The 13 high clans have already started protesting, Lord He said coldly. Let them protest if they want, the fanged monster nodded excitedly. I agree that lowly human Chu Mo is too dangerous. As long as the ritual can be completed ahead of schedule, it's worth sacrificing high-level monsters, Lord Zan glanced at him. 2 against 1, sounds like we're the ones who have to compensate those 13 clans. You're responsible for the negotiations, Lord He said readily. No problem. How is the situation with the Alliance Syndicate? The fellow answered. Chu Mo's offensive is very fierce. Over 90 of their bases have been destroyed, but our strategy is working. Chu Mo's body was near collapse. He could now only sit in a wheelchair. On the battlefield, the hunters were leaderless, roaring, "Support, we need support." They fled in terror. Chu Mo is almost here. Where is the monster support? As soon as the words were spoken, a body exploded, flames accompanied by thick smoke, the blast echoing like thunder. Chairman Shi turned to the 20,000-year monster beside him. We agreed to cooperate. The Alliance Syndicate is about to be wiped out. Why aren't you helping? The monster replied calmly. Chairman Shi, calm down. Support will arrive immediately. This base is about to collapse. If there are valuables that need transferring, I can help, Chairman Shi snorted coldly. You mean the world-crossing stone, right? It's in a safe place, don't bother yourself with it. The 20,000-year monster smiled. You misunderstand. We are allies, how would we dare covet your treasures? Look, support has arrived. Chairman Shi looked up to see wings fluttering in the sky. The monsters that had just arrived complained, damn it, what is the clan leader thinking? Sending us to fight Chu Mo is practically a death sentence, another retorted. Shut up, we've been blessed by the clan since childhood, now is the time to repay them. And it might not be hopeless. Chu Mo is heavily injured, he might not be able to kill us. Killing him would be a great achievement. The creaking sound of wheelchair wheels drifted over. Chu Mo gave a polite greeting. Excuse me, he looked up. Gazing at the flock of monsters in the sky. You think you can kill me for the credit alone? The birdmen mocked. Stop pretending, Chu Mo. You're already a cripple in a wheelchair. But Chu Mo gripped the armrests of the wheelchair and stood up straight. The birdmen panicked. Wait, you're kidding, right? Weren't you paralyzed? Chu Mo calmly straightened his clothes. I was just tired and sat down to rest for a bit. Now it's time to stretch my limbs. In an instant the birdmen were defeated and fifth-order monsters lay dead all over the ground. Chu Mo sat on the pile of corpses, coughing violently. The blood is seeping through. Is it coming again? You really won't give me a moment's rest. A monster lunged forward. Chu Mo can't hold on anymore. Kill him. Chu Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his tone weary. Don't be foolish. You're just small fry sent here to die. A burst of long-range power erupted, and the spider monster instantly went limp, slime flowing all over the ground. A 20,000-year monster appeared, roaring, Why won't you fall? Chu Mo staggered while assessing the opponent. A 20,000-year monster, combat power around 5 million. Finally, someone with a bit of skill has arrived. Have all your lackeys been wiped out by me? The old monster replied. They lost their fighting spirit, otherwise it wouldn't be my turn to appear. Trash is trash after all. As soon as the words left its mouth, Chu Mo swung a strike, turning it into fly ash, he said contemptuously. You're about the same. Chu Mo walked toward where Chairman Shi and Chairman Shu were standing, saying one word at a time. This is merely a one-sided slaughter. Looking at the two of them, he sneered. Chairman Shi, Chairman Shu, I'm glad I found you in the end. Chairman Shi feigned composure. Chu Mo, calm down. We can talk. Those damn monsters aren't truly cooperating. I've wanted to kill them all for a long time. We know many of the monsters' secrets and can tell you everything. Chairman Shi spoke incessantly with a smug look, but Chu Mo ignored him. As Chairman Shi spoke more and more, Chu Mo eventually dug his ear and said calmly, Strange, are you two talking? Chairman Shi froze. Chu Mo stated frankly, I see I can't hear anymore. What a pity, I wanted to chat with you. Shi and Shu wailed and begged for mercy. Chu Mo, please don't kill us. Before they could finish, Chu Mo unleashed a beam of purification light, turning them both to ash. The scene shifted to a secret base of the Alliance Syndicate. Only a few of Chairman Shu's backup bodies remained here. Tian Xin and Li Hanning were searching the surroundings. Li Hanning shook her head. This base has nothing except Chairman Shu's backup corpses. Your intel was wrong. Tian Xin retorted. No, there are traces of the world-crossing stone here. Li Hanning nodded. Under Chu Mo's pressure, the Alliance Syndicate had no way out. Chairman Shu probably wanted to secretly transfer the world-crossing stone behind Chairman Shi's back but ran into an enemy. Tian Xin was puzzled. Do you mean the monsters? Li Hanning replied. The monsters only cooperated with the Syndicate for the world-crossing stone, since they achieved their goal. That means the blood sacrifice ritual is about to be completed. In the laboratory, Ayer lay motionless on the bed, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling as if her life force had been drained. A rabbit pushed in a plate of chicken. Lord Ayer, it's time to eat. These words seemed to wake her. Ayer bounced up, grabbed a chicken leg and wolfed it down. So delicious, I'm revived. Tian Xin channeled spiritual energy to heal Ayer's injuries, murmuring to herself. I never thought the day would come when I would treat a monster's wounds. Li Hanning stepped forward and asked, How is Ayer's condition? Tian Xin shook her head. Not optimistic, she lies motionless most of the time. Only food can give her a little energy. Last night her heart even stopped for 10 minutes. Han Ning looked worried. What? Tian Xin tried to reassure her. Don't worry, it was just temporary organ failure. She's recovered now. But she is still sharing the damage for Chu Mo. If this continues, before she could finish her sentence, Ayer suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Han Ning turned pale with shock. Ayer! Tian Xin rushed over to support her. The amount of blood was staggering, a situation they had never seen before. It seemed Chu Mo was facing a formidable enemy. Ayer's eyes lost focus, her breathing grew rapid, and she began to murmur to herself. Tian Xin was doing everything possible to save her. Suddenly a loud alarm blared through the base. Han Ning said in a panic, Oh no, it's a red alert. Has this stronghold been discovered by the monsters as well? A subordinate ran in excitedly. Commander, this is great, you're all here. Han Ning stopped him and said in a heavy voice, Calm down, what happened? The man reported news regarding Chu Mo. Just now he had suddenly vanished in plain sight. Meanwhile in the desert Chu Mo was confronting Lord He. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as he stared deeply at Lord He, his voice low. The black flames are already coiled around your soul. Persisting will only increase your mental and physical agony. You are finished, Lord He roared, putting all her strength into a final strike. Chu Mo, why don't you just die? How could a monster like you be born among weak humans? Chu Mo clicked his tongue, appearing somewhat impatient. How troublesome. He raised a finger and casually swiped through the air in an instant. Lord He's body dissipated in midair, her final consciousness echoing, "Divine Lord, I am following you now." In front of the massive flesh and blood tree, a monster shook its head. He was truly a waste, she couldn't even buy this much time. Chumo sat in his wheelchair. Looking at the two newly appeared monsters, he said coldly, "Only the two of you left. Once I kill you, this farce should be over." Zon Nio and the other monster mocked him. "With your failing body, you'll be dead soon, even without us lifting a finger." Chumo smiled slightly. "That's enough time to kill you." Zon Nio and the monster drew their weapons, standing ready. Chumo summoned the dark power he had used during his battle with Tian Ming, his tone icy. "Neither of you counts as a true powerhouse," Zon Nio roared arrogantly as the two forces collided, the aftershock kicking up a violent gale. Amidst the vast desert, Zon Nio laughed loudly, staring at the swaying flesh and blood tree. "The ritual is almost complete. Chumo, you've lost, you can't stop anything." However, with a wave of Chumo's right hand, a boom echoed as the flesh and blood tree exploded. The fanged monster barely blocked the aftershock and roared, "Don't even think about destroying the ritual." He turned and shouted to Zon Nio, "I'll hold off Chumo, you take the world-crossing stone and complete the blood sacrifice." Zon Nio responded, but the moment the words left his mouth, his body slumped to the ground and the world-crossing stone vanished. A figure appeared out of thin air, holding the stone and disrupting the ritual. Zon Nio was completely reduced to ash, the fanged monster's pupils constricted. His eyes were filled with horror. Zon Nio had died just like that. How was it possible? A human even more powerful than Chumo had appeared. The newcomer's voice was icy as she responded without hesitation, "No, that's how she introduced me." But then, as if remembering something, she corrected herself. "We are the echoing shadows." Just then, all the electronic equipment in the laboratory was suddenly sucked into the air. Even living people could not resist this invisible suction. Everyone was suspended in midair as the ceiling began to warp. People cried out, "What's happening?" Terrified screams rang out. "Look, the ceiling is cracking." The cracks gradually widened, revealing a massive void. Through layers of thin mist, the afterimage of the flesh and blood tree's flower appeared, barely being held steady by Tianxin's power. Tianxin frowned in confusion. "Is the sky being swallowed?" he judged in a heavy voice. "The secret realm passage has been forcibly opened. Earth and the monster world are merging. Strange. Don't the monsters want to use Earth as fuel?" Han Ning shook her head, her tone certain. "No, perhaps it's not the monsters, it's the echoing shadows." Ayer's body is enduring even more severe trauma. Han Ning and Tianxin were stunned into silence by the sight before them. "Ayer, with such heavy injuries, are you really going to force yourself to stand up?" Ayer gritted her teeth and roared, "I'm not dead yet. Chumo, you bastard, get moving." Around the distant flesh and blood tree, the sky had been stained the blood-red color of a sunset. A strange object fell into the desert precisely where the monster killed by the echoing shadow had fallen. She turned to Chumo, her gaze sharp. "Chumo, your ears have failed, but through the vibrations in the air you should be able to hear my voice." Chumo had just been sent flying into a rock, letting out a pained groan. Give me back my sister," the echoing shadow replied coldly. "You should have realized by now, your power is continuously transferring into Chu Yun's body. Finding Chu Yun and killing her is the only chance for humanity to win." Chumo's current state was extremely dire, blood flowing incessantly from his eyes. The echoing shadow looked down on him, her tone full of contempt. "Now look around you. Watch as the monster world and Earth turn into nourishment for us together." Chumo struggled to question her. "Why not just kill me, or kill my sister and find a new host?" The echoing shadow remained silent. Chumo continued firmly, "Let me guess, you're locked onto me and my sister, right? Because you created a time paradox by using my sister's body to kill the Godlord in the past." The echoing shadow snorted coldly and mocked. Boring speculation, completely groundless. But Chumo ignored her denial and continued, "So you can only transfer power between me and my sister. My arms, my ears, and even my sight have been taken by you. In that case, why not just take my heart or my brain? What are you afraid of? My sister is still alive. If she wakes up, can you control her?" The echoing shadow looked up at the sky, her tone resolute. "How many times do we have to repeat it before you understand? Your sister is already dead. But I promise that after devouring the monster world and Earth, we will let her be resurrected by your side." Chumo began to laugh, his voice raspy. "There's no need for that much trouble." He tremblingly raised his right hand in a decisive motion. "My own business, I will settle myself." The echoing shadow's eyes widened. She roared, "Chumo, what do you think you're doing?" Chumo pointed his finger at his own head as if to end his own life. "Come on, take everything from me. Take my memories along with it." Swish, the echoing shadow stopped his action and stared quietly at Chumo. His eyes had almost lost their luster, slightly squinted. He murmured to himself, "Echoing shadows, give back my sister's body." As soon as the words left his lips, Chumo's hand slumped powerlessly. At the same time, the flower of the flesh and blood tree suddenly emitted a black aura, then exploded violently. Everything was reduced to nothingness. At that moment, it all ended. Han Ning looked up at the sky and said in surprise, "The sky is back to normal." Tianxin was also stunned. "The levitation phenomenon has vanished too," Han Ning murmured. Chu Mo succeeded. Look, the sky is turning back to the way it was, but Tian Xin still harbored doubts. Presumably so, but we must confirm it with our own eyes. The two rushed over. Tian Xin's eyes widened. Yutong Chu Yun. At this time, the echoing shadow was standing opposite Yutong, her face as cold as frost. Han Ning pulled Tian Xin back, cautioning him. You Tian Yun, wait. She stared at the echoing shadow and pressed. Are you Chu Yun or the echoing shadow? By now, Chu Yun had reclaimed control of her body and replied, I am Chu Yun, thank you for taking care of me all this time. She sat beside Chu Mo, gently stroking his face. Before her body gradually dissipated, Chu Yun whispered her final instructions. My brother, Chu Mo, I leave him in your hands. In the blink of an eye, only the unconscious Chu Mo remained on the ground. Tian Xin rushed to Yutong's side and asked urgently, Yutong, what happened? How is Chu Mo now? Yutong interrupted him, her voice low. By the time I arrived, Chu Mo had already fallen, and the sky had returned to normal. She lowered her eyes to look at Chu Mo. Chu Mo's sister had been fighting the echoing shadow from within her body. She told me that even with self-destruction, the echoing shadow would still return. She paused, her tone decisive. The only way is to restart the secret realm. When the secret realm opens, Chu Mo will wake up and a new round of the secret realm war will begin. Only then can Earth escape the tracking of the echoing shadows. Han Ning immediately objected. No, Yutong, calm down. Have you never considered that Chu Mo might have already ended the crisis? Yutong turned her head, her gaze icy. If Chu Yun was the echoing shadow, why would she destroy the ritual and end the fusion of the two worlds? Han Ning and Tian Xin remained silent for a moment before answering. Yutong, you said the sky had already recovered when you arrived. Why couldn't the person who destroyed the ritual have been Chu Mo? Haven't you noticed the many suspicious points in Chu Yun's words? Isn't restarting the secret realm just helping the echoing shadows pinpoint Earth and the monster world? Yudong suddenly turned around, her eyes like fire. Li Han Ning, have you forgotten? Chu Mo once saved your life. Do you want to see him stay unconscious forever? Seething with rage, she shouted. You ungrateful brat, if you won't help, then get out. I will open the secret realm myself to save Chu Mo. Tian Xin, who had been silent, suddenly summoned his weapon. Yudong was stunned. You Tian Yun, what is the meaning of this? Tian Xin stood in front of Han Ning, his tone firm. I'm sorry, but the lives of billions of people on Earth are more important than Chu Mo's. I cannot let you restart the secret realm. If you insist on doing this, Yutong, I will have no choice but to kill you. In the darkness of the night, a sudden sound grew louder and louder. In a corner of the laboratory, a hand reached out and grabbed a support structure. Chu Mo looked around in confusion. Where is this? Just then, Ayer appeared and cheered. He's back to life. Chu Mo smiled and called out softly, Ayer. Before he could say more, a robot rolled over and greeted him cheerfully. Welcome, respected savior Lord Chu Mo. The secret realm war is about to begin. Please set out as soon as possible. Chu Mo said in surprise. You are. The robot displayed a brilliant smile. Unbeatable Super Lu Li is here. I am your fan. After learning its identity, Chu Mo asked a series of questions. Lu Li, is the secret realm war starting again? What's the situation now? Where are the echoing shadows and the monsters? Lu Li answered hurriedly. Time is tight. Please set out now and I'll explain later. Please first change into these clothes prepared for you. The scene shifted to the outskirts of the city. Earth was now a gloomy, desolate place. Chu Mo followed Lu Li out of the laboratory, observing as he asked, Is this Earth? Why is it so desolate? And what's with this air pollution? Lu Li nodded. Correct, this is the center of Donghai City, but it is 3 million years in the future. Just then a hand reached out from the side of the road, weakly pleading, Please, kill me. It was a person whose body was entangled with parasitic plants and was being corroded. Ayer was startled. What is this? Chu Mo explained in a low voice. That is a human. It's a mutation caused by excessive pollution. Lu Li added, I know what happened. Lu Li turned to Chu Mo. I have a recording left by Miss Yutong set to play after you woke up. Perhaps it can answer your questions. Lu Li's expression turned into a cassette tape and Yutong's voice slowly began to play. Chu Mo, it's been a long time. This reunion took far too long. I wonder if you can tell my voice has changed a bit, Chu Mo murmured. Yutong, the voice continued with a brief narration. After you fell unconscious, Chu Yun suppressed the echoing shadow and destroyed the ritual, but she said it wasn't over. The echoing shadows will still search for Earth. To truly end it, the secret realm must be restarted. Many people objected, believing Earth was safe and thinking we shouldn't be fooled by the echoing shadows plot. I became a tyrant just like you were back then. She paused and sighed. It was so hard. I did many terrible things. Killing comrades with my own hands, suppressing the resistance. I spent massive resources to repair the secret realm, making many people live in agony. I once suspected that before the echoing shadows arrived, Earth would be destroyed by me first. While listening to the recording, Chu Mo's group had reached the main road, but the city was still empty. Yudong continued, Countless late nights I asked myself if everything I did was meaningful. Was it to save the world or just to see you again? Finally, the repairs are almost complete, and my body is nearing exhaustion despite the life-extending medicine. I didn't want you to see me grow old. Chu Mo's heart grew increasingly heavy as he listened. Yutong's voice was both strange and familiar. I left Lu Li to lead the way for you. Please do your best to save this world that is about to be destroyed. In front of Chu Mo, Lu Li opened a teleportation gate. Yutong spoke one last time. Everything is in your hands. Chu Mo stepped forward and the system he thought had gone silent suddenly rang out. Chu Mo stopped and murmured, Once the secret realm opened, the echoing shadows would be drawn in, but the system would also be activated. Is that so? Chumo decisively stepped into the secret realm. System prompt. Day 30. Sign in. Reward. The path of finality. The journey is complete, transcending the 3 realms, free from the 5 elements. Donghai City was shrouded in rain, the sky dark and sorrowful. On that same day, the police solved a cult case involving an orphanage. All the rescued orphans were quickly taken away under protection. Chu Yun suddenly looked back, her eyes hollow. A police officer knelt down and asked, "Little sister, are there still toys in the orphanage? I'll help you get them." Chu Yun hesitated. "I feel like I've forgotten something very important, but I don't remember what it was." Amidst the misty drizzle, a figure flashed past. Chu Yun hurriedly shouted, "Wait, don't go." The police officer looked surprised. "What's wrong? Did you see the director running away?" Chu Yun was silent for a moment, then shook her head. "No, it's nothing. I think I just saw wrong." The scene shifted to a deep, dark cave. Tian Ming sat in his beloved chair, deep in thought, his eyes cold and filled with a sense of achievement. He murmured triumphantly to himself, "Excellent, the actions of the 4 major sects are completely within my plan." The secret realm was also about to open. Suddenly he whipped his head around, his gaze locking onto Chu Mo and Ai, who had quietly appeared in his line of sight. Ai spoke first, her tone laced with suspicion. "Is this blind man really Tian Ming? Can he truly see the future?" Tian Ming frowned, his gaze sweeping over them sharply. "Who are you? Why is there a monster by your side?" He paused, then added, "In the future I never saw your existence." Chu Mo replied calmly, his voice as rippleless as the surface of a lake. "The future I desire has no need for your existence either." As soon as the words left his lips, the spiritual power in his hands erupted instantly, like invisible chains binding Tian Ming fast to his chair. Tian Ming let out a roar, his eyes filled with madness. "What have you done to me? I can't see anymore. The infinite future has vanished. This is impossible. What on earth is this power?" Before completely dissipating, Tian Ming let out a final wail. "You monster, you shouldn't even exist." Ai tilted her head, curiously examining the empty chair. "I heard this chair was some sort of incredible sealing tool, wasn't it?" She hopped onto the chair lightly to try it out, but then frowned in confusion. "But why do I feel absolutely nothing when I sit on it?" Chu Mo looked at the spiritual power flickering at his fingertips and explained with a smile, "Because you share half of my power. Since you're so curious, I'll let you experience it for yourself." Ai was still looking blankly at him, not understanding what he meant. Suddenly Chu Mo weakened the spiritual protection he had placed on her. In an instant, waves of intense stinging pain like electric shocks hit her. Ai screamed at the top of her lungs, "Ow, ow, 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 Chu Mo, you bastard, save me, quickly." Time flowed on and the scene shifted once more to an unknown time and place. Inside the operations room, Li Shang was on the verge of collapse, slamming his hands heavily onto the table. "Is the final stage of the secret realm really this difficult? We've been driven into a corner. Elder Ji, is there any other way?" Ji Xing shook his head, his expression grim. The secluded geniuses sent by the 4 major sects were also easily killed. The front lines have been cut, and the foundation representing humanity is about to be seized. This time we might truly lose. The scene suddenly shifted to a chaotic battlefield. Yudong was standing alone against 7 monsters, her every move clean and efficient as she slaughtered the creatures down to the last one. Yi Chong, who was sitting beside Ji Xing, suddenly bolted upright, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the screen. "The final boss has finally been slain, as expected of the strongest savior, Lady Yudong," Li Shang cheered excitedly. "We won, thanks to the heroic combat of the savior and the reverse-engineered toxin provided by Elder Ji." The scene shifted to the city where the public was following the updates via large outdoor screens. The area instantly became a sea of joy. "Wonderful, we're saved, Earth is saved. Long live Yutong, praise be to the strongest savior." Chu Mo walked quietly through the streets, looking at Yutong's image on the screen, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. In the Alliance Syndicate's conference room, Chairman Shi was silently contacting someone via a device. "The secret realm war is won. The agreement with the monsters should be voided. The old man calculated it, and it's no longer important. As long as the world-crossing stone remains in our hands, we have infinite opportunities." Suddenly, his pupils constricted and his face turned deathly pale. "What? You say the world-crossing stone was stolen? Investigate immediately, find out who did it." Meanwhile, at the Dongyun Group headquarters, the world-crossing stone sat securely within its protection chamber. A subordinate reported urgently, "Chairman lies, someone delivered this stone to our headquarters last night without a sound along with an instruction manual. I felt it was necessary to report this to you immediately." Lies took the manual, his gaze scrutinizing the object. "Is this the world-crossing stone? Such a dangerous item must be sealed away at once. Aside from you, who else knows about this stone?" The subordinate shook his head. "I came straight to you as soon as I found it. No one else knows." Lies frowned and cautioned. "The world-crossing stone must be kept safe. Information regarding it can only be known by us two and the successive chairman of the Dongyun Group." The subordinate nodded in acknowledgement. "If the world-crossing stone were to be misused, it could even trigger a world-ending catastrophe. Even if it costs me my life, I will guard it well." The scene shifted to the monster world. In the Beast King Palace, a thunderous explosion suddenly rang out, shaking the entire hall. The Divine Lord stood in the center, staring blankly at the person before him. "How is this possible?" Chu Mo remained silent, his icy gaze locked onto him. The Divine Lord's voice trembled as he spoke. If it were you attacking me I could understand it. Aiur stepped forward, standing directly in front of him. The Divine Lord murmured to himself, I can't believe it, this is simply too much. Aiur revealed a confident smile. She clenched her fist, preparing to deliver a follow-up blow. Are these your final words, Divine Lord? Vanish along with your decadent order of might makes right. The Beast King Palace was once again shattered by a world-shaking boom, and the erupting power leveled everything within 100 miles. Aiur excitedly hugged two pillars from the wreckage. Go for it, Lady Aiur, long live Aiur. The little rabbits in Sabide village also cheered and leaped with joy. Long live Lady Aiur, long live Lady Aiur. Chumo placed a crown on Aiur's head and handed her a cute rabbit-shaped scepter. He then spoke, from today on you are the new Divine Lord. Aiur looked at the pile of decorations wrapped around her and said speechlessly, this taste is terrible. Are these the Divine Lord's clothes? How could they make them so ugly? Chumo burst into laughter. The rebellious demon kings had been executed, and the weak monster races had finally achieved equal status. Your dream has been realized, so I can rest easy now. Aiur suddenly fell silent, her mood turning somber. You've provided for all your companions, but what about yourself? She looked up, staring directly at Chumo. You will vanish completely from the timeline. This way, the echoing shadow system locked onto you will disappear as well. But whether it's Earth, the monster world, or all of history, past, present, and future, aside from me, no one will remember you, and no one will know you existed. This is too unfair. Chumo looked down at his hands, his voice low. It won't be for too long. I am setting out for the Pale Land. Once I destroy the echoing shadows, everything can return to normal. Before I go, let's dissolve the contract between us. For the upcoming battle, I alone am enough. I don't want to involve you any longer. Aiur suddenly shouted. I won't, she said earnestly. If you are going to kill the echoing shadows, I'm going too. I've followed in your footsteps all the way here, and I will follow you forever. Chumo understood Aiur's heart and stopped arguing. He nodded. Fine, then let's go together. Years later at the Dongyun Group headquarters, the world-crossing stone was being continuously replenished with energy. Researchers reported one after another. Energy at 80, 90, space-time survival coefficient has exceeded the theoretical index. Coordinates locked on star system NGC 6282, 2.4 billion light-years from Earth. A female researcher screamed with excitement, we found it, another planet with life? But unexpectedly, a violent beast-like roar echoed from the direction of that planet. Everyone in the laboratory hurriedly covered their ears. The sound was sharp and piercing, causing extreme discomfort. The world-crossing stone inside the protection chamber stopped changing and its energy fell silent. The female researcher struggled to stand. Did you all see that just now? A man replied. A white dragon and a red dragon. They were massive. Circling that planet. Another person, clutching their still aching ears, said, size isn't the point. Those two giant red and white dragons not only detected our presence but also blocked our observation and scanning. Just then, a man walked into the laboratory, clapping his hands in loud admiration. A planet with new life force and extraordinary power. You've worked hard. Upon seeing the newcomer, the researchers hurriedly bowed. Chairman, Lord Chairman. Chairman Shu reached out to touch the glass casing of the world-crossing stone. Were the previous chairman insane? To hide such a treasure. Truly a bunch of fools. Didn't they foresee how much value the world-crossing stone could bring to our Dongyun group? It's powerful. We're going to explore that new world, the female researcher replied hesitantly. Chairman, that planet is too far from Earth. A full 2.4 billion light-years. According to previous plans, the energy required for a direct physical crossing is an astronomical figure. It simply cannot be done. Chairman Shu glanced at her. Isn't there still the consciousness projection scheme? The researcher wavered. That's too dangerous. It would need at least 5 to 10 years of testing before clinical trials would even be possible. Chairman Shu frowned, his face darkening. Are you joking? If we test for that long, how much money will the Dongyun group lose? He ordered. Skip the testing and go straight to human experimentation. The female researcher protested loudly. This is a disregard for human life. This is murder. I will not work for you anymore. Chairman Shu looked at her with cold indifference. If you won't do it, naturally someone else will. He turned and commanded. Nanfeng, keep an eye on her. Don't let her talk. Also, find a way to control her leverage. If necessary, threaten her into returning to work. Nanfeng bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, Chairman. Also, regarding the qualified personnel with frequencies close to the world-crossing stone you previously ordered me to find, one person has been located in Donghai City, named Lin En. Chairman Shu nodded. Good, go invite him. No, wait, he paused and continued. The consciousness projection experiment doesn't require the subject to be awake, does it? A researcher replied. No, Lord Chairman, as long as the brain is intact. Chairman Shu put on his glasses, a flash of cunning in his eyes. Then arrange an accident for that fellow named Lin En and bring him here. He stood before the world-crossing stone, his tone excited. He will participate in this grand experiment. As for the massive fortune we are about to make, there is no need to feel guilty. Everything is for the sake of pursuing that starry sea and making our voice resound across the entire universe. The final punch has been thrown, but the price of absolute power was tragically high. The journey of history's strongest anti-hero, Chumo, officially concludes right here at chapter 167. To protect his little sister and the very existence of the world, Chumo chose the most ruthless ending. completely erasing his own existence from the timeline. Forgotten by everyone, unknown to the world, he took his pet ire and stepped into the Pale Land to fight an endless solitary war. The tyrant who carried all the sins ultimately faded into an unsung legend. Chumo's epic saga ends here, but the universe of BALA Manhua Recap still has countless badass masterpieces waiting for you. If you guys felt the hype and emotion of this journey, don't hesitate to smash that like and subscribe button to support the channel. Every single sub is the energy BALA needs to keep dropping daily videos. Thanks for riding with us. Catch you guys in the next mind-blowing series. Peace out.